He slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him was one he was all too familiar with, having been there since he was 6 years old, now spanning over 20 years. It was a vast cosmic space shrouded in endless darkness, where countless brilliant stars dotted the ethereal void, resembling a magnificent galaxy that meandered across the distant horizon. Behind him was a main sequence star emitting a pale blue glow, its scorching surface occasionally erupted with massive bursts of coronal material, displaying breathtaking colors, as if it were the most splendid firework in the universe. He turned around and, just as he had done countless times before, opened his arms toward the pale blue star. This star was not very stable, its intense solar wind never seemed to cease, easily capable of destroying any life that ventured too close, yet he stood there unscathed. All the energy spewing from the star, whether it was the fierce electromagnetic radiation or the violent plasma streams, seemed to be attracted to him by some mysterious force, gathering around him. The originally wild energy, upon contact with his body, immediately became docile and obedient, like a group of tamed little beasts that obediently converged at his heart. As the energy continued to accumulate, a dazzling light emanated from his heart, shining like a brilliant star in the darkness. Behind that intense glow, an illusory silver dragon slowly rose, briefly swimming for a moment before coiling around his torso. Soon, the dragon dissipated, transforming into specks of light, which quickly reformed into the shape of a fierce tiger. Behind the tiger, faintly visible, were two floating human figures, seeming both real and illusionary, lingering above him for a long while before gradually disappearing. The totems of the two sacred places, Kunlun and Kamatachi, seemed to silently urge the intensity of the light around him, gradually overpowering the nearby star. However, it was at this moment that he slightly furrowed his brow. "Too much is as bad as too little. For now, this is all I can manage," he seemed to murmur, but this was a void where not even the medium for sound existed, who could hear his words. Yet astonishingly, just as he finished speaking, a voice did indeed follow, as if responding to him. "Too much is as bad as too little. What does too much mean? For your body, it is indeed a bit excessive. The frail human form cannot contain such immense energy. But why are you so insistent on retaining your human body?" A faint smile crept onto his lips. "Are you trying to persuade me to abandon my human form again? What good is being human? The human body, thoughts, and emotions are merely shackles that bind you. Cast aside these pointless attachments, and you can break the shackles and become the master of this universe." The voice in the void was ethereal and distant, as if it came from the depths of an endless cosmos. He scoffed disdainfully. "Do you think I cannot dominate this universe right now?" As if to prove his capability, he raised his hand and pushed. The massive blue star seemed to be struck hard by an invisible bat, instantly disappearing from sight as if it had never existed. The voice in the void paid no heed to his action, instead taking on a tone of mockery. "You do not possess the full authority of a ruler, you know it well in your heart, you are not a true master." He rolled his eyes in annoyance, then snapped his fingers, causing a pure white planet to suddenly appear from a great distance, rapidly approaching as if drawn by his will. And so what? The so-called power of a ruler is just a household item. It is enough to be useful. Even a toilet encrusted with gold and diamonds still needs to be placed in the bathroom, right? He retorted to the voice in the void while descending toward the white planet. The voice in the void let out a cackling laugh, pouring his mockery directly into his ears. "You are deceiving yourself. You know very well that the reason you refuse is only one: you are afraid. You once touched the supreme authority, saw the unparalleled power of the ruler, but were frightened by what you saw and chose to retreat. Like a cowardly hedgehog curling up, you took the human body as your safe haven, just like a turtle retreating into its shell." The voice from the void became increasingly irritating, and with a heavy wave of his hand, it was as if he had turned off a switch, silencing all the noise. He descended rapidly, the true form of the white planet becoming clearer as he drew nearer. From afar, it appeared to be a hemispherical celestial body, divided into two irregular halves, but upon closer examination, he found its surface riddled with ravines, and even the areas without ravines were uneven, with not a single flat space. Anyone who had seriously studied biology in middle school would easily recognize that the shape of this planet resembled a human brain. He landed at the connecting point between the two hemispheres, which was made up of fibers magnified countless times. Once on the ground, he walked with ease toward the deepest ravine, where a scene entirely different from the gray-white surface outside awaited him. The cliff was adorned with bubbles flickering with crystal and starlight, densely packed like countless stars, extending from the bottom of the cliff to the top, all closely arranged. The originally faint light, when gathered together, shone like a galaxy, dazzling and brilliant. He looked up, and where his gaze fell, a bubble he focused on floated automatically to his face. Words began to appear sequentially on the surface of the bubble, followed by images, videos, and all kinds of data presented swiftly and completely before him. Without needing to make any movements, just with a thought, the starlight flowing on the bubble's surface began to scatter in pairs, each point of light carrying a ray connecting to another bubble on the cliff. Each bubble on this planet was a carrier of stored information, categorized by content, and the rays emitted from the bubbles represented their correlation. Any other bubbles that could be connected by the starlight must necessarily store information with significant relevance. As he directed his thoughts, the associated bubbles detached from the cliff one by one, gathering before him along the light beams, with more information flooding in like a tide. Time passed bit by bit, with the massive amount of information consuming a long duration, yet he felt no urgency. For this was indeed the realm of his thoughts and soul. This brain planet was, after all, the memory planet deep within his mind. In the world of ordinary people, the so-called memory palace technique was seen as miraculous, but here it seemed laughably minor. How could constructing a memory palace compare to building a memory planet? He leisurely extracted useful content from the vast sea of information. The human brain is indeed miraculous. It can record more information than any computer terminal in reality and can process and extract information even faster, yet it is often more prone to crashes than computers. Fortunately, such issues did not exist here. He maintained the high-speed operation of his brain until a document, long sealed away in reality, floated before him. February 14, 1991. Looking at the date marked at the beginning of the document, waves of emotion surged within him, and his previously calm expression changed accordingly. At that moment, the annoying voice from the void echoed again, as if reminding him, this void did not contain only him. This is it, one of the goals you were so fixated on originated from this time. It is also one of your greatest shackles, at least one of them. The voice's owner seemed to have seen the secrets of his heart, or perhaps it was the turmoil in his heart that gave it the opportunity to break the barrier and converse with him again. He did not respond to the taunt from the voice in the void, expressionless as he bypassed the document and continued processing other information. The voice seemed to find the interaction unamusing, thus falling silent until he departed without uttering another sound. In the endless void, there was no concept of time. Perhaps a long time passed, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, but he extracted all the necessary data. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly halted. The memory bubbles drawn by starlight were flying back to their original positions one by one, but the first bubble still had a starlight thread gently swaying, while the bubble at the other end of the thread, located at the deepest part of the ravine, shimmered with a uniquely golden flow, yet remained stationary, unresponsive to the pull of the light. He hesitated for a long while, but ultimately could not resist walking toward the golden bubble. This distinct golden bubble emitted the brightest light. He reached out and gently tapped it, causing ripples to form on its surface as scenes alternated before him. Sometimes it was a young woman teasing a chubby baby, at other times, a thin-faced man seriously pressing acupoints on the baby's body. Occasionally, a girl of 4 or 5 years old pinched the baby's nose to make him cry. The focus of the scenes was always a baby who looked somewhat chubby but lethargic. As the scenes changed, the baby grew older, learning to walk and talk, and various different sounds began to emerge from the images. Mom, what is a doctor? Mom, am I sick? Why do we keep seeing the doctor? Dad, can your fingers blow wind? Blow wind into my belly? Mom, when I sleep, I see a small black dot spinning around me. It makes my head dizzy. Sister is bad. Go away, you go away. Mom, Dad, yesterday I dreamed about that little black dot again, and there was a bright wind that came along, and when the wind blew, the little black dot exploded. The little black dot is gone. The little black dot turned into many, many stars. He gazed with a sense of nostalgia, lifting his head to look at the vast void beyond the ravine, where the brilliant galaxy exploded from the little black dot awaited. On the desolate mountain ridge, a howling wind swept through, instantly raising clouds of yellow sand. The scorching sun in July poured down unreservedly upon this barren hillside, devoid of any greenery. Below the ridge, a convoy of fully armed off-road vehicles sped by like a gust of wind along a rough dirt road. The thick armor plates added to the vehicles' shells granted them a weight far exceeding that of civilian vehicles, allowing them to traverse the bumpy terrain without feeling much of a jolt. Major Blade, an officer of the Spear Bureau's Special Operations Team clad in desert camouflage combat gear, leaned back in the passenger seat, staring intently at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Although the temperature inside the vehicle had exceeded 30 degrees Celsius, Blade still wore a gray metallic tactical mask that covered most of his face, revealing only his eyes, which clearly displayed his displeasure at the moment. The cause of his foul mood was, of course, the man behind him, who was dozing off. Blade was undeniably an elite member of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau's Special Operations Team, a versatile soldier on the battlefield. He served in the Bureau's most secretive unit, which boasted the highest level of security and the strongest combat capability. Experts like him were always the vanguard in operations. However, this time, due to the presence of the man behind him, he had no choice but to abandon frontline combat duties and begrudgingly take on the role of a bodyguard. Unfortunately, the primary culprit causing Blade's bad mood was completely oblivious to his thoughts. Shortly after getting into the vehicle, the man behind him had closed his eyes and begun to doze off, his tinted goggles concealing his eyes. Judging by the rhythmic bobbing of his head, he seemed to be enjoying a good nap. Blade felt as if all the patience he had accumulated in his life was being rapidly depleted by the man's incessant bobbing head. He reached back and forcefully knocked several times on the window beside the man's head, the clang-clang sound not only failing to wake him but also startling the young woman seated at the other end of the back seat. "What are you doing?" The young woman, sporting a neat and refreshing short haircut, shot Blade an annoyed glance before returning her focus to a stack of documents in her hands. After a long pause, the man finally lifted his head, opened his eyes, looked around the cabin as if he had just awakened from a pleasant dream, stretched contentedly, and mumbled, "Are we there yet?" "Not even close." Blade replied irately, "You sure sleep well, you don't mind where you do it." Unfazed by Blade's cold demeanor, the man responded with an indifferent tone, "Didn't they say that a good soldier can sleep on the battlefield? Taking down a bunch of turtles hiding in caves is hardly a proper battlefield, do they even qualify?" Blade scoffed disdainfully. "Besides, you're just a technical advisor, not a soldier." Blade's contemptuous gaze paired with his biting tone was laden with provocation. However, the man's expression showed no sign of fluctuation. He spoke in the same indifferent tone. "According to your words, this joint anti-terror operation should have concluded smoothly 26 hours ago. Why are you still stuck here, and why did they send me specifically to deal with it?" "That's not our problem." Blade slapped the car door, drawing an irritated glance from the driver. "The issue lies with the Tajik military, not us." The man nodded non-committally, his dismissive expression revealing no agreement. "Since it's a joint operation, the Tajik military is our ally. If the allies can't resolve their issues, it will ultimately become our problem. I'm here to solve problems." Blade glared intensely at the expressionless man in the rearview mirror, his gaze becoming increasingly ominous, as if he were ready to devour him. The man's indifferent demeanor combined with his tone of "you have problems, I will solve them" meant that even the dullest person could hear the sarcasm in his words. This was his verbal counterattack against Blade, understated yet piercing. Watching Blade being left speechless and nearly exploding with frustration, the young woman processing documents in the back seat rolled her eyes internally, annoyed not only with the man but also with Blade. Anyone in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau who had worked with the man knew that he was a prickly hedgehog who would jab anyone he encountered. Blade, a brute who preferred brawn over brains, actually dared to spar verbally with him. Wasn't that like trying to grab a hedgehog with bare hands and inviting oneself to be pricked? As the atmosphere in the cabin grew increasingly awkward, mainly due to Blade, the young female agent, Vector, felt compelled to break the silence. "There's new intel from the front lines. We've confirmed the final hiding place of the 10 Commandments gang. They've established a base of operations in a local underground cave, and they've even dug tunnels, creating a very complex underground space. Currently, it's confirmed that over 100 members of the 10 Commandments gang, including peripheral members, have entered the cave. The operation has been delayed for 26 hours, and there's only this little progress on the intel?" The man looked at her with an expression that seemed to say, "Did you miss something important?" which only made Vector roll her eyes faster. The underground caves there are very complex, containing both naturally formed and historically constructed shelters for locals fleeing from war, and combined with the latest tunnels dug by the 10 Commandments gang, even the locals can't clearly describe the underground situation, making reconnaissance operations difficult. To determine the general location of the 10 Commandments gang, over a dozen local guides have been killed. Moreover, for certain reasons, many locals are reluctant to work for the authorities, and even the local police force, predominantly made up of locals, has repeatedly refused to execute orders. Vector patiently explained many things to the man, but in reality, he was not paying attention at all, as he was already very familiar with the situation. Through the data organized on his memory planet, he had basically reconstructed the current state of affairs at the front, even more detailed than Vector's briefing. At this moment, his attention was focused on something else. "Have we confirmed the identity of the leader of the 10 Commandments gang in the area?" the man seemed to casually ask. "The frontline troops haven't encountered him yet, but based on descriptions from locals who have interacted with him, there's an 80% chance he's Temujin, the son of mandarins. He's a big fish. The man's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing the name mandarins, then returned to normal. Is the Bureau planning to use him to lure mandarins? I'm not sure if the Bureau has any further plans, but... Vector hesitated a bit in her tone. This Temujin has only appeared in the leadership of the 10 Commandments gang in the last 5 or 6 years. All the information collected shows that he is the son of mandarins, but we've never had stronger evidence to confirm it. We can't be sure of his true relationship with mandarins. That's fine, once we catch him, there will be plenty of time to ask, the man replied in his usual indifferent tone, but only those familiar with him could detect the underlying murderous intent. The off-road vehicle sped along and finally arrived at its destination, a field camp located in the mountainous area. The man got out of the vehicle and glanced around, suddenly noticing something was missing. He turned to Vector, who had also exited the vehicle, and asked, "Where's your team leader?" "Tian is stationed up front. The 10 Commandments gang has tried to break out several times, and the frontline Tajik troops are starting to struggle." Vector looked toward the center of the camp, where 7 or 8 officers in different uniforms were approaching them. The military forces from various countries participating in the joint operation have sent people to welcome you. You have quite the stature. The man displayed a look of disdain. What good is stature? Can it be eaten? How do I make them understand that when I sell weapons, I never offer discounts for the sake of appearances? Stature is given by others and lost by oneself. If someone gives you face, take it regardless of whether you want it or not. A cold voice sounded behind him. Upon hearing the voice, the man's body involuntarily stiffened, and he turned his rigid neck to look back. The captain of the Spear Bureau's Special Operations Team, known as the Weather Witch in the outside world, stood just a few steps away, coldly observing him. The Weather Witch wore a form-fitting combat camouflage uniform and had a tall, athletic figure. She wore a pair of large windproof goggles, obscuring her expression, but the man instinctively sensed that it was likely not a pleasant one. After somewhat perfunctorily responding to the salutes from Vector and Blade, the Weather Witch fixed her gaze on the man and asked, "I received orders that you brought targeted new equipment. What is it, and where is it?" The man took a deep breath, striving to maintain a casual tone. "Drones, they're in the air. We have to cross several countries' airspace along the way, and the aviation control procedures took a bit longer." He dove back into the vehicle to retrieve a tablet, operating it swiftly. "Oh, they'll be here shortly." He showed the tablet screen to the Weather Witch, carefully observing her expression. However, the lower half of her face revealed no change. She merely glanced at the screen before turning to greet the approaching officers from various countries. Watching the Weather Witch's retreating figure, the man unconsciously sighed in relief. Facing her powerful aura was indeed a tremendous pressure. This was a root cause of his childhood issues. Next to him, Vector felt perplexed. Why did it seem that the man, usually so prickly, appeared somewhat nervous in front of their captain? She turned her head, casting a questioning glance at her teammate Blade, but he only shot her a mocking look, glancing at the man before following the Weather Witch, showing no intention of explaining anything to Vector. The command center for the joint operation was set up in the large tent at the center of the camp. Various electronic devices filled a small part of the space, giving off a somewhat modern and information-driven vibe at first glance. If one didn't consider that 70% of the devices bore Made in China labels, the scene here could indeed overturn everyone's stereotypical impression of the Soviet military as being clumsy and brutish. A specific area had been cleared in the tent for meetings, where the man was surrounded by more than a dozen officers, resembling a moon being encircled by stars. "Dear gentlemen," he scanned the room and noticed a few female officers, including the Weather Witch. "Ladies, I'm pleased to work alongside all of you, and I see a few familiar faces here, who have had very pleasant collaborations with my company in the past." He spoke fluently in Russian, detailing, "On the way here, I learned that under your careful command, the joint anti-terror forces have just successfully executed an operation, clearing the chaotic situation along the border with Afghanistan, driving a small group of terrorists into their caves, who haven't dared to show their faces since." Vector stood at the edge of the crowd, listening to him describe the current awkward situation with an artistic flair, unable to hold back her internal admiration. Watching a group of straightforward soldiers beam with smiles at the man's few words, Vector couldn't help but whisper to the Weather Witch beside her, "This guy isn't incapable of speaking well. Why does he act like a hedgehog in the bureau? If a few nice words could easily earn him hundreds of millions or tens of billions, why wouldn't he speak nicely?" The Weather Witch replied with a cold smile. "If you want this billionaire candidate to say kind words, the price won't be cheap." Vector's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend. Blade couldn't help but hiss, How much do you think the military budget of these Central Asian countries adds up to in a year? Our technical advisor is probably miscalculating. Do you really think he's foolish? He wouldn't even look at this little military budget. The weather witch shot a glance at Blade, then tilted her chin toward the edge of the crowd. Did you see that Russian observer over there? He looks ordinary, but he's actually a close aide to the Russian president, responsible for military equipment allocation at the Ministry of Defense. It was the first time Vector had seen her superiors and seniors whispering behind someone's back, and she couldn't help but interject, but aren't the Russians also not that wealthy? The old Russians are a bit poor, but the wealth they accumulated before their family split is quite substantial. Our advisor is probably eyeing some good stuff from them. Blade scoffed. A typical shrewd businessman. Vector looked at Blade's disgruntled expression curiously and thought for a moment before asking, Blade, why do I feel like you particularly dislike the advisor? Blade shot back, how many people in our bureau don't dislike that guy? Blade's off-topic response left Vector without an answer, and she turned her pleading gaze toward her captain. The weather witch couldn't help but chuckle softly, her previously cold and beautiful face softening considerably. Don't worry about them, that's their personal grudge. Ah? Vector became even more curious. Blade, however, let out a dissatisfied cold snort. Xianqian's laboratory has many collaborative R&D projects with our bureau, including combat equipment. The 2 combat knives Blade uses were designed and manufactured with the help of Xianqian's lab. Well, that's quite good. They say Xianqian's 5 Elements laboratory is the strongest research lab in the country, ranking among the best in the world. Vector whispered, pressing for more information. The weather witch's smile deepened. It's good, but they tend to bully their customers. Blade, as the actual user, made quite a few suggestions for the design scheme in front of Xianqian. And then? Vector began to grasp the nuances, realizing that this so-called personal grudge likely stemmed from the suggestions Blade had made. What happened afterward, I'm not sure. I only heard that Blade came out of the lab and couldn't eat for an entire day after returning to the base. The weather witch looked at Blade with a hint of mischievousness. I've always been quite curious about what exactly happened that made you not want to talk about it. That's just some arrogant little brat, I don't want to talk about him. Blade's face was obscured by his tactical mask, making it hard to see his expression, but Vector clearly noticed a vein pulsing on his temple. Given Xianqian's prickly demeanor, she guessed that whatever had happened must have left a profound impact on Blade. However, mere speculation wasn't enough to fully satisfy Vector's curiosity, so why did you end up using the 5 Elements Laboratories designed knives in the end? As soon as Vector's words fell, Blade turned and walked away without saying a word. The weather witch sighed in resignation, poking Vector's forehead in annoyance. From now on, don't mention this in front of Blade. Okay. Vector shrank her neck, feeling a bit guilty as she avoided her captain's gaze, then turned to look at Xianqian in the crowd. This guy managed to make even a hothead like Blade swallow his anger after being publicly humiliated, which not many could achieve. Xianqian had just finished a round of grandstanding and finally turned to the main topic. How to disrupt and clear out deep underground tunnel structures is a global challenge, just like during World War II, when China effectively utilized tunnels in behind enemy territory to annihilate foes. This was a successful example of using underground fortifications to defeat enemies. We also can't forget the intricately complex underground bases in the jungles of Vietnam. By pulling the Americans into the discussion, he managed to lighten the mood among the officers, as it was apparent that the world's #1 military power was also struggling against tunnel structures. They had only been delayed for 10 to 20 hours. It didn't seem too embarrassing, did it? This young man really knew how to speak. No wonder he achieved success at such a young age. Xianqian continued his performance. However, from today onwards, tunnel structures will no longer be a problem. With this confident declaration, a 3D terrain map of the surrounding area was projected onto the wall of the meeting room, quickly zooming in on an area of the mountain. The attending officers recognized it immediately. This was the location of the underground cave where the 10 Commandments gang members were hiding, also the problem that had troubled the joint combat forces for several hours. Using the new weapons we have now, striking underground structures is definitely feasible. The most advanced underground bombs can penetrate up to 180 meters underground. Even when facing solid granite layers, effective penetration can reach a thickness of 40 meters. The biggest difficulty in attacking underground structures actually lies in accurately confirming the target's position. As Xianqian manipulated the tablet, the map on the screen underwent further changes. Irregular lines appeared on the terrain map, twisting and turning like a child's doodles. However, as more lines were added and extended, the officers present began to grow excited. Many officers started whispering to each other, the noise escalating until finally, someone couldn't hold back and voiced the collective speculation, Mr. Xiang, are those the topographic maps of the underground caves? Clearly. Xianqian emphasized, tapping the tablet to finalize the electronic map survey, and the projected underground cave map was presented in 3D. The latest research achievement from the 5 Elements Laboratory is a drone equipped with the latest microwave ground-penetrating radar, currently hovering above us. It can effectively penetrate depths of over 200 meters and is paired with an intelligent graphic generation system. Modesty aside, this is another successful innovation and leap in radar technology. Ladies and gentlemen, starting now, those moles will have no secrets in front of you. Cleaning out the armed elements in the underground structures will be simpler than playing a whack-a-mole game. Xiangqian leisurely strolled to the projection screen, casually pointing out several locations. Even I, a layman in military command, can see that these dead-end paths less than half a meter from the surface should be the secret entrances where armed elements are hiding. They use these exits to launch surprise attacks. Xiangqian showcased the precision of the radar mapping with a nonchalant attitude. Oh, the most interesting part is right here. He pointed at the screen, in this relatively open section of the cave at the deepest point. If this isn't the core area of their underground activities, it only suggests they're not very professional. A group of officers could no longer remain seated, all excitedly crowding around the projection screen. Seeing the enemy's positions laid out before them was like an open book test for students in school. Observing the officers regaining their confidence, Xiangqian smiled and spread his hands. Now, should we send a raid team in to clear them out, or simply drop an underground bomb into their core area? That's the question for all of you to consider. Starting now, this will once again be the stage for soldiers. The command center erupted into more noisy discussions. Mr. Xiang, does your drone have attack capabilities? Of course. It was originally modified from a reconnaissance strike drone, and we retained most of the weapon hardpoints. How compatible is the onboard electronic system? Rest assured, the electronic control system has ample open ports, allowing easy integration with any battlefield command system. Why not just mount underground weapons on the drone? Then we could celebrate with vodka in a minute. The time is too tight. The drone took off from within our country, and your country's air control doesn't allow us to carry weapons over the airspace. That's delaying our operation. I want them brought to a military tribunal. While the procedures are indeed a bit rigid, can I plead for your aviation management department? Mr. Xiang, you're truly a good friend. Watching Xiangqian elegantly navigate through the praises of the officers, the weather which remained expressionless, while Vector's eyes sparkled with excitement. Outside the tent, Blade peeked in, cursing as he extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette and put his mask back on to cover his now unpleasant expression. That cocky pretty boy just knows how to show off. He strode out of the crowd, and Vector couldn't take her eyes off his relaxed and cheerful demeanor, momentarily captivated. For young men who were both wealthy and talented, this kind of admiration from women was something they were already accustomed to. Xiangqian naturally nodded at Vector as a greeting, then turned to meet the weather witch's scrutinizing gaze. It was as if a special switch had been flipped. The moment Xiangqian's eyes met those of the weather witch, his confident stride came to an abrupt halt, replaced by an expression of unease. It seems they are preparing to draft an attack plan. Are you not going to take a look? Xiangqian pointed toward the officers who were entering a working state. Even Vector could sense that he genuinely hoped to divert the stern female leader away. The weather witch stared coldly at Xiangqian, remaining silent for a long time. Only when he began to grow increasingly uncomfortable did she leisurely respond, "There's no need. Their tactical thinking is inherited from the Russians. I could guess it almost perfectly without asking. You've already helped them identify the possible escape routes for the terrorists. Next, it's just about sealing the exits, trapping them in the caves, and waiting for the ground bombs to arrive to blow the caves to pieces. If one bomb isn't enough, they won't mind dropping a few more." Xiangqian's expression darkened suddenly. "I thought the goal of the Bureau was to capture them alive. If we want to lure mandarins, Temujin is the best bait. I want to capture him alive too, but this is Tajikistan. Although this is a joint operation, we are ultimately on someone else's turf. We can't decide everything ourselves. Can't you do something? You're the Special Operations Captain, and you represent us in the joint operation." Xiangqian's tone now carried a questioning edge, the earlier unease replaced by a stern expression. The weather witch remained unfazed by Xiangqian's change in demeanor. "I've said it before, if given the opportunity, I would also prefer to capture him alive. But I know what I need to do. Because I'm the captain of the special operations team, I must be responsible for my subordinates' lives. I won't let my people make unnecessary sacrifices. Under the weather witch's gaze, Xianxian's sharp words came swiftly but faded just as quickly. In less than half a minute, he could no longer maintain eye contact with the special operations captain and awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Vector stood awkwardly beside them, feeling as if she were stepping on sharp thorns, twisting and turning, unable to stand still. Before she could think of an excuse to extricate herself, she suddenly felt a lightness in her hand. The folder containing all the briefs for the joint operation had been snatched away by Xianxian. Watching him find a corner to sit down and sulkily review the mission briefs, Vector felt as if she were seeing a child sulking alone in a corner after being wronged. No, that couldn't be right. Xianxian was a recognized genius in the field of cutting-edge technology, touted by public opinion as a future business leader likely to become the world's richest man before turning 40. He was also known for his sharp tongue and bad temper in the Spear Bureau. Who could make him feel wronged? It must be my illusion. Vector self-deprecatingly thought, shaking her head to dispel the absurd notion from her mind. Then she saw her captain kneel beside Xianxian, speaking softly, I will go to the front line to seal off the area. As soon as the bombing is over, I will go in to search and rescue. As long as Temujin is still alive, even if he has just one breath left, I will bring him back. This, the more I look, the more it resembles a parent comforting a child, Vector thought, her mind racing with vivid imaginings of various scenes. Xianxian showed no reaction to the weather witch's comforting words. He quickly flipped through the briefs, his brow furrowed. Just as the weather witch was about to say something else, Xianxian suddenly lifted his head, shaking a page of the brief, and asked urgently, do we have more detailed information on this Hashimov? The weather witch was taken aback. Hashimov? Who is that? The commander of the Kalia Armed Police. It's his police force that has repeatedly refused to execute the orders from the Joint Command. Is there any more detailed information on him? The weather witch was even more confused. As the Chinese representative of the joint forces, she primarily interacted with command members. Although she had been to the front lines, she hadn't much contact or communication with local forces, especially since there was a language barrier. Seeing Xianxian's serious expression, she turned to Vector with a questioning look. Vector quickly shook her head. No, the Kalia Armed Police are local forces in Tajikistan, more like militarized units with weak combat capabilities. They belong to the lowest tier in the Joint Command's operational sequence. Other than the commander's name and the basic data of the unit, there's no more information available. What's the matter with this person? The weather witch noticed something was off with Xianxian's expression and quickly pressed for details. Xianxian glanced at the group of officers nearby who were discussing animatedly, consciously lowering his voice. Temujin has an assistant named Maxim, who is a Kalia person. Maxim's mother is a remarried widow, and he took his stepfather's surname after the marriage, while his biological father's surname is Hashimov. Are you saying that the commander of the armed police has a family connection to a key terrorist figure beside Temujin? Are you sure your information is correct? Xianxian pointed to his temple and sneered, my memory never errs, don't you find this too coincidental? Both have the last name Hashimov, are both Kalia people, and it just so happens that this Hashimov's unit is consistently undermining the command during operations. Moreover, there's something even more coincidental. He pointed at the cave topographic map on the projection screen. It looks like Hashimov's unit is only responsible for flanking security and hasn't participated in the frontline blockade, but in reality, his defensive area faces a hidden tunnel exit. The briefs mention that armed elements have successfully attacked your blockade line several times? The weather witch's expression grew serious. Do you have more concrete evidence? No. Xianxian shook his head without hesitation. Unless we thoroughly investigate the family trees of the parties involved, no one can clarify this matter. Such investigations can lead to conclusions easily, but they are also time-consuming. Without evidence, we cannot take action. We cannot question a police commander based solely on your speculation. Furthermore, we are ultimately outsiders to them. Xianxian raised his eyes to meet the weather witch's gaze, a half-smile on his face. I don't intend to move against that Hashimov. In fact, I hope he really does have connections with the terrorists. That way, at least Temujin won't be killed instantly by the underground bombs. The weather witch immediately understood Xianxian's intention. She fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement with his opinion. I will personally keep an eye on it. If that Hashimov really opens a door for Temujin, they won't be able to escape. Temujin probably doesn't want to escape either. Xianxian surveyed the briefs in his hand, darkly suggesting, at the start of the operation, leave Blade behind to protect our logistics and civilian personnel. I have a feeling Temujin will bring us an unexpected surprise. The arrival of the new ground-penetrating radar brought an immediate sense of ease to the atmosphere of the Joint Command Center, much like a group of students who had just discovered it was an open-book exam. The commanders from various countries swiftly approved the plans without much discussion, and orders were sent down like a swift wind. Everything unfolded just as the Weather Witch had predicted. They tightly sealed off the area, trapping all the armed militants who were stubbornly resisting deep within the caves, then planned to use the ground bombs to end the fight. This method of warfare wasn't exclusive to the rough-and-tumble Russian-style military. In fact, any military force in the world with absolute technical and firepower superiority would adopt such strategies once unrestrained. Why waste precious lives solving problems that could be resolved with firepower? In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the command center, the mood among the Spear Bureau's Special Operations team quietly shifted to one of seriousness and tension. Xiangqian's conjecture, though lacking any supporting evidence and appearing as a careless joke, was not taken lightly, even by Blade, who usually had a contentious relationship with him. Although no one had truly seen the memory planet deep within Xiangqian's soul, everyone who had worked with him was well aware of his superhuman memory and powerful information processing abilities. Same surname, same hometown, disobeying military orders, battlefield loopholes. War is not a courtroom, with so many coincidences piling up. Who needs further evidence? The Spear Bureau's Special Operations team began adjusting their deployment quietly, a series of unusual actions that went unnoticed by anyone. Since this was an overseas operation, the Bureau hadn't dispatched many combat personnel for this joint action. Their role was more about intelligence and technical support. However, the Special Operations team led by the Weather Witch, though small in number, consisted of elite members. Had it not been for the Mandarin's organization being a long-term focus of the Spear Bureau, they would not have readily deployed this ace team. The matter of troop movements was not something Xiangqian could interfere with. After the Weather Witch hurriedly left, Xiangqian settled into silence, finding a corner to sit down, holding a tablet and continuously sketching and noting down details. Blade, left behind and feeling disgruntled, stepped out of the tent as soon as the Weather Witch left. It was clear he would rather be outside in the wind and sunshine than look at Xiangqian's irritating face. Meanwhile, Vector, also left behind, quietly sat a short distance away from Xiangqian, occasionally stealing glances at him. Her curiosity was piqued. The Spear Bureau was an extremely secretive organization, with little interaction with the outside world. Regardless of the significant responsibilities they bore or the remarkable achievements they made, members of the Bureau remained largely anonymous. Xiangqian, however, was entirely different. He was almost a household name. Whether in obscure tech publications or popular entertainment sections, even in tabloids, his name could be found. Sometimes, just after people celebrated Xiangqian's innovations in the tech field, praising him for bringing glory to the nation, the entertainment media would eagerly report on his public spats with his ex-girlfriends. As a scientist leading future technology, a rising star in the business world with constant gossip, combined with his little-known and undisclosed title as a technical advisor for the Spear Bureau, Xiangqian was draped in an air of mystery. When he casually helped the coalition solve problems at the command center, and then detected potential hazards in the operation from the clues in the briefs, Vector suddenly realized that the man before her had quietly taken control of the joint operation less than half an hour after entering the command center. On the battlefield, Xiangqian shed the luminous glow of his celebrity status and was devoid of any star-like demeanor, yet he still managed to assert himself as the leader of all events. Faced with such a person, even Vector, a mature and rational agent, found it hard not to be drawn to him. However, she thought she was being discreet, only to quickly be discovered by Xiangqian. "You've been staring at me for over 5 minutes." Xiangqian looked up, meeting Vector's gaze, which she had failed to evade in time. "This comrade." "Vector, sorry, I assume your real name is confidential outside the Special Operations team, I'll just call you that?" Vector instantly felt a wave of embarrassment. Trying to avoid eye contact now would only make the situation more awkward. She stammered, "No, it's fine, everyone in the team calls me by my nickname." "So, is there something wrong with me?" "Ah." Xiangqian smiled gently, "You keep staring at me, is there something wrong with me?" "No, it's not," Vector stuttered for a while, scratching her head before finally coming up with an excuse. I just wanted to ask about the ground drone radar you brought. What about it?" Vector took a deep breath, finally able to speak fluently. "Before this operation, the captain asked me to compile a list of technical equipment, listing all potential gear that might be used, but why didn't I see this ground radar on the list? If it had been there,
I definitely wouldn't have overlooked it. Oh, I see. Xiangqian feigned ignorance of her embarrassment, because this new ground radar was just manufactured less than 10 hours ago. Besides the test flights during the experimental process, this should be its second actual test. At this moment, Vector finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had emerged from an awkward situation, and attempted to sound casual. I see, if the operation had been delayed for a few more days, it would have been better after the drone's test flights. It wouldn't have made a difference to delay it a few more days. Xiangqian shook his head dismissively. This new radar project was only officially established 24 hours ago, right when you requested assistance from headquarters. Ah? Vector was startled, almost gasping again. You're not joking, are you? I never joke about technical matters. Xiangqian's expression turned serious. Vector began to stutter again. The facts Xiangqian described completely contradicted her understanding. This radar, in just a few hours, you completed the development of a new radar, and even produced a physical prototype? Xiangqian looked at the stammering Vector with an expression that suggested her astonishment and questions were particularly ignorant, causing her to involuntarily fall into deep self-doubt. Of course, not. Suddenly, Xiangqian revealed a mischievous smile. Having successfully pulled off a prank, the ground radar project has actually existed for a long time. It just wasn't initially intended for military use. The military transformation only began after you all requested assistance from headquarters. Vector shot Xiangqian an annoyed glance, expressing deep disdain for his prank, yet couldn't help but ask, what was the radar originally designed for? The original design was, of course, also a ground radar. Xiangqian deliberately kept her in suspense, but it was developed in collaboration between the 5 Elements Laboratory and several major domestic mining groups for mineral exploration. It was only recently finalized, and you happened to catch it at the right time. Vector finally understood. This made sense. Modifying a radar with similar functions in a few hours was entirely different from developing a new radar from scratch in that time frame. Are you feeling fortunate? Xiangqian said with a teasing smile. I advise you not to be too happy. Your director spent quite a bit of goodwill to obtain the prototype's usage rights for this radar, and to expedite the modifications, he even paid me a hefty overtime fee. Given his stingy nature, that overtime pay will likely be deducted from your salaries. Why? Vector's eyes widened in confusion. Xiangqian shrugged. What else could it be? The radar modifications are to cover for your team's lack of effectiveness. To him, ground radar is like toilet paper, so of course, the cost for that toilet paper has to come out of your budget. Vector was left speechless, unsure how to respond. As an external agent for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, Vector had mastered the skill of communication and interaction during her intelligence training before joining. Even though she had thoroughly recalled the entire training course and reviewed the small talk techniques taught by her instructors multiple times, she still couldn't think of a way to continue the conversation with Xiangqian about whose responsibility it was to pay for the toilet paper. Unlike Vector, who was struggling to find a topic, Xiangqian wasn't paying much attention to the beautiful female agent beside him. At that moment, he was more concerned with how to effectively monitor the blockade line ahead in real time. With the potential for sudden changes in the situation, any response required ample intelligence support. The intelligence support provided by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau during the joint operation primarily targeted the 10 Commandments gang, while the intelligence and reconnaissance forces under the joint command were focused externally, not internally. As for Hashimov and his subordinates, they were part of the Allied forces and fell within a blind spot of monitoring. Although the ground drone was equipped with surveillance cameras, the radar had already been integrated into the command center system and was ready to guide the ground bombs, making it impossible to divert it to monitor an irrelevant defensive area. To achieve effective monitoring without alerting the enemy, Xiangqian needed to establish a surveillance capability independent of the command center. However, the most pressing issue was the time constraint. Xiangqian considered multiple plans, but they were all dismissed due to the lack of time. Finally, he reluctantly pulled out his phone, preparing to seek external help. Hey, battlefield regulations prohibit personal communications. Vector instinctively tried to stop him. Xiangqian dismissively pointed to the busy officers nearby. Do you think they care about that regulation? No one stopped me from using communication equipment when I walked in. Seeing Xiangqian dialing without a care in the world, and noticing that no one in the command center raised any objections, even the officer responsible for electronic communications security turned a blind eye. Vector couldn't help but roll her eyes. The Russian military's style was generally rough, giving outsiders the impression that they were bold and tenacious in dire situations, but in advantageous scenarios,
their various careless and slapdash habits had been difficult to shake off over the years.
Hey, Tony, it's me.
The call was connected, and the voice on the other end was very faint. Vector couldn't make out the specifics, but she could hear Shang-Qian speaking in English continuously. Thankfully, she understood English.
I know it's midnight in Los Angeles, doesn't your exciting life start at midnight every day? What? The cover girl for Forbes magazine?
I don't have time, my schedule is tight.
Yes, you're leading 4-0, I concede, alright?
You know I have a lot on my plate this year, especially with that experiment in a month that the world is watching. Be careful, when you're sleeping with the cover girl, you might lose your position as the world's richest man.
6 years behind?
No, that's different, Tony. What you had 6 years ago, we didn't.
In a month, we will have what you have. How about we make a bet on whose reactor will be put into practical use first?
Birthday? I would have forgotten if you hadn't said anything. Looks like I can't celebrate, too close to the experiment date.
Your birthday?
I think I could still make it, who knows?
I can't guarantee.
Aha, what did you say?
Buddy, do you have a misunderstanding?
Your birthday party's grandeur doesn't depend on you but on Pepper.
Admit it, your daily life is entirely controlled by Pepper. Without her, you wouldn't survive.
I think having such a woman taking care of you is the greatest fortune of your life. She's just short of feeding you by hand. Back to the main topic, I'm in a bit of trouble. Lend me a near-Earth reconnaissance satellite. I'll send you the coordinates right away.
Time, 6 hours, I need it now, the sooner the better. Send the authorization code to this phone.
Great, I'll definitely order you a big cake for your birthday.
What? No cake? You want to meet the model from Huaxia district who's participating in this year's Victoria's Secret?
Buddy, you're too late, I already had an appointment with her last month.
How long?
That was a month ago, we've already amicably parted ways.
Oh, I'm receiving the satellite signal, I'll talk to you later, bye.
Shang-Qian hung up and picked up his tablet. A signal from over 1,000 kilometers in outer space successfully connected to his computer.
Following Shang-Qian's commands, the satellite camera accurately pointed to a ground coordinate.
Soon, a real-time video feed with an overhead perspective appeared on the screen. The video showed a makeshift outdoor camp occupied by a force of several hundred armed personnel. Although the video resolution was not high, it was sufficient to distinguish the personnel, vehicles, equipment, roadblocks, and checkpoints in the footage.
There was no doubt that this was the defensive area commanded by Hashimov's Kalia armed police. Everything was ready.
Shang-Qian raised his wrist to check the time. This satellite had an overhead orbit time of about 6 hours in this area. According to the plan, the ground bombs being transported from the rear by the Joint Command would arrive in no more than 4 hours. If Hashimov and Temujin wanted to take action, they would have to do so within 4 hours. There was still ample time. Shang-Qian relaxed, like a beast taking a brief rest before a hunt. You've been watching me for at least 10 minutes, this is the second time, Comrade Vector. Shang-Qian suddenly spoke, startling Vector. Since the moment Shang-Qian had made the call, the surprised expression on her face hadn't faded. She felt that she had been more out of character today than in the past 20 years combined. You just spoke to, who?
Looks like stuttering doesn't affect joining the Special Operations Team. Shang-Qian's words made Vector's face turn red.
As an agent, if you've been listening for this long and still can't identify the person on the other end, it only means you cheated during your onboarding training assessment.
Vector nearly went crazy. Can't you just speak normally? Can't you? That person was Tony Stark, the world's richest man?
Even though Vector was 100% sure of her judgment, she still spoke with disbelief. It was hard for her to imagine that someone next to her could casually dial the private phone of the world's richest man, or that someone standing at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy would chat so casually. Of course, what surprised Vector the most was that Shang-Qian could so easily borrow a satellite. She had heard of borrowing money, cars, and houses, but never of borrowing a satellite, especially a private one. Vector glanced at the real-time monitoring footage on the screen and understood the technological level of the satellite. Not to mention the strategic significance and military value represented by such satellites, just their cost alone required hundreds of millions of dollars. When factoring in launch costs, it was an astronomical figure that Vector could never earn in her lifetime.
And yet, Shang-Qian had borrowed such a satellite with just a phone call? Shang-Qian shot a puzzled look at Vector. My relationship with Tony Stark isn't a secret, that's something the whole world knows, right?
But the whole world doesn't know you can casually borrow the most advanced reconnaissance satellite. Vector silently complained.
Shang-Qian paid no mind to Vector's internal thoughts. He tapped the screen with satisfaction, admiring, I have to say, in terms of satellite signal transmission and image generation technology, Stark Industries is indeed leading the world. Domestically, we can't reach that level yet. As time slowly passed, reports from various frontline locations presented an optimistic outlook.
News from the rear indicated that the ground bombs had begun to be transported. Just as the weather which had previously predicted, the Russian military generously sponsored the joint forces with 5 high-yield ground bombs. Although these bombs were not the most advanced models, they were more than sufficient to deal with an unreinforced natural cave. Based on Shang-Qian's rough estimates, if used properly, these bombs had the potential to trigger a collapse of the mountain, completely burying the underground caves. These people really have inherited the Russians' brutal style to the fullest. They clearly have no intention of leaving any terrorists alive, Vector said as she walked over with a cup of coffee, handing it to Shang-Qian. This also provided her with an excuse to continue talking to him. Shang-Qian accepted the coffee but didn't drink it right away. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at Vector. You seem a bit nervous. This wasn't a question, but a definitive statement based on his observation of her. Vector was startled by his sudden remark, as if he had seen right through her thoughts, and an instinctive sense of guilt surged within her. I thought I wouldn't be nervous, Tian's team had prepared thoroughly. However, as time goes by, my worries have only intensified. I really didn't expect such a significant complication in this mission. You are still a newcomer to the Special Operations Team, this is your first official mission, so it's perfectly normal to feel nervous.
Shang-Qian took a sip of the coffee, immediately wrinkling his brow.
The supplies on the battlefield rarely tasted good, and this coffee was no exception. According to what field agents often say, if nothing unexpected happens during a mission, that's the most unexpected outcome. His vague attempt at comfort didn't have much of an impact on Vector, but it did spark new questions in her mind. What about you? You don't seem nervous at all. You're just a technical advisor, not a field operative, so you shouldn't have many opportunities to take on missions, right? Shang-Qian nodded noncommittally. Nervousness mainly stems from 2 aspects, facing the unknown and dealing with things beyond one's control. To summarize, it's essentially about confronting something that one lacks confidence in. Just like athletes facing strong opponents in competitions, or students facing exams, or soldiers facing chaotic battlefields. However, once you have a clear understanding of your psychological state, you can actively control your emotions, making negative feelings like nervousness difficult to affect you.
And don't underestimate me. Even though I'm just a technical advisor, I've seen my share of big scenes.
Shang-Qian smiled with a hint of pride. I was at the Statue of Liberty incident, witnessing the entire event firsthand.
The Statue of Liberty incident?
Vector thought for a moment and immediately recalled the significance of that term. It was indeed a major event that garnered worldwide attention at the turn of the millennium, where the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants clashed fiercely at the Statue of Liberty. The X-Men ultimately thwarted Magneto's terrorist plot, but the statue, a significant symbol of American history, was left in ruins, taking years to restore. However, considering the magnitude of the battle and the fact that the Statue of Liberty was a famous tourist attraction, there must have been tens of thousands of onlookers nearby.
Such so-called first-hand witnessing didn't seem particularly special, did it?
Just as Shang-Qian and Vector were chatting idly, the Weather Witch's urgent battlefield call suddenly came through. Shang-Qian, we have a situation. The 10 Commandments gang has launched a large-scale attack on our blockade. Blade, Vector, prepare yourselves. Shang-Qian's previously relaxed demeanor instantly turned serious.
Quick, report the details to me.
Vector looked at him nervously, and at that moment, she didn't realize that she had subconsciously come to view Shang-Qian as the commander of the operation. This unspoken acknowledgement came so naturally and inevitably. The communication earpiece crackled with the Weather Witch's clear and urgent voice. The 10 Commandments gang has appeared suddenly from the flank.
We don't know their exact numbers yet, but their firepower is extremely fierce.
The frontline Tajik forces that engaged them are starting to struggle and are establishing a second defensive line. Hearing this, Shang-Qian's mind was filled with questions.
The Tajik forces on the front line have an entire infantry battalion. How many people can the 10 Commandments gang have in the caves? Even if they all come out, can they muster a whole company? That's a regular battalion.
They've probably gotten too complacent, and the sudden appearance of the 10 Commandments gang coupled with their strong firepower suggests they were very well prepared for this operation. Those heavy weapons must have been hidden in the caves beforehand. There must be significant flaws in the intelligence related to this joint operation, the Weather Witch replied calmly, unaffected by the chaos among the allies.
Your suspicion is correct, that Hashimov is definitely problematic.
Without the help of influential local figures, the Ten Commandments gang wouldn't be able to operate so smoothly in the Kalia region or keep their intelligence so tightly sealed. While Xiangqian conversed with the Weather Witch, he picked up his tablet.
What do you plan to do? I need to help them stabilize the front line.
If this chaos expands, it will lead to massive casualties. We cannot stand by and do nothing. The Weather Witch said with a hint of apology. The situation is much worse than we anticipated, and I can't send too many people back to you. It's okay, I only need 2 assault teams, the command staff needs protection. Make sure to prioritize your own safety, help as much as you can, but don't risk your life to cover for the mistakes of the allies.
Don't worry about me, I'll handle it.
Xiangqian glanced at the screen of his tablet, slightly narrowing his eyes. He wasn't irritated by the disruption of plans, instead, he was intrigued as he monitored the latest movements of Hashimov's forces. 2 police armored vehicles and an infantry unit of at least 50 people suddenly left their defensive zone and advanced quickly toward the command center.
Xiangqian winked at Vector, teasing, looks like the unexpected in this mission is indeed much larger than we anticipated. If you're feeling nervous right now, I won't laugh at you.
Vector rolled her eyes, feeling increasingly frustrated with Xiangqian. This was hardly the first time today she had been exasperated by him, and her feelings of irritation only grew stronger. As Xiangqian received the battlefield report from the Weather Witch, chaos instantly erupted in the Joint Command Center, as if they had been struck by a sudden bomb. The main commanders urged their staff to run around frantically, hoarse voices ringing out as they gathered detailed information about the attacked front line, and an anxious atmosphere began to spread throughout the command center like a plague.
Xiangqian chose not to disturb the already agitated officers and quietly exited the tent with Vector.
In a hidden corner by the tent, they found Blade, who had also heard the news. There's a supply area behind us with good terrain. The stacked supplies can serve as excellent cover. We can set up a safe zone there. Blade's voice came through his tactical mask, sounding somewhat muffled. Xiangqian nodded slightly and then gestured to Vector, go contact your captain and have her bring the designated 2 squads back. Vector took a deep breath, then extended her hands and pushed forcefully into the air. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist materialized in the previously empty space. The mist rolled briefly before collapsing inward, the black gas flowing rapidly toward the center. When the mist fully collapsed into a single point, it exploded outward the next moment, revealing a spatial gateway enveloped by the swirling mist. Within less than 2 seconds of the gateway's appearance, the first figure stepped through, followed closely by 5 or 6 others. It turned out to be the reinforcement team designated by the Weather Witch, who had arrived successfully. Seeing Vector use her powers for the first time, Xiangqian couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, circling around the portal 2 or 3 times. Only when the portal disappeared did he stop, marveling, this is like a cheating tool. If you play tactical maneuvers, your team will be invincible, who could compete with you? Vector beamed with pride at Xiangqian's compliment, her face lighting up with the unique satisfaction of a young girl. However, before she could fully enjoy this moment, she heard Xiangqian continue, when you first awakened this superpower, did you ever think about robbing a bank? That would be far more exciting than being an agent. Vector nearly choked on her response, turning away in frustration and ignoring Xiangqian. Xiangqian, unfazed by Vector's annoyance, left instructions for the waiting team and turned back to re-enter the command center. The restless emotions had spread from the command tent, affecting many soldiers on guard who, although still unaware of the specific situation, were similarly influenced by the anxious atmosphere. An inexplicable tension was rapidly spreading throughout the camp at a visible pace. As Xiangqian stepped into the command center, he happened to see a major general with a rank insignia of brigadier general angrily berating his staff, attacks, another attack. I know the 1st Battalion was attacked, which was expected given they're on the front line. But tell me, why did the patrols on the perimeter also get attacked? Their patrol area is at least 4 kilometers away from the front line. How could they encounter an attack? Who attacked them? The staff officer, sprayed with the general's spittle, could hardly wipe it away, trembling as he replied, Report, General, we still don't know the specifics. The attacked patrol has lost communication with the command center. You mean to say they were all wiped out? They were all dead in less than a minute, without even having time to send a complete alert? Xiangqian quietly observed the enraged brigadier general. This general was the highest-ranking officer in the command center and the nominal commander of the joint forces.
He had been one of the most enthusiastic when welcoming Shang-Qian earlier, even though Shang-Qian hadn't even remembered his name. To hold a command position in such a multinational joint operation would undoubtedly enhance his resume significantly.
However, the sudden turmoil could potentially render all his previous efforts meaningless. General, perhaps I can help answer that question. Shang-Qian spoke with the air of a scheming antagonist who enjoys watching others stumble and using their misfortunes for personal gain. When I heard about the attack on the front line, for safety reasons, I deployed some special monitoring forces around the command center. It just so happens that these monitoring forces captured some very strange footage. Shang-Qian deliberately glossed over the monitoring forces issue and handed over his tablet. Take a look, this marching unit has been steadily advancing toward the command center since the attack occurred. Just 2 minutes ago, they seem to have engaged in a fierce battle with a small team of 3. Based on their uniforms, they appear to be from the Kalia Armed Police. I'd like to ask, did they receive any orders from you to come here? The Brigadier General's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the screen of the tablet.
Of course not. I didn't issue any orders for their mobilization.
They should be holding their positions in their own defense zone, prepared for more attacks.
Then, did the attacked patrol's route overlap with this police unit's marching path?
Shang-Qian pressed further. The general suddenly realized, his face turning crimson with anger as he shouted at the screen, "This is treason.
This is shameless rebellion.
General, they'll reach the command camp in 5 minutes.
Sound the alarm, immediately issue a warning order. All command guard troops enter combat status, everyone get back to your posts."
The general waved his arms vigorously, as if trying to herd a group of disobedient sheep, seemingly needing to display his resolve for battle. Having completed his warning task, Shang-Qian retracted the computer and quietly left the chaotic crowd, meeting up with Blade and the others outside the command center. At this moment, he noticed a group of seasoned veterans casually gathered in a circle, leisurely smoking, seemingly unaffected by the tense atmosphere in the camp. Vector was the first to see Shang-Qian. The girl's temperament was as unpredictable as the weather. She had been fuming just a moment ago, but now there was no sign of anger on her face.
"What's wrong? Is there any new situation?"
Vector asked with concern, observing the frown on Shang-Qian's face. The continuous changes in this mission were indeed putting pressure on her as a newcomer to the Special Operations team. Her question also drew the attention of the others present.
Shang-Qian shook his head. "There's no new situation at the moment, I'm just contemplating when Temujin's backup will appear. The 10 Commandments gang's attack is completely inconsistent with their usual behavior. For terrorists to engage in a war of attrition with an organized regular army is like lighting a lantern in a toilet looking for shit, looking for death. If Temujin dares to do this, he must have some other backing, we just don't know when he will make his move." Aside from the newcomer Vector, everyone else present was a seasoned combat veteran.
They nodded in silent agreement with Shang-Qian's speculation. Although the command center here was somewhat weaker than the front line, there was still at least a company of guard troops in the camp, all elite regular soldiers, holding an advantage in terms of manpower.
As long as they secured the camp, there shouldn't be any issues.
As for the front line where the Weather Witch was stationed, there was even less to worry about. The forces involved in the blockade task of the joint operation exceeded an entire battalion, with 3 infantry battalions forming a complete encirclement around the cave hiding the 10 Commandments gang, and an armored battalion stationed nearby as mobile forces. Although the infantry battalion that was attacked had been caught off guard, even without the Weather Witch's help, once the armored battalion from the rear arrived, they could still turn the tide, though casualties might be higher.
If Temujin hadn't arranged for backup, then his actions would be nothing short of self-destructive.
The battle began as anticipated, erupting at the scheduled time. The aggressive rebel police force advanced without any pretense, heading straight toward the camp along the road. Various light and heavy firepower rained down on the perimeter defenses of the guards like a torrential downpour, and the unprepared outer defenses were breached in an instant. This police force is quite formidable, their coordination between rapid and slow firepower and the design of their attack routes is exceptionally organized.
Are they really just police and not regular troops?
One of the members of the assault team, sent back by the Weather Witch, remarked in confusion as they watched the guard troops retreating in disarray, having to rely on the camp to rebuild their defenses.
Blade scoffed derisively, "Police? If these aren't the elite backbone of the 10 Commandments gang, then I might as well eat my computer." Shang-Qian shot him a disdainful glance. "You're dreaming. This computer is mine, if you want to eat something, go buy your own."
It seems the Korea armed police have been completely infiltrated by the Ten Commandments gang, that Hashimov must be deeply colluding with them, and it wouldn't be surprising if he himself is a member of the gang. Vector quickly shifted into the role of an intelligence analyst, as intelligence, logistics, and tactical support were part of her positioning in the special operations team. Fortunately, the situation on the battlefield did not continue to deteriorate. Although the joint forces had been somewhat complacent in their anti-terror efforts, they had still adhered to battlefield regulations when establishing the command center. Various cover and fortifications around the command center remained in good order. As long as the enemy lacked heavy armored units or covering firepower, it would be challenging for lightly equipped forces to breach the camp. This was also why Shang-Qian and Blade could still engage in banter.
Shang-Qian remained quietly observant, waiting for the next move from the Ten Commandments gang.
If he had previously only speculated that Temujin might have a backup plan, he now felt nearly certain. 50 elite soldiers capable of engaging regular troops in positional warfare and not being at a disadvantage was already a significant force for the Mandarin's organization. They wouldn't casually throw these men into the fray as cannon fodder. Shang-Qian did not have to wait long, as the first change on the battlefield came unexpectedly. 2 armored riot vehicles from the police force penetrated the guard troops' defenses like sharp nails, unhesitatingly driving into the line. The firing positions originally mounted on top for launching grenade launchers had now been replaced with heavy machine guns, and the large-caliber bullets poured down like rain upon the guard troops, instantly eliciting cries of anguish.
The guard troops immediately launched a fierce counterattack, rapidly concentrating fire from their secondary and tertiary positions.
The dense web of fire quickly enveloped the breach created by the armored vehicles. However, the 2 vehicles were merely police riot vehicles, facing the same caliber machine gun fire. Their thin armor was unable to withstand the assault. One of the vehicles was hit in the engine while attempting to reverse, emitting a couple of thuds as a large plume of black smoke billowed from the front. Moments later, a brilliant flame erupted from the front, and with a thunderous explosion, the vehicle's roof was blown off, transforming it into a massive fireball. The morale of the guard troops surged with this sudden development, and they let out excited howls, successfully pushing back the attacking momentum. However, before they could capitalize on this momentum and take down the other armored vehicle, 2 missiles descended with a piercing shriek from the sky, like the arrival of death, instantly obliterating the heavy machine gun position.
Javelin. Blade muttered darkly.
The trajectory of those 2 missiles was all too familiar, the renowned American-made Javelin anti-tank missiles. The appearance of the Javelins immediately dampened the spirits of the recently invigorated guard troops, and their counterattack was suppressed. To make matters worse, the heavy machine gun, which had not been able to take down the second armored vehicle, ceased its retreat and unleashed firepower without hesitation upon the guards. Meanwhile, there were no effective anti-armor weapons available in the camp. This was not due to the incompetence of the joint forces. After all, this was the command center, not a frontline combat unit. No one had anticipated that they would be attacked here, nor did they expect the attackers to possess armored vehicles. Logically, against a group of terrorists that usually hid and ran at the first opportunity, there was no need to employ heavy firepower. Initially, the Joint Command's operational plan only required infantry forces, and the armored battalion stationed in the second line was merely a show of the Tajik military's commitment to the operation. However, given the current situation, that armored battalion had become the key to turning the tide of battle for the command center.
Shang-Qian could hear the frantic shouts from within the tent for reinforcements for the armored battalion even from outside.
Just then, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the previously calm eastern side of the camp. Continuous explosions rang out in a nearly straight line from the outer perimeter to the edge of the camp, giving the impression that a cluster bomb had fallen there. However, everyone quickly realized their judgment was mistaken. There was no cluster bomb. A figure shot out like lightning from the explosive flames. The thunderous explosions and scorching flames seemed to have no effect on him. Large flames danced joyfully around him, chasing the guard troops behind their cover, yet never getting close to his body. Instead, they swirled in the air with his arm movements, accompanied by deafening explosions. Wherever the explosions occurred, the guard troops suffered heavy casualties, and the previously intact defensive positions were instantly breached. Behind the flames, a small team of more than 10 people surged in like tigers breaking free, scattering to carefully protect the arsonists' flanks, systematically eliminating and suppressing the guards' resistance with a combination of rapid and measured fire. Watching this incredible scene unfold, a familiar feeling surged within Shang-Qian. He recalled watching spectacular lion and dragon dance performances during the Lantern Festival as a child. the way this man manipulated the flames bore some resemblance to the performers handling the dragon's head.
The flickering firelight illuminated the newcomer's face, and with that brief glow, Xiangqian instantly recognized his identity.
This fiery and explosive figure was none other than his target for this mission, the legendary son of mandarins, Temujin.
Seeing the target finally appear, Xiangqian did not show excessive excitement. He lowered his body and calmly issued orders. Vector, return to the command center immediately and escort our civilian personnel to a safe zone. Team 2 will follow and provide protection. Team 1 will enter their positions and focus on fire suppression.
The commands were swiftly communicated, and the efficiency and decisiveness of the executors showcased the exceptional quality of the Special Operations Team. Vector's teleportation ability ensured the safety and efficiency of the retreat, and the members of the assault team were seasoned veterans who needed no guidance from Xiangqian on how to allocate firepower effectively. Once everyone was in position, Xiangqian revealed a teasing smile and said to the only one left, Blade, "So, I told you that staying here would let you witness such an incredible spectacle. Capturing Temujin is the only highlight of this mission, so don't mess it up for me." Temujin was the type that terror organizations favored immensely. He was brave, fearless, and fanatically radical, willing to charge into battle and serve as cannon fodder. His actions, bursting through the guards' defenses like a force of fire and explosion, completely aligned with the psychological profiling results conducted by the Spear Bureau. This young core member of the terrorist group seemed to crave some form of validation, consistently eager to showcase his enthusiasm and fervor. Often, his actions were more radical and reckless than those of his comrades. However, the reports had not mentioned Temujin's ability to manipulate fire and create explosions. After Blade engaged Temujin with his ally combat knife, it became clear to Xiangqian in just 2 or 3 exchanges that the intelligence reports were not flawed. Temujin's ability to control fire was not innate but rather dependent on external forces. The flames swirling in the air seemed to follow Temujin's right hand, responding to his movements, and the strangely shaped red gemstone ring on his right index finger was particularly noticeable. 10 Commandments, Xiangqian muttered to himself, suddenly recalling relevant information about the 10 Commandments. As the one actively participating in the fight, Blade had a deeper understanding than Xiangqian, who was merely an observer. He not only noticed that Temujin relied on the ring to manipulate the fire but also sensed that Temujin was not yet proficient in using the ring. Whenever Temujin needed to divert his attention to block Blade's attacks, the flames would slow down, sometimes even dissipating entirely. Furthermore, Temujin seemed unable to create explosions at will. He appeared to need a few seconds to concentrate before triggering an explosion. Blade did not squander his reputation as an all-around elite soldier. Once he discovered Temujin's weakness, he seized it and transformed it into the key to victory. Thus, after only 3 to 5 exchanges, Temujin felt increasingly challenged. The opponent wielding 2 cold weapons was adept at avoiding attacks from fire and explosions while effectively exploiting the blind spots created by the ring on his right hand. Temujin realized he was in trouble. The ring on his right hand indeed held great power, but he could not wield it freely. Each time he launched flames or created explosions, he needed to focus his attention to ensure both success and power. However, his opponent's dual alloy knives ignored the effects of explosions and the intense heat of flames, consistently disrupting his attempts to concentrate with every attack. His rhythm of offense and defense was gradually unraveling. At the same time, while Xiangqian was observing the scene, he suddenly heard someone running toward him from behind. Turning around, he found that Vector had returned.
"Why are you back again?"
Xiangqian furrowed his brow slightly, somewhat displeased. Even though he wasn't a soldier, he didn't like people who disobeyed orders on the battlefield. Vector, panting and holding a Type 06 pistol, replied, "The civilian personnel have been safely evacuated, so I came back to help." Xiangqian glanced down and noticed that her grip on the gun was so tight that her knuckles were turning pale, indicating her nervousness. He sighed and gently covered the barrel with his palm. "You shouldn't use the gun right now. In your current state, your comrades would be the ones feeling more anxious." Vector felt the gun being taken from her, and before she could react, she sensed a large hand reaching for her waist. As she let out a surprised cry, the 2 rows of spare magazines on her tactical belt were swiftly taken away. The new recruit felt both angry and embarrassed, her face turning red as she mentally cursed, "Is this guy a former thief or something? He's so quick at grabbing things." The Type 06 pistol was a low-velocity firearm, and the sound it made was much quieter than that of standard military pistols. Vector only heard a few quick pops as Xiangqian emptied half the magazine in mere seconds. After the gunfire, 3 armed militants over 20 meters away were killed with consecutive headshots, leaving Vector dumbfounded.
After emptying the magazine, Xiangqian crouched down to reload while deliberately asking with a puzzled expression, "What were you just saying to me?" I was saying that acting cool might get you struck by lightning, do you believe it?"
Vector thought frantically, blushing furiously. Suddenly, an urgent alert from a teammate crackled through their earpieces. 10 o'clock from the command center, enemy javelin positions.
"Xiangqian, they've noticed you." Xiangqian leaned out to see 2 armed militants carrying javelins aiming their launchers at his position, with 2 missiles soaring into the sky, leaving clear trails behind them.
Xiangqian's heart raced, and he instinctively reached for a large metal ring in his pocket. Just then, he heard Vector's clear voice, "I'll handle this." Vector half-squatted, slightly arching her back. This was an instinctive position of concentration as she reached out her hands toward the missiles that were just reaching their peak and about to change direction. 2 portals suddenly appeared, wrapped in black mist, perfectly positioned in the path of the missiles. The 2 missiles whooshed into the portals, while the other ends of the portals opened directly above the javelin launch positions. Thus, the 2 militants operating the javelins had no time to comprehend the fate of their missiles before they were blown into the air with 2 thunderous booms. Xiangqian nonchalantly returned the ring to his pocket and pretended to praise, "Quite impressive, you'll definitely make an excellent field agent, just don't use a gun in the future." In the field of firearms shooting, Xiangqian indeed has enough qualifications to mock Temujin. Holding a Type 06 pistol, Xiangqian's shooting skills are no less than those of elite marksmen in the army, and he can even consciously blend into the shooting rhythm of others. The assault team members scattered at different firing points, relying on the tacit understanding formed through long-term cooperation, methodically controlled their respective shooting rhythms. They built a tight crossfire net beside the sword, effectively suppressing the more than 10 armed men behind Temujin, allowing the sword to devote himself fully to the battle with Temujin without any worries. Soon, they were pleasantly surprised to find that this relatively strange temporary partner, Xiangqian, could cooperate with them so seamlessly. Xiangqian's shooting speed wasn't particularly fast. A small pistol simply couldn't compete with the firepower of over a dozen automatic rifles. However, he always managed to skillfully use his teammates' firepower to create shooting opportunities for himself, and each shot was precisely timed to coincide with gaps in his side's fire. Whenever a certain firing point on their side needed to pause for a reload, leading the opposing enemy to mistakenly believe there was an opportunity, those armed men who popped their heads up would always hear 2 crisp gunshots, followed by expressions of disbelief and a dying gasp as they fell to the ground. To outsiders, it seemed as though these armed men were deliberately exposing themselves to Xiangqian's gun. The sound of did gunfire continued intermittently for 2 minutes, completely eliminating the more than 10 armed men who had followed Temujin into the depths of the camp, with more than half of them falling to Xiangqian's 2-round shots. It wasn't until he confirmed that all the enemies were down that the last spare magazine in Xiangqian's hand was still not used up. Vector, who witnessed Xiangqian's miraculous marksmanship, was filled with admiration and longing. After taking care of more than 10 armed men, the eastern side of the camp finally returned to calm. The remaining soldiers of the guard force quickly moved forward to seize the position, blocking the gap in the defense line while also trapping Temujin firmly in the depths of the camp. The small number of troops led by Temujin had originally planned to carry out a decapitation operation by creating a diversion, but unexpectedly, they crashed into the solid defenses of the Spear Bureau's special forces, making what they thought was a clever plan seem like a huge joke. Worse still, Temujin himself found himself in a situation of isolation and difficulty in exerting his abilities. Even if the warriors of the 10 Commandments gang were brave and fearless, they still appeared vulnerable when facing an elite special forces team trained by a world power. Xiangqian slowly turned his gun towards Temujin, who was still fighting fiercely with the sword, but after hesitating for a moment, he helplessly lowered his arm. "Brothers, didn't we agree earlier that taking care of Temujin is our Major Jiandao's solo show? Everyone, don't steal the spotlight," Xiangqian said with a smile in the communication channel. "Sword, we've already finished being the cheerleaders on the side. What's going on with you, the main act? It's been half a day, and you still can't take him down? If you can't do it, just say so. Asking for help from the teammates outside isn't embarrassing." The sword remained silent, but his movements clearly indicated that he was speeding up his attack. Laughter erupted in the communication channel, barely contained. "Looks like it's quite lively, but it turns out to be all show. You didn't learn your knife skills from a street performer, did you?" Not long after, Xiangqian began to chatter again. "I think you should stop pursuing this special forces job. Tell your captain you want to quit." In light of your captain's face, I'll help you find a martial arts team. With your flashy knife skills, you could at least bring home a trophy in the national competition. The sword remained silent while the laughter in the communication channel grew increasingly pronounced, almost bursting at the seams. Vector, suppressing a laugh, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiang Qian. What kind of person has such an infuriating mouth? She thought that if she were in the sword's position, she would have been so furious by now she might have spat blood. Vector said seriously to Xiang Qian, I think you're still alive because everyone respects the law. Laughter erupted in the communication channel once more, and even Vector couldn't hold it in, eventually turning away to laugh out loud. Amidst the laughter, an unexpected incident occurred. Temujin, who had been grappling fiercely with the sword, suddenly retreated, creating distance between them. Just as the sword was preparing to pursue, he suddenly waved his hand, triggering a series of small explosions between them. This was an extremely dangerous move. Close-range explosions would not only hinder the sword's pursuit but could also harm Temujin himself. However, at this moment, Temujin could no longer afford to care about that. His followers had been completely wiped out in an instant, and he was left entangled with the sword, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. If he didn't find a way to leave, he would never escape, but the escape route had to be chosen wisely. Going back was impossible. The guards had sealed off the breach, and the opponent wielding dual knives was tightly entangled with him. Retreating would undoubtedly put him in a position of being attacked from both sides. Heading west to join the still-fighting allies was also unrealistic. That would require crossing the entire defensive position of the guards, which could result in concentrated fire, and he would also face the sword's pursuit. He looked around and found that the weakest point was in the direction of the man and woman who were laughing and talking. Faced with a small pistol and an unarmed woman was much safer than facing dozens of semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons. More importantly, these two were less than 10 meters away, seemingly distracted in conversation. If he could rush over and overlap their positions, the others would have difficulty firing without hesitation. In just a few seconds, Temujin quickly figured all this out and immediately took action. The explosions had pushed the sword back, giving him a precious opportunity that was fleeting, leaving no room for delay. Although the shockwave from the explosion made his chest feel tight, he seized the moment of the sword's retreat and charged towards Xiang Qian. In his view, the opponents were indeed distracted and should not have time to shoot. He decided to take this gamble. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps, they indeed didn't have time to shoot. A surge of joy welled up in Temujin's heart as he shouted and swung his fist at Xiang Qian. Having just triggered a series of explosions, he couldn't immediately activate the ring's abilities again, but he had complete confidence in his combat skills. After all, a martial arts master wouldn't easily appear, right? As Temujin's mind raced, he suddenly noticed that the young man holding the pistol had revealed a strange smile. Years of battle experience instinctively alerted Temujin to something amiss, but everything happened in the blink of an eye, and he had no time to react further. He saw that the young man's gun-holding hand was still lowered but slightly turned to the side, his shoulder dropping slightly as he bumped into him with even greater speed. The combination of the charge and the punch created a massive opening in front of Temujin. Xiang Qian's side collision landed squarely on Temujin's chest. 8th Extreme Fist, Taizhan Kao. This strike was something Xiang Qian had long planned. As soon as he started mocking the sword, he had been preparing for this moment. He had to ensure he could capture Temujin alive. Xiang Qian had no doubt that the sword could defeat Temujin, but he wasn't sure if the sword could successfully capture him alive. The psychological profiling team's analysis of Temujin included not only remarks about his radicalism and recklessness but also noted that this person had a pathological sense of honor. Faced with despair, he might choose to commit suicide to avoid capture. Xiang Qian had to crush Temujin's will to resist while he still held a glimmer of hope and completely strip him of the ability to commit suicide. The move Taizhan Kao had a remarkable effect, sending Temujin crashing backward, his body tracing an arc in the air. Seeing this, Xiang Qian showed no mercy, pushing off the ground and darting toward Temujin like an arrow, arriving right in front of him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Temujin fully understood that he was in a desperate situation with no chance of escape left. The force of the Taizhan Kao was so great that it had nearly shattered most of his ribs. Now, even a gentle breath caused him intense pain, clearly indicating severe damage to his lungs. He could feel his strength rapidly draining away, and even lightly swinging his arm had become extremely difficult. He knew that if he fell, he would be at the mercy of his enemies. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last bit of his willpower and activated the ring on his hand. "Let's die together!" Temujin let out a piercing roar. The ring, embedded with a fiery red gemstone, instantly emitted a blinding light. A terrifying power rapidly coalesced within it, which then transformed into searing flames, violently erupting from the gemstone. In the final moments of his life, Temujin relinquished control over the flames, pouring all his mental strength into amplifying their power. While this extreme action maximized the destructive force of the flames, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire, it also meant that the uncontrollable flames would consume him as well. As predicted by the psychological profiling team of the Spear Bureau, Temujin indeed chose to go down with the enemy at the last moment of facing defeat. Just as the flames erupted, S.H.I.E.L.D leaped forward like lightning. His left hand shot out like a bolt, fingers spread like eagle claws, tightly wrapping around Temujin's right hand while also enclosing the surging flames in his palm. Amid Vector's terrified screams, an even brighter golden light suddenly burst forth from beneath S.H.I.E.L.D's left hand, illuminating it completely. The flames spewing from the ring were firmly contained by the golden light, like a trapped beast in a cage, rolling and crashing but never able to break free from the golden aura. What happens when violent combustion occurs in a confined space? This is a physics question that even middle school students can easily answer. Almost in the next instant, the light in the center of S.H.I.E.L.D's left palm surged again, erupting with a deafening roar. The tremendous sound forced everyone nearby to instinctively raise their hands to shield their faces, as if that could protect them from the imagined blast wave. However, surprisingly, apart from a gust of wind, they felt no other signs. No shockwave, no intense heat, it was as if that loud noise was merely an empty show of force. Vector, puzzled, lowered her arms and peeked over. She saw S.H.I.E.L.D still standing steadily in place, his left hand extended straight out, with a swirling flame in his palm. The blinding light from the extreme heat was alarming, but it could not break through the golden light's cover. As the flames weakened, the fire gradually dimmed, shifting from white-hot to blue, then from blue to red. The mass of flames was also shrinking. Eventually, the fire light faded away, completely obscured by the golden glow. Under the golden light, S.H.I.E.L.D stood tall like a deity. What was once a violent explosion quietly vanished, as if it had never happened. But Vector knew this was just an illusion, for the tragic sight of Temujin lying a few steps away clearly proved that an explosion had indeed occurred. The front of his clothes was torn to shreds, blackened with marks from the explosion, and his hair and eyebrows were mostly burnt off, charred and unsightly from the flames. Worst of all was his right hand. The palm was completely missing, along with half of his forearm, the severed end charred by high temperatures, which inadvertently stemmed the bleeding from the wound. Though S.H.I.E.L.D successfully suppressed the explosion, the flames had originated from the ring on Temujin's hand, and the shockwave directly affected Temujin's hand. A portion of the shockwave and high temperature traveled up his arm, delivering further severe damage to the front of Temujin's body. If S.H.I.E.L.D's Taizhan Cow had only broken half of Temujin's ribs, then after this explosion, it was likely that very few of Temujin's bones remained intact, yet he was still alive. S.H.I.E.L.D looked down at the collapsed Temujin with a cold smile, the golden light in his left hand gradually dissipating. He gently rubbed his fingers together, and clouds of black ash fell from between his fingers. This ash came from Temujin's missing right hand, where flesh and bone had been reduced to charcoal by the intense heat, disintegrating into dust with S.H.I.E.L.D's movements. In the end, only a strangely shaped ring lay quietly in S.H.I.E.L.D's palm. The intense explosion had left some gray-black marks on the ring's surface but had caused no damage to it at all. S.H.I.E.L.D lightly shook his hand, holding the ring between his fingers and deftly fiddling with it. Sure enough, it's the treasure of the 10 Commandments, gang. Falling into the hands of someone like you is truly a waste. S.H.I.E.L.D's disdainful gaze reignited the flames of anger in the barely conscious Temujin. The look of resentment shone in his once dazed eyes, as if he wanted to swallow S.H.I.E.L.D whole. However, at this moment, Temujin's entire body was severely fractured, akin to being paralyzed from the waist down. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D had meticulously planned, he had even lost the ability to commit suicide. S.H.I.E.L.D did not let Temujin off easily. He intended not only to strip him of his resistance but to shatter his will completely. Pinching the ring between his thumb and index finger, he slightly focused his mind, causing the gemstone on the ring to obediently emit a glow. A flame erupted once more, swirling above the ring and forming a round fireball, rapidly rotating with a whooshing sound. The flames from the ring continuously poured into the fireball, but instead of growing larger as everyone expected, the fireball began to shrink. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the fireball became smaller and brighter until it condensed into a white-hot point the size of a fingertip. With a sweep of S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze, the point shot out in the direction he looked, accurately hitting an armored vehicle still engaged in fierce combat with the guards to the west. The light point flickered at the front of the armored vehicle, and before anyone could react, a loud boom echoed as the vehicle was blown apart, the intense flames erupting from within, instantly transforming the armored vehicle into a massive fireball. The burning flames emitted terrifying heat, and parts of the burning wreckage began to melt within seconds. Xiang Qian's understated display made it clear to everyone that his control over the ring far surpassed that of its original owner, Temujin. However, Xiang Qian's performance did not stop there. Flames continued to erupt from the ring, but this time he did not concentrate them. Instead, he casually hurled the fireball toward the armed forces' defense line. What he threw was not a single fireball but a continuous barrage, resembling a dense meteor shower, recklessly splattering across the armed forces' positions.
Temujin's face turned ashen.
Compared to the struggle he had when using the ring earlier, Xiang Qian's performance seemed effortless.
Whether in combat skills or mental strength, the gap between the two was glaringly obvious.
Xiang Qian ignored the wailing armed forces and the allies, who were still stunned but took the opportunity to kick a man when he was down. He slowly walked over to Temujin, squatting down, shaking the ring in his hand, and maintaining a half-smile as he locked eyes with him.
"Mandarin entrusted you with his most precious treasure. It seems you really are his favorite son."
There was a hint of flippancy in Xiang Qian's tone, but his cold gaze revealed an irreconcilable hatred.
"Now, tell uncle where your daddy went." Xiang Qian's provocative questioning was undoubtedly a naked humiliation for Temujin, who responded with an incredibly sinister glare. Once a formidable presence upon his arrival, Temujin now resembled a fish ready for slaughter on the chopping block, expressing his emotions solely through his angry and defiant eyes. Xiang Qian fully understood the meaning conveyed in Temujin's gaze, so he slowly withdrew the gemstone ring and then extended his handgun, firmly pressing the muzzle against Temujin's left knee. "Still unwilling to speak?"
Xiang Qian's tone remained calm, as natural as greeting a familiar neighbor, while Temujin contemptuously rolled his eyes, dismissing the pressure.
Bang!
With the sound of the gunshot, Xiang Qian maintained his unchanged calm expression and pulled the trigger. The bullet instantly penetrated from the inner side of Temujin's left knee to the outer side, leaving 2 gruesome blood holes. Searing pain coursed through Temujin's body like electric currents, and he let out a low roar of anger, his eyes that had once bulged wide now squinting slightly from the agony, unable to roll back the defiant whites. Xiang Qian sighed lightly, as if genuinely regretting Temujin's predicament, then casually moved the gun to his right knee. "I just forgot to mention this in advance. After all, it's my first time doing something like this, and it's inevitable that there would be oversights. I've done quite a bit of research on human anatomy, and that shot just now hit your knee cartilage perfectly." Xiang Qian spoke as if he were an experienced doctor delivering a diagnosis. "I can assure you that the bullet's penetration angle has shattered the entire joint cartilage. This kind of damage is irreversible. Every time you exert force on your left leg, your kneecap will hurt like it's being stabbed by needles. While you won't be completely unable to walk, you'll need to rely on a cane for the rest of your life. However, I have some good news to share with you." Xiang Qian continued coaxingly, the Type 06 pistol in his hand seemingly serving as the best evidence.
"Using one cane is certainly much better than needing two, wouldn't you agree?" "Still unwilling to speak?" Xiang Qian locked eyes with Temujin, effortlessly receiving the fierce burning anger and resolute resistance reflected in them. Bang! Another shot rang out. This time, Temujin exhibited incredible toughness. Despite the excruciating pain, he didn't cry out in agony again but instead fixed a fierce glare on Xiang Qian, his eyes ablaze with rage as if they could consume him. Xiang Qian nodded nonchalantly, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. "You really are a tough guy. How about we conduct another experiment? I want to see how much you're willing to sacrifice for your father. What do you think?" As he spoke, he slowly raised the gun, pressing it against Temujin's neck. "Let me tell you what will happen next, Mr. Tough Guy." The recently fired muzzle still radiated heat, leaving a clear burn mark on Temujin's neck. The bullet fired from this angle will cleverly avoid all the major blood vessels in your neck, then gently graze your cervical vertebrae and penetrate through your neck. Xiang Qian spoke as if he were a calm surgeon discussing a preoperative procedure. "The injury won't be life-threatening, but a small vertebra will be knocked out. The better outcome is that your neck will be fixed at a crooked angle, and you might occasionally drool unconsciously due to muscle numbness. Of course, the worst scenario is that the bullet accidentally deviates from its intended trajectory and injures your cervical vertebrae too much, resulting in quadriplegia. However, here's the good news: regardless of the severity of the injury, it won't affect your thinking or memory, meaning we can continue to interrogate you. Now, it's your turn to really consider how far you can go for your father. Xiang Qian's smile grew more pronounced, the cold-bloodedness seeping from the depths of his heart becoming increasingly apparent.
His actions at that moment were half to extract information and half pure torment. No one dared to step forward to stop Xiang Qian. The communication channel fell into a long silence. Vector, who witnessed everything firsthand, was almost frozen in fear. She understood Xiang Qian's sharp tongue and, with her unique female sensitivity, vaguely sensed the detachment and coldness he harbored deep inside. However, the cruelty and cold-bloodedness he displayed at that moment terrified her enough to take 2 steps back, unable to meet his gaze directly. Just when everyone thought Xiang Qian would pull the trigger for the final shot, the sword strode over.
That's enough.
He raised his sword high and struck Temujin on the side of the head, knocking him unconscious.
Jian Dao. Xiang Qian, interrupted, straightened his body abruptly, a flash of anger crossing his eyes as he glared at Jian Dao. Jian Dao met Xiang Qian's gaze fearlessly.
The man has already been captured by us. From now on, professionals will interrogate him, not you, and certainly not now.
After Jian Dao spoke, he calmly observed Xiang Qian, refusing to budge. Xiang Qian fell silent, but the anger in his heart seemed to gradually dissipate.
He realized that his interrogation of Temujin had already crossed the line in the eyes of others. To them, he appeared almost completely consumed by rage, destroying Temujin's reason while also pushing his own sanity to the brink. Jian Dao's words acted like a cold splash of water on him, bringing him back to his senses.
No matter how much dissatisfaction or argument he had with Jian Dao before, he wouldn't respond to Jian Dao's sincerity and kindness with his usual sharp tongue.
Xiang Qian silently turned away, distancing himself from the now unconscious Temujin. He did not explain his actions because he understood that Jian Dao's intention was to help him. Vector watched as Xiang Qian voluntarily retreated, feeling a surge of admiration for Jian Dao. It was the first time she had seen someone manage to suppress this prickly man verbally. Uncertain if it was the astonished expression on Vector's face or for some other reason, Xiang Qian glanced at her, signaling her to remain silent, and casually tossed her a Type 06 pistol. Vector was startled and quickly caught the gun. She inwardly muttered, the gun's still hot from firing, this guy is such a jerk.
Moreover, the gun that hadn't been cleared could easily misfire, what a jerk.
Instinctively, she tried to eject the bullet, but to her surprise, upon opening it, the chamber was empty. The 2 shots fired at Temujin's knee had completely emptied the magazine. Vector stared blankly at Xiang Qian's back, pondering whether this was pure coincidence or if he had done it on purpose. Xiang Qian found a corner that wasn't in the way and sat down with a lazy expression on his face, his body language slack and relaxed. For various reasons, Jian Dao and Vector chose not to disturb him, allowing him to sit quietly while his gaze scanned the soldiers moving back and forth in the camp. Xiang Qian's meteor shower had completely altered the battlefield. Most of the armed men who had been locked in a fierce fight with the guards were now dead, and the few remaining had largely chosen to surrender. Only a small number had managed to slip away in the chaos, fleeing into the distance. At the end of the road, the low, powerful rumble of engines could be heard. The armored reinforcements had arrived on the battlefield. As the situation gradually stabilized, the soldiers in the camp began to relax. Many appeared listless, a common reaction following the drop in adrenaline after intense combat. With the cooperation of the armored units, the command post dispatched some troops to pursue the fleeing armed men. It was easy to imagine that the portion of the Kalia police force remaining in the area would soon be disarmed under the supervision of the armored units, as a large-scale cleansing operation was about to commence. Following the political traditions of the Russian sphere, such cleansing operations would undoubtedly be brutal and bloody. However, none of this concerned Xiang Qian. Although he felt some regret for not extracting information about Mandarin from Temujin, he didn't let it affect him too negatively. The complete psychological profile report on Temujin was saved on Xiang Qian's memory planet. The pathological sense of honor possessed by this terrorist was indeed deeply rooted, and his last-minute detonation of the ring proved that he would never easily compromise. Thus, Xiang Qian had long been psychologically prepared for the failure of his interrogation. But still, it's a bit unsatisfying. Xiang Qian silently muttered to himself. Temujin was the only son of Mandarin known from intelligence, and this lead was the closest to Mandarin in over a decade. How could he return empty-handed like this? Xiang Qian opened his palm, his gaze falling on another prize from this mission, the ruby ring seized from Temujin. The ring had a peculiar design, clearly not intended for aesthetic appeal. The central ruby was capsule-shaped and flickered with fiery red light.
Upon closer inspection, these fiery glimmers were actually fine flames continuously flowing within the gem.
Under Xiang Qian's gaze, the ring suddenly began to tremble, and he sensed the flames at its center accelerating rapidly. Instinctively, he pinched the ring's band with his fingers. The trembling intensified, and the high frequency blurred his vision, transforming the ruby on the ring into a red phantom. A tremendous force pulled at the ring, as if it were about to soar into the sky, yet it remained firmly pinched between Xiang Qian's fingertips. Feeling the power emanating from the ring, Xiang Qian's eyes brightened. He knew that someone was remotely controlling this ring. Over time, he also sensed a hint of anxiety emanating from the gem.
Xiang Qian expertly sank his consciousness into the depths of the gem.
Previously, he had only skimmed the surface with his mental powers, but now he understood that more secrets lay hidden within. His mental energy wrapped around his intention and traversed through the gem.
To the outside world, this capsule-sized gem appeared as an endless void in the realm of spiritual dimensions.
Those fine flames became thick and heavy, surging and casting a sense of overwhelming destruction. Wherever Xiang Qian's mental energy reached, particularly at the inner wall of the gem, complex energy lines emerged in large swathes. A brief glance allowed him to surmise that these energy lines outlined a special energy generation field.
However, the manner in which these lines operated was completely different from Earth's scientific system, something far beyond his current understanding.
These lines were not what Xiang Qian was focused on. From the moment his mental energy delved into the gem, a faint voice echoed in his ears, "Come back, come back." Initially vague, the voice grew clearer as Xiang Qian ventured deeper, ultimately resonating like a thunderous bell within the space of the gem. At the source of the voice, Xiang Qian encountered his target. A tall man with long hair, a broad face, and dressed in a Tang-style robe hovered in the air, staring intently at the suddenly appearing Xiang Qian with a solemn expression and a fierce glint in his eyes. Xiang Qian carefully observed the man in front of him. He appeared to be a relatively young middle-aged individual, bearing distinct East Asian features but with the contours of a plateau ethnic group. According to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau's data, he was of mixed heritage. The few streaks of white in his long hair seemed to suggest that his true age was much older than his appearance indicated.
Xiang Qian stared blankly at him, as if questioning yet confirming, "Mandarin? Are you the one who took my ring?"
Mandarin questioned, his voice echoing with a heavy resonance.
A glint of ferocity flashed in Xiang Qian's eyes, akin to a predator spotting prey.
He coldly laughed, "Not just your ring, but also your son. If you want them back, come and take them yourself."
"Arrogant!"
Mandarin roared, and the flames that had been slowly flowing around him surged violently, pressing towards Xiang Qian like a tidal wave.
Xiang Qian scoffed disdainfully, casually glancing at the roiling flames, which instantly rolled back. Mandarin was taken aback, hastily pushing his hands outward. Colors flickered between his seemingly empty fingers, desperately blocking the returning flames. Xiang Qian scrutinized the strange glow between Mandarin's fingers and coldly remarked, "Those are your other 9 rings?" Mandarin did not respond but looked at Xiang Qian with astonishment.
This was a situation he had never encountered, battling with mental energy within rings he had controlled for years, and finding himself at a disadvantage.
Judging by Xiang Qian's nonchalant demeanor, it was clear he hadn't even exerted his full effort.
"I've been searching for you for over a decade, and today is finally our first meeting, though not in person." Xiang Qian said solemnly, "Your appearance is not what I imagined. I thought someone like you, who hides and never shows your true face, would look more sinister."
The old saying holds true, judging a person by their appearance can lead to mistakes.
A villain's face does not necessarily match their ugly heart.
"Arrogant brat!"
Mandarin shouted, his booming voice deafening, displaying the pride and might of an elder in the martial world, yet it did not sway Xiang Qian in the slightest. The absolute advantage and power gave Xiang Qian unwavering confidence, allowing him to face Mandarin with composure. While in the physical world, he still had a considerable gap compared to the strongest combatants, like the close combat beast Wolverine, who posed a lethal threat to him. In the realms of spirit and soul, Xiang Qian stood at the pinnacle. Both Kunlun's elder and the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj could attest to this.
What does being arrogant matter? Just as Xiang Qian finished speaking, the flames around Mandarin surged upward, compressing his safe space. Enraged, Mandarin was beside himself. Having lived for over 100 years, he had only faced defeat once when confronting the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, forced to retreat from Central Asia. He never expected to be bullied by a young man today.
As anger consumed him, just when he was about to fight back, he suddenly met Xiang Qian's seemingly mocking gaze, causing his heart to chill. Those two gazes were profound and distant, as if capable of penetrating all disguises, transcending the barriers of time and space to strike at the essence.
Mandarin instantly realized Xiang Qian's intentions. He could no longer afford to counterattack.
Instead, he shouted, actively retracting the powers of the other 9 rings, allowing the flames to engulf him entirely.
Before Xiang Qian could react, Mandarin's figure completely vanished into the flames.
Simultaneously, in a distant and unknown location, Mandarin's true self, half reclining in an armchair, seemed to awaken from a nightmare, screaming as he sat bolt upright. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling the grogginess from the spiritual injury, and couldn't help but silently rejoice. That was close, this kid is truly cunning.
On the other side, Xiang Qian's mental intention was abruptly pulled out of the gem space.
Just one step away from locating Mandarin, he shouted in frustration at the now calm ring. The human spirit, soul, and body are tightly interconnected.
When Mandarin activated the mental imprint left in the ring, attempting to reclaim it, he effectively gave Xiang Qian a clear signal.
Following the fluctuations of mental energy, Xiang Qian, with overwhelming advantage, felt confident he could find Mandarin's current location.
Unfortunately, Mandarin's vigilance saved his life at a crucial moment.
Xiang Qian had to admire Mandarin's cunning. He had decisively cut off his connection with the ring, sacrificing his spiritual well-being and easily abandoning this precious ring. Xiang Qian's shout drew Vector's attention. The girl had not taken her eyes off him, and she walked over with some concern.
"Xiang Qian. I'm fine,"
Xiang Qian said, emotionlessly retracting the ring and picking up a tablet to begin sketching.
The spiritual confrontation in the gem space was something outsiders could not comprehend.
Vector observed the rapid changes in Xiang Qian's expression and felt he didn't look fine at all. Uncertain of what to say, she glanced back at Jiandao, who stood at a distance, looking over but showing no intention of coming closer. At that moment, Vector deeply missed her captain, thinking perhaps only he could handle this unpredictable man.
Xiang Qian was oblivious to Vector's thoughts, fully immersed in his drawing.
The computer's graphics system was sophisticated, and with simple line sketches and intelligent color assistance, a character portrait quickly took shape on the screen.
"Vector, I remember the Spear Bureau never found reliable visual materials of Mandarin, right?" Xiang Qian's words jolted the contemplative Vector back to reality. Vector nodded blankly, not understanding why Xiang Qian suddenly brought this up.
As a key focus for the Spear Bureau, Mandarin's movements had always been mysterious. The Spear Bureau had battled him for over half a century, inflicting heavy blows on the 10 Commandments gang, yet they had only ever heard his voice without seeing him in person. Even the descriptions of his appearance had come from a few captured or surrendered members of the 10 Commandments gang, and those descriptions varied greatly, making it a considerable failure for the Spear Bureau. "We only have a few simulated images, and we don't know which one is credible." After 6 hours of intense combat, Xiang Qian boarded the plane back to his home country. Initially, he had taken a military transport plane to save time and bypass many aviation control procedures. However, when it was time to return, he found himself in no rush. He didn't want to experience the dreadful transport plane journey again. He would rather wait an extra 2 hours for his private jet to arrive. According to Xiang Qian's own wishes, he didn't actually want to return home this early. Temujin had been captured, and although it was the Spear Bureau that apprehended him, this was on Tajikistan's territory, necessitating a transfer process. After all, the Spear Bureau wasn't like S.H.I.E.L.D across the Pacific or the CIA. They valued propriety and order, never resorting to brazen acts. Xiang Qian originally planned to wait until the transfer process was fully completed before heading back, but the weather which firmly sent him onto the plane. "I will personally oversee Temujin's matter. No matter what, I will bring him back," the weather witch asserted, not giving Xiang Qian a chance to refute her. "You need to hurry back. Your participation in the battle here is already known back home. The director is even too afraid to answer calls now. If you don't go back soon, he might just jump off a building." Xiang Qian wanted to tease her, thinking that with the director's temperament, if he really intended to jump, he would probably have a safety net prepared at the bottom. But after hesitating, he ultimately refrained from talking back and obediently boarded the plane. At least regarding Temujin and Mandarin, he could trust the weather witch's commitment. Also returning was Vector, who was responsible for intelligence analysis in the Special Operations team. She needed to write the preliminary mission report upon returning. Additionally, there were a few Special Operations team members who had sustained minor injuries during the battle. The two team members involved in the operation at the command post, including Jiandao and Vector, were unscathed, and even the administrative and intelligence personnel had been well protected. However, several special operations members who accompanied the Weather Witch to support their allies were injured while rescuing others, fortunately without anyone seriously hurt. The cabin was silent, with the injured team members, though brave and valiant on the battlefield, feeling awkward as this was their first time aboard a private plane. Upon seeing the understated luxury of the cabin, they felt like country bumpkins in the city. When several sweet and charming flight attendants walked by with food and drinks, the group of men shrank back, feeling uncomfortable. Their pitiful demeanor made Vector, the only female passenger and comrade, roll her eyes in exasperation. Xiang Qian reclined on a sofa in the small bar, closing his eyes and pretending to rest. At that moment, as he shut his eyes, his mind once again merged into the vast universe within his thoughts. This time, he did not absorb energy or visit the memory planet. Instead, he found himself in an asteroid belt. This belt slowly revolved around a red dwarf star, with asteroids of various shapes and colors, their elemental compositions clearly differing. Xiang Qian scanned the entire asteroid belt, silently screening his options, and ultimately chose a small asteroid with a crystalline sheen to descend upon. Soon, driven by his intention, the surface of the asteroid began to tremble and break apart, the once uneven ground reshaping itself. The loose soil gradually solidified, and the sharply defined rocks were polished smooth by an invisible force. When everything finally settled, the asteroid, primarily composed of crystal, had transformed into a cylindrical capsule shape. Xiang Qian began to etch lines into the surface. These lines were carved deeply, by human standards. Their width and depth were comparable to tunnels on roads and railways, but relative to the asteroid's size, they appeared extremely slender. As the lines increased in number and complexity, they gradually covered the surface of the celestial body. Once the entire surface was filled with lines, Xiang Qian lifted off from the surface, looking down from above at the intricate and obscure patterns woven by countless overlapping lines. With a gentle gesture, he summoned a familiar bubble from the memory planet, containing only one thing, the gemstone ring he had seized from Temujin. Unlike the real gemstone ring, this replica glimmered with bright light, and the energy lines he had glimpsed on the inner surface of the gem were clearly visible, corresponding one-to-one with the lines etched on the asteroid. The energy field on the inner wall of the gem was perfectly replicated on the asteroid. Once everything was confirmed, Xiang Qian waved his hand, and the asteroid suddenly broke free from the belt, soaring toward the distant red dwarf star. He controlled the asteroid to remain in an orbit close to the surface of the red dwarf, ensuring that the asteroid's structural integrity was not compromised by the star's gravity. Dense stellar radiation surged toward the asteroid like a storm, and when this violent energy reached the asteroid's surface, a powerful force field spontaneously generated, constraining all forms of energy to flow into the etched lines on the ground. Watching the previously empty lines begin to emit a fiery red glow, as if magma were flowing within, Xiang Qian knew his hypothesis was correct. The lines on the inner surface of the gem indeed formed a special energy field. The radiation energy from the red dwarf provided the initial impetus for the force field, causing it to begin operating. Once the force field started functioning, it absorbed and stored the radiation energy, ready to be activated at any moment. This was the operating principle of the gem, a method of energy utilization completely different from Earth's technological systems. The ruby shone brightly, becoming dazzling in a very short time, and then under Xiang Qian's gaze, it exploded into a pile of fragments. Yet Xiang Qian knew his attempt had succeeded. The replication of the energy field was flawless, and the gem's explosion was due to the asteroid's material differing from that of the ruby. Perhaps it could not withstand too much energy, or maybe the ruby had built-in overload protection. This method of absorbing, storing, and activating energy from nature was far more efficient than the solar, wind, or tidal energy currently utilized. Theoretically speaking, there existed things comparable to this force field. Xiang Qian recalled a famous theoretical design in human technological history, the Dyson sphere. However, the ruby's energy field was simpler and more practical than a Dyson sphere. Perhaps further testing can be conducted in the laboratory. Finding suitable carrying materials is relatively straightforward, while researching the related principles is the most challenging. Xiang Qian pondered silently. This soul universe had begun to form when he was 6 years old, and to this day, he still did not understand the true nature of this universe. Although this universe existed within his soul, it followed the same operational laws as reality. One thing, however, Xiang Qian understood from the moment he first encountered natural sciences: in terms of scientific research, this universe would be an incredibly powerful cheat tool.
Absorbing and converting cosmic energy to enhance oneself? Constructing a memory planet to gain extraordinary memory?
If he simply stopped at such superficial applications, it would be a complete waste. For Xiang Qian, the greatest practical significance of this universe was that it was a completely unrestricted testing ground.
Time was unrestricted, materials were unrestricted, energy was unrestricted, and even safety regulations could be disregarded.
Take, for instance, the 5 Elements Laboratory, which has achieved the most fruitful results in the field of new materials. Nowadays, every newly developed and utilized material in the world has an extremely complicated processing procedure, often involving dozens or even hundreds of steps, each step containing countless variables. A slight increase or decrease in temperature, or a slight change in pressure in the reaction furnace, can directly affect the material's performance. Each new material inevitably undergoes thousands of repeated tests during the research and development process, consuming vast resources without guaranteeing the expected results.
But for Xiang Qian, what did resource consumption matter? Wouldn't an entire planet's resources be enough for you to experiment with? Need high temperatures and high pressures? I can put you in the core of a giant planet. Is the temperature high enough? Is the pressure strong enough?
By adjusting the planetary environment, Xiang Qian could perfectly simulate various experimental conditions from reality. Those conditions that were impossible to achieve in reality, even if they were created, would be meaningless. At the same time, he could design thousands of different experimental plans for the same material under various conditions simultaneously. While researchers in the real world could only wait monotonously for experimental results, in the realm of the soul, with just a thought, Xiang Qian could fast-forward the experimental process to the results. Outsiders were always amazed at the efficiency and productivity of the 5 Elements Laboratory in the field of scientific research, yet no one knew that many research achievements in the laboratory had already been completed in Xiang Qian's soul world, and what he needed to do was merely guide the experimental process in the right direction at the appropriate moment.
On the orbital path of the red dwarf star, Xiang Qian sent transformed and etched asteroids his way.
He deliberately chose to break down the complete line patterns, etching only portions of the design each time, in order to discern the functions of different lines. The operational mechanism of the gemstone force field differed greatly from various Earth disciplines and bore some resemblance to the legendary magical runes. However, he found no related information in the knowledge systems of the mysterious side powers he had encountered, such as Kunlun and Kamartaj. Xiang Qian's goal was to thoroughly analyze the principles of the gemstone force field, rather than merely reciting what he already knew. For now, he had to start from scratch using this clumsy method. Energy creates resonance in certain lines, and the force field generated from that resonance captures even more energy into the field. The role of this part of the lines is to provide the initial driving force to activate the force field, Xiang Qian pondered and recorded. While it can absorb most types of energy, the most efficient absorption is of thermal radiation. If the initial driving force is thermal radiation energy, the activation time will be at least twice as fast compared to other energy sources, and the storage method is fixed within a certain frequency range of thermal radiation energy.
No wonder the gemstone's external manifestation is the manipulation of flames. Engrossed in exploration and discovery, Xiang Qian was suddenly disturbed by a heart-pounding force. He abruptly lifted his head and directed his gaze toward a dim corner of the void, his expression turning serious. A powerful external presence resonated with his soul and attempted to intrude upon his mental domain. A dazzling bright spot suddenly appeared in Xiang Qian's line of sight, the shining dot spreading outward, gradually expanding into the shape of a soaring phoenix.
A figure emerged within the light spot.
Xiang Qian let out a sigh of relief.
As the bright spot faded, the figure revealed itself to be a graceful Western woman. She had long, fiery red hair, and her features were as exquisite as a marble sculpture, lending her an air of three-dimensional danger. This red-haired woman appeared to be around 30 years old, the perfect age for an outstanding woman to harmonize inner and outer beauty, exuding allures from within. When her gaze fell upon Xiang Qian, her phoenix-like eyes sparkled, and although she did not speak, there was an alluring aura that was unmistakably that of lovers. She was Phoenix Jean Grey, a member of the X-Men and one of the world's most renowned mutants.
"Jean, what brings you here?" Xiang Qian greeted her with a tender smile typically reserved for lovers.
Jean's voice was firm, but her tone was gentle when speaking to Xiang Qian.
"Not welcome?" "Of course not." Xiang Qian flew towards her, closing the distance beyond normal social etiquette.
"I'm just surprised that you can resonate directly with my soul now and even enter my mental domain actively."
Jean smiled.
It's not something I can do alone, the professor helped me. The professor.
Xiang Qian's gaze flickered, so he opened a door for you into my mind? Hearing the underlying thoughts in Xiang Qian's tone, Jean couldn't help but giggle, wrapping her arms around his neck. Don't worry, you suspicious little man, hasn't the professor said before that your brainwaves are too strong and unique for anyone to intrude upon your thoughts, not even him? The professor just located your position and sent me in along the mental resonance frequency you left when you brought me in last time. I can't come in without your permission.
Well, that's debatable. I've always thought bald old men are untrustworthy, they're both exceptionally smart and lawless.
Xiang Qian enjoyed Phoenix's embrace, wrapping his arms around her slim waist. When probing into others' thoughts, Professor Xavier has always been quite indiscriminate, more than one person has said so. When he mentioned exceptionally smart and lawless, Xiang Qian switched to his native language.
Jean widened her beautiful phoenix eyes in surprise.
That's strange.
I know you're speaking in your native language, but I can understand it completely, even the not-so-friendly parts.
Dear, have you forgotten? We're currently in the realm of soul and thought. Xiang Qian smiled, tightening his embrace around her soft waist.
Here, we communicate directly through thought. The actions your eyes see and the words your ears hear are actually manifestations formed by the subconscious, based on the fixed impressions created by our communication in the real world.
Xiang Qian withdrew one hand and placed it on Jean's heart.
In reality, every word we speak during our conversation comes from the heart and is directly transmitted to the other's soul. The voice you hear is merely a projection conjured by your subconscious to align with your behavioral habits in reality. Jean playfully pressed down on Xiang Qian's hand resting on her heart.
So, are you saying that your actions are also conjured by my imagination, and that you didn't actually do anything?
Cough, cough, from a certain perspective, I indeed did nothing, I merely thought about it in my consciousness. Xiang Qian shamelessly kept his hand in place. In fact, even our appearances in the realm of thought are also virtual representations created by the subconscious. If you observe closely, you'll find that this is our subconscious's most perfect image of ourselves, but it differs from reality.
Xiang Qian grinned as he assessed Jean's appearance.
You might not have realized it, but the hairstyle and clothes you're wearing right now are likely your favorites, which certainly differ from what you wear in reality. Only then did Jean notice her attire, exclaiming in surprise, "It really is."
I didn't notice last time. Last time? Xiang Qian smirked mischievously. That's because the subconscious is often linked to reality.
The moment you enter this realm, your state in reality significantly influences your subconscious.
I remember, when you came in last time, you weren't wearing anything, just like in reality. James!
Jean exclaimed in embarrassment, calling out Xiang Qian's English name. I just wanted to provide an example you've personally experienced, Xiang Qian explained earnestly. It's completely normal that you didn't notice the influence of your subconscious. If I'm not mistaken, your emotions were rather, wild?
Okay. We were both quite wild back then.
Jean felt both embarrassed and angry, her face nearly burning as she wished she could summon her phoenix powers to incinerate the little man before her, along with this realm of souls. Jean pinched Xiang Qian's hand hard, playfully admonishing, "So, which version of me do you prefer, the real one or this one?
One is real, the other is a reality. Which do you like more?"
I can't tell, dear. For an ordinary man, this would be a loaded question, but for a playboy like him, it was an easy question. Regardless of whether it's the real you or the reality you, the charm you exude is always unique. Seeing the sparkles in Jean's eyes, where intertwined love and desire seemed ready to overflow, Xiang Qian quickly steered the topic back on track.
You just said it was the professor who sent you to find me? By the way, did the professor probe into your memory of the last time you entered this realm? Wouldn't that mean he saw everything that happened back then, including what occurred in reality and here?
Jean shot Xiang Qian a sharp glare, her tone dripping with disdain.
Humph, not everyone is as crude as you.
Her phoenix-like eyes, alluring yet warning, conveyed that she wouldn't tolerate any more of his lewd jokes, especially not at the expense of her respected mentor. Xiang Qian quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, looking like a child caught in mischief. After successfully putting this little man in his place, Jean Grey composed herself and began to explain the reason for her visit. There have been some disturbances among the mutant community in North America, and certain signs have deeply concerned the professor.
What disturbances? What's it about? There's a piece of news.
Jean's gaze flickered with an unusual light.
It's about Worthington Enterprises. Xiang Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Ha, no wonder. Is it because of my identity as a shareholder of Worthington Enterprises, or because of the collaboration between the 5 Elements Laboratory and Worthington?
Both, Jean replied, her expression turning serious.
There are reports that Worthington is developing a drug targeting mutants. And? Xiang Qian raised an eyebrow.
I doubt the professor would be so anxious over just some vague rumors.
There's more.
We're not sure if it's true or just a rumor, but it has already caused a lot of unrest among mutants. Supposedly, this drug could completely eliminate all mutants.
Some even say it's an extermination weapon specifically designed for mutants.
Jean's gaze was stern as she looked at Xiang Qian.
It's not just us who are anxious, Magneto and his Brotherhood of Mutants are also on edge.
It has been observed that the Brotherhood is reaching out to all radical mutant groups in North America. The professor believes that Magneto's movements are definitely connected to Worthington's news.
The unrest among the mutant community is steadily escalating. Jean further pressed, we need concrete information. Is it a rumor or the truth? What exactly is this drug?
You're probing for corporate secrets, beautiful spy. Are you a Bond girl?
Xiang Qian retorted with a grin, not directly answering Jean's question.
Jean looked at him, suddenly breaking into a smile, her serious demeanor melting away like spring thaw. Her eyes sparkled with charm.
If I'm a Bond girl, then are you Bond? James Bond?
Hearing her seductive voice merge his English name with that of 007, Xiang Qian felt a bit overwhelmed by Jean's teasing. She was well aware of his weaknesses, and she decided to press the advantage.
James Bond, as the world's most famous secret agent, would you be willing to share a little intel with your Bond girl? Worthington Enterprises is indeed conducting research on gene drugs.
Jean elongated the sound, her gentle tone seeming to stroke the heartstrings of the man in front of her. This gene drug, Xiang Qian greedily admired the beautiful face so close to him.
I can't tell you more about it.
Jean's expression shifted slightly. Observing the teasing look on Xiang Qian's face, she bit her lip, and her gaze sharpened.
Okay. Xiang Qian's survival instinct kicked in, sensing danger.
There's another piece of news, which isn't directly related to the drug but should ease your concerns a bit.
Jean let out another soft sound, strangely conveying entirely different meanings. The previous time, it had ignited a flame in the man's heart, but this time it felt like cold water dousing the fire, allowing Xiang Qian to think clearly about what to say next.
The chairman of Worthington Enterprises, Worthington 2, as far as I know, he has a son named Worthington 3. It seems like their family has a naming problem, who is also a mutant. Worthington 2 dotes on his son, and I think he wouldn't develop a drug capable of killing his own child.
He wouldn't develop a drug that could kill his son. So, this drug won't kill mutants. Is that the news you wanted to share with us? Jean seemed dissatisfied with Xiang Qian's vague response.
Xiang Qian smiled helplessly.
Honey, you have to understand, I'm still a businessman. I need to ensure that people believe I'm a reliable partner.
Jean shot him an annoyed look. I'll let you off this time. I'll report back to the professor. Just as she was about to leave, Xiang Qian suddenly tightened his arms around her slender waist, pulling the enchanting woman firmly into his embrace.
So soon to leave?
Jean found herself in Xiang Qian's arms, knowing that once this little man finished his business, his playboy nature would emerge again.
She sighed in resignation.
I have to go back immediately. The professor and the others are waiting for my news, and they're a bit anxious.
I know, but it's been quite a while since I last saw you.
Jean shot him a glare.
Yes, it has been quite a while, and not even a phone call.
The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, as if they had jumped from summer to winter.
My communications aren't free. Didn't you just experience that?
If they could reach me, the professor wouldn't have had you contact me through the realm of souls, Xiang Qian explained with a wry smile.
Right now, we're in my soul realm, but guess where my body is?
It's over some country in Central Asia. In fact, I just fought a battle with terrorists 6 hours ago. A woman in love often loses her composure, and Jean Grey, just a minute ago angry with Xiang Qian, now began to feel concern.
I thought a technical consultant only needed to do research and provide some consultation?
There are always some responsibilities I must bear, and there are some things I must do, Xiang Qian shrugged nonchalantly. The professor established the school, but he doesn't just teach. You all fight as well, don't you? In the realm of the soul, the flow of emotions felt so natural and real that Jean deeply sensed the strong feelings buried in Xiang Qian's heart. She believed that few could touch the genuine side of him as she could, even though this playboy had more women than he could count. Jean smiled, her lips pressed together, her expression radiating charm.
My little man is not just a playboy, he's become a warrior now. Xiang Qian raised an eyebrow slightly.
But now I must say goodbye to this brave warrior, Jean pushed against Xiang Qian's chest with both hands. If you miss me, you don't need to call, I'll often come knocking on the door of your soul realm. Jean's eyes sparkled with springtime allure, emitting a clear hint.
However, Xiang Qian's expression suddenly grew serious.
Jean, you can't attempt to resonate with my soul again, especially without my guidance.
Xiang Qian said solemnly. That would be too dangerous for you. Why? Phoenix Force. Xiang Qian's expression became complex as he spoke of this entity that had intertwined with Jean Grey for half a lifetime.
Excessive contact with the realm of souls could cause the Phoenix Force within you to lose control. Jean Grey, who had always presented herself with a mature and composed demeanor, suddenly changed her expression for the first time, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. The Phoenix Force, the source of her immense power, had also been her greatest nightmare. It had gone out of control more than once, with the most recent disaster occurring a few years ago, nearly destroying the entire X-Mansion. At that time, even the professor had been at a loss, and it was Xiang Qian who stepped forward to dissipate the overflowing Phoenix power, regaining control of the situation and beginning the bond between him and Jean. At this moment, Jean spread her right hand, golden light flowing in her palm, the Phoenix Force born from the life energies of the multiverse obediently manifesting according to her will. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty as she looked at Xiang Qian and said, "You see, it's completely under my control."
Xiang Qian shook his head gently, a hint of gravity in his gaze. That may not be the case.
As he spoke, he extended his hand and lightly touched her palm, as if dropping a stone onto a calm water surface, sending ripples throughout. The once-tamed Phoenix Force suddenly surged, strands of golden light escaping from Jean's palm, causing her to pale in fright. Fortunately, before more power could overflow, Xiang Qian's hand covered hers, as if casting a spell to quell the Phoenix Force's unrest. Jean's eyes were filled with terror, her voice trembling.
What did you just do? Why was there a moment when I couldn't sense the Phoenix Force at all?
Fear filled her heart. Each time the Phoenix Force erupted, it brought her nightmares of the abyss and endless regret. Xiang Qian held Jean's palm, softly reassuring her, "Don't worry, it's still under my control." "This is what I wanted to tell you, the Phoenix Force in this realm of souls may potentially break free from your grasp." Jean looked on in confusion.
"Is it because of your influence?" Xiang Qian shook his head again.
"No, it's the nature of this realm itself that influences it." Jean was even more puzzled.
"Isn't that you?"
"This is your soul realm, controlled by your thoughts." Xiang Qian sighed with a wry smile.
"It's not like that. Although this realm is rooted in my soul, my thoughts cannot fully control it."
Jean was astonished. Ever since she first entered this realm, she had been impressed by the immense power of Xiang Qian's soul. The fact that one person's soul could shape a universe indicated that his soul strength was no less than that of the Phoenix, and she doubted she could even grasp 1% of the Phoenix Force. Seeing the bewildered expression on Jean's face, Xiang Qian knew he had to reveal his greatest secret to ensure that the soul realm wouldn't negatively impact the Phoenix Force. He spoke slowly, "What you see in this universe is not born from my soul, it has existed all along. For some reason I don't yet know, it has become deeply entangled with my soul, merging into one.
But fundamentally, it remains an independent existence. My soul cannot completely control this universe.
What I can control is only a part of it, and what is called the soul realm is merely this part that is under control."
Jean seemed to grasp some of it. "So, the relationship between this universe and you is like that between the Phoenix and me?" Xiang Qian pondered how to articulate his thoughts. "Yes and no.
The Phoenix Force is formless yet substantial. It is not only a conglomeration of energy but also a presence governed by established rules.
This universe is different.
I can confirm it is an objective existence on a material level, but for some reason, it has merged with my soul, becoming a special product that exists between matter and consciousness."
Jean was more concerned about the Phoenix Force's instability and asked, "Then why does it affect the Phoenix Force?"
Xiang Qian took a deep breath and said slowly, "In the areas I can control, I can guarantee the Phoenix Force is stable. What I fear are the areas beyond my control."
As he said this, memories of chilling events flooded his mind. This universe was originally a real objective existence, governed by its own established cosmic rules.
The power of these rules encompasses all subjective metaphysics and physics, being powerful, rigid, and utterly irresistible yet aggressive. Every existence in this universe, whether originally born here or entering from the outside, will be assimilated by these rules, including my soul and your Phoenix Force.
Jean suddenly understood. Is this what happened the last time the Phoenix lost control? At that time, you dispelled the overflowing Phoenix force. You didn't just dissipate the power, but absorbed it? Xiangqian nodded, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. However, the Phoenix force was still too powerful. Even a small part of its power was beyond my control at that time. It rampaged through my soul realm, nearly shattering all the star systems. I had no choice but to expel it into the areas I couldn't control again. And after that, the Phoenix force was assimilated. It transformed into a part of the cosmic rules, no longer under control. Jean still felt somewhat confused. But why does it affect the real me? Xiangqian patiently explained, the Phoenix force is originally a conglomeration of cosmic life energy. It lacks a complete self-awareness and logical thinking. Its actions are primarily driven by instinct. He reached out to caress Jean's face, his eyes filled with tenderness. What truly calms it down is you, Jean. The instinct of life is survival and reproduction. If we equate this instinct to divinity, it is because Jean Grey's humanity and the Phoenix's divinity achieved balance that allows the Phoenix to become controllable. Jean's expression darkened. But that balance is fragile. Xiangqian did not deny it. Yes, because the Phoenix force is ultimately driven by instinct. When my soul realm, the part one don't control, absorbed and assimilated the Phoenix force, it also released the innate instinct of the Phoenix. Compared to the Phoenix force that remains in you, constrained by humanity, the temptation of pursuing instinct freely is immensely powerful. Jean murmured, its instincts will awaken, allowing the Phoenix's divinity to overwhelm Jean Grey's humanity. At that point, I will no longer be Jean Grey but just the Phoenix? Despair filled her eyes. The Phoenix's instincts have been eroding my personality all along. It will ultimately replace me completely, won't it? James, tell me, is this my inevitable fate? She became despondent, and worse, unconsciously, the Phoenix force within her began to rise again. Xiangqian sighed softly, pulling the despondent beauty into his embrace. Using the advantage of the realm, he applied his influence like a magical spell, suppressing the Phoenix that was about to lose control. He gently reassured her, don't worry, honey, I won't let that mindless Phoenix harm you. A sly glint flickered in his eyes. Actually, the Phoenix force has its charming aspects. Do you want to see? With a leap, Xiangqian soared into the sky alongside Jean Grey, resembling the legendary scene of riding clouds and mist, traversing through the starry sea of the soul universe. Jean Grey had little interest in what Xiangqian called the charm of the Phoenix power, but ever since the Phoenix awakened, it brought her numerous negative effects, leading her to deeply reject the Phoenix power from within. Once she realized she couldn't escape the influence of the Phoenix, she desperately sought to find the meaning of its existence, as if struggling on the edge of self-denial, trying to find reasons for self-affirmation. Xiangqian understood Jean's current mindset well. He thought that healing her emotional wounds was the most urgent task. He pondered that the gene drugs from Worthington Pharmaceuticals might only stir a temporary wave among mutants, but if the Phoenix power wasn't handled properly, it could lead to Earth's destruction in an instant. They navigated through the galaxy, with stars seemingly within reach yet actually far away. Surrounded by shimmering starlight, the vastness of the void brought a sense of grandeur, and combined with the beautiful starry sky in front of her, Jean Grey's mood gradually lifted from despondency and began to brighten. Suddenly, a green planet came into Jean's view. From a distance, under the atmospheric veil, the planet's surface was almost entirely covered by lush green vegetation, with patches of tranquil blue waters like sapphires scattered among the greenery. Jean murmured, "It's so beautiful, did you create this?" Xiangqian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gently guided Jean through the atmosphere and landed on the planet's surface. Their feet touched a soft green meadow, with a serene lake in front and verdant mountains in the distance. Jean's mood was instantly uplifted by the vibrant scenery, as if all her troubles had been cast away. She stretched out, enjoying the fresh scent of the grass, and her graceful figure caused Xiangqian to lose his focus momentarily. Feeling somewhat shy, Xiangqian said, "No, it's not me, it's you. Your beauty influenced it." With a smile that was more teasing than serious, Jean Grey shot a sidelong glance at Xiangqian. He hurriedly clarified, "Really, I'm not lying, it's because of you. A small piece of Phoenix fragment landed on this planet. Although it's just a tiny piece, it accelerated the evolution of life here by millions of times. I don't know what the situation is on the other side, but in the soul realm I control, this is the only planet that has given birth to life." It's worth noting that the universe coexisting with Xiangqian's soul is still quite young. Counting from the singularity Big Bang he witnessed at the age of 6, it's only been a little over 20 years.
Even though the flow of time in the soul and reality is different, aside from a few galaxies accelerated by Xiangqian's manipulation of time, the cosmic space remains in a nascent state, with some planets yet to cool down from the Big Bang, let alone give birth to life.
Qin curiously asked, how can this be? Didn't you say you had expelled all the phoenix power?
Xiangqian smiled and explained, yes, I expelled it a few years ago, but the piece of phoenix fragment on this planet wasn't from that time, it was left behind a year ago, during your last visit. Mentioning last time made Qin feel inexplicably flustered, as if a flame were igniting from the soles of her feet. She shot Xiangqian a wary glance, fearing that this little man might start talking recklessly again. However, Xiangqian ignored Qin's warning and continued talking with a nostalgic expression. At that time, a small piece of phoenix fragment escaped through your soul. It was very small, and we didn't notice it.
After all, we, were too engrossed at that time? It wasn't until much later that I noticed the changes on this planet.
Qin stared at Xiangqian intensely, filled with helplessness. She wanted to express her stance with a fierce look, but at that moment, she was overwhelmed with warmth, causing her feigned fierceness to appear charmingly delicate and ineffective against Xiangqian's thick skin. Realizing her threat was in vain, Qin took a deep breath, forcing herself to shift her focus. Isn't the phoenix power supposed to destroy this planet? Why is the outcome different here? Xiangqian seized the opportunity to say, this is what I want to tell you, honey. The phoenix power is not a destructive force. I've been studying it ever since I first absorbed it. It is the power gathered from the life of the universe, awakened by all life's common pursuit for survival and reproduction. Thus, its essence is actually the vitality, the force that stimulates and protects the growth of life. Qin expressed disbelief, but I have never seen it exhibit any protective behavior, all I see is destruction. Xiangqian explained with a wry smile, that's not your fault, the main reason probably lies with the professor. Qin quickly retorted, impossible, the professor has always protected me from the phoenix's erosion. Xiangqian nodded slightly, without confirming, yes, during your youth, the professor did suppress the phoenix to prevent its overpowering instinct from destroying your still maturing personality.
But you must understand, where there is suppression, there will be resistance.
The foremost instinct of life is survival. The professor's suppression made the phoenix feel threatened for its existence, so it instinctively began to resist. Every time the professor suppressed it, it inadvertently amplified the phoenix's resistance. The effectiveness of suppression diminished over time, ultimately leading to the phoenix losing control completely. Xiangqian looked at Qin with a mix of helplessness and compassion. When the professor could no longer suppress the phoenix, you faced a phoenix that had become restless after years of suppression. This is the root cause of the phoenix's repeated loss of control.
Qin pondered and asked, what should I do to soothe it? To make it feel safe? Xiangqian patiently replied, accept it, communicate with it.
Although the phoenix power has consciousness, it lacks reason and emotion, it only follows instinct and reacts to the outside world in a direct and crude manner. If you show hostility towards it, it will surely respond with hostility.
Qin hesitated, no, I can't do that.
If I accept it, it will completely change me, and I won't know if I am Qin Gray or the phoenix anymore.
Xiangqian shook his head repeatedly, no, no, no. Each of us is influenced by the outside world, our personalities and habits are formed under its influence. Do you think if the universe didn't exist in the depths of my soul, I would still be the same me? Xiangqian smiled and said, whether or not this universe exists, I would still be me, wouldn't I? The phoenix will indeed change you, but you will still only be Qin Gray. If you are truly afraid, when you find the phoenix power is out of control, just come to me, like before, I will absorb the uncontrollable power and expel it to the other side of the realm. A flicker of hesitation crossed Qin's eyes, no, you are lying to me. The phoenix power is eroding my personality, and this universe is also eroding yours. Xiangqian felt a pang of uncertainty and quickly said, burden, maybe just a little? Qin wrapped her arms around Xiangqian's neck and looked up at the starry sky above. Have you ever thought, if we fail, and our minds are completely eroded, what would we become? Xiangqian nodded, completely eroded? I have thought about it. He continued, at that time, although we would still be alive, the human side of us would be entirely gone. Emotions, reason, values, everything that represents humanity would cease to exist. All our actions would be governed by the rules of the universe or the phoenix, and the rules would be us, but we would no longer have self-awareness. Xiangqian joked, I'm actually curious, if there really is a god or some other kind of creator in this world, would they also be this emotionless ghost? Though he spoke of a terrifying future, he appeared unconcerned, but I am confident that such a thing will never happen.
Qian's eyes sparkled with complex emotions, confident yet arrogant little man. By Xiang Qian's side, Qian always managed to show a smile. I used to always think about when I could completely rid myself of the phoenix. Have you thought about separating this universe from yourself? The day you can completely unload your burdens? Xiang Qian sighed helplessly. I have thought about it, but ultimately realized I can't do it, nor do I dare to.
Qian asked in confusion, why not?
Xiang Qian explained, the reason is what I mentioned earlier. This universe is a real existence on the material level. It is a real universe. It's fine in the soul dimension, but once separated from my soul, the greatest possibility is that it would manifest in our real world.
Xiang Qian teased with a smile, what do you think would happen if two universes collided directly? What happens during a cosmic collision?
No one knows, as surely no one has witnessed it.
It could result in both universes dissipating into nothingness and restarting, or they might ultimately merge into one, creating a new universe. But regardless of the outcome, the Earth, as the collision's focal point, would certainly be reduced to ashes. The universe within his soul undoubtedly brought Xiang Qian countless benefits, but it was also a burden he could never unload, one fraught with immense risks.
With a sigh of melancholy, Qian tightened her arms around Xiang Qian's neck, pulling him towards her and offering her soft lips.
Ah! This unexpected joy made Xiang Qian's heart bloom with happiness, and he couldn't help but hold Qian Gray's waist tightly. Startled, Qian quickly dropped her arms and pushed him away forcefully, realizing that the greedy gaze so close to her was a sign that this playboy was starting to think wildly again. Qian reproached, I have to go.
Xiang Qian clung tightly to her waist, unwilling to let go. I still can't bear to leave. I really want to fly to America to find you right now. Qian knew she had to suppress Xiang Qian's restless impulses at this moment, so she coldly unleashed her trump card. Are you coming to America to find me, or to find Aurora?
Hearing the name Storm, Xiang Qian suddenly became uneasy.
Qian found it both amusing and infuriating, trying hard to suppress her softening heart while pressing on. I almost forgot to ask, have you ever brought Aurora into the soul realm? Xiang Qian quickly seized the opportunity to respond confidently, of course not. Qian coldly laughed, if Aurora found out, I wonder how heartbroken she would be.
Xiang Qian was left speechless.
It turns out that what could lead a scoundrel to his doom is not any question, but rather the sins they have created themselves.
The shimmering light resembling a soaring phoenix flickered in the void, ultimately taking Qian Gray away. Xiang Qian lay dejectedly on the green planet's grass, losing interest in even conducting the gemstone force field experiment. Just when he was feeling bored, a voice from reality suddenly rang in his ears. Xiang Qian's immersion in the soul realm did not mean he was completely unaware of the real-world situation.
His current state was somewhat akin to a normal person in deep sleep. No matter how deep the sleep, one can still be woken by an alarm. The voice he heard at that moment was one of the alarms he had set before falling asleep. Xiang Qian frowned in dissatisfaction, pulling himself out of the soul realm, and his physical body in reality awakened as if from a dream. The time flow in the soul realm was vastly different from reality. Xiang Qian had conducted hundreds of experiments and spent a considerable amount of time with Qian Gray, yet only less than half an hour had passed in reality. At this rate, the plane might not have even entered domestic airspace yet. What woke Xiang Qian was his ever-present tablet computer, its screen flashing with rhythmic vibrations.
Xiang Qian looked at the alert message on the screen with a strange expression. Someone is attempting to breach the computer firewall?
Xiang Qian slowly pulled open the partition door of the small bar, and the room on the other side appeared unusually quiet. Whether it was due to a sense of restraint or some other reason, several injured soldiers simultaneously closed their eyes, pretending to be resting.
Xing Lian was curled up in the corner, intently staring at a laptop.
The faint sound of her fingers tapping on the keyboard became the only noise here, aside from the sound of the engine.
What are you doing? Xiang Qian asked in a lowered voice.
The sudden sound startled Xing Lian, making her shiver. I'm writing a mission report, she replied in a voice so low it was almost a whisper, as if afraid of waking her sleeping comrades, while discreetly pressing down on the laptop screen.
Xiang Qian simply nodded.
The Spear Bureau was a secret organization, so it made sense that mission reports needed to be confidential. Your work in the Special Operations Team is quite diverse: intelligence collection and analysis, writing mission reports, and when necessary, opening portals for tactical maneuvers.
You really are a talented person,
Xiang Qian said with a smile. Xing Lian's voice was a bit dry as she dismissed the compliment. I'm still a rookie, so I can't call myself talented. She felt that there was something more to Xiang Qian's words, and her tone was slightly off.
You must be a talent.
Xiang said as he sat down beside her with a drink in hand. You mentioned this joint anti-terrorism operation is your first field assignment.
How long have you been in the special operations team?
Xinglian quietly shifted her laptop aside, calculating how to quickly send Xiang away.
Less than a month, maybe a little over half a month.
Xiang looked thoughtfully at Xinglian, nodded, and said, Your team leader must have high hopes for you to place so much responsibility on a newcomer.
Is that so?
Xinglian scrutinized Xiang, feeling increasingly anxious. To divert the conversation, she tentatively asked, I see you seem quite familiar with our team leader.
You've known her for a long time, right?
Yes, I've known her for many years, Xiang replied.
Why do you ask?
Xinglian hesitated and asked, You seem a bit afraid of our team leader. Xiang looked at Xinglian, seeing a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes.
Why do you think that? You seem to be imagining something bad.
I'm just curious. To shift the focus, Xinglian spoke her mind, feeling that Xiang's way of interacting with the weather which was quite strange.
Xiang chuckled, Your curiosity should be directed towards more appropriate topics. For example, since you've been in the special operations team for over half a month, aren't you curious why your team leader is called Team Tian? Isn't it because of the nickname Weather Witch?
Xinglian asked, puzzled.
Xiang couldn't help but laugh. You really don't know? That nickname is only part of the reason. What's the other half? Xinglian asked eagerly.
Xiang pretended to be mysterious, taking a sip of his drink, and only after he saw Xinglian's urging expression did he slowly say, The other half is because of her real name, Xiang Tian.
Xiang. Xinglian was taken aback, instinctively pointing at Xiang, Is it you? Xiang understood what she meant and nodded, saying, Yes, it's me, Xiang.
She is my sister, and we've known each other for 27 years. Xinglian felt a bit flushed, embarrassed by her earlier gossiping thoughts.
Have you not asked her about her real name since joining the special operations team? Xiang asked.
Xinglian awkwardly shook her head, saying, I didn't dare to ask. The team leader is a bit strict and quite mysterious, I didn't want to. Yes, she has always been fierce, Xiang said, recalling it with a hint of trepidation.
The two fell into a brief silence. Seeing that Xiang seemed unwilling to leave, Xinglian felt increasingly uneasy.
After a moment of hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to push him away. Xiang.
Consultant, I still need to write the report.
Oh. Xiang pretended to realize something, but with a teasing smile, he turned back to look at Xinglian. Besides writing reports, analyzing intelligence, and opening portals, you should also be responsible for electronic offensives during operations, right?
Xinglian nervously pressed down on the laptop on her lap, feeling anxious inside. How do you know? It's simple.
The laptop you're using was designed by the 5 Elements Laboratory for the Bureau, Xiang said with a smiling gaze that made Xinglian feel more flustered. It specifically enhances the performance requirements for electronic intrusion, signal monitoring, and information theft.
A look of panic crossed Xinglian's face.
She glanced up at Xiang and realized he wasn't joking, so she instinctively looked down at her laptop, feeling as if she was holding a hot potato. Embarrassment crept onto Xinglian's beautiful face as she contemplated whether to seek a leniency opportunity for confessing.
However, Xiang didn't give her that chance. I've been chatting with you for so long, have you actually breached my firewall or not? Xiang asked.
Ah! Xinglian exclaimed, pressing her hands tightly against the laptop, feeling both embarrassed and anxious, her face turning instantly red.
Under Xiang's gaze, Xinglian endured a long 3 seconds of silence.
She didn't dare to meet his eyes and glanced around, only to find that the comrades who had just closed their eyes were now secretly peeking at them. Desperately seeking help, Xinglian shot a pleading look at her comrades, but as soon as the men made eye contact with her, they all simultaneously fell back into a deep sleep.
I didn't. Xinglian's face was flushed, unsure how to explain. Didn't what? Not on purpose?
Xiang said with a malicious smile on his face.
That intrusion program was activated automatically, right? It wasn't. I actually.
Xinglian stammered, uncertain how to defend herself.
Did you just want to make a joke? Xiang completed her excuse without mercy, cornering the young girl against the wall.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. Xinglian's voice was so low it was almost inaudible.
Do you realize what you did wrong? Xiang pressed on, unfazed.
The computer you used was designed by me, the underlying architecture of the intrusion program was written by me, the satellite direct connection signal providing you with an intrusion path is maintained by the 5 Elements Laboratory. Even this wireless signal amplifier you secretly installed on the bar partition door was produced by the 5 Elements Laboratory. Xiang Qian tossed a signal device smaller than a tie clip to Xing Lian, who felt she could just sink into the ground. With every word Xiang Qian spoke, her face became redder, and her head dropped lower. By the time Xiang Qian finished, her face was as red as fire, wishing she could bury her head in her feet. As a hacker, your performance is truly unprofessional, Xiang Qian continued, mercilessly exposing her shortcomings. You launched an attack without any investigative preparation, acting on impulse. As soon as you initiated the attack, the terminal server providing computational support sent a warning message to my computer. Didn't expect that, did you? In the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau's terminal servers, the security sequence of this tablet is much higher than that of your laptop. Like carrying a cane but hitting your own foot, a thief prying a lock but opening the prison door, saving the police uncle some trouble. Xiang Qian made a harsh judgment on Xing Lian's actions. Compared to you, even a fool would be smarter. Xing Lian felt both ashamed and angry, grinding her back teeth in frustration. She seemed to understand why so many in the bureau disliked Xiang Qian. Why do I have to listen to this living hedgehog ramble? Why is the aircraft deck made of alloy, so I can't pry it open? If only I could pry a hole to jump out. Can I open a portal to teleport myself away? Aren't you just relying on your higher authority? The young girl said defiantly. Xiang Qian laughed. Yes, I have higher authority. Because the entire electronic information system of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, the security protocols were designed by me. Including this laptop in your hands, its system is also under my protection. Xing Lian felt herself sinking into despair. Not convinced? Do you think your skills are solid and losing to system authority is unjust? Xiang Qian continued teasing her. Xing Lian turned her head away, pouting and refusing to speak. Electronic offense, hardware level sets the lower limit, while skill and software determine the upper limit, Xiang Qian said to himself. Most people's thinking always praises personal skills, but they never consider that the hardware level is actually the foundation of electronic offense. No matter how high a hacker's skills are, if your highest level can't even reach the threshold of my lower limit, how can you initiate an attack? Xiang Qian changed his previously sarcastic tone to one that seemed more like guidance. Of course, Xing Lian understood what Xiang Qian was saying. High-level hackers often have a large number of zombie computers, and official red hackers like Xing Lian are not without supercomputers to assist in launching attacks. But she still didn't want to hear Xiang Qian's voice. Weren't you just saying I bully people because of my higher authority? Xiang Qian handed the tablet to Xing Lian. Why don't you take a look for yourself? Even if I lifted the restrictions, with that shabby laptop of yours, can you breach my firewall? Xing Lian was still seething with anger, but seeing the tablet handed to her, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of temptation. For technical personnel, this kind of high-end equipment they hadn't used before was immensely attractive. Just touching it would be satisfying. After a mental struggle, Xing Lian ultimately couldn't resist taking the tablet, opening it to find her face flushing again. The screen displayed an intrusion program interface, with familiar command symbols scrolling in the window. Xing Lian knew without looking closely that this was her handiwork. So all that effort didn't just fail to breach the opponent's firewall, but she had been monitored in return. The design of the command symbols and the selection of attack paths actually has some creativity, Xiang Qian said casually. Xing Lian gritted her teeth, poking the intrusion interface to start checking the tablet system. One data after another appeared before her, and the more she looked, the more surprised she became. Well, do you still think the technical priority theory is correct? Xiang Qian asked with a smile. Xing Lian put down the tablet, shaking her head in defeat. The hardware level of this tablet was nearly on par with that of a large server, plus Xiang Qian's and the 5 Elements Laboratory's technical prowess in electronic security. Unless a supercomputer was utilized, no hacker could breach this little tablet. At least, Xing Lian believed she couldn't do it. In the early morning, that blazing red fireball leaped up from beneath the sea surface like a strong beast, as if it wanted to tightly embrace the waking city of Shanghai, generously spreading dazzling light and warm heat to it. A thin layer of morning mist enveloped the earth like a delicate veil, seemingly intent on blocking the fiery red glow from showcasing its full power. Sunlight poured through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows like strands of golden silk, spilling onto the large circular waterbed in the center of the room. Beneath the thin blanket, two bodies were closely intertwined, tranquil yet ambiguous. Before long, the fan-like eyelashes gently fluttered,
and a girl named S.H.I.E.L.D made an effort to open her eyes.
The sunlight pierced through the wall-sized windows like sharp swords, illuminating the entire room with gorgeous light. In this hazy moment, S.H.I.E.L.D's hand inadvertently brushed against the sturdy and warm chest of a tall man, and she instinctively pulled her hand back as if struck by lightning, a shy blush instantly spreading across her face. Then, she suddenly sat up, frantically trying to pull the sliding blanket back up, but her smooth and firm back was completely exposed to the air, resembling a beautiful yet bashful painting. As S.H.I.E.L.D struggled to wake her groggy mind, she desperately searched her memory of the previous day, the fragmented images piecing together in her mind like a puzzle. She recalled that after receiving a harsh scolding on the plane, she had impulsively retaliated against a computer, but thankfully the situation had been downplayed and not pursued further. After the plane landed, she returned to the bureau, submitted the relevant report, and then received a 3-day leave order, requiring her to remain on standby, which was already a routine for those of them in fieldwork.
But how did she end up in this man's bed?
She tried to remember, recalling that when she left the bureau, she had just run into Xiang Qian, who had just exited the director's office, and he had warmly invited her to experience the country's latest supercomputer at the 5 Elements laboratory. Out of curiosity for new things, she had readily agreed.
What happened next?
During the car ride, for some unknown reason, the two of them opened up a conversation, growing more in sync and happier as they talked. Then, she had excitedly tried out the supercomputer in the laboratory, feeling like a child overwhelmed with joy.
What happened after that?
Damn it, she couldn't remember exactly what the man had said, only that her interest in the supercomputer had inexplicably shifted to an interest in the entire 5 Elements laboratory, and then she had unknowingly developed a strong fascination with Xiang Qian's daily life, ultimately finding herself in his apartment on the top floor of the laboratory. As her memories gradually returned, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a wave of inexplicable guilt surge within her. She let out a soft whimper, burying her increasingly heated face deep in her hands, her well-proportioned back curving slightly like a beautiful arc. At that moment, a warm breath spread across her back, slowly creeping up from her shoulder blades to the nape of her neck, as if gently teasing at her heartstrings. S.H.I.E.L.D dared not move, still burying her face in her hands, as if doing so could help her escape the impending embarrassment. However, the passive response of waiting like prey often only encourages the hunter to press further. When Xiang Qian's hand began to move, S.H.I.E.L.D jumped up like a startled deer. Faced with the man's face, which was now close enough to touch, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a surge of panic in her heart. In her flustered state, she suddenly spotted her phone on the bedside table, its notification light blinking like a lifeline, and immediately reached out to grab it.
Ah!
Dodging the man's advances while opening her phone, she glanced at the screen and gasped in shock. The team said they've already communicated the extradition procedures for Temujin and he's coming back soon.
S.H.I.E.L.D's face turned bright red in an instant, replaced quickly by a look of panic.
Oh no, it's already been over 12 hours, they might have arrived by now.
I need to hurry back.
Gathering her courage, S.H.I.E.L.D lifted the blanket, ignoring her exposed state, and began hastily putting on her clothes. Xiang Qian watched S.H.I.E.L.D's actions with a heart full of disappointment, helplessly stopping his movements, but his eyes remained fixed on her sculpted curves, not willing to miss any detail. S.H.I.E.L.D herself had outstanding talent, and as a special operations team member, she had undergone long-term training, her figure being well-proportioned and slender, exuding a healthy and vibrant beauty that was particularly alluring compared to her usual self.
Where's my t-shirt?
S.H.I.E.L.D asked, blushing as she could only find her underwear. Xiang Qian thought for a moment, a mischievous smile appearing on his face as he replied, I remember tossing it carelessly on the sofa outside.
S.H.I.E.L.D stomped her foot in anger and, with her curve swaying, quickly turned to pull open the bedroom door but suddenly let out a scream, her voice echoing like thunder in the room, startling Xiang Qian as well. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, she had gone completely stiff, standing frozen at the door as if someone had grabbed her throat, unable to make a sound. Xiang Qian was taken aback, shifting his neck slightly to see beyond S.H.I.E.L.'s slender waist, and he spotted a familiar figure sitting woodenly on the edge of the sofa in the living room. Tian, the team leader, was there with a cold gaze like two sharp swords aimed directly at S.H.I.E.L.D at the door. Xiang Qian inhaled sharply, quickly getting out of bed to fix his clothes, but he faced the same issue as S.H.I.E.L.D, his outer garments were piled on the carpet outside the bedroom. He hastily grabbed a robe and threw it over himself. At this moment, outside, S.H.I.E.L.D had already put on her clothes, blushing, standing timidly beside the stern team leader like she was being punished. Hey, Xiang Qian greeted awkwardly.
Tian remained expressionless, casting a cold glance at S.H.I.E.L.D, and said in a frosty tone, You go wait in the car, we're heading back to the bureau soon.
Shi-Yen looked up at Xiang Qian, wanting to say something but ultimately left without a word under Tian's oppressive gaze.
Once Shi-Yen left, the living room fell into a dead silence, as if time had frozen.
Tian stood up, looming closer to Xiang Qian, her imposing presence instilling fear in him.
Before he could plead for mercy, Tian's hand reached out, and he immediately felt a familiar sharp pain in his ear, as if she were trying to rip it off, stumbling as he was yanked forward, his head being pressed thud against the coffee table in front of the sofa. After all, they had been siblings for over 20 years, and Tian knew well Xiang Qian's tolerance for pain. If her grip was too light, she wouldn't be able to hold his head steady. Xiang Qian patted the coffee table in a panic, shouting anxiously, "Sister, sister, be gentle, my ear is going to fall off, it's really going to fall off. Rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows, how dare you lay hands on my people." Tian's grip tightened gradually, while her other hand twisted Xiang Qian's wrist forcefully backward.
"Ah!"
Xiang Qian knocked repeatedly with his remaining hand on the coffee table, signaling his surrender. "From now on, if you dare to provoke any girls in the bureau, I swear I'll take you down." Tian gritted her teeth, speaking each word slowly. "Did you hear me clearly?" I got it." With a loud bang, Tian stormed out.
Xiang Qian grimaced as he got up, rubbing his ear that felt nearly numb, feeling as if his arm might dislocate.
Looking at the chaotic coffee table and the damaged doorframe, he sighed and slumped back onto the sofa, secretly regretting his actions. It seemed his sister was genuinely angry this time. On the other side, Tian personally drove back to the Divine Spear Bureau. In the passenger seat, Shi-Yen kept her head down, feeling anxious, sneaking glances at the team leader, too frightened to speak under her cold expression. After an unknown period, Tian suddenly spoke up. "Shi-Yen, I need you to promise me something."
What? Shi-Yen nearly jumped at the sudden voice.
"I need you to promise me that if Xiang Qian doesn't call you again in the future, you'll forget about him."
"Ah?"
Tian glanced at Shi-Yen, noticing her face filled with confusion and reluctance, and a wave of helplessness surged within her.
"Do I not know my brother?"
"To put it nicely, he's a typical playboy. To put it harshly, he's a scumbag," Tian said furiously. "In front of women, he can be sweet and charming, leaving them infatuated, but once you get off his bed and out of his sight, he'll forget you as if you never existed. Maybe one day in the far future, when you run into each other again, he'll still be sweet to you, making you feel like he's still the perfect lover."
Shi-Yen was unwilling to believe this, feeling wronged as she said, "Is he really that kind of person?"
Tian shot Shi-Yen a look filled with disappointment until she shyly lowered her head, and then decisively warned her, "Never consider Xiang Qian a good person, let alone a good man."
"What if he does call me?"
Shi-Yen still felt unwilling. Upon hearing this, Tian nearly laughed in anger, huffing heavily and using one hand to steer while pointing outside at the street. "Can you count how many celebrity endorsement ads are on this commercial street?" Shi-Yen looked outside. This was one of the most bustling commercial streets in Shanghai, filled with various large endorsement advertisements among the skyscrapers, with handsome men and beautiful women competing for attention.
"How can you count that?" Tian coldly replied, "Let me tell you, among those young, unmarried celebrity endorsements, 9 out of 10 are waiting for Xiang Qian's call."
Shi-Yen found it hard to believe but didn't dare to continue arguing, lowering her head in grievance. The car fell into silence as if time had stopped.
Until an internal communication from the director's office of the Divine Spear Bureau broke the silence. "Director, this is Tian. Where are you now? Is anyone with you?"
A calm yet firm voice came through the communicator. Upon hearing this question, Tian immediately tensed up, knowing that the following conversation would inevitably involve confidentiality matters.
"I'm with Shi-Yen. In an inconspicuous office building, the office of the director of the Divine Spear Bureau is situated."
From this vantage point, the iconic three heights of Shanghai can only be faintly seen, far removed from the bustling city center. The light in the office is somewhat dim, and a widescreen LCD monitor displays a video of an interrogation. The subject being interrogated is someone quite familiar to the few viewers in front of the screen, Temujin. In the footage, Temujin lies on a hospital bed, his chest, abdomen, and legs bandaged and restrained. However, his spirit is extremely agitated, his face contorted as he roars loudly at the interrogators beyond the camera's lens. "Our warriors flow like rivers, our faith is as solid as a rock. We represent the will of the gods, we are the justice of the world, and our cause will surely achieve glorious success. You may seem powerful, but every day, every second, you are sliding towards the abyss of failure, while we are steadily moving towards the shores of success. You can capture me, but you will never find my father. He will bring you eternal fear, and he will bestow upon you complete failure. The military officer, who was retrieved alongside S.H.I.E.L.D, impatiently shushed him, saying, "This guy's mind is hopeless.
Keep watching."
A cold and authoritative voice came from behind the desk. In the subsequent interrogation footage, Temujin suddenly mentioned S.H.I.E.L.D's name, causing S.H.I.E.L.D and the others to perk up.
"I know that person, he wants to destroy me, but he simply can't. I know him, his name is S.H.I.E.L.D.
Your news reports about him every day, calling him a genius."
What a pity, I was a bit slow to react at the time. I never expected a technological genius would appear on the battlefield.
If I had known, I should have detonated the ring at the first opportunity, dragging your genius down to hell with me. He's dead now, you must be feeling very heartbroken, right?
When you go back, tell S.H.I.E.L.D that he stole my honor as a warrior, he took away my future, but soon, he will also experience the taste of having something precious taken from him.
After this provocative declaration, Temujin fell into a long silence.
The video abruptly stopped, the lights came on,
and only a few viewers remained in front of the screen, including S.H.I.E.L.D, the military officer, Shurien, and a few other members of the special operations team who had participated in capturing Temujin. They stared at the darkened screen, reflecting on Temujin's final proclamation, their faces showing thoughtful expressions. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man rested his elbows on the table, his hands clasped together obscuring half of his face, silently observing the few subordinates scattered around the table. The current director of the Divine Spear Bureau, Zhang Xian, was in his 50s, of medium stature, with a long, thin face and slender eyes. His chin was slightly pointed, presenting typical Northeast Asian facial features. He appeared younger than his actual age, his hair short and neatly combed, with the corners of his mouth occasionally curving up, giving one the impression of a humble smile.
However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that there was no real warmth in his expression.
This description of Zhang Xian's appearance is based on a comic character. Our interrogators conducted an emergency interrogation of Temujin. This footage just arrived from Tajikistan. Zhang Xian explained the source of the video. In the intelligence community, such emergency interrogations are a standard practice. Because intelligence has a time-sensitive nature, it is crucial to gather information from key individuals as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the longer the wait, the more likely it is that the enemy will sever information ties with the captured individuals, making outdated intelligence worthless. S.H.I.E.L.D was clearly the most concerned. The Ten Commandments gang has already set their sights on S.H.I.E.L.D. Can Temujin's words be trusted? Zhang Xian's voice was as calm as metal. I sent only the top interrogation experts, and their reports indicate that S.H.I.E.L.D was highly professional in the torture and questioning of Temujin, which lays a solid foundation for subsequent psychological warfare. At this point, Zhang Xian casually glanced at the military officer, who rubbed his nose in annoyance and turned away. According to the interrogator's analysis, Temujin's words have a 70% credibility.
But that doesn't make sense.
After we captured Temujin, he was under the supervision of our special operations team. He had no chance to inform anyone outside. Even if the Ten Commandments gang wanted to retaliate against S.H.I.E.L.D, they couldn't possibly know so quickly, S.H.I.E.L.D said, looking puzzled.
Is he just guessing? Or is it simply intimidation? It's also possible that it's not a matter of retaliation after the fact.
Zhang Xian pushed a document across the table to S.H.I.E.L.D. This is information we received a week ago, just before the joint counter-terrorism operation began.
S.H.I.E.L.D opened the file, finding the records very brief, consisting of only a few short sentences. The Ten Commandments gang has shown signs of personnel movement in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria?
S.H.I.E.L.D said, puzzled.
It looks like they are preparing for some major action, but what does this have to do with S.H.I.E.L.D?
The interrogators mentioned that based on Temujin's micro-expressions while speaking and changes in his tone, it was determined that his words were neither bluster nor impulsive retaliation, but rather a carefully planned action with a clear purpose. Zhang Xian pointed to the document in S.H.I.E.L.D's hand. Combining this with the intelligence received beforehand, the Ten Commandments gang likely had already planned an attack related to S.H.I.E.L.D.
And S.H.I.E.L.D's capture of Temujin may just be a coincidence. Related to S.H.I.E.L.D, but not directly targeting him?
S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly recalled that Temujin's way of speaking seemed to carry deeper meaning. Zhang Xian was quite pleased with S.H.I.E.L.D's reaction, finally revealing a hint of a genuine smile. Our intelligence analysis team reached the same conclusion. The Ten Commandments gang is likely not directly targeting S.H.I.E.L.D but rather something or someone he cherishes very much, for example, his family, friends, or a significant undertaking he values.
When Zhang Xian mentioned someone Xiang Qian cherishes, the gazes of those present inevitably focused on Xiang Qian.
After my grandfather passed away, I am Xiang Qian's only direct relative left.
Knowing that Xiang Qian might not be the direct target, Xiang Qian instead calmed down.
However, many people know that Xiang Qian has a sister, but few know I'm the weather witch.
Zhang Xian nodded, understanding Xiang Qian's implication. As a social figure, Xiang Qian's family background would certainly be scrutinized by those with ulterior motives.
Many in the public knew that Xiang Qian had a rarely seen sister named Xiang Tian, but very few knew her true identity. In the eyes of the public, Xiang Qian's sister is simply someone who prefers to keep a low profile. Many wealthy families have relatives who dislike being exposed to the public eye. The only people who know your true identity, apart from those few leaders above, are basically within the bureau, Zhang Xian said seriously. I will arrange for an internal investigation to ensure that no leaks occur. However, the likelihood of you being the target is indeed very low.
What about a woman with whom Xiang Qian might have had emotional entanglements?
A nearly invisible middle-aged woman at the desk suddenly spoke up. Her appearance was unremarkable, easily overlooked in a crowd. She was the deputy director in charge of intelligence analysis at the Divine Spear Bureau. Her name was confidential.
That could be a long list.
Xiang Qian casually glanced at Shi, who was desperately trying to act nonchalant beside him. Even if we sent all the field personnel in the bureau, it would probably be difficult to provide comprehensive protection. Shi lowered her head quietly, feeling wronged as she pouted. She understood that the captain was reminding her again. What frustrated her even more was that the military officer had inadvertently stabbed her in the heart again.
It can't be those women. Didn't Temujin say?
The target is something Xiang Qian cherishes.
The military officer did not hide his disdain for Xiang Qian. Those women, once Xiang Qian gets out of bed, he might not even remember their names.
Xiang Qian suddenly turned his head, giving the military officer a killing glare, as if to say, my brother, only I have the right to scold him. The military officer shrank back, falling silent. If the target isn't a specific person, then it can only be an industry related to Xiang Qian, the female deputy director said. The first thing that came to Xiang Qian's mind was an important experiment led by Xiang Qian, the Quafu project? The Quafu project, the practical design scheme for controllable nuclear fusion led by the 5 Elements Laboratory, originally planned for its final public trial a month later, would draw global attention. Given the impact of this experiment in the global clean energy sector and the ensuing political and economic significance, it indeed aligned with the objectives set by the 10 Commandments gang. The Quafu project. Zhang Xian nodded. There is certainly this possibility, but I'm not overly concerned.
Why? Xiang Qian was taken aback.
In fact, the final trial of the Quafu project had already succeeded earlier this year, Zhang Xian said calmly.
The trial a month from now is essentially just a public demonstration.
By then, representatives from the participating countries in the nuclear fusion project will come, and the site will be equipped with the highest level of security measures. With the 10 Commandments gang's current strength, they wouldn't dare to come easily.
Is there anything else besides the Quafu project? Xiang Qian still felt anxious. Xiang Qian's main industries, whether the 5 Elements Laboratory or the 5 Virtues Group, are focused domestically.
Other peripheral matters wouldn't be significant enough for him to treasure so dearly. Actually, our bureau has another plan related to Xiang Qian. Zhang Xian's expression grew extremely serious. What I'm about to discuss involves top-secret responsibilities shared by the Divine Spear Bureau, National Security, and Military Intelligence Departments. From now on, Xiang Tian, your Special Operations Team will cancel all other tasks and leave, executing a brand new protection mission.
Xiang Qian and the others wore serious expressions. You will be responsible for protecting a top-secret plan we are jointly undertaking with the 5 Elements Laboratory, ensuring the plan is successfully implemented. The name of this plan is S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as Zhang Xian and the others were racking their brains to figure out who or what Xiang Qian cherishes could be, Xiang Qian, who had narrowly escaped death, received a phone call from across the ocean. Hey, Tony.
Thanks for the satellite thing, it really helped me a lot. Xiang Qian was engaged in a video call with Tony Stark. In 2010, the hardware conditions for real-time video communication across the ocean were quite challenging, but for the wealthy Tony Stark, this was hardly an issue. This was a private satellite communication frequency exclusive to Tony Stark, used by only a select few. Xiang Qian projected the communication signal onto his computer, enduring the pain in his shoulder and too lazy to hold the phone up any longer. That's right, Tony, you really helped a lot, but you didn't even mention my name at your press conference, he complained. On the screen, Tony Stark was wearing a long bathrobe, holding a wine glass, his face showing the fatigue and dishevelment of post-indulgence.
Xiangqian rubbed his shoulder, wincing in pain. Press conference? What press conference?
The press conference held by the Tajik military. Tony switched to the tone of a news spokesperson. The joint operation achieved significant success. A large number of key members of the terrorist organization were eliminated, and the border mountainous areas have returned to peace, blah blah blah. They took all the credit for themselves.
What's so unusual about that?
Xiangqian twisted his arm, feeling that the muscles in his shoulder might have been strained, with some symptoms of a fracture.
Tony, clearly drunk, vented his complaints, and even through the screen, Xiangqian could smell the alcohol on his breath. They are shameless. They didn't mention my satellite, nor did they mention your fighting skills and magic. What's wrong with your shoulder? Nothing, just take it as a result of failed family moral education. You know, did that satellite record the battlefield situation?
Drunken Tony didn't get caught up in the family moral education issue, instead boasting, of course, you have to understand, as a scientist, I am always filled with curiosity.
Understand. Your curiosity isn't limited to the realm of science, you also use it to pry into other people's lives. You installed a camera in Pepper's bathroom, didn't you? Tony's face became serious. Of course not. How could I do something like that? Really?
I remember when Pepper first started working at Stark Industries, we had a serious discussion about how to get her measurements.
Tony Stark's expression instantly changed. He glanced around vigilantly, then firmly stated, I don't remember that.
You must be mistaken, we might have been talking about another girl.
Impossible. I remember very clearly. The next day, you designed a calculation program and confidently assured me that as long as there was a dynamic video of a person, you could accurately calculate all their body data.
Okay. I remember, I thought of it. Tony was caught on the sore point.
I say, let's stop talking about this, okay? That's enough. Oh, let me guess, Pepper is now less than 20 feet away from you. 17 feet, ahem.
I mean, your performance in the video was so cool. Tony said seriously, catching that explosion barehanded was amazing.
The footage didn't capture it clearly, how did you do that? Some kind of device, or was it that thing you mentioned before? Kunlun, is that the name? That's right, Kunlun. The power I used comes from Kunlun. Is there really magic in this world? Was that magic? Xiangqian couldn't help but laugh. Of course not.
That's a technique to stimulate one's own mental power to gain extraordinary abilities.
Many people have learned it. I remember I mentioned it to you a long time ago, right? Yes, but I could never understand those things beyond the realm of science. You said it was a mental power, right? To me, it belongs to the realm of metaphysics, it's not my thing. Exactly, one of Tony Stark's famous quotes, equipment is more reliable than a person.
Xiangqian teased, although he didn't actually agree with this statement. After all, in the country he grew up in, an elder had taught him that people are the decisive factor in the outcome of war. Tony was oblivious to Xiangqian's true thoughts, his bleary eyes wide open as he raised his wine glass.
Here's to Tony Stark's famous quotes.
Cheers.
Buddy, Tony is going to show you what the most reliable equipment is soon. You've created new equipment again? I remember you only had one project recently, the Jericho missile? Yes. All performance has reached the expected standards, a perfect masterpiece. Congratulations. Xiangqian said insincerely. So starting tomorrow, inventor Tony Stark is going to switch to salesman Tony Stark? Tony's excitement noticeably waned. What can I do?
That chatterbox stand keeps telling me about orders, or it's stock prices.
For the Stark Industries board, isn't that the only value Tony Stark has? Xiangqian said gleefully.
Tony pretended to be stern and pointed at the screen, and the two shared a knowing smile. By the way, I also designed a sales pitch.
Want to hear it?
Tony Stark pulled out a small piece of paper, completely ignoring Xiangqian's refusal.
Listen to this part, I think it's the most important part. Some say the best weapon is one that never has to be used.
I can't agree with that. I believe that the best weapon is one that only needs to be used once. This is my father's and all Americans' experience.
Xiangqian blinked.
I can pretend I didn't hear you mocking the Japanese, the only country that has been bombed with nuclear weapons.
I remember they are also major customers of Stark Industries. Tony Stark laughed heartily. So what?
Anyway, they've never dared to name who dropped the atomic bomb in the last 60 years.
Fine, you call the shots.
And also, this part, find a chance to launch the Jericho missile. I guarantee the terrorists will shrink back into their caves and never dare to show their faces again. Tony recited with intonation, trying to strike a pose of being in control, but unfortunately, the drunken state on his face completely undermined his efforts.
Xiang Qian non-committally shrugged.
Buddy, I have to tell you a fact. Based on what I've seen and heard in Tajikistan, the biggest difficulty in eradicating terrorists is precisely that they hide in caves and refuse to show themselves.
Really? Tony, bleary-eyed, glanced at the note. Looks like the last part still needs to be revised. Where are you planning to use your sales pitch? Still don't know. Afghanistan, Iraq, Israel.
Tony looked as if he was a carefree manager.
Stan is still arranging. These countries have all expressed purchasing intentions. I'll only go to the first buyer. As long as someone uses it once, other buyers will come knocking on the door.
If Xiang Qian had known at this moment that the issues being discussed in the office of the director of the Divine Spear Bureau were related, he might have immediately become alert when he heard Tony mention those countries' names. Unfortunately, the asymmetry of information made him completely unaware of the danger therein. Just then, a voice from off-screen seemed to call for Tony Stark, with Pepper urgently shouting his name. Tony turned his head to look at something, and after a long silence under Xiang Qian's puzzled gaze, he asked with a complex expression, "Buddy, it seems you have a lot of shares in Worthington?"
"Yeah, what's up?" Xiang Qian replied, looking confused.
"You can't see the live broadcast, but you'd better check the news website. Your partner just made a big splash."
The speed of online news dissemination always surpasses that of traditional media platforms. Just as Tony Stark finished watching the live broadcast, Xiang Qian had already found the related news webpage. With just a glance, a strong wave of anger surged within Xiang Qian. Just as Tony had mentioned, Worthington Corporation had indeed made a major news announcement. And for Xiang Qian, who was more familiar with the internal ecology of the mutant community, this was undoubtedly a very serious issue. The head of Worthington Corporation publicly declared in his speech, "Mutants are a disease that needs treatment." Undoubtedly, Worthington Two's comments will spark a new wave of turmoil within the North American mutant community. Currently, neither the White House nor the Department of Mutant Affairs has commented on this statement, but sporadic protests have already emerged in some mutant-populated areas, with some mutants believing that Worthington Two's remarks amount to racial discrimination. Xiang Qian quickly skimmed through the news content, the coldness in his eyes deepening. There was no doubt about the American journalists' sensitivity to news, nor their ability to fan the flames and stoke the fire. Even though it was already night in America, Worthington Two's remarks were immediately featured as headlines in political and social news. Xiang Qian did not care what Worthington Two had said. Americans have always prided themselves on freedom of speech, and as a wealthy capitalist, Worthington Two could certainly enjoy this freedom more than ordinary people. After all, Worthington Corporation was a giant in the North American bioresearch and pharmaceutical industry. What angered Xiang Qian the most was the research result announced by Worthington Two following his statement. Mutant gene suppression agent. A cure for mutants that can perfectly alleviate their mutation troubles. We are in communication with the government to include the agent in health insurance coverage. The promotion of the agent may receive financial support from the government. Looking at Worthington Two's original words quoted in the news, Xiang Qian expressionlessly dialed the phone number for the legal department of the Five Virtues Group. "Have you seen the press conference from Worthington Corporation?" Xiang Qian asked. "I just saw it, colleagues are discussing it now," came the reply from the other end. Xiang Qian interrupted his subordinate, "No need for too much discussion. I need to confirm two things. First, did they notify us before publicly releasing the product?" "Did they?" "I just inquired. Neither the president's office nor the company's general secretariat received any prior notice from Worthington Corporation." "Good. Now for the second thing, did Worthington Corporation's unauthorized product release violate the commercial contract we signed?" Xiang Qian's tone remained unchanged, but as he gazed at the photos of Worthington Two from the press conference on the webpage, a cold killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Yes, our contract with Worthington Corporation clearly includes confidentiality clauses for products, and the mutant gene agent is a jointly developed product that can only be disclosed publicly with the knowledge and consent of both parties. They have breached the contract. Then prepare the lawsuit materials immediately. Have our branch office in America get ready.
once the materials are complete, file the lawsuit right away. I want to see Worthington 2 bankrupt.
Xiang Qian's calm tone concealed a rising killing intent.
Remember, I don't want a result where they go bankrupt financially but still live in villas and throw parties. I want them to end up rummaging through garbage in the slums for the rest of their lives. The other side hesitated. Boss, that might be a bit difficult. Just a contract breach would at most result in some monetary compensation. Unless Worthington Corporation causes greater losses to the shareholders, it's hard to see them go bankrupt.
Just do as I say.
As long as you ensure a win in court, the rest will naturally be handled by others, Xiang Qian stated, cutting off further explanations and hanging up the phone.
Cause greater losses to the shareholders? Xiang Qian sneered inwardly.
With Worthington 2 having said so many foolish things while possessing a weapon capable of posing a fundamental threat to mutants, it was still uncertain how many days he could survive.
Did he really think that Professor X was a saint with a bleeding heart, or that Magneto would reform and become a good person? Before Xiang Qian could think about his next course of action, the phone rang again.
It was a number he was very familiar with. "Hello, Professor."
Xiang Qian answered the call.
On the other end, he heard the professor's slightly angry voice. "You deceived us, James.
You're talking about the Worthington Corporation matter, right?"
"I admit I have deceived many people and don't mind deceiving you when necessary, but I never deceived Jean," Xiang Qian said calmly.
"Regarding the Worthington Corporation issue, I haven't told any lies." The professor had no intention of playing word games with Xiang Qian. He said directly, "You said the agent wouldn't kill mutants." "That's true. But this agent will completely erase all mutant genes. For mutants, this agent is just as dangerous, if not more so."
"Yes, if it were simply to kill mutants, they might not dare to use it on a large scale. After all, that would be labeled as genocide," Xiang Qian sneered. "To put it another way, gene therapy sounds much more palatable."
"James, is this your attitude? To completely erase mutant genes?" Professor X's tone became incredibly serious.
As one of the 2 leaders of the mutants, the strongest standing at the pinnacle of their community, the world could hardly bear the wrath of Professor X. But Xiang Qian remained unmoved. If it were Jean, she wouldn't ask such a foolish question.
"Professor, do you rely solely on your psychic ability to judge a person? Once your superpower fails, are you completely unable to accurately assess a person? That really disappoints me."
"I must be responsible for my mutant brethren," Professor X said firmly.
Xiang Qian laughed heartily, showing no respect for the professor. "Responsible for whom? Who authorized you to take responsibility? Did your mutant brethren vote for you?"
Xiang Qian did not give the professor a chance to rebut and continued, "Mutant abilities might seem cool, but we all know that very few people can enjoy mutant abilities with minimal side effects, probably just a little over 15%. The remaining more than 80% of mutants either have weak abilities that are insignificant or suffer from insurmountable flaws. Why don't you ask those low-tier mutants, over 80% of them, whether they need a gene agent? Why don't you ask the people around you, whether it's Little Mischief, Beast, or any other mutant who can only survive by relying on the X Academy, if they would want to use the agent?"
Xiang Qian's series of questions easily shattered Professor X's momentum. On the other end of the line, the professor sighed. "Of course, I know these questions, but the key issue is who can guarantee that the agent won't be abused?
At the same time, we must find a way to stop Eric's extreme actions. James, the situation is very dangerous now.
Any wrong move could provoke serious conflicts between mutants and ordinary people." Xiang Qian curled his lip. He wanted to say, "What does the conflict between North American mutants and ordinary people have to do with me? Isn't everything fine in my country?"
But now was not the time to part ways with the X-Men. His plan regarding Worthington Corporation still needed their cooperation, whether they wanted to or not. "I'll be heading to America tomorrow. The Worthington Corporation's laboratory is located on Devil's Island."
"You've all seen Escape from Devil's Island, right? We'll meet in San Francisco." "Okay, see you then." The professor wisely ended the call. They indeed needed Xiang Qian's assistance. After all, the focus was on Worthington Corporation, and Xiang Qian was their partner and major shareholder. Just as Xiang Qian hung up the call with Professor X, another call came in immediately.
It was also a familiar number. "Mr. Worthington, it's rare for you to remember to call me," Xiang Qian said, smiling through gritted teeth. On the other end, an older voice, tinged with fatigue yet revealing a sense of urgency, responded, "Hello, Mr. Xiang. I'm sorry, but I must speak with you."
"Speak or must?" Xiang Qian sneered. Is this conversation really that important? Or is there really a need for us to have this talk?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean, but given the current situation. The voice on the other end became somewhat awkward.
But Xiang Qian had no intention of letting the other party off easily. You don't understand what I mean? Do I need to clarify it further?
Xiang Qian's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Do you think your family has produced an angel, and you yourself are God, qualified to act as a savior? On the other end of the line was Worthington too, the man who had just stirred up a storm at the press conference. This self-satisfied elite white male was completely oblivious to the enormous mess he had created, and he had no idea that Xiang Qian had already resolved to bring Worthington Corporation to its knees. In the earpiece, Worthington II's voice grew increasingly anxious. Mr. Xiang, you must understand that what I said in front of the media was completely heartfelt.
I genuinely want to help mutants.
You should remember that we previously discussed the issue of mutants together. You know my true thoughts. Mutants are not outcasts, they are human beings, just like anyone else who has fallen ill. We have all seen mutants who have undergone mutations, and apart from a few lucky ones, the vast majority of mutants have paid an extremely painful price. Worthington II rambled on, but Xiang Qian didn't absorb any of it. In fact, Worthington II's words were no different from those he had previously said to Professor X. However, many times, the rightness or wrongness of a matter does not solely depend on whether the words spoken are correct, it is more crucial who is saying them. If Xiang Qian had said the same things, even if he had spoken more harshly, Professor X would have responded kindly, even Magneto would not dare act recklessly. But what was Worthington II worth? Mr. Worthington, your performance has truly disappointed me, Xiang Qian impatiently interrupted the lengthy discourse. Even now, you still haven't grasped the crux of the matter, you are just entangled in trivialities.
Crux? What crux? I thought.
Xiang Qian mercilessly cut him off again, your thoughts are irrelevant. What matters is that what you just did at the press conference will bring extremely significant losses to Worthington Corporation, and even more importantly, to your partner, that is, me.
I don't understand. If it's an issue with the market promotion of the agent, I can assure you that I have made adequate arrangements.
Worthington Corporation has established market channels and an excellent promotional team, and we are in discussions with the federal government. Xiang Qian interrupted him for the third time, your market channels and promotional team are meaningless. Out of a sense of responsibility as a partner, I must give you a kind reminder, Worthington Corporation is about to face a catastrophic disaster. In Worthington II's stunned silence, Xiang Qian continued, in less than 10 minutes at the press conference, you angered the most terrifying terrorists on American soil. If I were you, I would quickly purchase a substantial personal and property insurance policy for myself and the company. That way, perhaps you won't end up rummaging through garbage in the slums for the rest of your life. After a moment of silence, a strange voice came through the earpiece, we absolutely will not tolerate any terrorist activities occurring on American soil, nor will any terrorist organization be allowed to run rampant on American territory. We have the capability to protect the safety of Worthington Corporation.
In contrast to the anxious and fatigued tone of Worthington II, this newly emerged voice was firm, powerful, and full of confidence. Who the hell are you? Xiang Qian frowned and said irritably. Has no one taught you that interrupting someone is extremely rude? I am General Ross, United States Air Force.
I haven't heard of you, I usually only speak with your Secretary of Defense, Xiang Qian replied, uninterested in this self-satisfied American soldier.
Now you can hand the phone back to Mr. Worthington.
I didn't expect him to not only disclose product information without authorization but also to involve the US military beforehand. I hope he hasn't been foolish enough to leak the core technology of the product to you.
General Ross was not someone to be easily dismissed.
He exhibited the typical arrogance of an American soldier and a nearly reckless hardline approach. I have been granted full authorization to handle this matter.
Beep, beep, beep.
General Ross stared at the phone in his hand, astonished. Xiang Qian had hung up directly. Seeing General Ross nearly explode with anger, Worthington II hurriedly grabbed the phone back and redialed Xiang Qian's number, but all he heard was a continuous "the other party is on another call" tone. Worthington II awkwardly glanced at General Ross, and the two exchanged silent looks. Fortunately, this awkward silence did not last long. A communications officer rushed over to them, handing General Ross a communication device that looked like an old-fashioned telephone.
General, this is a high-level communication request.
The term high-level indicated that the other party had higher-level authority, which often meant they held a more senior position.
Whose? General Ross asked irritably. The Secretary of Defense. Hello, Mr. Secretary.
General Ross, suppressing his anger, picked up the call. On the other end, Worthington too could not hear what was said, but he was horrified to see General Ross's expression change dramatically in a very short time.
Sir, I thought I had obtained full authorization for action. Your Excellency, I believe you are not aware of the value of this incident. This agent is crucial to us.
It would not be an exaggeration to overestimate its strategic significance.
We must keep it in our own hands. What if that Chinese man holds the key technology? We have ways to make him spill. I know he has connections with many people in Washington.
That playboy spends hundreds of millions of dollars a year to buy them off, yet no one considers how many benefits he has taken from America. This is treason, this is selling out the national interests of America. Worthington too stared in shock at the dramatic change in General Ross's demeanor. The general, this high-ranking officer with an old-school cowboy attitude, had a face that turned red after answering the phone, and then his hair stood on end as his anger erupted. He leaped up, shouting into the microphone, venting his rage without restraint. But before ending the call, Worthington too heard General Ross's last words, "Yes, sir."
The atmosphere fell back into awkward silence.
In this atmosphere, the sudden ringing of Worthington too's mobile phone was particularly jarring.
Hello, Mr. Xiang.
Worthington too answered the call. However, Xiang Qian no longer wanted to waste time with this self-righteous fool. Hand the phone to General Ross. You need to understand that now, the entire matter is no longer under your control.
With a complex expression, Worthington too handed the phone to the old cowboy.
As a major capitalist controlling an industry giant, even Worthington too, no matter how slow he was, should realize that things had slipped out of his grasp, and in the future, they would likely deviate significantly from his original intentions.
General Ross, is it? Xiang Qian sneered. I hope you have a basic understanding of the current situation. Are you ready for war?
General Ross, after all, was a seasoned figure who had been through many storms. He quickly adjusted his emotions, though his tone remained as tough as ever. Do not doubt our professionalism.
We are the most powerful military in the world.
I cannot agree with that, Xiang Qian said with a slight smirk, feeling a stronger pride in this matter than General Ross, a pride that stemmed from history and the legacy of his ancestors. I cannot comment on your professionalism and combat effectiveness, as I rarely have the opportunity to engage with the U.S. military. After all, I have the fortune of being born in a country without any U.S. military bases. As soldiers, we prioritize action over empty words. General Ross, even in a verbal spar, exemplified the straightforward and no-nonsense style typical of old-school military personnel.
Xiang Qian scoffed, feigning ignorance to the fact that Ross was subtly mocking him as a superficial playboy.
While I believe you will certainly uphold the duties of a soldier, I must double-check for precautionary reasons, Xiang Qian said lazily.
Are you aware that my biological endocrine extraction and catalysis technology is the key to the mass production of the mutant agent?
Xiang Qian's tone and convoluted phrasing were filled with the cadence of an elite American lawyer, which greatly displeased General Ross.
I think we can get straight to the point, Ross stated firmly.
No, it's best to clarify some aspects in advance, Xiang Qian said playfully. Are you clear that whether I will continue to provide the relevant technology for the development of the mutant agent entirely depends on whether you can ensure the safety of my investment in Worthington Corporation? The veins on General Ross's forehead throbbed. I have been given orders to ensure the safety of Worthington Corporation.
On American soil, we will fully uphold the legal rights of anyone.
Since it was General Ross's first time dealing with Xiang Qian, he did not realize that members of the Divine Spear Bureau or familiar figures like Professor X and Magneto would never provoke Xiang Qian verbally. Why would one poke a bear, especially when in need of its help? All right, General, let's get straight to the point then. Xiang Qian did not linger on the previous banter, as if the earlier convoluted nonsense had been cast aside.
Can you tell me the specifics of your plans to protect Worthington Corporation?
General Ross felt that all his patience was drained in this phone call. Even when he had let the Hulk go, leading to the failure of the Super Soldier program, he had never been this irritable.
There is an Air Force Rapid Response Paratrooper Company on Devil's Island, and the White House has also dispatched a Marine Corps Reinforcement Company.
The laboratory there has the tightest security protection. General Ross attempted to showcase his might through a strong military deployment.
Xiang Qian waited for a long time but did not hear any further elaboration from General Ross. He asked in surprise, "That's it? Just 2 infantry companies? Do you even know who you are up against? This is America, we are the strongest military in the world.
In General Ross's view, situated on American soil with complete positions and substantial technical equipment support, 2 reinforcement companies were enough to face any threat and remain invincible.
Xiang Qian was nearly amused by General Ross's ignorance. General, you have never dealt with mutant issues before, have you? Do you truly understand what the title Magneto signifies, even if he has been dormant for a decade?
I have been granted full authority to handle the unrest between Worthington Corporation and the mutants. General Ross felt he was easily provoked, his contempt for every aspect of Xiang Qian growing from his tone of voice to his dismissive attitude.
Xiang Qian nonchalantly replied, yes, you don't need to keep emphasizing that. My memory isn't that poor. I still remember the last person who was given similar authority. What was his name again? Oh, I remember now, William Stryker, right? Xiang Qian's talent for provoking dislike in others flared up fully at this moment. Do you know what your predecessor's most memorable aspect was?
It was his tragic fate. His body was found 30 feet underwater in Alkali Lake, already so mutilated that fish had devoured his face.
Xiang Qian laughed maliciously.
The San Francisco Bay is much deeper than Alkali Lake, General.
What are you trying to say?
Though seething with anger, General Ross keenly sensed the underlying meaning in Xiang Qian's words. After receiving authorization for action, he had indeed done some homework, and the secret report on the Alkali Lake incident was an essential part of it.
Xiang Qian was quite satisfied with General Ross's reaction.
Being able to control his anger and maintain a semblance of rationality and sharpness after provocation was the basis for continued communication and cooperation. What smart people dislike most is those whose emotions overwhelm their rationality, as their behavior logic becomes unpredictable, leaving no one knowing what they might do next. Magneto is the most powerful terrorist in American history, maybe not the most terrifying, but definitely the most powerful.
Xiang Qian dropped the playful tone, so, to ensure my financial safety, I have also found some help.
Who? General Ross already had his suspicions. After all, with Xiang Qian's current influence, his past experiences in America had long been thoroughly dug up by those with ulterior motives.
Xiang Qian no longer kept him guessing. You must have already guessed, right?
The only ones who can deal with Magneto are his old adversaries, the X-Men.
We haven't ruled out cooperating with them, General Ross hesitated. But they, like Magneto, have not appeared since the Alkali Lake incident.
The government believes that because the military attacked the X Academy, they do not trust us. Xiang Qian sneered, before judging whether they trust the government, why not ask yourself if you trust them?
They are just another group of mutants, like Magneto.
I don't know, they have been missing for nearly 10 years, General Ross responded. After William Stryker's death, no one knew the address of the X Academy. Even though that school enrolls students every year, no one knows where they are, even the parents of the students are vague about it.
That's the nature of mutants, possessing enviable powerful gifts. Xiang Qian smiled happily, as if basking in the glory of that school taught by beautiful and capable women. General Ross pressed on, so, do you trust them? Would they be willing to stand against Magneto, even if it means deviating from the mutant's position?
Xiang Qian replied, General, since you have become the full authority in handling the mutant unrest, I must remind you of one thing, there is no such thing as a unified stance among mutants.
So you mean the X-Men would stand by our side?
Xiang Qian remained non-committal. Whether they will stand by our side is a matter I need to resolve.
Your question is, I need you to provide a guarantee. What guarantee?
I need you to guarantee, General, that if I convince the X-Men to join the fight, you will acknowledge them and allow them to play their full role.
Xiang Qian's tone was unusually serious.
At least, before defeating Magneto. General Ross fell silent for a long time. He sensed a deeper meaning behind Xiang Qian's emphasized last words and ultimately replied, I will not refuse any beneficial assistance.
A wise choice.
I will depart for America tomorrow and meet with the representatives of the X-Men in San Francisco. I hope for a good outcome.
Xiang Qian said before hanging up the phone, I look forward to our pleasant cooperation.
After hanging up, Xiang Qian fell into silent contemplation. The X-Men represented a force that could unite, but their emotions and demands needed to be taken into account. The U.S. military was a force to be utilized, with those American soldiers serving as good cannon fodder. As for Magneto, he was the target that had to be struck. Until he was defeated, he was the best glue for all anti-Magneto forces. Primary contradictions and secondary contradictions, who to rely on, who to unite with, and who to strike against.
Xiang Qian realized that the political and history textbooks he had studied in high school were indeed among the most valuable books he had ever read. Now, Xiang Qian needed to seek out the power that could provide him with support. What kind of power could become Xiang Qian's support? The answer to this question was actually quite simple.
After hanging up the phone, Xiang Qian carefully pondered the plan that was gradually taking shape in his mind from start to finish, then stood up and headed to the Divine Spear Bureau. Indeed, what Xiang Qian could rely on was the power that came from the official side. He was not Tony Stark, even though they were close friends. He never thought he could save the whole world on his own. Having the willingness to save the world is one thing, having the ability to do so is another. To resolve the turmoil caused by the mutant gene agent, the final outcome would likely require facing pressure from Professor X, Magneto, and the US military simultaneously. Xiang Qian felt he did not possess such formidable power, nor could he bear such a heavy responsibility. He needed a solid backing to support him. However, Xiang Qian soon realized that the development of events was somewhat deviating from his previous expectations.
What does it mean to restrict my exit from the country? Xiang Qian sat across from Zheng Xian's desk, looking dazed and filled with confusion.
Zheng Xian rubbed his throbbing forehead in frustration, feeling exhausted. The threat from the Ten Commandments gang against Xiang Qian had not been completely resolved, and he hadn't even had time to arrange things on Xiang Tian's side before Xiang Qian stirred up another mess. It means just what it says: without approval, you cannot leave the country.
Approval? Who is supposed to grant that? Xiang Qian asked anxiously.
I haven't done anything illegal, I don't owe any huge debts, and I haven't engaged in illegal fundraising, so why am I being restricted from leaving?
If this news gets out, won't it create chaos?
Your 5 virtues group isn't even listed, how chaotic could it possibly get?
Zheng Xian replied irritably.
Xiang Qian was displeased. Then at least give me a reason.
If I haven't committed any crimes, who would be restricted from leaving the country? Even if you say I bribed someone or engaged in a transaction of power and money, the investigation would have to start with you. After all, you're the head of the Divine Spear Bureau and the one closest to me. Get out!
Zheng Xian was so furious he nearly jumped up.
You caused this trouble and then come asking me for reasons.
Before you went to Tajikistan, you swore up and down that aside from sending drones and operating radars, you would absolutely not do anything out of line.
And what happened?
You were the one who stood out the most on the battlefield.
Do you think you're Zhao Zilong on Changban Slope?
The usually refined head of the Divine Spear Bureau was now red-faced and visibly angry, scolding Xiang Qian until he shrank back, not daring to make a sound. I warned you a couple of things when you just returned, but you didn't listen at all, calling yourself a genius when I think you're just a fool.
Zheng Xian grew angrier as he spoke.
You made a big fuss out there, and the old men at the science committee were in an uproar, nearly coming to my office to block the door. I couldn't even answer my phone in my own office for fear they would come looking for me.
Xiang Qian awkwardly laughed, feeling a bit guilty. It's not that serious.
Much more serious than you think. Zheng Xian glared, staring fiercely at Xiang Qian. Those old men add up to 600 or 700 years of experience, each one is a national treasure. If they came to my office pointing fingers at me, I'd have to smile and appease them. You got all the glory out front while I took the blame behind the scenes.
Xiang Qian lowered his head sheepishly, not daring to speak further. It was rare for Zheng Xian to vent his anger so freely, and he certainly wouldn't let this troublemaker off easily. Do you even know the important responsibilities you shoulder?
Don't you dare think of yourself as just a playboy billionaire who knows only how to indulge.
There are plenty of people out there richer than you. So what if they have hundreds of billions in the stock market? How many are irreplaceable?
There are plenty of people who can play games or lend at high interest. It's not just your last name that matters.
But if you mess up, when will there be another 5 Elements laboratory?
The Kwafu project, the Hoi project, the new materials for national defense industry. You should calculate how many important projects the 5 Elements laboratory is handling and how significant they are. Zheng Xian's roar seemed to threaten to lift the roof of the entire office. Fortunately, the director's office used the most advanced soundproofing materials, or else in the eyes of his subordinates, Zheng Xian's image would likely collapse in an instant.
Xiang Qian secretly glanced at Zheng Xian, judging that the other man had probably vented enough, and then mustered his courage to tentatively say, "But the mutant gene agent is extremely important too."
Zheng Xian's eyes widened in shock, while Xiang Qian feigned guilt and averted his gaze. However, Zheng Xian knew full well that his earlier scolding would have no effect on this kid. Xiang Qian's skin was so thick it was like being made of the strongest alloy, and likely a nuclear warhead would struggle to penetrate it. Thinking of this, the usually composed director of the Divine Spear Bureau couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened.
Why were these two siblings so different?
If only Xiang Qian could be as sensible as Xiang Tian, it would save him some worry. Xiang Qian feigned innocence, putting on a well-behaved child's demeanor, but deep down, he was not worried about his plan at all. As the most populous country in the world, it was naturally also the largest country of mutants. With a conservative estimate that mutants made up 1% of the total population, this matter was related to the significant interests of tens of millions of people. Zhang Xian would surely consider and make the correct decision calmly. Sure enough, after Zhang Xian vented his anger and gradually calmed down, he quickly regained the composure and wisdom expected of the head of the Divine Spear Bureau.
The mutant gene agent is best kept fully under our control.
Xiang Qian smiled, that's why I must go in person.
Is there really no more suitable candidate? Zhang Xian asked, frowning.
Xiang Qian pondered for a moment. If it's just to communicate with the US government, my sister might be able to help, but she can only appear as the vice president of the Five Virtues Group and cannot reveal her identity as the Weather Witch. However, in that case, it would be hard for her to gain Professor Xavier's trust and complete the most critical step of the plan.
Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a long time. His gaze fell on a document on his desk.
From the contents of the document, it was easy for Zhang Xian to draw the same conclusion as Xiang Qian. As a veteran agent with 30 years of experience, Zhang Xian understood well that if judged purely from a professional perspective, the preliminary plan Xiang Qian had drafted was already quite comprehensive, with a significant chance of success, and could minimize any negative effects that might arise afterward.
But the biggest problem with this plan lay in the person executing it.
Xiang Qian could not afford to make any mistakes, at least for now. No one could replace him.
But equally, there was currently no one else who could execute this plan.
I can't make the decision, I must report to the higher-ups. Zhang Xian rubbed his forehead again, feeling a headache coming on. Xiang Qian grew anxious. Xian uncle, you are the top person responsible for non-natural affairs in the country. Mutant issues are within your jurisdiction, so why do you need to report to the higher-ups?
What I need to report is not just this plan but also you.
Zhang Xian lightly tapped the document in his hand. Your exit from the country is restricted because the higher-ups have increased your security level. If you want to go abroad, you must first report and obtain approval.
Xiang Qian rolled his eyes, a sly glint in his eyes. What if the higher-ups ask for your opinion, Xian uncle?
Although Zhang Xian said he needed to report to the higher-ups, they would surely consult Zhang Xian, the person in charge of the related affairs, for professional opinions.
Thus, Zhang Xian's stance was crucial to Xiang Qian's plan. What opinion could I have? With time so tight, I can't think of a better way.
The director of the Divine Spear Bureau sighed helplessly. Right now, the two of us are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If this goes wrong, I'll have to take the blame for you.
Xiang Qian grinned. Who are we to each other, uncle?
If you have to take the blame, I'll surely get you the sturdiest backpack.
Get the hell out of here, Zhang Xian said irritably. Zhang Xian acted swiftly.
Before nightfall completely set in, a Bombardier Global Express took off from the airport like a bolt of black lightning, soaring over the wide river mouth and speeding eastward. Inside the spacious cabin, Xiang Qian stretched his arms comfortably, lounging lazily on the soft sofa. Several young and beautiful flight attendants surrounded him, clearly bearing Western features, their faces adorned with eager smiles, and their every move exuding a sense of allure and desire. The head flight attendant beside Xiang Qian had a bright smile, a tall figure, and her golden red hair neatly styled into a bun, all while wearing a tidy working uniform that subtly accentuated her curves. Xiang Qian's gaze slowly traveled along the curves of the head flight attendant's figure, and after a while, he finally spoke. I remember sending you all to the US for training earlier this year, but I haven't had a chance to test your training results since you returned.
Ah, yes, sir, the head flight attendant replied, a glimmer of something unusual flashing in her eyes. Shall I gather them all to give you a demonstration?
Of course, Xiang Qian said, a hint of displeasure crossing his face.
I paid a hefty sum for that.
It was a school that trains private flight attendants for Tony Stark, with British etiquette training, a sommelier course in France, and unforgettable DJ and dance training.
Don't let my money go to waste, or I might have to dock your pay, Xiang Qian teased, pretending to be stern.
Of course not, sir. The head flight attendant felt somewhat uneasy under Xiang Qian's gaze. Satisfied, Xiang Qian nodded and casually pointed, go gather them, and by the way, turn on the stage lighting effects at the bar. That was an expensive renovation.
Okay, sir.
The head flight attendant lowered her head to adjust her hair and hurriedly turned towards the bar. However, when she arrived at the bar, a glance revealed a dozen tall glasses neatly arranged. There was no lighting control panel anywhere.
Oh, can't find it?
As the head of the cabin crew, your performance isn't up to par.
Or are you just a pretty face with the title? Hearing Xiang Qian's brazen mockery from behind, the head flight attendant immediately understood.
She rolled her eyes and turned to face Xiang Qian, her shoulders drooping. When did you figure it out?
When you greeted me on the stairs.
Xiang Qian pointed to the corner of his eye. My sensitivity to mental energy might not be on par with the professor or Jean, but it's more than enough to recognize an acquaintance. Plus, there's this. Xiang Qian raised his wrist. It was a wristband similar to a smartwatch, with a red arrow on the LCD screen pointing directly at the head flight attendant.
This is a mutant gene detector.
Although you sent Dr. Trask to prison, his research has long spread across the globe. The head flight attendant sighed helplessly, unclipped her hair, loosened the collar of her uniform, and swayed her way to the sofa, lifting her leg to sit in Xiang Qian's lap. She was tall and looked down at him with an elevated posture. The other flight attendants in the cabin, seeing this, discreetly retreated to other compartments, remaining silent. Xiang Qian's hands rested on her rounded thighs, gently stroking. Can I ask where the beautiful head attendant I hired with such a hefty price went? She's at home sleeping, probably for another 10 hours or so. Just as she spoke, the alluring demeanor of the previous head attendant transformed, now carrying a more cold and strong aura. Under Xiang Qian's gaze, the fiery red-lipped head attendant instantly morphed into a blue, fairy-like face, her golden red hair turning into a more vivid crimson, with thin scales covering her cheeks.
I have a question for you too. Has Charles contacted you? It must be about the Worthington Corporation issue, right?
Mystique leaned closer to Xiang Qian's ear, her voice soft and whispery, her warm breath seeming to penetrate straight into his mind.
Xiang Qian's hand had already wandered to her slender waist. Isn't it obvious?
I just received news that Magneto is preparing for something big, and the professor wants to quell this upheaval quickly, not wanting to see too much bloodshed, so he can't avoid me as a major shareholder of Worthington Corporation. Compared to the violence-loving Magneto, the professor seems more like an idealistic politician.
Before he had said much about the actual matter, Xiang Qian's attention had already drifted elsewhere. I remember you used to disguise yourself by using the scales on your body to morph into clothes for easy changes, but today, you're wearing my head attendant's outfit?
Aha! Mystique seemed to enjoy being in Xiang Qian's embrace, pressing tightly against him like a snake without bones. That head attendant is quite ambitious. She prepared a lot for work, like a set of black lace lingerie. Who will you help, Charles or Eric? With the soft and tempting warmth in his arms, Xiang Qian's gaze instinctively wandered lower. I'm not helping anyone. Magneto's violence will indeed provoke more hatred, but the professor's goals are too idealistic. Since the mutant agent has already appeared, no government will allow it to disappear or fall into the hands of mutants.
Does that lingerie fit you well? Did you forget? I can make anything fit me.
Mystique whispered dreamily into Xiang Qian's ear. Just to let you know, I can help you spy on Eric's actions, but could your plan lead to worse outcomes? I'm worried. It would be wonderful if this decade of peace could continue. Xiang Qian's arms tightened around Mystique's waist, pulling her in closer, the enticing scent of femininity enveloping him.
Don't worry, I've always preferred mutual cooperation with mutants.
I can definitely reach some level of cooperation with the professor.
Most importantly, I promised you I wouldn't harm either the professor or Magneto.
Mystique giggled, playfully swatting Xiang Qian's hand that was wandering from her thigh upwards. Have you forgotten that you once shot Eric?
I think black paired with pale skin would look even better.
The scene before them rippled like water, and the blue fairy-like figure instantly morphed into the familiar face of a young beauty known to many. When I entered the country, there were giant advertisements of this woman everywhere at the airport.
Is she a movie star or a singer?
Xiang Qian shrugged. She's all three: film, television, and music.
Mystique looked at Xiang Qian's nonchalant expression in confusion, quickly realizing, you've slept with her?
Xiang Qian showed no embarrassment at being exposed, instead revealing a pleased smile.
How about this?
Mystique whimsically transformed her appearance several times, observing Xiang Qian's reactions, and after a while, she playfully pouted. Why don't you tell me which one you haven't slept with?
Why bother with someone else's face? I remember when we first met.
Xiang Qian gazed at Mystique's face, watching her gradually take on the familiar features of a blue-eyed blonde, the ordinary face Mystique used when not disguised as someone else.
You still look so young and beautiful. Xiang Qian caressed her fair cheek. Mystique looked at him with a knowing smile. Young?
I'm only a little younger than Charles, I could easily be your mother.
Xiang Qian laughed heartily, unbothered. The difference in age needs to be compared.
For a life that lasts 100 years, a 30-year gap is significant, but when the lifespan is doubled or tripled, a 30-year difference becomes negligible.
If it's an even longer life. Is that why you don't care that Jean is over 10 years older than you? Mystique asked playfully.
Xiang Qian quickly closed his mouth. Mystique clearly knew the little calculations in his heart, yet her eyes still brimmed with spring-like warmth, as if it were about to overflow.
Do you remember, if I lose control of my consciousness, I can't concentrate and can't maintain my transformation?
Mystique's breath grew warmer between her lips.
Of course, I remember.
The Bombardier Global Express is a mature business jet model, which means that its aerodynamic layout and other speed-related components cannot be significantly modified. Even though Xiang Qian possessed several advanced technologies, he could not achieve notable improvements in speed.
The plane crossed the Pacific from west to east, flying for over 10 hours before finally landing slowly at a private airport outside San Francisco.
After transforming her appearance, Mystique quietly departed. This was a familiar task for her. Her aim was to investigate Magneto's whereabouts, the most powerful terrorist on American soil who had re-emerged after a decade of silence, a cause for deep concern for Xiang Qian. Mystique was equally uneasy. As a friend of Magneto, she did not wish to see him in danger. After the Trask incident, although Mystique had chosen to leave the Professor and Magneto to act independently, she had realized that violent actions would only worsen the living conditions of mutants and would not bring any benefits. Among the people she trusted, apart from the Professor, Xiang Qian was the only one capable and willing to help mutants through this crisis. Therefore, the conditions Xiang Qian offered were satisfactory to her, and a basis for cooperation was established. Xiang Qian had come to the U.S. as a director of Worthington Corporation to address the company's operational crisis, so his itinerary was public from the start. This led to his phone ringing incessantly the moment the plane landed. Black charcoal. This was a mysterious designation. Upon seeing the familiar codename on his phone screen, Xiang Qian revealed a hint of amusement. These guys really have sharp instincts. Having disembarked from the plane and sat in the car leaving the airport, more than 10 minutes had passed, yet Xiang Qian had not answered the call, which continued to ring persistently. The caller had not hung up and it wasn't disconnecting like a regular call. The continuous ringing seemed to announce a fact: if you don't pick up the phone, this ringing will go on forever, and no other calls can come through. Xiang Qian held the phone, contemplating for a moment, then smirked and silenced the ringing before tossing the phone onto the seat, turning his attention to admire the cityscape outside the car window. Thanks to the time difference between the two locations, Xiang Qian had taken off before dark and arrived in San Francisco in the evening, where the sky was already painted with brilliant hues, and the lights of the streets and tall buildings began to flicker on. Let's take a loop around the consulate, Xiang Qian suddenly instructed. The driver asked, should we go inside? No need, just a quick pass by. Without any familiar companions, Xiang Qian appeared particularly quiet, and his expression gradually grew melancholic. This city held many memories for him: childhood, adolescence, sorrow, and joy. As the car drove past the consulate, the wristband on Xiang Qian's left hand suddenly vibrated. He raised his wrist to check. Another communication request had come in. The people who could directly call through to the electronic wristband were clearly not the same as those who could only dial his mobile phone. Seeing the name flashing on the crystal screen, a smile spread across Xiang Qian's face as he immediately answered the call. James, are you in San Francisco now? Before Xiang Qian could speak, an exaggerated voice came through. You've really hurt my feelings. You didn't notify me in advance about coming to San Francisco. If it weren't for Jarvis detecting your private jet just applied for an entry route, I wouldn't even know you were here. Xiang Qian smiled as he looked at the slightly swollen face with a mustache on the screen, pretending to hesitate. You look like you just woke up. Maybe you should be sad that yesterday's wild party wasn't thrilling enough? What? How do you know? Pepper told me. Xiang Qian blinked innocently, lying. Tony Stark on the screen displayed a look of astonishment, followed by a clear turning motion. Soon after, a slightly magnetic young woman's voice came through the earpiece, tinged with clear exasperation. Mr. James, I'm right here. Hi, Pepper, long time no see. Xiang Qian showed no embarrassment at being caught, instead greeting her with a smile. Could you come in front of the camera? You know, the face of a middle-aged man after a hangover is truly unappealing. What? Absolutely not. The middle-aged man with a hangover shouted angrily, his face seemingly ready to pop out of the screen and press his nose against Xiang Qian's. Pepper is very busy, she has a lot of work to handle right now.
Amid the man's shouting, a hint of feminine laughter could be heard. It's already past 6 in the evening, work hours are over, and today is Saturday. Xiang Qian scolded sharply, Tony, you truly are a heartless capitalist. Tony Stark on the screen retorted defiantly, how can that be called heartless? Normal working hours are from 9 in the morning to 9 in the evening, right?
Plus, as my executive assistant, she only needs to work 6 days a week, which is quite a good benefit for workers.
Oh. I really believe you, Tony. Xiang Qian said in a mocking tone, Pepper, do you want me to believe your boss? You only work 6 days a week?
When Xiang Qian said only 6 days a week, he deliberately extended his hands, making the classic American gesture of quotation marks towards Tony on the screen, which immediately drew a death glare from him. Before Tony Stark could interject, Pepper's faint confused voice came through first, normal working hours, 6 days? Tony Stark on the screen looked off in the direction outside the screen, signaling to Pepper as if he were about to slaughter a chicken. Joyful laughter erupted from both sides of the screen, accompanied by the mustached man's grumbling arguments. Such playful banter had become their way of greeting each other. When the laughter subsided, Tony Stark's expression suddenly turned serious. James, the situation with Worthington Corporation is tricky, you need to be here in the US personally? Many people anticipated this, didn't they? Xiang Qian replied with a light-hearted smile. Where do you plan to go now? To Worthington headquarters, or to their lab on Devil's Island? Devil's Island. Xiang Qian answered honestly. That place could turn into a battlefield at any moment. As the top billionaire in America and a close associate of the military, Tony Stark was well informed. Radical mutants are gathering in increasing numbers around the Bay. This is merely the local situation in California, while mutants from other states are also beginning to converge here. Not only the police, but certain areas have already been sealed off and placed under martial law by the National Guard. The National Guard in California has mobilized? It's been less than 48 hours since the press conference, and the last information I received was just local police patrolling. Xiang Qian remained calm regarding this information. It seems someone is indeed stirring the pot from behind. While on the plane, he hadn't just been busy catching up with friends, he had also analyzed the various intelligence Mystique had brought. Others may struggle to catch the elusive Magneto, but Mystique was undoubtedly one of the people who understood him best. Currently, Xiang Qian likely had more detailed information about Magneto's actions than all the various factions of the US government combined. Although Xiang Qian had advised Mystique not to get involved further to avoid danger, considering her relationship with Magneto and the Professor, she likely wouldn't heed his warning. While Xiang Qian appeared relaxed, Tony on the other side of the screen was far more anxious than he was. James, I recommend you not go to Devil's Island, it's likely to be the most dangerous place in America in the coming days. Seeing Tony's urgent expression warmed Xiang Qian's heart. He could feel his friend's concern, but he could not accept his advice. I'm sorry, Tony, but I can't do that. Before Xiang Qian finished speaking, Tony became angry. Why don't you understand? Listen to me, the situation Worthington is facing is no ordinary business competition. I'm fully aware, Tony. Xiang Qian calmly interrupted Tony's persuasion. I fully understand this is no longer a business issue, it's a conflict between races, and it also involves several major countries, that's why I must go. On the screen, Tony glared angrily at Xiang Qian, and after a long pause, he suddenly sighed and lowered his voice. I'll send you a number shortly. If you encounter an emergency, call that number. There's an armed helicopter on standby at a nearby Air Force base, and they'll reach Devil's Island within 10 minutes of your call, but you need to remember, their orders are to only take you back. Xiang Qian suddenly felt a bit misty-eyed and quickly took a deep breath, lowering his voice as well. Is it Rhodey? You've pulled him into this too? He's with the US Air Force. If something goes wrong, it could have a significant impact on him. Tony warned fiercely, then you'd better be careful, don't get killed, and don't let Rhodey end up in military court. Looking at Tony Stark's fierce expression on the screen, Xiang Qian smiled broadly. Don't worry, Tony, I promise I'm just going to take a look. As long as I confirm my investment is safe, I'll head back to the hotel and stay put. I won't go anywhere near the action. I probably won't even need Rhodey's helicopter. After hanging up the call with Tony, Xiang Qian's mind was flooded with thoughts, and memories from his childhood and adolescence surfaced in his mind. When he came back to reality, he could already see the shimmering waves on the sea, and through the thin evening mist, the majestic silhouette of the Golden Gate Bridge appeared, flickering in the brilliant glow of the sunset. Xiang Qian took a deep breath, and as he withdrew his gaze, he inadvertently glanced at the phone left on the seat, which continued to flash its light stubbornly.
Xiang Qian scoffed, ultimately choosing to pick up the call. You really are persistent, aren't you, Director?
A deep voice came through the phone. Mr. Xiang, it is worth our while to show sincerity.
Then why don't you let Mr. Nick Fury sincerely tell me what you want to exchange for your sincerity?
Xiang Qian's voice turned cold and sharp. The warmth brought by friends had completely dissipated, leaving only the ruthlessness of facing an opponent.
Xiang Qian's entry into the United States was executed with a sudden strike strategy.
Although his itinerary was public, the announcement was timed to coincide closely with the deadline. As a world-renowned entrepreneur and billionaire, his Bombardier Global Express had already been registered with the Federal Aviation Administration, granting him expedited access for entry and exit routes. From the moment the plane applied for the entry route until he disembarked and went through security checks, the uninformed airport staff naturally followed their standard procedures. Meanwhile, by the time the informed parties reported Xiang Qian's entry and the decision-makers acted on it, his car had already smoothly driven onto the Golden Gate Bridge. So far, the only individuals who had successfully contacted Xiang Qian were Tony Stark and Nick Fury, each for their own reasons, able to detect Xiang Qian's movements immediately.
That boy, Jimmy. He is the key to the mutant gene agent. You've known about his existence for a while, haven't you?
Nick Fury wasted no time, likely aware of the urgency of the situation.
Xiang Qian's lips curled slightly as he picked up a document.
This document was the same one he had previously handed to Zhang Xian to persuade the higher-ups. Flipping to the second page, he was greeted by a photo of a bald white boy. Jimmy, a mutant boy who could secrete a mutant gene suppressor. The so-called mutant gene agent was, in fact, extracted from this boy's body.
So what? Xiang Qian replied nonchalantly.
That child is still a minor. His parents, as guardians, consented to Worthington Corporation providing treatment for him. Everything is within legal regulations.
Listening to Xiang Qian's unperturbed tone, an inexplicable irritation surged within Nick Fury.
At this moment, his emotions were far from the calm and steady voice on the phone.
In the matter of developing the mutant gene agent, Fury's department had seriously derelict its duty.
Numerous organizations had been secretly researching mutant genes, yet his subordinates had not given Worthington Corporation any extra attention, treating its development process the same as other organizations, completely unaware of the boy named Jimmy, let alone anticipating that he could hold the key to decoding the mutant gene. Over a week ago, Worthington Corporation completed the first phase of clinical trials for the agent, and news of its effectiveness began circulating among the public, leading Fury to panic as he realized that the entire mutant population in North America was beginning to stir. Moreover, Worthington Two's nonsensical speech had been like pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling pot of hot oil. The mutant community, which had lain silent for nearly a decade, immediately erupted into chaos.
At this point, Fury wished he could swallow Worthington Two whole.
Currently, the area surrounding San Francisco Bay was brimming with tension, with radical mutants protesting, local police on alert, and the California National Guard. These were the visible organizations. As for the hidden forces lurking in the shadows, there were too many for Fury to count. The most powerful, of course, was the U.S. military. Originally authorized by the White House, General Ross had unified command over the Air Force and Marine Corps around Devil's Island and the San Francisco Bay. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives discovered that a contingent from the Army had secretly appeared in San Francisco, their intentions unclear. Given that William Stryker, previously responsible for mutant affairs under Ross, had led a secret organization for mutant research for years, this emerging Army unit indicated that the upper echelons of the Army likely had their eyes on the gene agent as well. No one knew whether the factions would eventually point fingers at each other in blame. In matters concerning mutants, the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men were also involved. While they might be expected to target each other as before, facing a common crisis, it was uncertain whether they would join forces.
The emotional entanglement between Magneto and Professor X had become far more drawn out than the most fantastical soap opera. But with both factions lying low for years, Fury couldn't grasp their respective plans just yet.
Adding to the mix were various intelligence agencies under the jurisdiction of the U.S. government, all of whom had sent operatives into the Bay Area. The number of parties confirmed to be involved in this matter far exceeded Fury's and his subordinates' control capabilities. Merely listing the factions took up an entire A4 sheet of paper, enough to give anyone a headache upon seeing it. Worthington Corporation had maintained excellent confidentiality, and the information explosion was sudden, leaving domestic intelligence agencies unable to grasp the situation in time. with all stakeholders feeling caught off guard, leading to the current chaotic state. But most troubling for Nick Fury was the person on the phone, Xiang Qian.
What I want to know is if there is a possibility of collaboration between us and Mr. Xiang in this incident?
Fury's words carried a hint of stiffness, but for him, this was an exceptionally rare display of humility. At this moment, his aide, Maria Hill, was drawn to the conversation, sizing up her superior.
Xiang Qian maintained a calm tone. Collaboration requires a common goal to be realized. In Mr. Fury's view, do we share a common goal in this incident?
Fury couldn't help but curse inwardly. Listening to Xiang Qian's tone, he could almost see another familiar face, that of the head of the Divine Spear Bureau, with his sharp chin, elongated eyes, and a smirk that left a lasting impression on Fury's career as an agent. The issue was that Xiang Qian was currently the most closely connected individual to the X-Men that he knew of. Even if Fury disliked Xiang Qian, he had to swallow his pride and deal with him. As long as there is a willingness to cooperate, a common goal can always be found, Fury said, staring intently at the electronic map on the command console, which clearly showed a wireless signal moving along the roads of the Bay Area toward the Golden Gate Bridge. I know that the 5 Elements Laboratory has been conducting research on mutant genes, and your 5 Virtues group provides jobs for many mutants. Your efforts to address the survival issues of your country's mutants align with our goals, although our objectives are aimed at the mutant issue worldwide.
So?
Xiang Qian asked indifferently, not wanting to discuss the topic of resolving problems or the people who create them with Fury. He was an agent leader, not a mutant leader like Magneto or Professor X, and discussing such matters with an agent was simply wasting time. Relevant research and development work can be conducted collaboratively. You should be well aware of our research capabilities, and I certainly admire the technological level of the 5 Elements Laboratory.
Xiang Qian scoffed. The US has indeed advanced research capabilities, but why should I seek cooperation with others when I can simply approach you? Because we have more sincerity. Fury began to analyze the other factions one by one. The US military has always been dominant and has numerous cooperating enterprises domestically. It is well known that you, Mr. Xiang, have extensive cooperation with the Divine Spear Bureau, which has a quasi-official background and would certainly not become a partner for them. Then there's the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X Academy. We all know their goals are entirely different from ours. As for some other intelligence agencies and foreign governments, compared to them, our organizations have much deeper connections. Listening to Fury ramble on, Xiang Qian didn't hide the disdain in his voice as he whispered over the phone, Mr. Fury's words are always charming, but unfortunately, based on your personal credit record, I find your sincerity utterly worthless. Collaborative research can happen, but Jimmy is unique. The hissing sound from the phone was loud enough for even Hill to hear, and Fury nearly retorted with a word that started with F. Mr. Xiang, please consider seriously that this is America, our home turf, and you need our assistance. Don't let personal emotions cloud your judgment. Ha ha ha. Why don't you ask General Ross or the White House whether they consider S.H.I.E.L.D. one of their own?
At this moment, Xiang Qian was blunt and arrogant. I can confidently say that in Washington, I'm more popular than you.
Fury replied sharply, I don't believe you would hand over the gene agent to be controlled by the US government.
Xiang Qian skillfully played a game of taiji, leaving no foothold for his opponent. We have always advocated for win-win cooperation. You can watch from the sidelines and see if I will do that. The mutant issue is a global problem that requires cooperation among all nations. You're playing with fire, Fury said, enunciating each word like a sharp blade. You won't be the last one standing. Xiang Qian smiled insincerely. No, the gene agent is the key to solving the mutant problem, and successfully resolving the mutant issue will be a victory for the entire world. Without giving Fury another chance to speak, Xiang Qian decisively hung up the phone. You slippery little fox. Fury listened to the busy signal in the earpiece, filled with anger. On the waterfront of San Francisco Bay, Xiang Qian's convoy slowly passed through countless protesters and alert police and soldiers, heading straight toward the docks by the sea. Devil's Island loomed in the distance, barely visible. Under the watchful eyes of numerous mutant protesters, police, and National Guard soldiers, Xiang Qian boarded the ferry to Devil's Island, accompanied by personnel from the U.S. branch of the 5 Virtues Group. Due to the implementation of a security lockdown, air routes had been closed off, and the only remaining maritime route was a small ferry operated by Worthington Corporation. After hanging up with Nick Fury, other calls finally came in, including some from politicians and business figures, many of whom pretended to be uninformed and merely expressed concern for Xiang Qian's safety. He responded with a few perfunctory words, maintaining an attitude that barely met social etiquette standards. only being a bit more sincere when he received calls from the White House Chief of Staff and the Secretary of Defense. At that moment, a news alert suddenly popped up on Xiang Qian's wristband, capturing his attention. The wristband was a smart device he had personally designed, featuring an information processing system specifically set up to filter through the vast and often unreliable information online, only alerting him to genuinely important updates.
The FDA is about to approve an emergency pathway application for the mutant gene agent.
As Xiang Qian read the headline that summarized the main points of the news report, a cold smile crept onto his face. This is just adding fuel to the fire. The official regulatory agency is stepping forward to endorse the efficacy of the agent.
Is someone worried that Worthington Corporation won't perish quickly enough? Xiang Qian pondered to himself.
No, their aim is not just to target Worthington Corporation. Those pushing this matter are afraid that the US government and military will monopolize the benefits. Worthington too had proactively sought cooperation with the US government, allowing them and the military to seize the initiative in the scramble for profits from the agent. Those left behind would have to create chaos to have a chance to benefit. From a pragmatic perspective, Xiang Qian assessed the chaotic situation before him. The fruit hasn't ripened yet they're already scrambling for position.
As expected, the capitalist world is never united.
As Xiang Qian gazed toward the nearby Devil's Island, he noticed a few people waiting at the dock to greet him, including a gray-haired white man who was the central figure behind this upheaval, Worthington too.
No military personnel were in sight, suggesting that General Ross was trying to make a statement. A prominent U.S. Air Force Major General could suppress orders from the Defense Department through political dealings, but he would never willingly bow to a businessman.
"Welcome, James," the old white man warmly embraced Xiang Qian, showing no indication that they had engaged in a heated argument just hours earlier over the phone.
"I have good news to share with you." Xiang Qian feigned a smile. "Your agent can go to market? You knew already?"
"Your information is quite up to date. The official announcement won't be out for another half hour."
Worthington too couldn't hide his excitement.
"It's our agent, and it will be available shortly."
News travels fast online.
Xiang Qian casually shook hands with several other greeters and walked alongside Worthington too toward the main building on the island, with the accompanying personnel from both companies following behind, exchanging pleasantries and leaving space for the two bigwigs. As they walked, Xiang Qian glanced around casually. Compared to the past, the environment on the island had changed dramatically. The most obvious alteration was the extensive military fortifications lining the path from the dock to the main building, with the former helicopter pad piled high with waterproof bags evidently belonging to military operations.
"Is General Ross's command center in this building?" Xiang Qian asked casually.
Worthington too seemed somewhat uncomfortable with the proximity to the military, his voice sounding slightly unnatural. "Yes, there are Air Force and Marine Corps units. The White House is very concerned about the lab's security. There are also some security agencies, I can't even tell which department they belong to, who speculate that Devil's Island may face a military assault. You saw it when you arrived, the National Guard is across the bay. It's really making a big deal out of nothing."
"Maybe so, Mr. Worthington."
Xiang Qian stopped a short distance from the main building, his tone shifting to a more serious note. "Radical mutants are increasingly gathering in the city and along the waterfront. Reports suggest their numbers could reach tens of thousands. You've lived in California for a long time, you must remember what happened in Los Angeles in '92? Worthington too dismissed the concern, but he knew that Xiang Qian's biggest worry regarding the collaboration between their two companies was about security. At least, that was the impression Xiang Qian's words and actions left on him. "Don't worry, James, we're on the island. Even if those protesters exhibit any unruly behavior, they won't be able to reach us." "You have no idea about the true power of mutants," Xiang Qian murmured softly, as if complaining about Worthington too while also speaking to himself. Without waiting for a response, he resumed walking inside, leaving Worthington too a bit puzzled as he hurried to catch up. Devil's Island's buildings had originally been constructed as military fortifications and later converted into a prison, with neither type of structure aligned with spacious comfort. The corridors inside were narrow and deep, and numerous soldiers coming in and out were building temporary defensive structures, making the passage even more crowded and chaotic.
"Isn't this getting a bit paranoid?"
Worthington too chuckled awkwardly, trying to change the topic.
"I don't think the situation will escalate any further. Although many mutants have radical attitudes, there are also many who welcome our agent." Xiang Qian remained noncommittal. "Is that so?"
"Of course." Worthington too's enthusiasm soared again. "After the press conference, we began officially accepting appointments for the use of the mutant gene agent.
Do you know how many appointment requests we received in less than 24 hours?
Worthington too exclaimed excitedly, over 120,000.
Can you imagine? 120,000.
When it came to population figures, S.H.I.E.L.D really didn't want to provoke these Americans who hadn't seen much of the world. Since the news about the mutant gene agent had officially been made public, in just 48 hours, the comments section on the 5 Virtues Group's official website had seen nearly 1 million votes in a petition for the agent to be launched quickly.
The prospects are indeed delightful. S.H.I.E.L.D commented without any emotion. Worthington too failed to notice S.H.I.E.L.D's dismissive attitude, continuing to immerse himself in his optimistic vision.
A friend of mine at the White House told me that the president intends to issue a temporary medical assistance bill to provide special medical loans for all struggling mutants, giving them a chance to access the mutant gene agent.
James, do you know what this means?
Of course, I understand. This means the previously high cost of the mutant gene agent will no longer be an obstacle to market promotion. A hint of emotion finally crept into S.H.I.E.L.D's tone, but it wasn't excitement like Worthington too's over the promising market prospects, it was a quiet sorrow for Worthington Corporation. This action by the White House effectively accelerated Worthington Corporation's march toward destruction. He didn't know whether that president was acting intentionally or unintentionally, or whose interests he represented.
In any case, S.H.I.E.L.D absolutely did not believe that American politicians would sincerely seek benefits for mutants.
First, the FDA had allowed the agent to be launched early, and then the White House had sent out signals to help promote the agent on a large scale. This was clearly a series of death warrants pushing the radical mutants, including the Brotherhood of Mutants, to take action quickly. Worthington too, however, was not feeling like a victim. What concerned him most at that moment was another matter. James, cost is no longer the biggest challenge for market promotion, now there's just one problem left.
I know.
S.H.I.E.L.D interrupted him with a smile. The technology for large-scale production. You need my extraction and catalysis technology to help you achieve mass production.
Worthington too's expression tensed. Yes, we need your help.
The lab's speed in producing the agent is too slow to meet market demand. Just imagine, once the agent is mass-produced, our output will multiply, and Worthington Corporation's stock price will soar. The entire stock market will go crazy because of us. I thought you were developing this agent for poor little Worthington. S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly shifted to a serious tone. Worthington too nearly choked on his words. Of course, I'm doing this to help my son, but can you people who only care about profit understand that? The only thing you understand is one word: money.
Money. Your incessant talk about investment safety is also just a fear of losing your money. Seeing the bewildered old white man, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly burst into laughter. All right, Mr. Worthington, that was just a little joke of mine, don't take it to heart. As long as I confirm my investment is safe, our cooperation agreement will be reached quickly. But before that, I need to meet a few people and make some evaluations.
S.H.I.E.L.D's face returned to a formal smile. You've done an excellent job on the business side, and I have no objections, but safety is not your area of expertise. Worthington too chuckled awkwardly, reluctantly accepting the lifeline S.H.I.E.L.D had thrown him, and continued the conversation. Of course, General Ross is waiting for you in the command center. That general certainly has a grand air about him. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at the conference room marked with military insignia not far away, abruptly stopping, his tone turning unfriendly. As if deliberately trying to provoke General Ross, S.H.I.E.L.D casually mentioned another matter just outside the command center. By the way, what about our golden ticket? Jimmy, can I go see that boy first? Worthington too hesitated for less than 2 seconds. Of course, you should meet him.
He's an unfortunate child, cursed from birth.
At this critical moment, when the cooperation negotiations were about to begin, this was exactly when Worthington too needed to maintain a good relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D, especially since the request he made was not excessive. Just trying to find an excuse to give General Ross a warning. Having witnessed the heated argument between the two over the phone, Worthington too thought he had seen through S.H.I.E.L.D's intentions. As S.H.I.E.L.D and his entourage approached the entrance of General Ross's command center, they suddenly turned away, completely ignoring the bewildered expressions of the sentries at the door. Under Worthington too's guidance, they headed to the third-floor core experimental area. The boy named Jimmy, who was the key to the mutant gene agent, was housed in this experimental zone, and his room, or rather, his cell, was arranged here. In front of the ward, there was a long corridor. The building retained much of its old and somewhat outdated structure from its days as a prison. One side of the corridor had windows facing the sea, while the other side was transformed from the original prison offices into laboratories, which also included living quarters.
Although it was already past 7 in the evening, the sky still shimmered with brilliant sunset hues above the western sea. The soft glow of dusk filtered through the windows, casting a fiery red hue across the corridor. At that moment, a phone rang suddenly from Worthington II's pocket. The old white man picked up the phone with a hint of apology, initially planning to hang up out of courtesy during the meeting. However, when he glanced at the screen, his expression changed dramatically, and he hastily answered the call. "What's going on, Doctor? You should be taking care of young Warren right now." Worthington II spoke nervously into the phone. Before he could finish, a series of gasps erupted from the accompanying personnel behind him. Xiang and Worthington II quickly turned around at the sound, only to see the aides who had been following them rushing to the windows, peering outside and exclaiming words like "God and it's an angel." Curious, Xiang approached the window, following the gaze of the crowd. He saw a figure soaring in the sky, unfolding wings that glowed with a divine golden light under the sunset's reflection. Among those peering out the window, many were making the sign of the cross over their chests. Amidst the shouts of "God and angel," the figure in the sky flew further away against the backdrop of the colorful glow. Xiang withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Worthington II, who was also staring vacantly out the window. "That must be your little angel, right?" Xiang asked. Worthington II snapped back to reality, forcing an awkward smile. "I suppose so, I don't know, young Warren." At this point, he suddenly remembered the phone in his hand and raised it to his ear like lightning. "Doctor, I saw it, everyone saw it. What on earth is going on with young Warren? Didn't you give him the medication? Warren has escaped. Why would he do this? Oh my God, what did you do?" Xiang observed Worthington II's evident disarray and began to piece together the situation. A free spirit, unwilling to be bound by others, unwilling to follow the path laid out by his forebears, bravely accepting the gifts of fate, he intoned almost like reciting a mantra as he turned to walk toward Jimmy's room. Worthington II, confused, hurriedly hung up the phone and hurried to follow. "James, I'm really sorry you had to see this. Young Warren," Worthington II stammered, fearing that the commotion caused by his son would negatively impact Xiang's investment intentions. Xiang seemed unconcerned, smiling as he said, "The restlessness of youth is understandable, we all go through that phase." Worthington II chuckled awkwardly. While it was true that everyone experienced adolescence, the age difference between Xiang and Warren was only 5 or 6 years. This casual disregard for the age gap, discussing young Warren as if he were a younger relative, felt quite strange. Upon opening the door to Jimmy's room, Xiang found a very simply and starkly decorated white room. A frail figure stood at the head of the bed, peering out of a small window above it. Hearing the door open, the frail figure suddenly turned around, revealing a pale, bald boy's face before Xiang. Xiang glanced outside through the small window. From his angle, he could only see the towering pillars of the Golden Gate Bridge and the dimming sunset in the sky, but he already guessed what the boy had just been looking at. "Did you see the figure that flew away?" Xiang asked gently. Jimmy, seemingly struggling with severe introversion, hesitated for a long time before finally giving a slight nod. "Do you envy him?" Xiang pressed. "Do you wish you could be like him?" A glimmer sparkled in Jimmy's eyes, and he blurted out, "Can I?" "No." Xiang immediately shattered the child's fantasy. The underlying coldness hidden in his gentle smile made Worthington II glance over in surprise. The light in Jimmy's eyes quickly dimmed. "Jimmy, you've been here for a while, you should understand the issues you face, right?" Xiang said. "Your traits prevent you from enjoying freedom like ordinary people." Jimmy nodded. It seemed Xiang's warm smile had encouraged him to speak. "My parents said I'm sick." "Sick?" Xiang replied noncommittally. From some perspectives, that might be true. But from another angle, it could be seen as a remarkable gift. Personally, I lean toward the latter interpretation. Jimmy remained standing at the head of the bed. The secretary said so too. "Secretary?" Xiang furrowed his brow. Worthington II quickly explained, "Secretary McCoy, from the Department of Mutant Affairs." "Oh." Xiang realized, "Beast. Does he look like a cartoon Smurf, and does he have?" Xiang deliberately trailed off, gesturing around his face to depict a hairy appearance. For the first time, Jimmy couldn't help but laugh. "What else did the secretary say?" Xiang inquired. Jimmy shook his head. "Yes, some things are indeed hard to say." Xiang slowly approached Jimmy. "Many mutants see you as their savior from suffering, though they may not know you exist, yet some regard you as a disaster threatening mutant survival.
As a child who had been confined in a ward for years, Jimmy had no psychological resilience. Hearing Xiang Qian's words, he froze in place, standing at the head of the bed, forgetting to come down. Not only was Jimmy affected, but even Worthington too, the only other person accompanying him into the ward, was anxious. Worthington Corporation had long utilized Jimmy for developing the mutant gene agent, and while it had indeed restricted Jimmy's freedom, they had always carefully monitored his mental health. They hadn't expected Xiang Qian to repeatedly provoke the child's emotions upon meeting. This was their golden ticket, the sole source of the mutant gene agent. What if excessive stimulation led to problems? Worthington too wanted to interject but feared angering Xiang Qian, feeling increasingly anxious. Xiang Qian had reached the window and looked up at the tall Jimmy. You have to choose which one to be, a savior or a disaster. Jimmy shook his head helplessly, finally murmuring, I don't want to choose. That won't do, Jimmy. Xiang Qian shattered the child's dream again, your gift has already determined that you cannot escape this choice. Jimmy's helpless gaze flitted between Xiang Qian and Worthington too. Why me? Perhaps, as Mr. Worthington said, this is a curse. I want to be rid of it. Jimmy's emotions began to escalate, and Xiang Qian's provocations finally took effect. Washington too ultimately couldn't hold back any longer and prepared to speak up to intervene. Why is it you? This is indeed a question worthy of contemplation. Xiang Qian seemed to have anticipated this, abruptly raising his hand without looking back, stopping Washington too, who was about to speak. I come from China. Have you heard of that country, child? Xiang Qian saw Jimmy hesitantly nod. Some people often attribute the things they experience to fate or to God, depending on which deity they are closer to. Xiang Qian's voice gradually deepened, gaining a touch of compelling strength. However, over 1,000 years ago, a wise man in my country made a very interesting and fitting metaphor about what is called fate. He compared people to leaves. The so-called fate is like the wind blowing leaves away. Some leaves fall on exquisite mats, some fall in the mud, and others drift into the river. This illustrates the differences in fate among different people. Jimmy asked, puzzled, so, are you trying to make me accept such a fate? No. Xiang Qian once again denied Jimmy's thought, but this time, he swept away the previous coldness and became gentler. People are ultimately not leaves. Where a leaf falls can only be decided by the wind, but where a person ultimately lands can be fought for through their own efforts. At this moment, Xiang Qian resembled a life coach skilled in concocting soul-nourishing wisdom. When I was your age, no, even younger than you, I fell seriously ill. This was a real disease. Xiang Qian looked earnestly at Jimmy. My immune system was completely destroyed by a radiation wave. You know what an immune system is, right? Jimmy continued to nod. Even though he was currently restricted in freedom, Washington Company, for legal reasons, still ensured Jimmy's right to receive compulsory education. After all, he was merely entrusted by his parents to receive treatment from Washington Company, not a slave sold into servitude. After my immune system was damaged, I kept getting sick. Even doctors declared that I could only live in a sterile film for the rest of my life. Doctors performed countless tests on me, yet they still could not determine the cause of the illness until my immune system gradually began to self-repair. And then? Jimmy asked curiously. Xiang Qian smiled and said, then I grew up, probably just a bit older than you are now, and I made a decision. Since others couldn't cure me, I would find a way myself. While focusing on my main career, I began to study biology and pathology, while also looking for alternative treatments beyond existing medical theories, trying various approaches. Xiang Qian spread his hands, gesturing, see, I am healthy now. You have completely cured your illness? I can't say I've completely cured it, but I have indeed found a way to maintain my health. I think a complete cure isn't too far off, right? Xiang Qian smiled proudly. Hope flickered again in Jimmy's eyes. Do you think I can too? Cure myself? Xiang Qian smiled and said, although I never consider your talent a disease, let alone a curse. However, if you have the willingness, you can try to work hard in this area to solve the problems you face. Perhaps, this is the essence of life, always one problem after another, and then you solve them one by one. But, do I still have a chance? As he gradually became familiar with Xiang Qian, Jimmy spoke more. I heard the laboratory is in danger now, will I be in danger too? Xiang Qian asked curiously, how do you know this? He didn't understand how this child could grasp the situation of Washington Company's drug development, yet was aware of the brewing turmoil outside. The doctors, sometimes when they are experimenting, they chat. I'm talking about when they are experimenting on me. Xiang Qian suddenly realized,
This is a common shortcoming of most adults, who always habitually underestimate children, thinking they know nothing.
Washington 2 behind them quietly cursed, "Damn it.
Actually, it's nothing."
Xiang Qian said lightly, "It's just that the wind has started to blow again, wanting to move the leaves to the places designated by the wind." Xiang Qian sincerely assured the boy, "Don't worry, Jimmy, this time, we will block that wind together. I can't guarantee where your future will land, but I assure you that at the right time, you will have the opportunity to choose for yourself." After leaving Jimmy's ward, Washington 2 revealed a heartfelt expression. "James, what you just said was truly wonderful.
I've never seen Jimmy trust a stranger he just met so quickly."
Xiang Qian did not react to Washington 2's compliment, merely responding perfunctorily, and then stepped toward General Ross's command center. Building a good relationship with Jimmy was a step already planned in his scheme, and these plans naturally could not be revealed to Washington 2.
"Of course, the story you told is very touching."
Washington 2, sensing an impending lull in the conversation, tried to find a topic. "Did you really?"
"Of course." Xiang Qian responded without looking back. "About my childhood illness? That is absolutely true." "Really?"
Washington 2 seemed somewhat incredulous. He thought Xiang Qian was just sharing a feel-good story, perhaps exaggerating a bit and adding some artistic embellishments, but he didn't expect Xiang Qian to portray himself so pitifully, which was completely inconsistent with his current image. You must know, after a trip around the Pacific Rim, who doesn't know that Xiang Qian changes women faster than paparazzi can expose them? He presents himself as a playboy full of vitality, yet now claims he was a sickly person since childhood? Xiang Qian stopped, looking at Washington 2 with a half-smile and said, "As a businessman, I do not deny that I have deceived many people, but I have never deceived children."
Washington 2 felt a bit awkward, smiling sheepishly. "I'm very sorry." "Nothing." Xiang Qian straightforwardly interrupted him, as if deliberately wanting to cut him off. "Life is not always smooth sailing."
"Of course, Mr. Washington, you may not be able to appreciate this. After all, as far as I know, when your father was alive, Washington Company was already a giant in the industry. You were born a lucky child with a silver spoon."
Listening to Xiang Qian's subtly critical words, Washington 2 felt displeased.
In America, the wealthy come in many forms. Those who started from scratch, becoming rich through their own abilities, may attract some jealousy and slander, but their overall image remains relatively positive, and the public enjoys discussing their legendary experiences.
However, those who are second-generation rich often do not receive such good evaluations.
Mr. James, from my more than half a century of life experience, I have always been proud that I can uphold the honor of the Washington family. Washington 2 seemed like a proud knight delivering a life declaration. Both I and Washington Company have undergone countless trials, and no storm can bring us down. Listening to Washington 2's solemn vow, Xiang Qian couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. "I hope so, Mr. Washington. I am more than willing to believe in you and your company."
The meeting process with General Ross was unremarkable.
A picky businessman, using his status as a taxpayer, demanded the government protect his legitimate investments. A two-star Air Force general, pushed forward to act as a representative, solemnly reiterated America's determination to combat terrorism and maintain social stability. The two sides exchanged formalities, both too lazy to conceal the formulaic and perfunctory nature of the dialogue. In reality, the deal had already been settled when Xiang Qian called the White House and the U.S. Department of Defense. However, Xiang Qian suddenly threw in a couple of comments. "I hope General Ross performs better than General Fran Hammer, and if you fail, will there be fighter jets to flatten Devil's Island?" This left General Ross, who typically lacked a sense of humor, momentarily stunned. Until a subordinate, unable to hold back a laugh, reminded him of The Rock. Ross, realizing the reference, became embarrassed and issued a dismissal. "I will be at the Hilton Hotel in San Francisco for a while. Once the Bay Area settles down, you can send over a negotiation team," Xiang Qian said to Washington 2 before leaving Devil's Island. Washington 2 sighed in relief. "That day will come soon. You can consider it a brief and pleasant vacation. The service at Hilton is quite good."
"Is it?"
"I have no particular expectations for hotel service. It's just that Ms. Hilton managed to secure me the highest VIP treatment, so it shouldn't go to waste." Washington 2 flashed a knowing smile that any man would understand. Associating with that Miss Hilton was quite normal. But when he casually asked, which Miss Hilton, the sister or the younger one, he received a response that made him envious.
"Both." In an atmosphere that seemed relaxed and harmonious on the surface, the two waved goodbye.
Just as Washington 2 watched the small ferry carrying Xiang Qian leave Devil's Island, a palm-sized wolf spider crawled into a crevice in the concrete dock.
When Xiang disembarked, it was completely dark.
Looking around, he saw more and more people gathering on the street, most of them with unfriendly expressions, and many dressed in strange, non-mainstream outfits.
There's a well-known custom among radical mutants in North America.
They tattoo different designs on their faces or visible body parts based on their superpowers, serving as identity markers. An employee from the American branch in the same vehicle pointed out the mutants outside.
Xiang scoffed coldly, just like the rule about the gay community wearing earrings.
The others in the vehicle awkwardly laughed. Having lived in America for a long time, being politically correct had become second nature to them, and encountering sensitive topics would often lead them to instinctively remain silent, unable to tease as freely as Xiang did.
But Xiang was not as superficial as they thought. It's not just a form of self-expression.
He coldly watched the passionate mutants outside the car window. Tattoos are a symbol of identity, representing the division and recognition of their group. They are striving to find and establish a self-identity belonging to the mutant community. It's a pity that based on our historical experience, establishing such a group identity requires suitable soil and at least hundreds of years of sedimentation. And in America, such soil does not exist.
African Americans, Anglo Americans, Irish Americans, German Americans, Latino Americans, and so on. When has there ever been a true American nation?
This is a country pieced together like a joint venture, bound by interests, and when those interests are exhausted, it will fall apart. The convoy sped along, and by the time they reached the Hilton Hotel, it was close to the time agreed upon with Professor X. Ms. Hilton left you a message, hoping you could return the call when you have time.
Here are their new phone numbers.
The hotel lobby manager handed over the room key along with 2 slips of paper with numbers.
Xiang's expression turned strange. 2 numbers?
The messages were left by 2 Ms. Hiltons. They both specifically requested Mr. Zion to call them separately. The lobby manager's face remained expressionless, perfectly displaying the professionalism of a top-tier employee. Zion, the surname Xiang used abroad. Americans often mispronounce the 4 tones of Chinese characters, frequently saying Xiang as Zion, and over time, Xiang began operating under the name James Zion abroad. Xiang collected the numbers with an unchanged expression but cast a meaningful glance at the bustling lobby lounge before leaving the front desk. The presidential suite was the best room in the entire building, offering stunning views. Xiang paused in front of the window, looking down at the brightly lit downtown area. Tonight San Francisco was livelier than usual. The wailing of police sirens rose and fell, with most police cars speeding toward the waterfront. For the police in San Francisco, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night.
At the agreed time, the doorbell rang on cue.
Xiang turned to signal his accompanying personnel to open the door, and Professor Xavier, sitting in a wheelchair, entered first.
Professor, you are indeed as punctual as ever, right on the dot. Being on time is a virtue, James. Long time no see.
The professor's expression always carried a gentle seriousness, exuding a quality often described as commanding respect without anger.
Following the professor, several members of the X-Men entered in succession. Upon seeing those familiar faces, the smile on Xiang's face instantly froze.
One was Wolverine Logan, and the other was Cyclops Scott.
These 2 former rivals now simultaneously glared at Xiang with expressions of united animosity.
Among those accompanying Professor Xavier, there was neither the close friend Phoenix Jean Grey nor the seemingly distant Storm Ororo, who could potentially speak up for Xiang. Xiang was certain that if given the chance, these 2 disgruntled men, Logan and Scott, would not hesitate to tear him apart and then use laser beams to grind his bones into dust. This old bald guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Xiang bit down on his molars and shot a fierce glare at Professor Xavier. Fortunately, the last person to enter was the current Secretary of Mutant Affairs, Beast McCoy. This seemingly wild and sturdy man possessed a sincerity and simplicity that contrasted with his appearance. "Hello, Mr. Secretary, long time no see." Xiang greeted, directly bypassing the 2 rivals. "I heard you went to the island to see that child?"
"James, you can call me Hank."
Beast, as always, was sincere. "Yes, I just met with him. By the way, have you seen Raven recently? We haven't had news from her in a long time."
Xiang tightly shook Beast's hand, subtly shaking it.
"Oh really? It seems she has taken a liking to a solitary lifestyle."
Xiang said lightly, "She's elusive, which fits Mystique's style perfectly."
After some pleasantries, only the kind-hearted Professor Xavier and Beast McCoy were able to respond with normal attitudes. The atmosphere in the room was awkward and stagnant from the start.
Xiangqian waved for all accompanying personnel to leave. Would you like to drink something?
I brought back a few bottles of fine wine from France last year, especially for this trip to America.
He walked toward the small bar. The presidential suite was fully equipped.
We're not here to drink, let's get straight to the point, James, Professor Xavier said, his gentle gaze revealing some concern.
Of course, but surely a drink won't delay us too much?
Xiangqian casually waved his hand, nonchalantly opening a bottle and pouring wine while continuing to converse with the professor.
What do you want to discuss? Washington Company or Jimmy?
Both.
Washington Company and Jimmy.
The professor emphasized again in a very serious tone. Xiangqian leaned comfortably against the bar, even stretching slightly, nearly knocking the decanter against the wall, giving the impression that he was yawning while speaking. They have been the focus of the world these days. His nonchalant attitude was met with dissatisfaction. This focus could easily evolve into a flashpoint for an all-out war between mutants and ordinary people. Professor Xavier's usually gentle tone became incredibly serious. James, you should be aware of the crisis implicit in this situation. It's imaginable, it seems Magneto is up to something big. But I need to correct you, the potential conflict is likely between American mutants and ordinary Americans. At most, it will expand to North America. We're still quite peaceful over there.
Xiangqian brought the decanter close to his nose, starting to pour the wine while adding, "Aren't you going to have a little?"
My compatriots have told me that Eric has successfully united several radical mutant groups. Now he has a mutant army at his disposal. The professor spoke of his old friend with concern. This is his usual way of dealing with problems, he thinks of nothing but violence. Xiangqian scoffed dismissively, that's understandable, if you can't solve the problem, eliminate the one causing it. I guess, no, I don't need to guess, I'm sure his target is Washington Company's pharmaceutical lab on Devil's Island, the little boy, Jimmy.
Professor Xavier tacitly agreed with his statement.
But I have a question. Xiangqian gently swirled his wine glass.
The Brotherhood of Mutants has been suppressed by governments around the world and has been weakened significantly over the past few years. How many allies can Magneto find to form his army?
Many. This time, it was Scott, standing behind the professor's wheelchair, who spoke up. Washington 2's comments at the press conference angered many mutants. Cyclops Scott's face was dark, and his anger clearly extended beyond just Magneto and the radical mutants. It was also directed at Washington 2, of course, at Xiangqian as well.
Washington, that fool.
Xiangqian's tone was light, as if he were stating a fact.
What do you think of that so-called treatment drug? That's not a drug, we aren't patients and don't need treatment.
Scott interrupted angrily, his tone fierce as if he were shouting.
Aha! Xiangqian nodded noncommittally but suddenly noticed something interesting. Mr. Secretary, you seem to have a different opinion? All eyes turned to Beast.
The burly man hesitated.
Hank? Scott called out, displeased, not understanding Beast's reluctance.
Under the pressure of everyone's gaze, Hank shrugged helplessly. You have to understand, Scott, you're not like me, losing a bunch of hair every day. Scott was momentarily speechless. Hank's long-standing rejection of his mutant abilities was well known among the senior members of the X-Institute.
Oh.
Xiangqian fanned the flames, it seems you don't have a unified opinion yourselves. Perhaps we can consider it from a neutral perspective. Washington Company's research results aren't completely worthless. I can avoid calling it a drug.
Including Professor Xavier, several members of the X-Men fell into silence.
Setting aside emotional thinking, as major members of the X-Men who had helped many mutants, how could they be unaware that many mutants actually despised their abilities? Even within the X-Institute, there were quite a few who desperately wanted to regain their ordinary identities, like the tightly wrapped Little Mischief, or Bird Beak, who had lost almost all rationality after being mutated for too long and could only live under the protection of the X-Institute.
We certainly understand, James. Professor Xavier sighed heavily.
But the current situation also needs to be treated with caution. We believe it's not yet time for this potion to appear on a large scale.
It will severely exacerbate the conflict between mutants and ordinary people. Not yet time.
Xiangqian repeated the professor's words, each word punctuated with Shakespearean flair, making it clear he was mocking.
Professor, how long have we known each other?
Xiangqian suddenly set aside the genetic drug topic and began reminiscing.
Logan and Scott showed their displeasure.
Professor Xavier clearly had more patience. He calmed Logan and Scott's agitation and said calmly, 10 years. Since you injured Eric during the Statue of Liberty incident, helping us avert a major crisis, it has been almost 10 years now. Yes, in these 10 years, I've lost count of how many times I've heard you say that it's not yet time. Xiang Qian sighed. Professor, during your more than half a century of life, how many times have you said this?
Can you keep track? The professor stared intensely at Xiang Qian, his gaze deep. What do you want to say? Are you treating this incident as an opportunity to do something?
Yes, I believe that the mutant gene drug is an opportunity for mutants to integrate into human society.
Isn't it your expectation for mutants and ordinary people to coexist peacefully, Professor? But my expectation is not at the cost of the extinction of mutant brethren.
The professor said sternly.
Of course, I completely agree with your thoughts. Xiang Qian nodded. Let me ask you another question. Why do you think ordinary people can generally maintain peaceful coexistence?
Take America as an example. They are also divided into many different groups.
This was a seemingly simple yet complex question.
The professor and Beast fell into deep thought. Understanding the complexity of this issue, Logan remained silent, as his level of understanding was not even sufficient to participate in the discussion.
Only Cyclops Scott spoke up without hesitation, more eager to vent his dissatisfaction and disdain towards Xiang Qian, because regardless of the group, they are all ordinary people.
Ha ha ha. Xiang Qian burst into laughter. I have to say, Scott, you're much smarter than the professor. Sometimes, complex questions actually have simple answers.
Scott, you're quite the clever guy. Was that a compliment or an insult?
A group of North Americans exchanged glances.
The Chinese joke translated directly into English was not easily understood, even by Xiang Qian's compatriots present. James, you might as well just say it.
Professor Xavier restrained his impulse to facepalm. After all, as the insightful Professor X, he could perceive Xiang Qian's malicious nature even if he couldn't read his mind. Xiang Qian restrained his laughter. Ordinary people can coexist peacefully because, within the existing social environment, they are bound by the same laws and social morals.
On this basis, they can rightfully counter all improper discriminatory behaviors.
Can't we? The professor pressed. Xiang Qian shook his head. Professor, an unavoidable fact is that the existing laws have significant loopholes when faced with the bizarre abilities of mutants. The law often loses its binding power.
To deny this is to deny objective reality. Cyclops Scott angrily retorted. That's a common argument used by anti-mutant politicians. You're speaking from their standpoint.
We can also accept the constraints of the law. It's those who harbor animosity towards mutants who are confusing the issue. Xiang Qian shot Scott a deeply contemptuous smirk. Here, you are the least qualified to say such things.
What do you mean? Do you want to fight?
Scott stepped forward, ready to throw a punch, but was stopped by the kind-hearted Beast.
On the other side, Xiang Qian paid no mind to Scott's threat and continued, Don't you understand? I can make it clearer.
If an ordinary woman went to court to sue, telling the judge that her husband was cheating on her in the mental realm with another woman, the judge would just think of her as a crazy person.
But among mutants, such a situation can completely become a reality. Aren't you doing just that, Scott?
As his words fell, the room fell silent.
Xiang Qian had exposed Cyclops Scott's most vulnerable secret, his infidelity.
Scott and Jean had been in a relationship for many years and were even engaged. However, the Alkali Lake incident led to the awakening of the Dark Phoenix, resulting in Jean being possessed by the Dark Phoenix persona, and her temperament changed, causing rifts in their relationship. In his gloom, Scott ended up getting involved with Emma Frost, the White Queen. They were having an affair in secret, fearing discovery, and Emma used her telepathic abilities to pull Scott's consciousness into her mental space. To outsiders, they both appeared to be just resting with their eyes closed, but who would have guessed they were stirring up a storm in the mental realm? However, Phoenix was also a master of telepathy. So, one day when Emma pulled Scott into the mental realm again, Jean Grey unleashed her Phoenix power, directly breaking through Emma's mental defenses and barging in. At that moment, it was just like an ordinary person barging in to catch a cheating spouse. In Emma's mental space, the two lovers were caught red-handed by Jean Grey on the bed. Enraged, Jean lost control of her emotions, causing the Phoenix power to spiral out of control, something even the professor struggled to contain. Fortunately, at that time, Xiang Qian had been invited to visit the X Institute, absorbing the uncontrollable Phoenix power and starting his emotional entanglement with the Phoenix. In summary, the Phoenix was heartbroken, and the Playboy took advantage of the situation. As for Cyclops, he ended up unlucky. His scandal almost brought disaster to the entire school, and afterwards, he broke off his engagement with Jean, drawing much discontent from the faculty and students. Don't hit the face, don't expose the shortcomings. This saying doesn't work with Xiang Qian. he continued to chatter. Come on, Aunt Scott, that righteous look of yours, who are you putting it on for? You're just making it convenient for your own affair.
Cyclops Scott's face turned dark as one hand rested on the switch of his visor.
As it seemed like the Hilton Hotel was about to suffer because of Xiang Qian's loose tongue, fortunately, the professor stepped in to halt this farce.
Enough, we have more important matters. Professor Xavier, unable to restrain himself, raised his hand to his forehead and let out a deep sigh.
Scott remained pale, pressed down on the couch by Beast's firm grip, but he at least abandoned the thought of destroying the hotel. Among the students present, Professor Xavier held undeniable authority. Whenever he got angry, even if Scott felt unwilling, he could only comply. Wolverine Logan observed quietly, his expression complex. He and Scott had once been rivals. When Scott was caught cheating, he felt both pity for Jean and a secret satisfaction over the dissolution of Scott's engagement. However, he quickly realized that a young scoundrel had stepped in to take advantage of the situation. Among everyone present, it was actually Xiang Qian, the troublemaker with his big mouth, who appeared the most relaxed, casually swirling his wineglass and savoring the fine wine within.
Is this your viewpoint, James? You believe mutants need specific legal provisions?
The professor's gaze shifted to one of scrutiny.
What position are you speaking from? Xiang Qian met the professor's gaze without flinching. Of course, I stand with you. If it weren't for you, what does American legislation have to do with me? I'm not even an American.
Professor, please consider my words carefully, Xiang Qian said earnestly.
If the law cannot restrain mutants, then it also cannot protect them. But how does what you're saying relate to the mutant drug? Xiang Qian shook his wineglass again.
The mutant drug can ensure that law enforcement agencies have the ability to impose sanctions when mutants commit crimes.
So you plan to weaponize the drug, specifically targeting mutants? The professor's gaze suddenly turned severe.
Xiang Qian stood firm against the professor's scrutiny, replying, "It serves as both a weapon and a deterrent. Just as the world maintains calm among great powers due to nuclear deterrence, when faced with war, countries tend to prefer negotiation over conflict."
You're suggesting that the government possess this deterrent to force us to the negotiation table?
The professor's tone grew increasingly stern, and the conversation was heading toward a breaking point.
Xiang Qian felt a headache coming on from the professor's idealistic naivety.
From the X-Men's experiences, when facing collective crises faced by mutants, Professor Xavier exhibited precise judgment and decisive action. However, when it came to the struggle for political power, his idealistic flaws would be starkly revealed. Professor, you experienced the entire Cold War firsthand. The US and the Soviet Union mutually deterred each other with nuclear weapons. Who was forcing whom during their disarmament negotiations?
Xiang Qian countered helplessly.
Until effective deterrence is established, the US government will always remain vigilant and suspicious of mutants. They cannot accept that national security, of course, including their own safety, depends on the self-restraint of mutants. I have always believed that mutants are the ones in a disadvantaged position.
The professor's tone softened as he realized Xiang Qian didn't seem to be speaking for the US government.
Then you would be gravely mistaken. The Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 was the first time the X-Men appeared before the world. After you single-handedly averted a nuclear war crisis, you effectively gained deterrent power equivalent to nuclear weapons, yet, no government could use nuclear weapons against you. They certainly can't destroy their own cities, can they? So, you want them to have targeted weapons to restrain us? I'm merely proposing a hypothesis. The weaponization of the mutant drug became inevitable the moment it was created.
Xiang Qian spread his hands, indicating his detachment from the matter.
Whether this hypothesis becomes reality or not depends on the choices you make. The professor fell silent again. A choice concerning the survival environment of all mutants lay before him. At this moment, Beast McCoy interjected, "James, how do mutants in your country fight for their rights? Is it like you said, through mutual deterrence, then negotiation, and finally enacting laws specifically for mutants?"
Of course not. Xiang Qian couldn't help but laugh.
In my country, we skip the first two steps and start directly with legislation. Our legislative body reserves seats specifically for mutants. Currently, laws related to mutants are being drafted, and it will likely take another year or two for them to be officially enacted. By the way, before the laws are formally issued, I heard the Supreme Court released interim regulations regarding mutant trials and judgments last year. The public discussion was quite heated, but I didn't pay much attention.
Is it really that simple?
McCoy asked incredulously. as the Secretary of Mutant Affairs, he was most aware of the contradictory attitudes and disputes in American politics regarding mutants.
Xiang Qian shrugged. Actually, there are many influences.
For instance, schools and educational institutions across the country have increased their focus on the mental health of adolescents, as this is the age when most mutants awaken.
No, that's not what I was asking.
McCoy waved his large hand.
I meant, did you so easily acknowledge the rights of mutants and even incorporate them into national institutions? I know this is hard for you to understand, but we really are different from you. Xiang Qian's tone carried a relaxed and self-evident attitude.
In America, political struggle follows the jungle law driven by money. Every party and interest group continuously bites and fights in the jungle, only through this can they strive for and protect their rights. This was the kind of politics that Beast could understand. Even if you agree with my opinion and see the mutant drug as an opportunity to fight for rights, achieving a good outcome would still require a brutal struggle. The African Americans who fought for the abolition of segregation didn't just sacrifice one Martin Luther King.
But I cannot agree with your view.
The professor broke the silence.
Xiang Qian didn't seem surprised. May I ask why?
Because of Jimmy. If I follow your suggestion, we would have to sacrifice the child's freedom.
I can't do that. So everything I just said was in vain? Xiang Qian smiled, yet his expression showed no disappointment.
Professor, that's just like you. An idealist who can never make a decision between the minority and the majority. So, I'm just a professor and not a politician.
Then what do you plan to do? Xiang Qian asked.
We will prevent Eric from killing that child, and then I will take him away, the professor stated firmly. As long as Jimmy remains in the lab, Eric or other radical mutants will never give up on killing him.
Are you sure you can protect that child?
The professor confidently replied, of course, they will never find that child.
I understand, just like outsiders will never find the school's address. Including Magneto?
Eric knows the school's address, but as long as the child stays in the school, Eric won't kill him, that's our understanding. It was hard for Xiang Qian to refute the professor's words. Yes, your understanding is just like that of a married couple celebrating 50 years together.
The X-Men.
This guy's mouth hasn't been honest for 10 minutes.
Alright, then at least one thing is certain. Xiang Qian continued to swirl his wineglass. If Magneto really attacks Devil's Island, you will participate in protecting it.
The professor nodded. Of course, if Eric doesn't go, it will be difficult for us to take that child away. After all, we don't want to directly oppose the government and military. Alright then, for now, we can consider ourselves partners. Xiang Qian set his wine glass down, walked up to the professor, and leaned in to meet his gaze. As a gesture of partnership, I must inform you of a very important piece of news.
What?
The professor frowned. Based on his experience with Xiang Qian, whenever he became this serious, it often meant bad news was coming.
The news is, the secret of the X Institute's address will probably be leaked soon.
That's impossible.
The professor's gaze turned severe and dangerous. Are you trying to?
Of course not.
Xiang Qian quickly denied, I absolutely won't disclose the address of the institute. Besides you, only Eric. Only you two can remember the address without being affected by me.
But I'm sure Eric won't either.
Of course, not Magneto.
Xiang Qian felt a bit guilty as he pulled out a palm-sized, rectangular object from his jacket pocket.
It's because of this thing. A phone? Xiang Qian shook his head. Not a phone, it's a brainwave disruptor made by the 5 Elements Laboratory. It's portable.
Brainwave, what?
Never mind, Professor, you should just experience it directly. Xiang Qian shoved the phone into McCoy's jacket pocket.
Just think of something, Mr. Secretary. Let the professor see if he can sense your thoughts. Beast was taken aback by Xiang Qian's sudden action, looking at the professor helplessly, only to find the professor's brow furrowed.
Hank, what were you just thinking? The professor asked.
Beast replied with dissatisfaction, I was thinking what this little scoundrel is up to again, his words revealing his true attitude towards Xiang Qian.
Little scoundrel?
This was Xiang Qian's instinctive retort. For Raven, McCoy responded in a low voice. Meanwhile, during their banter, the professor's words struck like a bolt from the blue, I can't sense your thoughts at all, Hank. The X-Men were shocked, quickly directing their gaze to the device in Beast's hand. Beast didn't have the ability to shield his mind, the professor's loss of power was undoubtedly due to that small device. Professor, I can guess how you made the X Institute disappear from the eyes of the world, Xiang Qian said as he retrieved the device. Municipal departments, intelligence agencies, even community workers, all those who had direct contact with the X-Institute or tried to find the school, were all interfered with by mental abilities. Under the control of mental abilities, all intelligence agencies destroyed records of the Institute's address, including the municipal department's housing data. The school still stands there, but in any document, it is merely an ordinary mansion owned by the wealthy. Unbeknownst to outsiders, you conducted a worldwide brainwashing operation using mental powers. The professor listened quietly to Xiang Qian's explanation, showing no sign of denial. But this device will interfere with your mental abilities. With it, as long as enough manpower and time are devoted, they will certainly be able to find the X-Institute. The X-Men were on high alert. Keeping the address secret was the fundamental reason for their 10 years of peaceful existence. A leak would undoubtedly pose a significant crisis. Did you create this? The professor asked. Xiang Qian nodded. From the day I confirmed that your mental abilities were ineffective against me, I began researching my own brainwaves. It took me several years. Has this thing been widely disseminated? Upon hearing this question, Xiang Qian instinctively glanced at Logan and the others, who all wore grim expressions. I am, after all, a businessman. Exclusive products and monopolistic operations have brought me nearly 10 billion in profits. This business is just too easy to do. As Xiang Qian spoke about making money, he appeared quite at ease. Moreover, whether in Europe or America, there are plenty of high-end technologies we urgently need. I can also reveal that the largest purchasers are the US government, including the military and intelligence agencies. I just found a large-scale model on Devil's Island, specifically for US military use, capable of covering a military base, including Devil's Island. Bastard! This time, the one who couldn't hold back his anger was Wolverine Logan. As he spoke, 6 gleaming claws emerged from his fingers. This is a matter of national-level interest exchange. Killing me now would be pointless, Xiang Qian said, unperturbed, strolling back to the bar and picking up his glass again. I just want to remind you that the plan to take Jimmy away and hide him is no longer feasible. You need to consider a new plan. Just then, the door to the presidential suite was pushed open from the outside, and a tall man dressed entirely in black, with a single eye, walked in. I agree with Mr. James, and I would be happy to outline a brand new plan to Professor Xavier. Mr. Fury, the professor recognized the man before him at a glance. Nick Fury greeted him like an old acquaintance. It's been years, Professor. You've really kept a low profile all this time. The professor responded calmly, isn't that exactly what you and S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted? To keep mutants in line. But there are always some who refuse to behave, aren't there? Nick Fury replied. The professor said seriously, but it's not entirely the mutants' fault, you know that very well. Nick Fury was indeed aware. The emergence of radical mutant factions was largely due to the military and secret agencies conducting illegal research on mutants, with the primary culprit being the late Dr. Trask, who had long since died in prison. The X-Men had dismantled many illegal organizations conducting mutant research and had witnessed countless cruel and insane research methods. S.H.I.E.L.D. had also been involved in numerous cleanup operations related to this. It was during this process that Fury had come to know the professor. Many key members of today's radical mutant groups had experiences of being illegally detained and persecuted. Even Wolverine Logan, one of the X-Men, was among them. Had there been any evidence proving that S.H.I.E.L.D. had conducted similar research experiments, Nick Fury would likely have been torn to pieces the moment he stepped through the door. We're different from them, Nick Fury said earnestly. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s goal is to maintain global stability. We don't want to exacerbate tensions with mutants. The professor quietly observed Fury's performance and retorted, then what can S.H.I.E.L.D. actually do? We can create a safety protection plan for Jimmy, much like the FBI's witness protection program, Nick Fury spoke confidently. Of course, our plan will be more comprehensive, with a higher level of confidentiality. Under our protection, no one will be able to find Jimmy. The professor did not comment on Fury's assurance and continued to ask, you want me to hand Jimmy over to S.H.I.E.L.D., a secret organization? Nick Fury's expression remained steady, but he felt a tightening in his chest. The X-Men had seen too many dark sides of secret organizations and instinctively recoiled from people like him. I've said before, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not like them. We are accountable to the World Security Council, not any one government. We have no political bias, we are absolutely neutral. Nick Fury attempted to regain control of the situation. The fact that I'm willing to appear here openly shows our sincerity, doesn't it? An annoying voice chimed in from the side, if you could turn off that thing in your pocket, it would show even more sincerity, Director. Nick Fury shot a fierce glare at S.H.I.E.L.D, who responded with a broad smile and raised his glass in a toast.
The professor finally understood how his whereabouts had been leaked.
Just as he entered the hotel, he had, as usual, frozen everyone's thoughts before swaggering in.
Previously, he had used the same method to visit old acquaintances at the CIA's Langley headquarters without any issue. However, some little scoundrel had created this brainwave disruptor.
James, you have your own plan, right? Let's hear it. The professor looked at S.H.I.E.L.D.
S.H.I.E.L.D shrugged. I've said everything I need to say.
I just want to emphasize that if the X-Institute can no longer protect Jimmy, keeping him in the public eye is actually safer than handing him over to some shadowy so-called protection plan. As for the rest, I strongly suggest you and Magneto find an opportunity to talk and share my thoughts with him.
The professor was unconvinced. Eric is quite stubborn.
S.H.I.E.L.D sneered. Yeah, we all know that.
Magneto sees everyone as an enemy, and in the end, he becomes an enemy to everyone. After echoing the professor's criticism of Magneto, S.H.I.E.L.D continued, but Professor, you have your flaws too.
Unlike Magneto, you always think too highly of others, always hoping that one day the world will have a change of heart, which is equally ridiculous.
Gentlemen, let's be practical and focus on the immediate issues, shall we? Nick Fury observed that he seemed to be ignored while S.H.I.E.L.D and the professor were preparing to discuss sociological issues.
The immediate issue is that we don't trust you. You can leave now, said Wolverine Logan. The professor had a good temper and didn't like to use harsh words. Beast was also a kind-hearted person. Cyclops, still with a grim expression, ignored everyone. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, he was enjoying his drink, observing the scene coldly. Though I'm an agent, we've never sought political gain. Nick Fury was still trying to salvage the situation.
Damn it, what's your problem? Would you rather trust a profit-driven businessman or a businessman with government backing?
S.H.I.E.L.D watched Fury's performance with interest. The rough image he deliberately cultivated created the illusion of someone who was crude but straightforward, making his attempts at sowing discord seem less like a conspiracy. This was basic spycraft. S.H.I.E.L.D's interactions with Nick Fury were routine business exchanges, but he had occasionally heard Zhang Xian speak highly of this man's skills, and today he finally witnessed it firsthand.
No wonder Uncle Xian held such admiration and wariness towards this black operative.
Logan nodded and said to S.H.I.E.L.D, this little scoundrel is arrogant, self-righteous, and profit-driven, a total jerk.
But if I had to choose between the two of you...
Logan turned to stare at Fury. I don't trust you. Nick Fury glanced at Logan, then desperately looked at the professor and Beast, realizing that the latter two appeared to agree with Logan's statement. Despite Logan's reckless actions, his life experiences had led him to quickly rule out the option of cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D. In the minds of the professor and Beast, no matter how dire the situation became, Washington Company was still a legitimate business operating openly, and with S.H.I.E.L.D, a shareholder who held a neutral and benevolent view of mutants, there would still be a certain level of transparency regarding the use of the mutant gene. If they handed Jimmy over to a secretive agency whose mission was confidentiality, who knew when a bunch of genetic weapons would emerge to target mutants? As for Scott, while he harbored animosity towards S.H.I.E.L.D, he wasn't about to oppose the professor's decision. The X-Men had undergone years of secret struggles, and the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils was easily understood. They must not fall into the pit of a secret organization. After finally watching enough of the performance, S.H.I.E.L.D downed his drink in one go, set the glass down, and applauded vigorously, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Logan! You've inadvertently discovered a universal truth about this world. And that is, distrust of Nick Fury is a universal consensus that transcends all differences of race, lineage, interests, and class." The professor and his entourage left. He rejected Nick Fury's plan and did not respond directly to Forward's proposal. Forward was indifferent to this, as he had already determined the professor's stance from their brief exchange. If a conflict occurred on Devil's Island, the X-Men would undoubtedly intervene. Matters beyond this were merely trivial details that had no substantial impact on Forward's established plans. Forward refilled his glass of wine and impatiently shooed away the uninvited guests who lingered. "Mr. Fury, your target has left, the mission has failed, you should go back and write your summary report."
"What do you really want?"
Nick Fury asked darkly.
"What do you think I want? I'm just a legitimate businessman, doing my utmost to protect my lawful property," Forward countered, turning the tables.
"Instead, it was you, Mr. Fury, who just attempted to incite mutants to damage my property." Nick Fury accused him. "You are standing by while mutants are at war with the U.S. government.
Damn it, you could have stopped all this if we had cooperated. Everything I'm doing now is the result of communications with the White House and the U.S. Department of Defense. Yet you are trying to undermine the U.S. government's plans. Nick Fury shouted angrily, "Put away your diplomatic act, damn it."
S.H.I.E.L.D. is part of the World Security Council, not the U.S. government.
Even if the U.S. government covers 60% of your funding?
Forward scoffed, even street vendors know that the one with more money has a louder voice.
You can't fool me, James Zion.
I'll be watching you closely, Nick Fury vowed. I'm not one of those fools at the White House or the Department of Defense. I know you have ulterior motives, and I'll keep a close eye on you.
Forward spread his hand holding the wine glass outward. You can watch all you want.
There's nothing secretive about my intentions. I could easily say it in front of everyone at the White House.
I plan to promote the integration of mutants and ordinary people. Nick Fury sneered. Oh? Hard to believe, am I facing a saint? What should I call you, Moses? Do you want to lead mutants to create a utopia?
No, the mutant population can never exist independently, they can only integrate with society of ordinary people, otherwise, they will face extinction. Forward sighed with regret.
The mutant population has inherent social flaws. Flaws? Forward nodded.
Yes, flaws. Natural flaws caused by the differences in mutant abilities. Advanced mutants have overwhelming advantages over lower-level mutants. Clearly, if mutants were to establish an independent society, it would inevitably evolve into a distorted society divided by levels of mutant abilities. How much vitality can a society have if it is defined by social classes from birth and can never be changed?
Nick Fury shot him a distrustful look. So, you plan to guide them? You want to be the Moses of mutants?
Mutants don't just live in the United States, Forward responded coldly to Fury's narrow-mindedness. Even at the most conservative estimate, there are certainly over 10 million mutants in our country. This is a very severe social issue. Although I don't like America, if the mutant problem is not handled well there, it will have substantial impacts on us. Now is the best time to solve the North American mutant issue. They currently have two of the most selfless leaders, whether it is the Professor or Magneto, at least they are genuinely selfless regarding mutant rights. If they fall, and an ambitious political figure takes over as the mutant leader like Sebastian Shaw, who caused the Cuban crisis back in the day, that would be the worst. You all ignore such a simple fact. I thought you were just blind in one eye.
Do you need me to sponsor you a new eye patch?
Forward continued, and Fury was so furious that his eyes were nearly bloodshot. Forward paced with his wine glass in front of the window, overlooking the street in front of the hotel. There, the professor and his entourage had just left the door and were preparing to cross the street.
The Blackbird of the X-Mansion, although equipped with advanced stealth systems, could not land in the bustling city center.
Bang! A loud metallic crash echoed from the street in the distance as a parked car suddenly flew up into the air, tracing a graceful parabola, and crashed down onto the professor and his group on the crosswalk.
Cyclops, Scott Summers, stepped forward, and the intense beam of red laser shot through his lenses, slicing the car in half midair.
People upstairs and downstairs all turned their eyes to the place where the car had flown up. In the middle of the street, a slender figure stood in midair, dressed in black, and under the illumination of various lights, only a dark metallic helmet could be seen on his head. All vehicles instinctively swerved away as they approached this figure, causing a series of collisions, and the street instantly descended into chaos.
Magneto had arrived.
The sounds of honking, shouting, screaming, and even distant sirens seemed to serve as the soundtrack for his entrance. Magneto floated slowly, getting closer to the professor and his group, but others moved much faster. From the intersection beside Magneto, a massive figure emerged, nearly 3 meters tall, with a body width and thickness 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. This giant charged towards the professor like a mountain of flesh, each step thundering with a thud.
Even Forward, looking from the high-rise hotel, felt a tremor in the ground.
Charles!
The giant roared, soaring into the sky. Red Tank. Kane Marco.
Nick Fury and Forward simultaneously named the same person. Still leading with his laser beams, Scott unleashed scorching rays that struck Red Tank's chest from dozens of meters away.
Charles, I will kill you.
Although Red Tank cried out in pain from the intense heat, he pressed on, charging through the laser light capable of melting steel. Cars that were too close on the roadside were swatted aside like bowling pins. Seeing Red Tank barreling closer, Beast suddenly pushed the professor's wheelchair aside and lunged, tackling Cyclops, who was blocking Red Tank's path. Red Tank couldn't stop in time, skewing across the crosswalk and crashing into a storefront. The street was already in chaos, with crowds scattering in panic. But the chaos lasted only for a moment. When the professor looked up and surveyed the scene, the crowd near the center of the chaos suddenly quieted down. Everyone, regardless of gender or age, began to disperse at a fixed speed. The originally chaotic crowd suddenly exhibited a strange order. The professor's powerful telepathic ability took direct control of the situation. Scott's laser beams continued to bombard Red Tank trapped in the storefront, suppressing his speed to turn around, while Beast guarded him, and beside the professor stood Wolverine, claws extended, vigilantly watching Magneto. From behind Magneto, a figure raced rapidly from the far end of the street. Magneto's second helper had made his entrance. This shadow moved with incredible speed. Even Forward, who had a bird's-eye view from above, could only vaguely discern a blurred figure dragging a long trail on the street. In the blink of an eye, it surged from outside the professor's telepathic control range and darted straight towards the professor. What is the fastest thing in the world? Is it light? If you asked Forward, he would tell you that the fastest thing is human thought. A thought can travel millions of light years away. The professor felt a shift in his heart, and the dagger in the attacker's hand came to a halt right in front of him, unable to advance even a fraction. The one frozen in front of the professor was a Latina woman in her early 20s. As the professor's gaze shifted, locking onto Magneto, the attacking Latina woman lunged towards Magneto with the same speed. Magneto waved his hand, and the vehicles nearby instantly disintegrated, causing the passengers inside to tumble to the ground, wailing in distress. The disassembled parts of the vehicles seemed to come to life, densely stacking together to form a metallic wall, trapping the out-of-control Latina woman within. Magneto looked helplessly at his old friend. Telepathic control was practically an insurmountable force on the battlefield. Without a corresponding countermeasure, any ally could be turned against him in an instant. The original plan was to use Nightcrawler's speed to launch a surprise attack, but ultimately, it was no match for the professor's thought speed, and one misstep had turned into a weapon in the enemy's hands. At that moment, Red Tank stood up. Wearing a metal helmet, Red Tank was the only one, besides Magneto, who was not under the professor's telepathic control. Red Tank's clothes were torn to shreds by laser fire, his chest and back charred black, but this colossal figure possessed a terrifyingly strong vitality. The burn seemed to heal with every moment. Red Tank paid no attention to Scott, who was still firing lasers. In his eyes, there was only the brother he had despised since childhood. Charles! The ground shook again as he charged. The laser beams were still unable to stop Red Tank's overwhelming charge. Logan! Beast, who had been guarding Scott, shouted loudly, urging Logan to protect the professor while he himself prepared to pull Scott back at a moment's notice. With just Magneto and Red Tank, they had formed an absolute advantage of being sandwiched between them. Scott roared, maxing out the power of his laser beams, but he could only watch helplessly as Red Tank charged at him, not slowing down even a bit. In a critical moment, a burly figure burst out of the crowd, clad in a silvery, metallic glow, risking being hit by the laser fire as he collided with Red Tank, tightly embracing him. For the first time, Red Tank's footsteps slowed. Under the tremendous impact, the powerful Piotr sank deep into the ground, but successfully held Red Tank's charge. He had been stationed near the Blackbird stealth jet and rushed to support the professor's group upon hearing the news. A fierce struggle ensued between Red Tank and Steel, and with the support of the laser beams, the previously disadvantaged Steel managed to entangle Red Tank tightly. The situation seemed to be at a stalemate, but everyone on the X-Men side knew that the advantage still lay with Magneto. In the steel jungle of the city, Magneto's lethality was unparalleled. Unfortunately, the professor's mental powers were ineffective against Magneto, and Wolverine's adamantium skeleton was naturally restrained by him. Beast returned to the professor's side in time, firmly gripping the wheelchair's handles, ready to evacuate the professor at any moment. Magneto's side did not send in more people. Perhaps they understood that in front of the professor, numbers were not an advantage. "Eric, we need to talk," the professor calmly addressed his old friend. Magneto's face was as cold as ice. "Charles, leave San Francisco and go back to your school. I cannot let you harm an innocent child, Eric." The professor pleaded desperately. "Please, calm down. We can sit down and talk. You don't need to resort to violence, let alone kill." Magneto remained unmoved. "I never want to spill the blood of my mutant brethren, but there are more people who need my protection." As the two old friends argued on the street, the two in the presidential suite above began a heated verbal exchange. "Director, why aren't you helping? I see that many people are already casualties on site. The people of San Francisco need S.H.I.E.L.D, Forward provocatively pressed against the standing black director. Nick Fury retorted sarcastically, "I'm just an untrusted agent. What help can I provide?" S.H.I.E.L.D has no jurisdiction over mutant affairs, you should take that up with General Ross.
Oh, is this what you call S.H.I.E.L.D's cooperative sincerity?
Don't trust Nick Fury, that's a universal consensus that transcends race, bloodline, and class differences. Nick Fury mimicked Forward's previous words with a rhythmic tone. Forward paid no mind to the black director's retort. Your actions have indeed deepened my understanding of Fury's behavioral patterns. He suddenly spouted a nonsensical phrase while discreetly activating the electronic bracelet on his wrist. Nick Fury was oblivious to Forward's small movements. He continued to mock his opponent. I thought it was your time to take action. After all, you are a key participant in this incident, and most importantly, even Wolverine Logan trusts you more. There's nothing strange about that. Logan tends to misjudge people, which is why he's always unlucky throughout his life. Forward grinned shamelessly, looking at the black director with a smirk.
And besides, I'm just an unarmed civilian businessman, how can I help them?
The only ones capable of helping them are S.H.I.E.L.D, like those snipers and assault teams you've arranged around. As if responding to Forward's words, before Nick Fury could react, a gunfire suddenly flashed from the top of a nearby high building, and a large-caliber anti-material sniper bullet was shot towards Magneto's face. The ordinary metal bullet stopped less than half a foot in front of Magneto, the tip still spinning at high speed, but unable to advance further.
It wasn't until the bullet came to a halt that a loud gunshot finally echoed.
Forward wore a triumphant smile, while Nick Fury was left dumbfounded. Magneto, who was giving the professor an ultimatum, reached out to grasp the bullet, turning his gaze to the top of the building from which it had come, his eyes glinting with cold light. With a flick of his fingers, the bullet returned along its original trajectory. With the sound of the sniper rifle, dozens of fully armed soldiers erupted from all around the street, all firing at Magneto. The distant buildings also rang with continuous sniper fire. Magneto became the target of concentrated fire from everyone.
Damn it!
Nick Fury watched as the situation spiraled entirely out of control in an instant, his anger and fear mixing together.
Forward, however, was enjoying the rare display of Fury losing control of his emotions. Was it you who did this? Nick Fury was furiously indignant, instinctively locking onto the suspect. He reached into his pocket for his tactical communication device. Previously, to maintain basic courtesy in front of the professor, he had taken it off. Forward laughed mockingly. Director, you need to speak with evidence. I've been in the room the whole time, didn't go anywhere, did nothing. S.H.I.E.L.D's director can vouch for me. Nick Fury barely noticed Forward's taunts. He fumbled to put on the communication device, but all he could hear was a noisy static sound in his ear, nothing else. The communication was cut off. Nick Fury's eyes burned with fury, locked onto Forward. Forward seemed to know what he was about to say and preemptively spoke. I forgot to mention, for confidentiality, I set up a bugging interference device in the room before meeting with the professor, and I forgot to turn it off after they left. Forward's face was filled with a devilish, malicious grin. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the suite, as someone broke through Forward's bodyguards and rushed in. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Who gave the order to attack? Nick Fury shouted angrily at his subordinates. The incoming S.H.I.E.L.D. agents exchanged glances. It was you gave the command for the task force to intervene comprehensively. Damn it! Didn't you realize my communication was cut off? How could I give such an order? Nick Fury looked downstairs, where the X-Men had already escaped and disappeared, leaving only S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to bear the wrath of Magneto and Red Tank. Magneto summoned a metal storm, combined with Red Tank's unmatched strength and size, ruthlessly slaughtering the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Get them to retreat immediately. Nick Fury was seething with rage. Forward, pretending to just wake up from a dream, said, "Oh, sorry, I've already turned off the interference signal, you can give your orders directly now. I sincerely apologize for my mistake. At the same time, I also thank S.H.I.E.L.D's task force for their heroic and selfless help on behalf of the professor. Thank you, Director Fury." In front of the Hilton Hotel in San Francisco's financial district, the once bustling street was now a scene of devastation. Bodies lay sprawled on the ground, crimson blood flowed everywhere, shattered vehicles were scattered haphazardly, and buildings had suffered severe damage. The glaring red and blue police lights illuminated the grim spectacle like phantoms. The incessant wailing of police sirens echoed through the air, resembling a mournful background score to the catastrophe unfolding before them. Magneto had quietly departed, leaving with an air of elegance and composure, even taking with him the enraged Red Tank, who had been furious after failing to kill Charles. One couldn't help but be stunned by the visual impact of the massive figure seemingly lifted by an invisible hand, flailing in midair as it flew away. Forward couldn't shake the feeling that,
just before Magneto left, he may have cast a glance toward the window of his room. At that moment, Forward merely raised his glass and took a gentle sip of wine, treating it as a silent salute to his opponent. Nick Fury also left, taking with him the battered S.H.I.E.L.D. task force. From Forward's vantage point, he observed several agents in black suits still communicating with the police on site, maintaining order. Others, lacking any identification, were skillfully gathering the bodies of fallen agents and meticulously cleaning up the various weapons left behind. Before Nick Fury departed, he and Forward had silently faced each other for a long time. Their bodyguard teams eyed each other warily, maintaining intense vigilance. Forward understood that Fury was quietly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The fact that Fury ultimately chose to leave without uttering a word was likely a result of careful consideration, recognizing that the disadvantages of acting here outweighed the benefits. A burly middle-aged man entered from outside, handing Forward a tablet and several wireless signal amplifiers. Forward reached out to take them and casually asked, "How's the effectiveness?" The middle-aged man replied, "We achieved the expected results. From the moment Nick Fury came into our view to when we successfully breached S.H.I.E.L.D's tactical communication channel, it took 2 minutes and 13 seconds, which was 17 seconds faster than anticipated." Forward smiled with satisfaction, then opened the still-running program, through which Nick Fury's commanding voice boomed, "Full engagement, repeat, full engagement. Magneto is the primary target." So this was the truth behind Nick Fury's order to attack. The Black Director's first instinct was indeed correct. The mastermind behind it all was none other than Forward himself. Forward murmured, "I just wanted to conduct a practical drill on electronic intrusion, but I didn't expect to gain so much unexpectedly." The middle-aged man began analyzing S.H.I.E.L.D's loopholes. They probably got too complacent. If they had set corresponding code names for important directives ahead of time, it would have been difficult for outsiders to forge such commands. Plus, they likely didn't anticipate that we had figured out the basic patterns of their operational directives from our previous joint operations with S.H.I.E.L.D. Forward waved his hand and said, "I'm not responsible for improving security protocols, you can report that to the director yourself." He then began to pack up the equipment, making sure to delete any residual data from the mimicry system to completely destroy the evidence. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Forward, could you try not to take such risks in the future? Just seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's stance made me break out in a cold sweat. After all, this is American territory. If anything goes wrong, it would be hard to remedy." Forward chuckled dismissively, "A little exercise, a bit of sweat, is great for both physical and mental health. Besides, I can't just stand by while the professor is in danger, yet we can't let our people directly engage in combat. Even if we help the Americans capture Magneto, they might still hold us accountable for overstepping our bounds." The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. He had been specifically assigned to Forward from the Special Operations Team to ensure the safety of this mission. This man was a senior field agent of the Spear Bureau, surnamed Hong, with an undisclosed real name, codename Red Star, also known as Red Giant in the outside world. Red Star was evidently much steadier than Blade and had no direct conflicts with Forward. Had it been Blade witnessing Forward's reckless attitude, they would likely have had a heated argument by now. Just as Forward finished handling the criminal evidence, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the call, and it was Phoenix. "James, the professor has been injured." There was a hint of anxiety in Jean's voice. Forward took a deep breath. Things had ultimately taken an unexpected turn. "Is it serious? Have they returned to the academy yet?" He estimated that with the speed of the Blackbird, they should have already made it back to New York by now. Jean replied, "Yes, I just performed surgery on the professor. The bullet has been removed, he's not in danger of death. But it was a deformed hollow-point round, which created a cavitation effect in the professor, and he is currently very weak." Forward gritted his teeth in frustration. The trajectory of a hollow-point round could be unpredictable. Getting hit meant sheer misfortune. The professor's greatest strength lay in his mind, yet his body was relatively frail. After all, he was a 70-year-old man. Even a robust young man would face dire consequences if shot. The situation on Devil's Island was already fraught with danger, and now the X-Men had lost their most powerful asset before the battle even began. And Hank was shot too while protecting the professor, but fortunately, it's just a superficial wound. Jean's words revealed her palpable anxiety. Thousands of kilometers away, Forward felt utterly helpless and could only reassure her, "Don't worry, Jean, the professor will be fine. We probably can't send too many people to support Devil's Island now. With the professor down, the academy feels extraordinarily empty, plus,
there's that device you created." The tone of the beautiful woman hinted at some resentment. Forward scratched his nose sheepishly and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. However, I suggest you send a few representatives over. Magneto's actions will undoubtedly further escalate the conflict between mutants and ordinary people. At this time, the Academy must clearly state its position. In this critical moment of worsening relations between mutants and humans, you need to play the role of the brake valve," Forward sincerely proposed. "I understand. When do you think Magneto will take action?" "Tomorrow." Forward's response was extremely confident. "Why?" "Because he attacked the professor tonight, and now everyone knows he's in San Francisco. This includes many law enforcement agencies that have been hunting him for a long time. The longer he waits, the worse his situation will become. He must resolve the issue with Worthington Industries before things worsen." "I understand." Jean hung up the phone. Forward set down the phone and raised his left hand. The screen of the electronic bracelet on his wrist was flashing a cryptographic signal. He did not disclose this secret to Jean. His certainty about the timing of Magneto's actions came not only from an accurate assessment of the current situation but also from clear intelligence obtained from within the radical mutant group. This intelligence came from Mystique, Raven. As the setting sun cast its golden rays on the Golden Gate Bridge, making it appear as if it were soaring into the sky, Forward leisurely savored the afternoon tea provided by the hotel. The steel dragon, stretching over 1,000 meters and weighing more than 10,000 tons, crossed the horizon under his gaze, its twisted metal emitting a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache, nearly drowning out the screams of all witnesses. Even though Forward had roamed the soul universe for years, breaking new ground, the sight before him in the real world was mesmerizing. He had previously simulated countless scenarios of Magneto's landing, but witnessing Magneto's actual actions filled him with genuine admiration. Stripped of the illusory shell that seemed to place him among the gods in the soul universe, Forward had not transcended the human realm in reality, even with the power inheritance of two holy places. "In the end, my abilities still limit my imagination," he mused, returning to the tea table and downing his cup in one go. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the shocked expressions of those around him. With a tremendous roar, the steel dragon plummeted toward Devil's Island. Even from the hotel's presidential suite, miles from the coast, one could distinctly feel the ground tremble. Dust fell from the ceiling, mingling with the tea and creating a fine white froth on the surface. As Magneto unleashed his powers, it felt as though all of San Francisco was trembling in response. Annoyed, Forward tossed his teacup aside and clapped his hands to wake his still shocked subordinates. "Enough dawdling. It's time to get to work. Immediately seal all entrances to this room and cut off all internal and external communication lines that don't belong to us. Activate the wireless signal jammer, and initiate counter-surveillance and anti-camera devices." Forward methodically issued commands, and finally said to Red Star, "Old Hong, you guard the door. No one, not even the President of the United States, is allowed in without my permission." Two drones, which had been prepared for some time, slowly ascended from the hotel's rooftop, heading toward Devil's Island. Forward leisurely assembled a finely crafted and clearly modified P226 handgun. As he worked, he watched the real-time images transmitted back by the drones on his tablet. On the previously empty sea between Devil's Island and the city's coast, a bridge now spanned the blue waves, transforming the chasm into a thoroughfare. Many mutants, gathered at the shoreline, surged onto the bridge in throngs, spurred on by the radical groups. The attempts of police and the National Guard to hold them back crumbled like paper in the face of the mutants' bizarre powers. The sporadic gunfire did not deter the mutant march. Instead, it ignited their fervor, as police cars and armored vehicles were overturned, and officers and soldiers scattered like frightened birds, with only a few brave souls daring to stand in front of the crowd, quickly overwhelmed by the masses. The rolling tide of people surged toward the center of the bay, heading for Devil's Island. A tiny wolf spider, no bigger than a palm, quickly crawled along the building's internal pipe gaps, unnoticed by everyone, and stopped above the doorway outside General Ross's command center. Voices from inside the command center somehow reached the presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel without a hitch. "Order the frontline troops, as soon as the mutants set foot on Devil's Island, immediately fire tear gas. Request support from the nearby Air Force Base. I want them to saturate the entire bridge with tear gas. Tell the soldiers that each combat team should use rubber bullets for 2 riflemen, while the rest use live ammunition. When the mutants land, prioritize rubber bullets. Once they cross the warning line, switch to live rounds. Magneto is on the bridge, and metal projectiles will do him no good. Distribute all the specially made bullets we brought. ensure every soldier has enough ammunition.
Tell the guys that Magneto is the biggest terrorist on American soil, and once he shows up, he's our primary target. Whoever takes out that terrorist leader gets to go to the White House and receive a commendation from the president." General Ross's voice rang out like a bell as he issued each military order passionately, constantly boosting the morale of his subordinates. Forward meticulously attached the outer sleeve of the gun barrel, quickly completing the assembly of the weapon. At the moment of completion, a faint red light flickered across the finely engraved mysterious patterns on the gun's surface, but it was fleeting.
A communication request came through, a frequency reserved for allies. "James, we've arrived in San Francisco," came Hank's voice, beast. Forward was astonished. "Aren't you injured? How did you get here so quickly?"
"Just a minor surface wound, nothing serious."
"I think what's happening here is more important."
Forward realized, as expected of Beast, that he was tough as nails. "I suggest you hurry to Devil's Island. Magneto is causing quite a commotion over there. I have real-time visuals from the drones that you can share." Forward transmitted the drone signal to Hank.
Before long, Hank's astonished exclamation came through the communication. "Did Eric do this? It's insane. I recommend you figure out how to destroy the bridge quickly to prevent more mutants from landing.
Their numbers are overwhelming, even a swarm of ants could devour Devil's Island."
Beast anxiously asked, "The soldiers on the island won't mistake us for Eric's accomplices and take us out too, will they?" "They won't.
I've already communicated with Colonel Ross on the island. He welcomes your help. You can contact him through the battlefield communication channel now."
"And you? What are you planning to do?" Hank questioned, puzzled.
Forward was in the process of attaching accessories to the pistol rail as he casually replied, "Me? I'll be here in the hotel cheering you on if you need me."
"Damn it!"
A voice faintly came through the channel, sounding like Wolverine Logan. Forward chuckled dismissively, focusing intently on fine-tuning the P226 handgun in his hands. After installing the electronic equipment on the rail, he put on a monocle before his left eye. With everything ready, Forward activated the power supply for the monocle. A tiny red dot appeared on the lens, moving in sync with the muzzle of the P226 in his hand. Forward felt quite satisfied with the performance of the shooting aid device, the corners of his mouth curling up in a slight smile. He gathered a hint of magical energy in his hand, and the subtle engravings on the gun glowed red again. This time, however, the red light was more pronounced and vibrant, lingering on the gun until he released the magical energy from his palm, slowly dimming away. This was the world's first and currently the only gun capable of inflicting damage on Magneto without the need for specially designed projectiles, only requiring standard metal bullets. Perhaps, aside from that surprise shot by Mystique on the White House lawn years ago, this gun was the only one to have successfully left a mark on Magneto. One couldn't help but wonder what expression Magneto would show if he encountered this gun again. Forward's attention shifted back to the computer screen, where the intense battle on Devil's Island was ongoing. The immense roar of chaos didn't need to be transmitted through the screen, it pierced through the miles of distance from the distant sea, resonating in Forward's ears through the thick glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows. General Ross had indeed prepared extensively to defend Devil's Island. Shortly after he issued his orders, 2 armed helicopters swooped in, unleashing nearly 100 tear gas canisters onto the bridge. Fortunately, this was American soil. Had it been elsewhere, the raining fire might very well have been rockets aimed at the ground. The bridge was crowded with tens of thousands of mutants, and the once wide 6-lane avenue now felt extraordinarily cramped. Under the effects of the tear gas, the disorganized and undisciplined groups began to descend into chaos. Some attempted to retreat while others pushed forward, resulting in a crush of bodies and soon leading to the first victim being trampled. Magneto quietly surveyed the helicopters circling above, extending his hands in a seemingly mechanical gesture. In reality, his magnetic field control didn't require physical movements to function, the gesture was merely a human habit, using his body's pointing to aid in concentrating his thoughts. At the moment Magneto extended his hands, the helicopters in the air began to deform. With a sickening sound of twisting metal, the shells caved inwards, and the rotors on top of the helicopters emitted a series of crackling noises, bursting forth with showers of sparks before abruptly stopping. Within seconds, these 2 of the world's most advanced armed helicopters plummeted toward the sea, propelled by their own inertia. The tear gas fog still lingered on the bridge when a whirlwind suddenly arose among the mutant crowd, swirling the smoke together and sending it skyward. The first wave of the U.S. military's offensive was thus easily dismantled. Forward watched the footage relayed by the drones, sighing with appreciation. Sometimes it really feels like mutants have an inherent advantage.
After losing 2 helicopters, the US Air Force would certainly think twice before deploying any aircraft to engage.
Before Magneto, the advanced heavy weaponry the military relied on was rendered useless. In addition to the Air Force, numerous Marine Corps amphibious assault boats navigated the surface of the sea. These units were originally intended for maritime blockade and had preemptively considered Magneto's abilities, so they did not deploy large ships but rather sent numerous inflatable boats. However, now, faced with the towering bridge, they could only gaze up helplessly. The US military's aerial and naval forces had all ended in failure. The loudspeakers on the island repeatedly blared military warnings, demanding the mutants disperse. The sounds drifted across the open sea, quickly scattered by the sea breeze. Yet, no one halted their advance. The conflict was inevitably escalating toward close combat. Suddenly, a transformation occurred on the screen. A thick wall of ice shot up at the end of the bridge where it met Devil's Island, blocking Magneto and his followers. Prior to this, no one had noticed that steam was rising from the sea, gathering in the air. Before long, dark clouds rolled in, bringing wind and thunder. Meanwhile, behind the ice wall on Devil's Island, a surge of icy mist rose into the sky, intertwining with the storm clouds. With a thunderous boom, hail the size of a baby's fist began to rain down from the heavens, pelting the crowd on the bridge. Some individuals conjured up whirlwinds to deflect parts of the hail, and others erected invisible force fields to shield themselves, but no one could completely block the overwhelming might of nature. Flashing lightning illuminated the highest points of the Devil's Island structures, where a slender figure stood defiantly against the wind, her cape billowing dramatically. Forward gazed through the screen at the striking silver short hair, muttering, "So she looks even better with short hair?" He internally compared. He wondered if her curves had changed beneath that caped costume in the years since they last met. Countless metal fragments took to the air from the bridge, some falling from dismantled cars, others peeling off the bridge itself, all like a swarm of locusts heading toward Storm, as Magneto launched his attack once again. Storm stood still, fully concentrated on controlling the tempest above her. A towering silver-gray figure quietly shielded her, his broad frame completely covering her. Steel, Piotr, acted as Storm's human shield. Metal pieces rained down on Steel's back with a cacophony of clanging sounds. The immense impact caused him to sway, but his legs remained firmly planted on the ground. The attack appeared to have been successfully blocked, but both Storm and Steel soon realized they had underestimated the situation. Flying past Steel without hitting him, the steel fragments suddenly veered midair, seemingly intent on circumventing Steel's defense, and began to rain down densely on Storm. With a cry of despair, Aurora was suddenly enveloped as Steel. Piotr swiftly stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her, and leapt downwards to avoid the continued onslaught of metal. The uncontrollable Storm's force gradually diminished. However, at the same time, a laser beam shot up from beneath the bridge, slicing through the bridge's railing like a hot knife through butter, and then slowly and steadily began to cut through the bridge deck. The searing beam pierced from the bottom up, moving horizontally. Within minutes, it would split the bridge in two. The crowd on the bridge recoiled in terror. Below the bridge was a place the drone footage couldn't capture, but one could imagine that it was none other than Cyclops, Scott, standing on the rocky beach, where rising tides threatened to submerge him. Just as Forward had suggested, the X-Men were attempting to sever the bridge to prevent the influx of mutants. They understood that this was the only way to minimize casualties, both for mutants and ordinary people. This time, Magneto did not intervene. It was the Latina woman who had participated in the assault on the professor the night before, Nightcrawler. A shadow darted toward Scott. At that moment, Nightcrawler bore no weapon but seemed to know Cyclops' greatest weakness. She lunged, tackling Scott into the water. As Scott instinctively stopped his laser beam, Nightcrawler reached for Scott's face and, before he could react, yanked off his visor. Cyclops' greatest flaw was his inability to control his power. Without his visor, he could not dare to open his eyes. Dazed and disoriented from the fall, he had no idea where his beam would strike if he opened his eyes. Forward could not see what was happening beneath the bridge, but the disappearance of the laser beam was unmistakable. He clicked his tongue, unfazed. After all, she was just a rival. If she died, it would save him some trouble. After neutralizing two of the X-Men's offensives, the crowd on the bridge gradually converged at the bridgehead. Red Tank's massive form surged forth, running and roaring, crashing into the towering, thick ice wall at the bridge's end. With a thunderous crash, the several-foot-thick ice wall was smashed open, as if it were made of paper. Red Tank seemed oblivious to any hindrance and continued charging toward the positions held by the U.S. military.
Fire!
The soldiers of the US military never hesitated when it came time to shoot. Faced with a terrifying figure as massive as a demigod, they disregarded General Ross's orders to first use rubber bullets and then live rounds. All firepower was unleashed simultaneously upon Red Tank.
If Scott's laser couldn't truly harm Red Tank, then what chance did these light weapons have? With an earth-shattering roar, Red Tank crashed into the US military's positions, scattering obstacles and soldiers like straw in the wind.
Behind Red Tank, a throng of mutants streamed through the breach in the ice wall.
Magneto truly lives up to everyone's expectations.
Forward sneered as he began to operate his tablet. Unbeknownst to anyone, the spider that had been quietly perched outside General Ross's command center had stealthily climbed up the building's exterior. Supported by its powerful limbs, it successfully crawled to an inconspicuous small window. Inside that window was the source of the unrest, the origin of the mutant gene serum, the mutant boy, Jimmy. Startled by the deafening sounds from outside, Jimmy tiptoed and peered out the small window, only to be terrified as a gigantic wolf spider emerged before him. He stumbled back and fell onto his bed. In Jimmy's wide-eyed horror, a tiny transparent crystal the size of a fingernail sprang forth from the spider's back, pinging against the glass. The spider swiftly retreated from his view, and the crystal suddenly lit up with a blinding light. Once the light faded, a circular hole appeared in the glass, with viscous liquid flowing from the melted edges. The reinforced glass, capable of withstanding shots from large-caliber anti-material weaponry, now resembled softened cream under heat. The high-heat crystal was one of the byproducts from analyzing the Mandarin gem ring. Despite its small size, it could store vast amounts of thermal energy and direct it when needed. It had proven effective in its first real combat application. Unfortunately, the production of these crystals capable of storing immense heat was minimal, otherwise, Forward would have rewritten the entire energy market worldwide. Returning to the matter at hand, after successfully breaking the reinforced glass, the spider quickly crawled inside. It disregarded the trembling Jimmy and climbed along the wall, soon squeezing into a gap in the ceiling, attaching itself to a power line. Before long, Jimmy heard strange crackling noises, followed by a sudden burst of sparks erupting from two corners of the ceiling. Jimmy knew that was where the surveillance cameras were installed. Having lived here for years, he was naturally aware that this room was under constant 24-hour surveillance. Confused, Jimmy climbed down from his bed and approached the corner, wanting to see more clearly, but before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt his feet give way and plummeted straight down at freefall speed.
Aside from Jimmy's brief scream, everything else fell silent.
The focal point of attention in this incident, the boy whose fate could determine the future of mutants, had simply vanished without a trace. Jimmy let out a scream as he landed heavily on a spacious sofa. Once he realized he had stopped falling, he instinctively braced himself with his hands on the sofa and sat up abruptly. Slowly lifting his head, he saw Mr. James Zion, the man he had only met once yesterday, now standing before him with a smile. Jimmy glanced around the room, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings as he tried to comprehend how he had suddenly appeared in this strange place. His head was still spinning, filled with confusion.
"Nice to see you again, Jimmy," Forward said, noticing the boy's unease. Jimmy stammered, "Why you, hello, Mr. Zion. Where am I?"
"You're in San Francisco, in my hotel."
"Not far from Devil's Island," Forward replied, pointing out the window.
"You see, you could originally see the Golden Gate Bridge from here, but unfortunately, it's out of sight now."
Jimmy anxiously glanced out the window and asked hesitantly, How did I get here?"
"I brought you here, just used a little trick," Forward said casually, rubbing the ring on his left hand. Feeling awkward on the sofa, Jimmy had a million questions swirling in his mind but hesitated to voice them while looking at Forward.
His conflicted expression revealed his inner turmoil.
"I know you have many questions, don't worry. Why don't you take a look at this first?" Forward said, placing a tablet on the coffee table and sliding it in front of Jimmy. The high-definition camera on the drone displayed the horrifying scenes currently unfolding on Devil's Island. Waves of flames seemed to pulse with life, consuming U.S. soldiers on the battlefield, who screamed in agony. Steel I-beams, once part of the bridge, were wrenched from their structure as if by invisible hands, soaring like javelins through the air, crashing down on the soldiers below.
Though these beams lacked sharp tips, their sheer weight could inflict deadly damage.
Above the soldiers, large sheets of ice appeared intermittently, trying to block the falling steel, but still, soldiers continued to fall, injured. Mutants swarmed toward the U.S. military positions like busy ants, while the soldiers valiantly returned fire, taking down mutant after mutant. The I-beams that continued to rise into the sky were no longer being randomly tossed but were instead being assembled into a massive wall of steel. A short-haired, androgynous female mutant, shielded by the steel wall, suddenly rushed to the front lines and forcefully pressed her hands to the ground. A visible shockwave radiated from her, causing the earth beneath to convulse as if under a spell. The U.S. positions experienced what felt like a devastating earthquake, as obstacles and cover were violently dislodged, throwing soldiers inside into disarray. Signs of collapse began to show among the surrounding U.S. forces, with many soldiers retreating toward nearby buildings, while ice walls rose to provide cover for the fleeing troops. Watching the brutal battlefield scenes unfold on the screen, Jimmy trembled as he asked, "What's happening? Didn't Mr. Worthington say the lab would be safe? He also said you were sick. Do you think you're a patient?" Forward shook his finger. "What Mr. Worthington said shouldn't be a topic for smart people to discuss, you know?" Jimmy nodded blankly, though he didn't fully grasp Forward's deeper meaning. "The mutants charging onto Devil's Island are here to kill you," Forward pointed at the screen. "Just like I told you yesterday, they believe you are a disaster for mutants and will bring them great misfortune." "I'm not." Jimmy felt even more anxious than yesterday. After all, he had merely mentioned this in casual conversation, but today he was witnessing such a bloody massacre. "I know you're not, and many mutants do too. But people's perceptions can vary greatly. These individuals," Forward gestured to the radicals streaming across the bridge to Devil's Island, "they are hard to persuade." Unconsciously, Jimmy curled up on the sofa. "Am I going to be killed by them?" "There are many people working hard to protect you." Forward didn't directly answer Jimmy's question. "However, those who want to kill you won't give up easily. Even though you're not on the island now, as soon as they get wind of you again, they will come for you." "And then what?" Forward pointed again at the screen inside. "Then, as you see, those protecting you and those who want to kill you will continue to fight. The killing and death will persist until one side completely surrenders." Jimmy stared at the horrifying images on the screen, the glaring blood and fallen victims piercing his eyes like sharp thorns. "How can I make them give up?" "Sir, what can I do?" Forward smiled with appreciation, as if seeing a child display courage and responsibility in the face of adversity, feeling genuinely moved. "Do you remember the promise I made you yesterday? I promised to give you a choice. Now is the time for me to fulfill that promise." He spoke sincerely. "You have a choice to end this conflict before you, and avoid more bloodshed." "What choice?" "I can send you to a very secluded place where the world will completely forget you. When no one can find you, they will have no reason to continue fighting, thus avoiding further bloodshed and death." Jimmy listened quietly, sensing a magical power in Forward's calm voice that seemed capable of touching hearts. "I can arrange for you to go to school, and you'll have the chance to meet new friends. But from now on, you can't use your name anymore, and you can't contact your parents. You must completely say goodbye to your past. That's the price you have to pay." "Do I have to hide forever?" Jimmy asked softly, a hesitant expression forming on his face. "Of course not. I'll do everything I can to find something to replace you. One day, when people no longer need to extract medicine from you, you'll be able to come home. Of course, this might take a long time, and you may have to wait until you grow up to discover it on your own," Forward replied firmly. "Just like you cured your own illness?" "Exactly, just like I cured my own illness." Forward bent down to make eye contact with Jimmy, his gaze deep and sincere. Jimmy slowly stood up from the sofa, a determined expression gradually appearing on his face, which brought a genuine smile to Forward's lips. "I'm willing to go. I'm willing to accept your arrangement, sir." From their first meeting to this conversation today, Forward had acted like a skilled craftsman, weaving one carefully crafted narrative after another, finally achieving the most desirable outcome. Jimmy, a young boy in his teenage years, held on to a seemingly childish yet profoundly sincere belief that he bore a special mission and was willing to take on some responsibility for the world. Although Forward spoke of letting Jimmy make his own choice, influenced by his belief and the meticulously designed dialogue in front of him, Jimmy's decision was entirely within Forward's expectations. Interestingly, even though he had been using persuasive language throughout, every word Forward spoke was genuine. He had never violated his principle of not deceiving children. "I'm going to send you away now. Someone is already waiting for you. They will help arrange everything for you." Forward rubbed the ring on his hand. "By the way, have you ever gone bungee jumping? It'll be just like how you got here earlier." Recalling the heart-pounding experience of free falling, Jimmy felt a shiver run down his spine. "Sir, I'm not really." Jimmy didn't finish his sentence before letting out a startled gasp, and then he disappeared from the floor. Forward looked at the spot where Jimmy had vanished, as if speaking to the air, muttering to himself, "Next time, you should speak a bit faster."
On Devil's Island, the mutants launched a full-scale assault on the main building.
Due to the limitations of doors and windows, the US military's retaliatory fire became more concentrated, and the mutants charging at the front fell in droves, like cut wheat.
Magneto raised his hands high, sensing the metallic materials within the building.
Before long, the entire structure began to tremble violently. The concrete walls started to crack inch by inch, and the internal rebar twisted as if trying to escape its constraints, wanting to burst through the walls. Almost every metal object seemed to be imbued with life, swirling through the air and becoming lethal instruments against those inside. It's worth noting that over 30 years ago, Magneto could lift a stadium filled with thousands, and he had pulled the White House's nuclear fallout shelter from dozens of meters underground with ease. Now, tearing down a nearly century-old building was just as easy for him. From the moment the battle on Devil's Island commenced, Magneto had been demonstrating to the world what it meant to be a one-man army. Just as the mutants were eagerly anticipating seeing the building crumble, the tremors gradually ceased. A layer of white ice quickly covered the entire building inside and out, as if encasing it in a thick protective shell. Steel, who had been fiercely battling Red Tank outside, suddenly broke away from his opponent and leapt into the building. Immediately, the doors, windows, and all possible entrances were sealed off by the ice, turning the entire structure into a massive ice block.
In this battle, Iceman Bobby began to fully awaken his extraordinary abilities.
The makeshift steel battering rams did little damage, and the massive flames controlled by Firestorm John only produced a layer of steam on the ice shell.
Magneto shouted anxiously, "Red Tank, open us a path, it's all up to you." Despite his imposing demeanor, Magneto was inwardly frantic.
He understood that the US military needed to follow a complicated series of procedures to deploy force domestically, which was why reinforcements had been delayed, and why they had managed to gain the upper hand on Devil's Island. However, with the situation escalating to such a degree, having even taken down the Golden Gate Bridge, there was no way the US government could remain passive. The intervention of his old adversaries, the X-Men, had already delayed things too much. San Francisco was surrounded by numerous military bases, and reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Although Magneto himself was unafraid, he was very worried about not being able to achieve his ultimate goal of killing Jimmy amid the chaos. Red Tank, Kane Marco, roared as he accelerated toward the building, leaping powerfully in front of it. Boom, just like the ice wall at the bridgehead, the frozen exterior of the building did not demonstrate any greater solidity against Red Tank's charge. A massive breach appeared in the second floor's outer wall, and Red Tank successfully barreled through. At that exact moment, in the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel in San Francisco's financial district, Forward glanced at the empty laboratory footage captured by the spider drone and donned a tactical mask, leisurely stepping forward through a portal flickering with red sparks, arriving right in front of Jimmy's housing on Devil's Island. Forward's objective was the laboratory for potion preparation on the island, where all the research materials for Worthington's gene serum were stored. Unfortunately, to avoid suspicion, Forward had never entered this laboratory before, and now, wanting to directly access it through the portal was impossible. He had to take a more roundabout approach, arriving at Jimmy's room door first. After all, the lab was just next door, a mere step away. As field agents from the Spear Bureau often said, if an action plan goes off without a hitch from start to finish, that in itself is the biggest surprise. Forward's plan had gone smoothly in the first half, successfully abducting Jimmy. However, in the second half, this seemingly simple step had encountered an unexpected turn. Just as Forward closed the portal and had yet to take a step, the floor at the other end of the corridor suddenly shattered. A massive figure leapt up from below, facing Forward directly. Forward recognized Red Tank, but Red Tank did not recognize him. At that moment, Forward was clad in a tidy, unmarked tactical uniform, wearing a tactical mask, with a handgun holstered at his right thigh. If one overlooked the peculiar monocle on his left eye, it would be easy to mistake him for a soldier. "Who are you? Where is the boy?" Red Tank's deep voice echoed in the corridor like a thunderclap. Forward looked with interest at the massive figure before him. As Professor X's legal brother, coupled with his incredible strength and vitality, Red Tank Kane Marco was indeed a very special presence among mutants. Forward had always been intrigued by him. Besides the animosity between him and the professor, what truly piqued Forward's curiosity was the source of Red Tank's powers. In the confidential files Forward had reviewed, although Red Tank was labeled as a mutant, there was an annotation beneath that read in doubt. This meant that this individual, who deeply participated in radical mutant affairs and served as Magneto's primary vanguard, might not actually be a true mutant. In a different scenario, Forward would have devised ways to take this muscle mountain back to his lab to conduct tests on his X gene. But now, he had more important matters to attend to, so he could only let the gun do the talking. Forward slowly lowered his right hand, gripping the P226 handgun hanging at his thigh.
I'm asking you a question, answer me quickly.
Red Tank, not waiting for Forward's response, charged forward in anger. To him, the 30-foot-long corridor was merely a few strides away. Forward swiftly drew his handgun, but before he could raise it, a petite figure seemed to emerge from the floor in front of him like a ghost. Seeing Red Tank charge toward him, the figure instinctively shouted, "Oh no!" Then, with a swift turn, she crashed into Forward's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist.
Don't move, I can protect you.
The gentle voice was unmistakably that of a girl. As a sensation akin to weightlessness washed over him, Forward felt his body, along with his clothes and possessions, become momentarily ethereal. Forward's extensive memory instantly recognized the identity of the girl who had claimed she would protect him.
Shadowcat Kitty.
Forward remembered that when he first visited the X-Mansion, this girl was still a young child, nearly a decade had passed, and she had grown into an adult, now fighting as a member of the X-Men.
However, was this girl a bit undernourished?
She looked quite small.
Well, in every sense of the word, she was small.
These thoughts flashed through Forward's mind in an instant as he gently pushed the girl behind him, creating some distance. In that brief moment, Red Tank had already covered 2/3 of the corridor's length. As Forward shoved Shadowcat aside, he immediately felt the weight of his body returning.
He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang boom.
With the assistance of the shooting aid device, the shot accurately struck Red Tank's knee. Even the normally impenetrable skin against regular firearms couldn't withstand the P226 bullets, and as the bullet penetrated the bone, it caused a violent explosion, instantly shattering Red Tank's right leg into 2 pieces. Ugh! With a thunderous scream, Red Tank collapsed, his massive body sliding along the floor due to inertia. Forward fired repeatedly with the P226, the sound of gunfire and explosions creating a rapid and orderly rhythm as blood and flames sprayed from Red Tank's limbs and torso. When Red Tank finally slid to a stop at Forward's feet, his body was riddled with gruesome wounds, and his limbs were completely shattered. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, turning the corridor into a bloody scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse.
Once an unstoppable tank, Red Tank was now incapacitated.
Red Tank had not died, the sounds escaping his mouth were neither screams nor roars, but full of energy. Forward calmly observed the wounds on Red Tank's body, and within moments, new human tissue began to squirm around the injuries. This terrifying vitality and regenerative ability left Forward in awe. However, judging by the rate of his recovery, it was clear that he wouldn't be standing up to fight again today. Forward holstered his gun and turned to Shadowcat with a smile. "Miss, thank you very much for your kind intentions just now. But I'm more accustomed to protecting women than being protected by them."
Who are you? Shadowcat asked timidly, her voice trembling.
The recent scene of flames and flying flesh had terrified her, and she was still shaken. When Forward had frequent interactions with the academy, Kitty was just an 8 or 9-year-old girl. After she grew up, Forward returned to his home country and had much less contact with the academy. So, she had hardly ever interacted with him directly. Forward didn't plan to elaborate more with the girl. He pointed to the now empty room where Jimmy had been, saying, "I know you're here looking for that boy, his room is right over there.
As for who I am, it doesn't matter. Just know that I'm not your enemy. I'm here on another mission."
With that, Forward stepped forward, lightly stepping over the blood-soaked floor as he walked toward the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Under Shadowcat's curious gaze, he pushed open the door and walked inside. As the half-open door to the laboratory slowly swung open, the U.S. military and the X-Men hiding within had already found themselves in a precarious situation. The icy barrier constructed by Iceman Bobby had barely held out against Magneto's assault for less than 10 minutes. When Bobby learned that Red Tank had smashed through the wall, he was preparing to seal the breach once more when numerous mutants began to pour in through the opening. The flying, jumping, and climbing mutants were all exceptionally skilled radicals. They couldn't breach the ice barrier from the outside, but once inside the building, they faced virtually no further obstacles. What was most terrifying was still Magneto, who effortlessly turned nearby metal objects into a wide, thick shield that could cover the entire corridor. Tiny metal fragments swirled through one room after another like a violent storm. Survivors began to retreat to the basement, where there was only one entrance and exit, making it easier to concentrate fire for a defense. Wolverine, Logan and Beast Hank carried Storm and Cyclops, retreating deeper underground alongside Worthington's clerical staff and researchers. The basement was a dim and abandoned room, and if Forward had been there at that moment, he would have thought it resembled the setting of the bathroom battle in The Rock. Both Storm and Cyclops had been severely injured in the fight and were now unconscious. Steel and Iceman were still assisting the U.S. military in the main building above. Shadowcat had volunteered to return to retrieve the boy, Jimmy. "I never imagined that one day I would have to play nurse on a battlefield," Logan said, his face filled with frustration.
Hank patted Logan's shoulder in understanding.
"Calm down, buddy, we all know you're tough, but it's true that you can't show your full strength against Magneto." Wolverine Logan, with his adamantium skeleton and healing factor, was tougher than Steel Piotr, yet even he was restrained by Magneto, as if he had encountered a natural enemy.
"Where is Kitty? Why hasn't she returned?" Hank asked anxiously.
Just as he finished speaking, a small figure emerged from the wall beside them.
"I'm back." Kitty ran in, panting.
"Jimmy, the boy, is gone."
Hank's expression turned to one of alarm. How could this happen? Did Magneto's people get to him first? No.
"When I got there, Red Tank hadn't yet made it inside." Kitty recalled the horrifying scene she had witnessed.
"And Red Tank is badly injured. You wouldn't believe it.
Someone managed to seriously injure Red Tank with just a handgun.
He's still lying on the ground. My God, I've never seen anyone bleed so much, I almost threw up." Hank quickly pressed, "Did you see who it was?"
"I don't know, the guy was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see his face." Kitty recalled the man's words. "That guy is terrifying. The way he looked at Red Tank made me feel like he was looking at a pig waiting for slaughter." Logan, pondering, suddenly recalled a miraculous handgun he had seen 10 years ago at the foot of the Statue of Liberty when Kitty mentioned that Red Tank had been injured by a handgun.
Was it a P226? And when he fired, did the gun have glowing red patterns? Was the guy with black hair? A bit shorter than me? Polite and a bit slick when he talked? With each question, Kitty nodded in confirmation, but when he asked the last one, she instinctively retorted, "Slick? No, I thought he was quite a gentleman."
Hank rolled his eyes and solemnly advised the young girl, "Remember my words, Kitty. The way that man spoke to you isn't what we call gentlemanly, we refer to that as slick talking." At this moment, Forward was completely unaware that he was facing negative evaluations from the X-Men once again.
He was happily copying data in the laboratory.
The Worthington researchers had evacuated in a rush, and when Forward entered, he found a scene of chaos. The refrigerated cabinets that should have stored the serums were now empty, and the safe contained only some inconsequential paper documents. Various instruments lay scattered, and wires were haphazardly spread across the floor. Fortunately, the computer terminals that controlled and recorded the experimental processes remained intact. Forward didn't find any storage devices like disks, but the records of previous experiments were still stored on the computer terminals. While he couldn't access the final result data directly, he could still derive a wealth of crucial data by analyzing the experimental processes, though it would take some extra time. In other words, it meant he would need to spend more time copying this vast amount of content, something that would require patience. In the corridor outside, Red Tank continued to let out low growls. Faint sounds of battle could be heard from downstairs, but the gunfire was gradually becoming less frequent. The radical mutants were gaining the upper hand. The U.S. military was either dead or retreating. As Forward activated the magical powers of Camartage to view through a soul perspective, he could see many people frantically fleeing into the passage leading to the basement. However, looking deeper into the basement, even through the soul perspective, he could see very little. Then, he saw 3 figures appear in the outer corridor.
"Oh God, is that Red Tank?"
A woman's voice exclaimed, clear enough for Forward to hear from his position in the laboratory. Through his soul perspective, Forward clearly identified the newcomers, Magneto, Firestorm John, and Nightcrawler. In Forward's view, the soul strengths of the trio varied, while Red Tank, lying on the ground, emanated a particularly strong soul, glowing with a deep red light. Forward could not hear what Magneto was saying, but he could hear Red Tank's muffled voice.
"A X-Men girl went in, I didn't see the boy, he's gone. The bastard who hurt me is right next door. Help me catch him, I want to tear him in half, no, I want to smash him into meat paste and turn him into sausage." A handgun.
Forward listened with interest, secretly speculating whether Magneto could deduce his identity from Red Tank's brief remarks and if he would recall the P-226 in his hand.
What would he do if he figured it out?
Forward pondered silently when suddenly, he saw a shadow darting through the door at incredible speed, rushing toward him. The figure moved so fast that it practically arrived before the sound of the door opening reached Forward's ears.
In that split second, Forward understood everything.
Magneto had indeed deduced his identity and was extremely cautious of the handgun Red Tank mentioned, which was why he sent Nightcrawler in first. He intended for Nightcrawler to subdue him first using her speed advantage or to seize the gun from his hands. As the Nightcrawler lunged toward Forward, if this were a film, it would be depicted in slow motion, a woman with a cold, piercing gaze locked onto Forward like a predator fixating on its prey, her hands clenched tightly, ready to strike at his vital points. In this moment, everything around seemed to slow down, and perhaps what felt like just a blink of an eye could stretch into several seconds of film. If there were a production team willing to invest in special effects, they might even create a bullet time effect, the hunter moving with the speed of the wind, the shadow of death looming close, while the target remained blissfully unaware, still wearing the expression from a second before. In that brief moment, perhaps a minute or two slipped silently by. Unfortunately, there were no slow-motion effects and no bullet time here. When Nightcrawler lunged at Forward, half a second was just that, half a second. Forward barely managed to raise an eyelid. Then, just as Nightcrawler was about to touch the gun in Forward's hand, she inexplicably pivoted left, her high-speed movement leaving behind a blur as she passed by him, beginning to move erratically around him. No matter how hard Nightcrawler tried, she involuntarily turned away just before reaching Forward. This turning motion was bizarre, regardless of the angle of her turn or her speed. There was no inertia shift, almost as if she continued to run in a straight line. During this time, Nightcrawler stopped several times to recalibrate her direction, and more than once she activated her proud speed, but the results only left her breathless and frustrated. Forward watched the fleeting shadows around him with amusement. As a disciple of Camartage, he was naturally well-versed in spatial magic. Ever since he began to utilize the ring, he had eagerly started improving the application of spatial magic. What Nightcrawler was encountering was merely a small-scale spatial maze. Forward had made slight modifications based on the subspace folding technique. This small trick would be ineffective against a Camartage mage equally adept at spatial magic. It was often used as a teaching tool to test new apprentices. However, against those unfamiliar with spatial abilities, this maze could yield surprising results. Once Forward was certain that Nightcrawler posed no threat to him, he decided to end the charade. Nightcrawler, frustrated, stopped again, perhaps influenced by her agitation and unwillingness to back down, or perhaps underestimating the threat before her. She stood just a step away from Forward. The moment the illusion came to a halt, Forward suddenly moved. In the presence of a martial arts master, the distance of just a few feet could project an overwhelming aura. As Nightcrawler halted, the inertia from her running had yet to dissipate. Using the high-level terminology from the martial arts novels Forward had read as a child, she was caught in a state where her old force had exhausted, and new force had not yet emerged. In that instant, Forward stepped forward lightly, and Nightcrawler's neck was gripped tightly by his left hand. Her not-so-strong body was lifted off the ground. Nightcrawler helplessly kicked her legs, repeatedly striking Forward's arm and trying to pry his fingers apart. But she was unaware of the immense strength in the hand gripping her neck, strong enough to extinguish the violent explosions caused by the fire gem within its palm. Oxygen deprivation caused Nightcrawler's consciousness to gradually blur, and just before she completely lost consciousness, she caught a glimpse of two figures entering the doorway from the corner of her eye. "Long time no see, Mr. Magneto." Forward released his grip, allowing the unconscious Nightcrawler to fall to the floor.
"James Zion.
I'm not surprised to see you here at all," Magneto replied, not even glancing at the fallen Nightcrawler. His gaze swept over Forward's face before quickly being drawn to the gun in his hand. Forward cooperatively raised the P-226, keeping the muzzle trained on Magneto.
"Looks like you remember my old comrade?"
Vividly, Magneto unconsciously pressed at the spot on his left shoulder, his tone revealing a hint of resentment.
Forward sneered, "Did you see Red Tank out there? I've made some new discoveries and added some new features. You're quite lucky. If I had had this kind of power back in the day, you would have been in a coffin long ago, and we wouldn't be dealing with so many troubles today." Magneto was seething with rage, but the dark muzzle of the gun forced him to suppress his anger. "Where is the child?" "The child?" Forward feigned confusion. "You mean Jimmy?" "I don't know. Isn't he in the room next door?" "Don't play dumb with me, James. Forward casually replied, I can be straightforward with you, or let my gun talk to you. Do you think I need to play dumb? I genuinely don't know. I ran into Red Tank the moment I got here, and only one X-Men girl went into that room. Why don't you ask her? Forward raised the gun, indicating, I'm the one in control here. Do I need to lie to you? I'm not Charles, your lies won't fool me, Magneto said sternly. You're here, and that child is missing. Even if you didn't do it, you must know something. Why are you here? It's obvious, isn't it? I'm doing my utmost to protect my assets and profits.
Magneto glanced at the control panel beside him, his expression suddenly changing dramatically.
You're copying experimental data? If that child is missing, what do you need that data for?
That data is the key to unlocking the destruction of mutants.
As he spoke, Magneto suddenly reached for the control panel.
Forward quickly realized Magneto's intent, raised his gun, and fired. The bullet whizzed past Magneto's ear, startling him into freezing mid-motion.
Don't even think about it.
Forward aimed the gun at Magneto's forehead. Out of respect for the Professor and Raven, I don't want to kill you, but I warn you, if that machine has even a loose screw, or if I see even a hint of electromagnetic interference on the screen, I will pull the trigger.
Think carefully, Mr. Magneto.
Even if the data here is lost, Worthington will surely have backups. I will eventually have a chance to get them, but if your life is lost, there won't be any backups left.
Magneto retracted his hand. Why do you want this data, and why steal it? If that child isn't with you, what do you need it for? Even if I told you, would you understand? Forward didn't answer directly.
The immense value contained in this data far exceeds your comprehension. Goodness, I even doubt whether you people can correctly spell the word gene.
Are you trying to insult us? Forward chuckled coldly, insulting you?
No, I'm merely stating a fact.
If I must say, I'm looking down on you.
The mutants' inherent superpowers are wasted on you.
You don't even understand the immense social value contained within your own abilities. Magneto was quite familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D and indeed held him in high regard.
The unexpected gunshot beneath the Statue of Liberty was something that Magneto would never forget for the rest of his life. At this moment, looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, who was speaking to him with a nonchalant demeanor, Magneto felt a dull pain starting to throb in the area beneath his left shoulder. I mentioned this earlier, S.H.I.E.L.D said, pointing in the direction of the adjacent area. Since that little boy is no longer here, you don't need to waste any more time. I suggest you leave here and go to X Academy to discuss matters with the professor.
Magneto frowned slightly. What did Charles tell you? What whimsical idea has he come up with now? Whimsical?
Perhaps a little. But that idea isn't his, it's yours. When facing Magneto, S.H.I.E.L.D always felt a belly full of grievances that he didn't know how to express.
Your idea? You, an ordinary person, dare to come up with strategies for us mutants? Do you know that I've thoroughly researched your and the professor's history over the past few decades? Do you know how I felt after reading all that material? A mocking expression appeared on S.H.I.E.L.D's face. I think you two are just playing house. Haven't you had enough of this childish game by now?
Magneto shouted angrily, you are not only insulting us but also the cause we have fought our entire lives for.
Don't forget, this is also Charles's cause. Yes, your cause. I need to confirm, is the cause you mentioned about fighting for a future for mutants?
S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at the control panel, where the copy program had just reached 60%, he felt he still had time for a bit more banter.
Magneto corrected S.H.I.E.L.D's statement without hesitation, it's not about fighting for the future, we are the future. Mutants are the future of humanity, we represent the next stage of human evolution. Ha ha ha.
S.H.I.E.L.D laughed without holding back. The German Nazis killed your parents and relatives in the name of eradicating inferior races, and now you view all ordinary humans as inferior beings to be eliminated. Looks like you learned quite a bit in the Nazi concentration camps. Those who did not kill you not only made you stronger but also turned you into one of their kind. Magneto fell silent, but his companion, Fireman John, could no longer contain himself. You've talked enough nonsense. Before he finished speaking, a surge of blazing flames erupted from his palm, like a spiraling fire dragon, charging straight at S.H.I.E.L.D. Fireman had just opened his mouth when S.H.I.E.L.D was already prepared. Facing the incoming fire dragon, he coldly smirked and raised his hand, slightly adjusting the muzzle of his P226 handgun.
Bang!
With the gunshot, the fire dragon immediately scattered, and Fireman John fell to the ground, clutching his right hand and screaming in agony. The shot had precisely shattered the igniter hidden in his right wrist sleeve, and the bullet continued through his forearm, causing blood to spurt from both sides of the wound. Magneto paid no attention to Fireman's screams. He merely glanced at his subordinate before his gaze fixated on the extremely familiar P226 handgun in Xiang Qian's hand, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. Xiang Qian moved swiftly. After the gunshot, the barrel immediately turned back towards Magneto, making him hesitate to act.
Mr. Magneto, what should I say? Look at your subordinates. Besides violence, do they not have anything else in their minds? Even stuffing their skulls full of tofu would be better than what they are now. How did you educate them?
Before Magneto could respond, Xiang Qian's sharp tongue turned to the howling fireman. John, kid, let me give you some advice. If possible, go back to school. Look at you now, acting as if you're a kindergarten child who got a lighter as a toy, only setting things on fire to show off. Xiang Qian continually provoked this unfortunate child who only knew how to play with fire, speaking rapidly like he was spewing venom, completely disregarding the hateful glare directed at him.
Did you know?
In my country, there is a mutant with similar fire control abilities. He was about your age when he awakened his powers.
Do you know what he did after awakening? He went to college.
In order to better utilize his fire control abilities, he specifically chose metallurgy as his major. Right after graduation, he joined my metal materials laboratory and was promoted to deputy chief engineer in just 2 years. His mutant ability saves the laboratory millions in experimental costs every year, and I offer him a 7-figure annual salary. By the way, just last year, he got married, and last month they welcomed a lovely daughter.
In your American terms, he's a respected and decent person. And you, John? Since you left school to follow Magneto, how do people evaluate you? Thug? Arsonist? Terrorist?
Xiang Qian mocked this boy who had lost his ability to counterattack. Do you think such labels sound cool and could serve as your lifelong pursuit? Fireman John's anger grew with each word, his face turning redder. Magneto, on the other hand, looked darker with each passing moment. Enough, James, Magneto said angrily, cutting him off. You've won this round, but one day mutants will prevail.
If you insist on standing against us, I swear, you will regret it one day.
I'm more than willing to wait for that day to come, but please hurry. After all, even if I'm willing to wait, your age might not allow you to see that day. Just as it seemed the two were about to continue arguing, suddenly another person burst in.
Hey, guys!
The newcomer was a mutant with a generic face. Time is tight. This isn't the time for arguing.
Get out! Magneto snapped, turning his head angrily.
The other sighed helplessly. Eric, when will you change that terrible temper of yours? As he spoke, his appearance and clothing began to change, even his voice transformed from a deep tone to a gentle one. By the time he finished speaking, the figure at the door had turned into a blue-skinned mutant.
Raven! Raven!
Xiang Qian and Magneto spoke in unison, one filled with surprise, the other with a sense of desolation. I just came from the coast. A large number of Marines have gathered in the city, and they've already dispersed the mutants left across the shore. They'll be landing on this island soon. Mystique delivered news that was not favorable for Magneto.
Magneto sighed in disappointment. I guess today was destined to be a fruitless effort, right?
Stop it, Eric, it's unnecessary to continue killing. It's completely meaningless. The child is no longer here, Raven advised.
Magneto remained silent, walking toward the door with a face full of reluctance.
Xiang Qian suddenly called out, Hey, I still suggest you find an opportunity to talk to the professor. Magneto coldly glanced back at Xiang Qian. Upon seeing Raven's hopeful gaze, he nodded with difficulty and pushed the door open to leave. Once Magneto departed, Fireman John also dared not act tough any longer. He could only endure the pain and follow Magneto out, limping away hurriedly. Fireman only had the ability to control fire but could not create flames. Having lost the igniter in his wrist, he might not even be able to deal with an ordinary police officer now. Magneto's departure also signified that the turmoil on Devil's Island would gradually subside. After a radical riot, mutants would have to face a series of consequences that followed. Until Magneto and his followers completely vanished from sight, Xiang Qian slowly put away the gun in his hand. Facing such an old-school terrorist, especially one with whom he had personal grievances, Xiang Qian did not feel as relaxed as he had moments before. After shooting Fireman John, his P226 remained firmly aimed at Magneto. Despite Xiang Qian's previous reckless teasing, his mind had been highly tense. Even the slightest movement of a screw in the laboratory would prompt him to pull the trigger without hesitation. After Magneto left, Mystique also departed immediately. Xiang Qian, citing the overwhelming number of American soldiers outside the island, secretly pondered whether Raven would stay with him. but was met with a merciless refusal. The Hilton Hotel has practically turned into a gathering place for global intelligence agencies. The number of agents watching you is greater than the soldiers on the other side, Mystique grumbled unhappily, then transformed her appearance and left the laboratory. Xiang Qian, feeling bored, counted the steadily advancing copy progress bar while using the projection feature of his electronic wrist to closely monitor the footage captured by the drones. Increasingly more rubber boats began to appear on the sea, racing towards Devil's Island from all directions. The bridge was now devoid of mutants, replaced by armed personnel advancing in a scattered formation. Zooming in, one could distinguish the emblems representing different agencies worn by these armed personnel. There were Army, Air Force, Marine Corps, FBI, SWAT, and others. For so many armed forces to act in unison could only be the result of coordination from the highest power. Xiang Qian understood that the riot instigated by Magneto and the radical mutants had touched a sensitive nerve in the American government. Although this riot was merely an internal affair, its repercussions were no less severe than the Statue of Liberty incident at the turn of the century. As the American soldiers began to land on Devil's Island, the sounds from outside the door grew increasingly chaotic. The floor of the third-floor corridor had been blasted open by a tank, allowing the noise from below to pour in. Initially, it was just the sounds of mutants venting their destruction in various corners of the building, but before long, someone shouted, "The army is here, we are surrounded." Soon, the panicked shouts and curses multiplied. Then, gunfire became more frequent and closer, mixed with the screams of mutants, pleas for surrender, and various tactical commands from the military. Xiang Qian remained completely unfazed. He swiftly unplugged the now completed USB drive, listening to the hurried footsteps outside the corridor, and stepped back through the portal into his hotel room. The soldiers rushing into the lab didn't even see the sparks created by the closing portal. As soon as he returned to the room, he heard intense arguing outside the door, which even the presidential suite's excellent soundproofing could not completely muffle. Xiang Qian took his time to sort out his gear, changing into a set of ordinary loungewear, and when the arguing reached a peak, he suddenly yanked the door open. "Manager, what's going on? Is this the kind of comfort and VIP treatment your hotel provides to guests?" Without even looking at the black-suited agents exuding an air of secrecy, Xiang Qian directed his ire at the lobby manager who had come up behind them. The lobby manager, now devoid of the composure he had when he initially welcomed Xiang Qian, knew that if this situation was not handled well, not only would the hotel's reputation plummet, but he could also lose his job, leaving a permanent stain on his resume. Without a court search warrant and without an emergency situation occurring, how could law enforcement personnel disturb the hotel's VIP guests, especially high-profile clients? How would the hotel continue to do business after this? The lobby manager, not bothering to wipe the cold sweat forming on his forehead, hurriedly defended himself. "Please forgive me, Mr. Zion. There has been a riot targeting Worthington Corporation across the bay. These FBI agents are here to protect you. After all, you are an important partner of Worthington, and they fear you might also become a target of the rioters." Xiang Qian scanned the agents congested at the door. Although these individuals donned FBI garb, he easily detected the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. among them. The FBI was undoubtedly under the command of the U.S. government. With the situation on Devil's Island still unclear, and with Worthington Corporation yet to determine its fate, along with his cooperative agreement with the White House still intact, how could the FBI have lost their minds to provoke him? "My security team is professional enough, they are fully capable of ensuring my safety." Seeing that Xiang Qian was about to close the door after speaking, the lead FBI agent grew anxious. "Mr. Zion, I don't think you understand the current situation. Your personal safety is facing a significant threat. I believe the greatest threat to me is you." Xiang Qian impatiently interrupted. "Listen, I am currently trying my best to maintain maximum patience in this conversation, but I have no desire to waste time on you. Unless you have a search warrant, get lost." The agent replied sternly, "The California government has just issued a state of emergency. San Francisco is under emergency status. The emergency powers you have been granted only apply to public spaces. Is this a public space?" Xiang Qian asked the lobby manager with a sneer, "Or do you intend to expel me from here, manager?" "No. No. No." The manager nearly wet himself in fear. Allowing FBI agents to meet with Xiang Qian upstairs was already the biggest concession he could make, and he could practically be hailed as a model for cooperation with government departments. But to risk his career to offend a hotel guest and take the blame for government actions? If he had that kind of resolve, he wouldn't just be a working-class elite, a middle-class worker. "Mr. Zion is our esteemed guest. The lobby manager held back for a long time. I sincerely apologize for our hotel's negligence.
I will have them leave immediately. After saying this, the lobby manager quickly grabbed the internal walkie-talkie to call for hotel security. The lead FBI agent grew anxious. Mr. Zion. Xiang made a shush gesture, showing no attempt to hide his annoyance and even disgust. I want to remind you that my bodyguards come from my registered security company in the US. They all have gun permits and are the most professional and dedicated team in the industry. If you continue to pester me, I cannot guarantee they won't take more extreme actions. I spend tens of millions of dollars each year hiring a team of top lawyers, hence, if you lack legal justification, my bodyguards could kill one or two of you, and I can ensure their safety. Conversely, even if they just get a scratch, I can have you all fired. Are you threatening me? The agent glared in anger. Xiang laughed, his smile a mix of mockery and menace, darkly saying, yes, you guessed right, I am threatening you, in the name of the law. If the ability to openly carry firearms is my first reason for loving America, then this is my second reason. I love the free America, especially how it allows wealthy people like me to be even freer. With a loud bang, Xiang slammed the door shut, leaving the agents with a face full of mockery. The agents outside the hotel were soon politely escorted out by hotel security. Red Star, along with his bodyguards, meticulously searched the public areas of this floor and even expelled several guests who had accidentally wandered into this area from other floors. Just as Mystique had complained, the number of agents in the Hilton Hotel at this moment was greater than the American soldiers around the bay. When the entire floor finally returned to quiet, Red Star pushed open the door and entered to report to Xiang, who had just hung up a concerned call from the White House. The situation on Devil's Island was gradually becoming clearer. Nearly everyone who needed to know about Jimmy's disappearance was already informed, except for Worthington too. By the way, the old man had been rescued by his son while being pursued by radical mutants. There had been significant casualties among the researchers on the island, with many unable to escape to the basement and falling victim to the mutants' attacks. The schemer, who had been guarding his own theft, accepted official condolences in the guise of a victim and reiterated his willingness to maintain cooperation. At the same time, Xiang did not forget to call out the US government, demanding that they capture Magneto quickly and retrieve Jimmy, who was crucial for the mutant gene serum. After hanging up on the chief of staff from the White House, Xiang immediately issued orders to his legal department to sue Worthington too. With Jimmy gone, the production of the mutant gene serum was declared halted, and everyone understood that Worthington Corporation was about to face a catastrophic disaster. As long as it could be proved that the significant losses suffered by Worthington Corporation were closely related to Worthington 2's actions, he would have to take responsibility for compensating the investors' losses. At such a moment, many were waiting to see Worthington 2's downfall, eager to kick him while he was down. To solve the mutant problem, research and production of the gene serum had to continue. However, the first developer, Worthington Corporation, had to be completely eliminated first. Before that, Jimmy could still enjoy a few days of ordinary life. After arranging all his official duties, Xiang pulled out a piece of paper he had set aside for 2 days and enthusiastically called out to Red Star, "Old Hon, help me pick one. Which number should I call first?" "What number?" Old Hon looked puzzled. "The Hilton sisters' phone numbers." Xiang held up 2 slips of paper. "This one's for the sister, and this one's for the younger sister. Come on, choose one to call first." "What do you want to do?" "Create some gossip news to divert everyone's attention." Xiang said with a sly smile, "Now that so many agents are watching us closely, it's hard to defend ourselves. Instead, I'll create a big news story, put myself in the spotlight, and that'll make things safer. Plus, it'll confuse others' focus." After explaining, he eagerly urged, "Hurry up, help me choose which one to call first." Red Star finally caught on and then asked, "You mean to choose one number first? Are you planning to call a second one?" "Of course. Just dating one isn't enough for me." Xiang replied as if it were obvious. As a well-known playboy, dating just one socialite isn't big news at all. It lacks the punch. But what if it's both sisters dating the same man? Red Star looked at Xiang as if he were a demon. "No wonder people in the office say you're a jerk. What's with the sudden insult?" Xiang pouted, "I think such unfounded statements stem from the jealousy of certain people, and jealousy inevitably arises from the incompetence of the jealous." Red Star rolled his eyes and turned to leave. "You really are a jerk." Xiang shrugged indifferently, crumpling both slips of paper into a ball and started drawing lots to decide which number to call first. In the following 3 days,
The news industry on the west coast of America was bustling as if it were a grand festival. The Devil's Island incident made global headlines. Within 24 hours, all major media outlets converged in San Francisco, with reports flooding in one after another. Many tabloids that relied on rumors and gossip also jumped on the bandwagon, but their influence was worlds apart from that of authoritative media. The authoritative outlets feasted like they were at a banquet, while the tabloids couldn't even get a sip of soup. However, their savior soon arrived. Just the day after the Devil's Island incident erupted, someone sold scandalous photos to the tabloids, claiming they had captured the famous hotel family's youngest daughter entering the Hilton to meet her lover secretly. Moreover, this wealthy heiress stayed in her lover's room for over 10 hours and only came out late at night. Many tabloid editors who received this news scoffed at it. In the midst of the intense reporting on the Devil's Island incident, how many people would care about such trivial gossip? Then, even more shocking news arrived. Less than 3 hours after the wealthy second daughter left the hotel, while it was still dark, someone photographed the eldest daughter entering the hotel, and it was the same presidential suite. The photos were clear, and the evidence was indisputable. At this point, the tabloid editors finally became interested. Upon further investigation, it turned out that the occupant of that presidential suite was James Zion, a shareholder and technical partner of Worthington Corporation, who had just suffered significant losses during the Devil's Island riot. The tabloid editors were practically overjoyed. The Devil's Island Newton riot was a serious socio-political news event, a stage for authoritative media. But for tabloids like theirs, since they couldn't get anything from Devil's Island, they might as well indulge in some gossip. Thus, on a desk belonging to a certain black-haired agent who had been closely monitoring Xiang Qian's movements, the style of the daily task briefing regarding the target's movements suddenly underwent a dramatic change, bursting with the entertainment style characteristic of tabloids. Mother Fasterus Kerr, what the hell is this? Nick Fury exclaimed, holding his stack of reports, his eyes wide and veins bulging. The report contained multiple related gossip publications, including one that was only distributed in San Francisco's Chinatown, with a shocking headline, "Socialite Sisters Compete for a Man, Playboy Collects Them All." Don't tell me your daily job is to collect these gossip tabloids. Mother Fasterus Kerr, are your task briefings cut out from these tabloids? Nick Fury yelled at the task leader, nearly spitting on their face. Sorry, boss. The target has not made any moves besides secretly meeting with those two sisters. His security team and accompanying personnel also showed no unusual behavior. The only significant action was that he filed a lawsuit against Worthington 2 in the local court yesterday. If I wanted to know these public messages, I could just step outside, walk a bit, and spend 50 cents on a newspaper at the corner stand. I don't need to sit behind a desk waiting for your briefings. Nick Fury glared with his one eye, staring down his subordinates. Your job is to uncover the hidden dark sides behind public news. I want you to dig out the truly valuable information. The head of S.H.I.E.L.D. slammed the task briefing onto his subordinate's face. I don't want to know how many women that playboy is dating. I don't care when those women entered his room, how long they stayed, or whether he wore a condom while fooling around. I want real valuable information. Sorry, boss, the innocent subordinate, drenched in sweat, nervously reported. All we know is that James Zion might detour to Los Angeles in the next couple of days. That's the only thing we can confirm for now. Originally, Xiang Qian had no plans to go to Los Angeles, as he was unsure how long he would stay in San Francisco. However, after the news of the Devil's Island riot spread like wildfire, Tony Stark repeatedly invited him to Los Angeles. In Tony Stark's words, "Come on, big brother Tony has prepared the best comfort for my little brother, to soothe your wounded heart. Don't worry, I absolutely won't mock you for losing over $100 million in investments and hundreds of billions in market prospects." Xiang Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes and question him, "How effective can your comfort be?" Tony Stark replied smugly, "It's definitely better than those two Hilton girls." Xiang Qian looked down at the luxury heiress in his arms, who was blissfully dreaming without a stitch on, and skeptically said, "I think you're just bragging." Bragging? When has Tony Stark ever needed to brag? Everything I say, I have the ability to make it a reality, Tony Stark declared proudly. Come on, let me teach you. No medication can be discussed in terms of efficacy without considering the dosage. I prepared you a massive dose of surprises in Los Angeles. What massive dose? Suddenly, Pepper Potts' cold, emotionless voice cut in. Mr. Stark's massive dose means gathering all the female models and actresses he can invite to his beach villa in Los Angeles to hold an unprecedented grand party. The icy tone made Xiang Qian instinctively shrink under the covers. Before either man could speak, Pepper continued with her stiff, Cold words, based on my estimates, Mr. Stark's villa, including the estate lawn in front, can accommodate a maximum of about 350 guests. So, I took it upon myself to limit the scale of the invitations. If we only invite female models and actresses with a score of 87.5 or above, the number of guests will just fit within the capacity.
Xiang Qian hesitantly asked, score? What score?
A comprehensive scoring data model based on various aspects like appearance, figure, and fame effects to evaluate female models and actresses, designed jointly by Mr. Tony Stark and Mr. James Zion in 2004. Xiang Qian couldn't shake the feeling that Pepper seemed to be gritting her teeth when she mentioned their names.
He stammered, I think the patent holder for this data model could just list Tony's name. I absolutely have no objections.
Tony Stark immediately exploded in fury. This data model was originally your idea. The two men began to bicker over the phone, each trying to shift the blame. I want to make it clear that at least 90% of the content of this data model was written by Tony.
So, the foundational framework and scoring conversion rules only account for 10%? I remember all the data on the actresses used to validate the model's feasibility was provided by Tony.
Hey, you picked the list of actresses. I also found it strange, no matter which actress's name I mentioned, Tony always managed to find the accurate data.
You ungrateful little brat. I'm organizing this party for you, it's your favorite way to relieve stress. Enough!
Pepper Potts screamed, and both men fell silent at once. They instinctively closed their mouths simultaneously.
Calm down, Virginia Pepper Potts, you need to stay calm. Deep breath, deep breath. Don't let your fists fly into Tony's face, he's your boss. He pays your salary, and he even pays for your insurance, including dental insurance.
Pepper repeated this in her mind as she clenched and relaxed her fists repeatedly.
Finally, she let out a long breath. I'm going to continue confirming the guest list.
If Mr. Tony Stark, of course, Mr. James Zion has any special requests for the list, please notify me before 6 p.m., that's all. Pepper nearly articulated this entire statement word by word, then stomped her high heels heavily on the floor and briskly walked out. She was very worried that if she stayed to listen to the two men ramble on, she might lose her temper and forget her work to just punch someone.
After quite a while of silence on the line, Xiang Qian cautiously asked, she left? Yes. Xiang Qian immediately perked up, sarcastically complaining into the receiver, a party organized for me, huh? Are you serious? San Francisco and Los Angeles are 600 kilometers apart, and you can still shift the blame onto me?
The word blame in English doesn't have the same connotation as in Chinese, but after spending enough time with Tony Stark, Xiang Qian learned it naturally.
What else could I do?
Tony replied assertively, you're in San Francisco, 600 kilometers away from Los Angeles. I was just 6 feet away from Pepper.
So this is your excuse for shirking responsibility? Why do you sound like a cheating husband caught in the act? Xiang Qian scoffed. No. This is merely a necessary respect a boss owes to an outstanding employee.
Xiang Qian snorted, Tony, your self-deception is truly foolish. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Tony shot back, you're 600 kilometers away, yet you're so submissive to Pepper. Xiang Qian refused to back down, I'm afraid of Pepper from 600 kilometers away solely because you're only 6 feet away from her. Bro, you need to understand that without your presence, Miss Pepper Potts would merely be a familiar stranger to me. My attitude towards her depends entirely on your attitude towards her, just that you haven't figured it out yet.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. I think that's entirely your delusion. Xiang Qian hung up the phone and couldn't help but laugh. The luxury heiress in his arms also woke up, restlessly twisting her body and rubbing against him, mumbling, Are you leaving?
Uh-huh, I'm about to head to Los Angeles, there's a party I need to attend.
Can I go?
The heiress immediately perked up, as she was also a well-known party enthusiast. Xiang Qian gently and mercilessly rejected her, no, it's a family gathering.
Shit.
The heiress gave him the middle finger, cursing as she jumped off the bed and nonchalantly got dressed and left.
Xiang Qian leisurely approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance.
After spending over 20 indulgent and extravagant hours with the heiress sisters, the noon sunlight had already flooded outside. The shimmering waves of the San Francisco Bay occasionally shone through the gaps between the buildings, reflecting on the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The once towering 300-meter bridge tower of the Golden Gate Bridge had been relocated, leaving the original bridge site empty, with only a small section of the broken bridge remaining. The mutant gene serum incident had finally come to an end. Besides Xiang Qian, all other parties involved were essentially empty-handed.
It was time to leave San Francisco. A convoy of 3 sedans was openly parked at the hotel entrance, waiting to pick him up.
Xiang was surrounded by a circle of bodyguards, while outside, there was an overwhelming number of paparazzi, their fervent dedication to their work truly astonishing. It had only been 3 days since the Devil's Island riot, and despite the military and numerous armed groups clearing the area, the public security on the streets of San Francisco remained grim. Even so, it couldn't dampen the paparazzi's enthusiasm for gossip. Xiang chose not to take a plane, instead directing the convoy onto the highway. He wanted to give the paparazzi a chance to keep up with him, otherwise, how could they maintain the heat? Meanwhile, in a secret safe house unknown to the public, a certain black-haired chief was closely monitoring Xiang's convoy on the surveillance screen, a dark gleam flickering in his one eye. Immediately establish a dedicated monitoring team. From today onward, as soon as Xiang enters the US, no, as soon as he leaves China, he must be subjected to 24-hour continuous surveillance. All information obtained from the monitoring will be classified as Level 7 confidential.
I want to know his every move clearly.
The journey from San Francisco to Los Angeles spans over 600 kilometers and takes about 5 to 6 hours. It's not a trip that can be made without breaks. Around 3 in the afternoon, as the sun began to set in the west, they stopped at a gas station along the way.
Just like any ordinary traveler, they had to take care of their basic needs. Xiang leisurely searched for snacks in the convenience store.
During his 4 years at university here, there were a few snacks he had come to love that he couldn't find back home. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to airlift snacks, it was just that the security protocols didn't allow it. As his role in the research field grew more important, the higher his security level became, which meant he couldn't casually expose his likes and habits, especially when it came to what he ate. The convenience store was empty except for a young female clerk who was busy on her phone. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she stared at Xiang, occasionally glancing down at a photo on her screen for comparison.
The gossip from San Francisco was spreading rapidly online.
"She recognized you," said an elderly man who had somehow appeared on the other side of the shelf, speaking to Xiang. Xiang waved his hand to signal the bodyguards to hold back, then expressionlessly locked eyes with the old man across the shelf. The old man wore a top hat and an old-fashioned suit, with a silver pocket watch chain hanging from his chest, looking like he had just stepped off a Broadway stage from the 1940s, a true relic of the past. "Seeing your wrinkled face doesn't surprise me at all," Xiang replied as he continued to search for snacks. The old man sneered, "After so many years, you're still as annoying as ever. I heard that in your country's legends about hell, there's a hell specifically for tongue pullers, meant for people like you."
"So what? Are you planning to introduce such a punishment here?"
Xiang said cheerfully as he found what he wanted. "If that were the case, it could be considered a form of cultural export for our country." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Let's skip that, it's too direct and lacks any artistic beauty.
I prefer my own methods." Xiang walked over to the checkout counter, where a pile of snacks clattered onto the counter.
"From your attire, I dare say your methods are long outdated, both in lifestyle and work."
"Yeah, he looks like he stepped out of a black and white movie," the young cashier chimed in. Xiang raised an eyebrow. "Be careful, this old man is quite scary and petty."
"I think you should apologize to him."
The cashier froze in fear until Xiang asked the old man, "You can accept a skirt-lifting courtesy, right?"
"Just like they do in the movies." The cashier burst into laughter, finally understanding that Xiang was mocking the old man for being out of touch. After checking out, Xiang left the store with his snacks, and the old man followed closely behind. Strangely enough, despite Xiang's long strides, the old man strolled leisurely, yet somehow managed to keep up.
This unusual scene caught Red Star's attention. He suddenly positioned himself behind Xiang, putting a barrier between him and the old man. "Xiang, do you know him?"
Xiang first tossed his snacks into the car before turning back leisurely. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is the Lord of Hell, at least one of them, Mephisto."
Seeing Red Star's surprised expression, Xiang gave him an affirming nod.
"Yes, the one described in Faust, the one among the Hell Lords who loves to roam the mortal realm. From now on, you should check the calendar before going out. It's broad daylight, and we're encountering a ghost." Indeed, a devil could be considered a type of ghost. Red Star appeared tense, signaling to the bodyguards to surround them, ready to draw their weapons at any moment.
"Don't be nervous, gentlemen.
I'm an old friend of James. I'm just here to catch up with him," Mephisto said casually, standing among the group of bodyguards. No one responded to him. The bodyguards had all unholstered their weapons, ready to fire.
"All right, put your guns away, weapons are useless against him."
Don't worry, as long as you don't sign a contract with him, he can't harm anyone, Xiang Qian reassured the bodyguards. I studied in the US for 4 years, this old guy comes to find me once a year, and I'm quite familiar with him. Red Star glanced at Xiang Qian, and after receiving an affirmative nod, he waved for the bodyguards to back off. He himself stood about 10 meters away, in a position where he couldn't hear clearly but still within range of his gun, keeping a close watch on Mephisto. However, Xiang Qian knew that Red Star's concerns were unwarranted. The dimensional barrier of Kamartaj exerted absolute suppression on large demons like Mephisto, including his true form and powers, which couldn't penetrate the barrier in the slightest. In fact, it was the smaller demons that might slip through the dimensional barrier. The old man before them was merely a projection. He didn't possess an ounce of the true power of a great demon and could only use some tricks to deceive ordinary people. Of course, as a projection, he wouldn't be harmed by physical weapons either. For a great demon like Mephisto, the only loophole in the dimensional barrier was through contracts. Only by signing a contract could a soul be used as a marker and bridge to draw a thread of the true form's power into the mortal realm. Moreover, the power drawn over was extremely weak and, in principle, could only be used on the contractor themselves or on individuals closely related to the contract. Before signing a contract, the only thing Mephisto could do was use his silver tongue to deceive people. Get to the point, I'm busy, Xiang Qian said impatiently. Don't tell me this is still about that deal. It is still about that deal, Mephisto replied with a smirk, and Xiang Qian rolled his eyes, turning to leave. Aren't you even going to hear my terms? Mephisto raised his voice. I no longer require exclusive cooperation, I only ask that my dimensional realm link to your soul. From what I know, this is far more lenient than some of the submission contracts on certain websites. Xiang Qian paused, curious, and turned back to ask, interesting, why have you lowered your price? Since we first met 10 years ago, your price has been decreasing each time. Business is all about bargaining, you have to negotiate to find a price both parties can accept, Mephisto shrugged. Can you accept this new price? You don't need to do anything, my hell dimension won't affect your soul universe at all, after all, every world needs a realm of the dead. Xiang Qian didn't believe Mephisto's words at all. The power of one universe's rules had already placed immense pressure on his soul. It took him 20 years to establish a basic balance. How could linking another hell dimension not have an impact? You might as well go back to hell and try to deceive some ghosts. Before I answer your question, I have a question for you. This has been troubling me for a long time, and you have never given me an explanation. Xiang Qian stared at Mephisto. How did you know the secret of my soul universe? Is this a test of sincerity before the deal? Just treat it as that. Mephisto revealed a sly smile. Your soul universe is indeed a little-known secret in the mortal realm, but in the hell dimension, it's already widely known. Not only a few hell lords but also the vast majority of powerful lords are aware of it. In other words, among the high ranks in the hell dimension, this is not a secret at all. It's just that some people are uninterested and too lazy to come find you. I, on the other hand, have taken a particular interest. Xiang Qian furrowed his brow. How did this secret spread? I don't know, I really don't know. Mephisto spread his hands helplessly. It just spread like that, as if we were all supposed to know. Xiang Qian regarded Mephisto's words with a sneer, convinced that the old devil was trying to pull a fast one on him. While the hell dimension may have endless space and infernal beings, the number of truly powerful lords is limited. In such a small circle, you're telling me you can't trace the source of the rumors? Mephisto feigned innocence. Why bother tracking it down? Lies and conspiracies are being born in hell every moment. When the rumors about you first started circulating, we treated them merely as the beginning of another scheme, pretending there's a newly born universe that hasn't yet produced a realm of the dead. If it were a scheme, I must admit, it was quite creative. But you didn't view it as a scheme, and among all those who knew about the rumors, you were the only one who came to find me. Mephisto shrugged, just taking a chance. It's just a projection, after all. Talking to a young man who just started college, even if it yields no results, what could I possibly lose? His words stirred an unpleasant memory for Xiang Qian. Back in the day, when he was just starting out, he was too inexperienced and ended up revealing too much during a verbal spar with the old devil. But that didn't mean Xiang Qian agreed with Mephisto's assertions. A working man might spend $2 on a lottery ticket to try his luck. A gambler might bet the last dime he has on the gambling table to try his luck. Xiang Qian looked at the old devil with a bemused expression. But to say that the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, the great demon known for manipulating hearts, would rely on luck? That makes me seriously doubt your sincerity in this collaboration.
Don't be like that, James. Why get caught up in these trivial details?
There are countless headless rumors in hell, no one cares about them. Mephisto waved his hands exaggeratedly.
Why not talk about something constructive, like what you could gain from this deal?
Xiang became increasingly convinced that the old devil knew something. I'm open to any sincere collaboration, he said perfunctorily. We can set a time to have a formal negotiation in my office. I'll have the legal department draft detailed cooperation terms then. Mephisto replied with displeasure, you know I can't enter China. I've told you before, there's a powerful spiritual force in your country that repels me.
Oh, right, I remember now. Xiang acted as if he suddenly understood. No worries, I'm sure you can think of a way if you truly value this deal.
Mephisto, fuming, said, are you deliberately disrespecting me, James Zion?
Xiang firmly denied, of course not, I just think there's room to negotiate the price.
What?
A real estate agent I know once told me a little trick. Xiang feigned a thoughtful expression.
He said that if I noticed my negotiation opponents suddenly softening their stance or even making concessions, it meant either they encountered a competitor or they were in a more significant predicament. In that case, I must seize the opportunity to press down the price further. He called this trick extreme pressure.
Mephisto laughed in anger. I didn't know you dabbled in real estate.
No, I never do real estate business, and I'm not familiar with that real estate agent, Xiang said seriously. Actually, I first met that agent's daughter. I remember it was at a university intercollegiate social event.
The old devil realized that Xiang wasn't about to easily agree to this deal and quickly regained his composure, casually responding, she must have been a beautiful girl, perhaps I saw her back in the day?
Well, speaking of that, she married another man last year.
Xiang pretended to clutch his heart. When I heard that news, I was genuinely sad for at least 3 seconds. Alright, I'm in a hurry, remember to call me. We can set a specific time to discuss the deal.
After saying that, the playboy ignored the old devil, turned, opened the car door, and drove off swiftly. While Xiang was speaking with Mephisto, a certain black-haired chief had been pulled to the monitoring screen by his subordinates.
You're telling me that just 3 hours after I issued the surveillance order, you've already made a discovery?
Nick Fury asked skeptically. His subordinate hesitated, we think we've indeed found something, but we're not sure what exactly it is. Nick Fury stared at his subordinate, looking as if he was gazing at a madman. Sir, you should take a look for yourself, it's hard for me to explain clearly with words.
The subordinate pulled up the footage of Xiang's monitoring. After watching for less than 10 seconds, Nick Fury understood why his subordinate had looked so spooked.
In the footage, Xiang's bodyguards surrounded him, while he stood alone in front of the car door, talking animatedly to seemingly empty space.
What is he doing? The S.H.I.E.L.D. director couldn't help but ask.
From his body language and lip movements, it looks like he's talking.
To whom?
There's no one in front of him, the closest person is his bodyguard, who is at least 30 feet away, and behind him. The remote monitoring footage didn't capture any sound, and the silent video combined with Xiang's bizarre movements created an eerie atmosphere akin to watching a supernatural film. Nick Fury personally adjusted the footage, rewinding it to the moment when Red Star proactively stepped in front of Xiang. The frame froze, clearly showing Red Star reaching out to block. Having seen much in his time, Nick Fury maintained his calm compared to his subordinates' confusion. I don't believe James Zion and his bodyguards suddenly decided to rehearse a drama on the side of the highway. Where did this footage come from? From a surveillance camera at the entrance of a convenience store. It's connected to the network, and we intercepted its signal. Deploy a tactical team immediately. I want you to uncover all the clues you can find. There must still be witnesses in the convenience store. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. was busy with the eerie footage, Xiang was engaged in an online chat.
Playboy, Modu, you doing alright? Why is it just you in the chat room? Blackface bro, everyone else is getting ready to sleep.
Playboy, oh, I forgot, it's almost midnight in Nepal.
Blackface bro, you're still in America?
Playboy, how did you know?
Blackface bro, your gossip with the Hilton sisters has hit the news trending. Side-eye.jpg. Playboy, that proves my charm. Smug.jpg. Blackface bro, shameless. Playboy, is the teacher around?
Blackface bro, the teacher has been in closed-door training these past few days. What's up?
Playboy, it's nothing, just a question about cultivation I wanted to ask the teacher. Never mind, I'll talk about it in a few days. System notification, Fat Wong has logged into the chat room. Playboy, old Wong, long time no see. how's your neighbor's guy doing? Fat Wang, your lame jokes aren't funny at all. Playboy, that's because you have no sense of humor. Fat Wang, disdain.jpg. Playboy, what have you been up to? Downloading songs again? Fat Wang, yeah, the telecom company you recommended is really good, the download speed is much faster than before. Playboy, still chasing that new girl singer? What's her name again?
Fat Wang, Taylor, but we all call her May Squishy.
Playboy, what a lame nickname. Does it mean she's moldy? Fat Wang, don't insult May. Fat Wang, are you in America? Can you help me get a signed copy of May's new album? Playboy, should be fine. Tony is organizing a party, so I'll ask if we can invite that girl. Fat Wang, you little rascal, keep your distance from May, and Stark is a rascal too. Fat Wang, angry.jpg, bigknife.jpg.
When the forward-moving convoy arrived at Malibu Beach, he was filled with joy to learn that the gossip winds from San Francisco had already blown into Los Angeles and were growing stronger. Los Angeles truly deserved its title as the entertainment capital of America and the capital of gossip. Through the widespread dissemination of rumor reports, the sensitive identity of Worthington's important partner and shareholder was significantly weakened, successfully reducing his presence amid a series of reports on the Devil's Island incident. In the eyes of the onlookers, a man indulging in romantic escapades and playing both sides was unlikely to be connected to any conspiracy of riots. Some jealous individuals would even secretly rejoice at the losses he suffered during the riots. One must not underestimate the shaping of such fixed impressions or personas. In America, public opinion sometimes plays a minimal role, but at other times it is crucial because it is closely tied to votes. When public opinion deems you a good person, unless there is decisive evidence in hand, no prosecutor with political ambitions would investigate a good person. Conversely, when public opinion opposes or even despises someone, even if that person is actually innocent, there will inevitably be opportunistic prosecutors who relentlessly pursue them. Didn't Michael Jackson suffer from the deliberate defamation of a certain prosecutor? Even on the day of his passing, he was unable to cleanse the filth that had been thrown upon him. Whether campaigning for state attorney general or transitioning into a politician, those prosecutors who wish to make a mark in politics often care more about their image than the truth of the cases. Xiang Qian needed to leave an impression in the minds of Americans that this guy may be a scoundrel and a playboy, but he is definitely not a criminal, in order to avoid being used as a stepping stone by some opportunistic prosecutors seeking to advance their careers. For a Chinese inventor and entrepreneur with a semi-official background, establishing a foothold and achieving something in the United States was no easy task. At the entrance of the villa estate, Xiang Qian encountered Stark's personal bodyguard Happy and some members of the security team, who were skillfully and responsibly fending off the wandering paparazzi nearby. Tony Stark supported half of America's gossip publications, and when Tony Stark and James Zion were together, that proportion could rise to at least 2/3. Happy personally led Xiang Qian inside. Hey, James, are those reports true? Are you really with those two sisters at the same time? Happy, who was very familiar with Xiang Qian, eagerly inquired about the privacy topic as soon as they were away from the crowd. Xiang Qian firmly denied, of course not, it wasn't at the same time, there was a 3-hour gap in between. Wow, how did you manage that? Did both of them know about your relationship with the other? Happy asked with a wink, his thoughts representing a large portion of Americans' attitudes towards this gossip. Americans typically divide their attitudes towards gender relationships with marriage as the boundary. After marriage, Americans advocate loyalty and exclusivity, but when it comes to unmarried individuals, aside from a part of those adhering to Catholic traditions, most people's attitudes are quite relaxed. In Xiang Qian's case, let alone the sisters arriving one after the other with a 3-hour gap, even if they entered the room simultaneously, most Americans would probably just be envious or jealous, and certainly wouldn't harbor any hatred. Xiang Qian naturally replied, how could they not know? That's a Hilton hotel. Do you have any tricks for handling women? Tricks? No. It's just that. Xiang Qian leaned in mysteriously, I'll only tell you one thing, both sisters are carnivores, to win them over, you first have to satisfy their desires. Is it that simple? As a man, Happy easily understood Xiang Qian's implication. Suddenly, a boastful, greasy voice interrupted, even if they are carnivores, I bet when they see you, they might lose interest. Happy. Tony Stark stood in front of the two, dressed in a short t-shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops. Mr. Stark, I think you underestimate me. Happy felt insulted. Underestimate you? Certainly not.
Tony spoke confidently, I'm discussing a serious topic with you. What do women really like about men? Happy looked a bit confused. What do you think? Tony took on the role of a life coach. Before answering that question, let me ask you, what do you like about women? From the first moment you see a woman, what do you pay the most attention to? Looks, figure? And temperament, Happy added. Correct.
Tony praised him like a good teacher rewarding a student. Conversely, it's the same for women. When they see men for the first time, they first pay attention to appearance, figure, temperament, and of course, sometimes wealth. These 4 traits are what can leave a deep impression on women at first sight. Tony turned around, waving his arms as he gestured from head to toe at Xiang Qian. See, although his temperament is a bit lacking, his looks are ordinary, and his wealth is less than mine, he basically meets women's expectations of men besides that.
Yes. I completely agree.
Xiang Qian continued, although it's difficult to possess all 4 traits at once, at least one should be present. For example, Tony, his wealth is enough to make up for the shortcomings in the other 3 areas.
What about me? Which trait can I possess? Happy asked innocently, catching both men off guard momentarily. I think, figure?
Yes, figure.
You could try exercising more.
Tony hesitated, reaching out to squeeze Happy's arm and patting his belly, indicating that he had high hopes for Happy's fitness results. Xiang Qian felt he lacked Stark's ability to speak nonsense with his eyes wide open, so he decided to change the subject. Happy, haven't you always wanted to be a film producer?
Any plans recently?
Yes, of course.
I do have a plan.
This time it was Happy who stammered. I just adjusted my career plan. I've decided to start from,
San Fernando Valley. Tony finished Happy's sentence for him. Happy nodded vigorously, as if he had a breakthrough. Yes, San Fernando Valley.
Xiang Qian paused for a moment, then patted Happy on the shoulder. It's not strange, most people actually set different goals for themselves at different stages of life. When I just graduated from college, I aspired to be a great writer and win a Nobel Prize in literature.
Really?
Of course, gradually climbing from a relatively low goal to higher ones is also quite good.
Xiang Qian felt he was running out of things to say. Do you think I can find my work's female lead among the invited female guests today? Happy seemed genuinely motivated, asking excitedly.
Another voice interrupted, but this time it was a woman. I'm afraid not, Happy. The female guests invited today have very tight schedules, and their recent appointments are fully booked.
Tonight might not be a good time for recruiting a female lead.
Pepper. Xiang Qian happily embraced the newcomer in a friendly gesture, genuinely grateful to Pepper for rescuing him from the awkward topic. After a cheerful greeting as friends, Pepper returned to her work mode.
Mr. Stark, Mr. Zion, does the guest invitation list need to be changed? No. No. The 2 said in unison. You can handle the list as you see fit.
Tony started to get fidgety, pointing and gesturing, but the layout on the lawn should also be adjusted. When Stark began to propose various suggestions or demands, Xiang Qian quietly stepped back a few paces, standing at a distance to observe Pepper, his gaze filled with pure admiration. This gentlewoman was almost always ready to satisfy Stark's various whimsical ideas, making that 40-year-old man mistakenly believe that life was still running according to his wishes. But as the old saying goes, those in the game are confused while the bystanders see clearly. Xiang Qian clearly saw that the woman surrounded by 3 lecherous men was the one truly in control of the situation.
Tony Stark's life center was unknowingly surrounded by a woman named Pepper Potts.
Despite both Xiang Qian and Tony Stark being recognized as notorious womanizers and misbehaving individuals, their gatherings were certainly not limited to discussing romantic affairs. In the underground laboratory of the villa, Tony proudly showcased the experimental footage of the Jericho missile, much like a child eagerly bragging about a new toy to his friends. The power of a single missile was comparable to the effect of 2 to 3 strategic bombers conducting carpet bombing. While an ordinary person might be amazed by the missile's tremendous lethality and extensive strike range, Xiang Qian, also a giant in the arms design and manufacturing field, saw much more. The subwarhead employs an irregular motion pattern during the terminal flight phase, Xiang Qian said thoughtfully.
You've improved the guidance system, which is the most valuable aspect of the Jericho missile. Tony applauded enthusiastically from the side. Correct. You're truly an excellent student. Xiang Qian operated the rewind function, bringing the footage back to the moment the missile body separated. Wow, the guidance program is actually installed on the mother missile's warhead? How much has the integration increased? Double?
With each question Xiang Qian asked, Tony excitedly nodded, his smile wrinkling like a series of folds. As the saying goes, amateurs only see the excitement, while professionals can see through the intricacies. 100 praises from outsiders could not compare to a single truthful comment from an expert. At this moment, Tony Stark was bursting with the pride that comes from being complimented by a professional.
This is an epic-making product that can eliminate all tactical cruise missiles and strategic bombers, Tony boasted. Xiang rolled his eyes, as if pouring a bucket of cold water, and said, I guess the promotion of this missile within the US military is not going smoothly, right? Tony's expression shifted slightly, and he began to defend himself. They still haven't truly understood the value of the Jericho missile. A bunch of rigid old-timers always serve as stumbling blocks to the progress of the times, unable to accept new things. Their minds aren't dull, Xiang said, shaking his finger at Tony, a sense of psychological superiority washing over him after pointing out the obvious. Think about it, who are the main adversaries of the US military now?
Anti-government forces, civilian guerrillas, terrorists, in short, they're all engaged in law enforcement battles. A single battle might only face a few dozen enemies, or even just 7 or 8.
Is it worth launching a Jericho missile for that?
Tony sighed deeply, walking over to the bar to pour himself a large glass of liquor, which he downed in one go.
As a giant in the arms industry, Stark Industries had certainly conducted market assessments.
After the military's promotion faced setbacks, an analysis was immediately conducted internally, and the conclusions drawn were similar to Xiang's views. My market department head told me that until the tactical missiles in the US military's inventory are depleted, their purchasing numbers for the Jericho missile will remain limited, Tony said somewhat dejectedly.
Xiang chuckled, is this the arms dealer's Christmas wish? Hoping the US government will engage in a large-scale war?
Don't make me sound like a butcher, my weapons are protecting the safety of America, Tony retorted, then countered, what about your mutant serum?
That market potential worth hundreds of billions instantly turned to smoke overnight?
Xiang shrugged nonchalantly, it doesn't matter, that sort of thing was never within the control of private enterprises. The ultimate answer to the mutant problem isn't some vast market, but a pile of enormous troubles.
I'd rather make money easily. Let's applaud James Zion's open-minded spirit.
As long as the source is constant, although a stream of water may sometimes be blocked, the final result won't change. As long as brilliant minds are still around, money and glory will never be lacking.
Tony Stark recited a famous quote from Philip II.
Yes, and today I want to commission Mr. Tony Stark to evaluate a brand new market prospect. Xiang pulled out an opaque cube from his pocket and placed it in Tony's hand. Tony weighed it in his hand, finding that the crystalline cube was only about half the size of a regular golf ball, not much bigger than the dice found in Las Vegas casinos, but significantly heavier. When held up to his eyes, he could vaguely see flickers of red light within the cube, and under the glow, it seemed the crystal wall had straight scratches as fine as cow hair.
What is this? Tony asked curiously. Why don't you try detecting it and find out the answer yourself? This restless little guy wants to test your big brother, Tony, huh?
Tony said confidently, I'll finish the answer in no more than a minute and pass with flying colors.
Agreed? It's settled. The two shameless playboys set their bet. Tony walked over to the holographic projection platform and placed the cube on it.
Jarvis, perform a full scan. Tony held up a finger at Xiang, signaling just 1 minute. However, 3 full minutes passed in silence in the laboratory, and the projection platform didn't even manage to generate a holographic image of the cube.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Xiang walked up to the projection platform, swaying as he counted, oh, how many am I up to? 180 or 190? My sense of time seems to have dulled.
He almost burst out laughing as he said this. Tony looked left and right, even twisting his but 3 times, yet Jarvis still showed no response.
Jarvis, what's going on? Did you crash?
Jarvis's monotonous electronic voice finally responded, Mr. Stark, this cube is continuously absorbing radiation, and the feedback information I'm receiving is approaching 0, significantly reducing the efficiency of the detection scan.
Tony cautiously inquired, so, is this a new type of stealth material?
Without Xiang needing to respond, Jarvis answered, Mr. Stark, there is a high-density energy reaction within the cube. Preliminary assessments suggest it cannot be a stealth material.
Xiang gestured towards the direction of Jarvis's voice, see, even Jarvis knows you got it wrong.
Then he began tapping his wrist, tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Okay. Cover girl for May, you lost. Quick, tell me the answer. At this point, you could go on stage without makeup and play the Sphinx.
Xiang let out a victorious laugh. Jarvis, I suggest switching to sound wave detection. Although it will be slower and less accurate, the efficiency will be much higher than it is now, he instructed Jarvis. He also had considerable authority in Stark's laboratory. Tony's eyes sparkled with curiosity. For a genius scientist, nothing excites him more than encountering unknown things he cannot comprehend. This cube is an energy container, Xiang explained. You can think of it as a battery. It just doesn't store electrical energy but thermal energy instead. Tony found it hard to believe. You mean thermal energy storage? No one has achieved miniaturization of thermal energy storage devices yet. What's its capacity? About 46 billion joules. Tony was taken aback and couldn't help but be moved. You mean, this tiny thing can store the amount of heat generated by the complete combustion of a ton of gasoline?
But it does more than just store.
Xiang smiled. It can also actively absorb energy.
The radiation used by Jarvis for detection is also a form of radiation energy. When it hits the cube, the radiation energy will be absorbed, which is why Jarvis has been unable to complete the detection for so long.
Listening to Xiang's introduction, Tony couldn't help but hold the cube in his hands, examining it closely.
At this moment, he had fully entered research mode.
Can this thing be expanded? I mean, its capacity?
Xiang nodded. Yes, the storage capacity will be affected by its size and material. Theoretically, if the material is tough enough, its capacity could be 100 times what it is now, but unfortunately, conventional materials can only achieve this level.
The 5 Elements Laboratory is working to further improve its performance standards. That's already quite astonishing. Tony exclaimed. So, how's the market prospect for my new product? Tony was amazed. Prospect?
This little thing could disrupt the entire global energy market, buddy. I think you're in trouble, and it's not any less than the trouble with the mutant serum. Xiang smiled silently, as he was quite aware of this point.
Is this thermal energy container an ancillary product of the Quafu project? Tony pressed on. Yes and no.
Xiang replied, the technology of this little thing is a recent discovery, but it can indeed maximize the economic benefits of the Quafu project.
Tony said seriously, it can do more than just enhance economic benefits. Once widely promoted, this little thing could shake the status of the petrodollar.
I believe the US government and the Federal Reserve will do everything possible to deal with you. In the laboratory, the discussion about the cube continued.
These lines are the key to controlling energy, while the cube itself merely serves as a carrier for the lines? But what exactly are these lines?
The current system of physics offers no reasonable explanation, Xiang remarked, holding the cube, from which a steady stream of magical energy flowed from his palm, cautiously stimulating the heat inside the cube. As the heat traveled back and forth within the cube, the lines on the crystal walls appeared and disappeared.
Are you even capable of this? Why not first create the energy output device and then conduct research?
I've seen your design. The basic structure is not much different from a car engine. The materials in the lab are abundant. With some modifications to an old engine, it could be completed in just a few hours, Tony muttered as he carefully examined the cube. Initially, when Xiang mentioned using magical energy to activate the cube, he was thrilled, but once he realized the implications, he became drenched in cold sweat. The heat generated from the complete combustion of a ton of gasoline, if not properly controlled, could spell disaster for the entire villa. After all, Xiang had admitted that he had only made this new discovery less than a week ago. For Tony, who always held the belief that equipment is more reliable than humans, watching Xiang manipulate the cube with his bare hands felt like someone playing with a lighter on top of a gasoline barrel, exhilarating yet terrifying.
Xiang grew a bit annoyed at Tony's constant nagging. Don't worry, bro, I've deeply ingrained these patterns in my mind. My familiarity with them even exceeds my understanding of a woman's body.
This analogy from another rogue somewhat reassured Tony, and he managed to calm his anxious heart, refocusing his attention on the cube.
The functions of these line patterns are fixed, right? There are those responsible for energy absorption, control, and activation. As long as the lines are accurately drawn, they can achieve the corresponding functions? Xiang nodded. Exactly, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
The interweaving patterns can absorb energy, and part of that energy can form a binding force field that in turn restrains the absorbed energy. Moreover, the functions of each part do not interfere with one another. The ultimate secret of energy transfer and conversion lies within these patterns.
Where did you get these patterns?
I'm sure they are not products of modern technology, Tony asked.
Xiang gritted his teeth. Their origins have quite a story behind them.
To put it simply, they came from a trophy seized from terrorists.
Terrorists? You're saying a terrorist has facilitated a breakthrough in thermodynamics? Tony looked shocked. Of course not.
According to the limited intelligence we have so far, that person discovered the relevant items in some mysterious underground base. The most reliable guess is that the creators of these patterns belong to another civilization.
You mean aliens? Tony raised an eyebrow, looking incredulous. In certain small circles, the existence of alien civilizations is no longer a secret.
While they haven't been made public, with your connections, you can learn about them if you put your mind to it.
Tony stood stunned for a while, struggling to digest this sudden information. So, a terrorist could easily find advanced creations from extraterrestrial civilizations, while I, a billionaire and the most outstanding genius scientist in America, remain completely oblivious?
Xiang Qian rolled his eyes and added, "You also forgot to mention a title. You are not only a billionaire and a brilliant genius but also the world's #1 narcissist."
Accurate self-awareness is an essential quality for a scientist, Tony lazily retorted. Is there more detailed information? What did that terrorist find in that underground base?
Xiang Qian shook his head. The Mandarin was the most brutal, cunning, and mysterious terrorist that the Ten Rings organization was hunting down. If it weren't for Xiang Qian seeing his face through the mental connection of the ring, no one would know what he looked like even now. Outside of classified information, there was very little that could be disclosed to Tony Stark. You're telling me that for more than half a century, that terrorist has been in control of advanced creations capable of changing the global energy structure, yet he only uses them for arson and creating explosions?
Tony was utterly speechless.
Xiang Qian scoffed, "Yeah, arson, explosions, destruction, that's exactly what terrorists love."
Yep.
I can't even imagine what would happen if one day the world fell into the hands of some terrorist.
For them, everything in this world only has meaning when it is destroyed, right?
Aha, Xiang Qian agreed. The magical energy in his hand gradually coalesced, and the cube slowly returned to his palm, its internal glow dimming. As Tony watched the cube quickly regain its original color, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Jarvis, this force field doesn't have limitations based on how energy is generated. As long as it doesn't exceed the safety threshold, it can keep functioning, right?
That's right, Xiang Qian played with the small cube. I've tested it many times. So, if you use a more advanced, resilient material to maximize its safety threshold, what level do you think it could reach? Xiang Qian smiled. Of course, I've thought about it. Inertial confinement controlled nuclear fusion. You've thought of that too, right?
Of course, you should have thought of it. This theory was originally proposed by your scientists, Tony exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. A carrier protected by patterns and strong enough is simply the perfect place to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Inertial confinement controlled nuclear fusion is a method of achieving controlled nuclear fusion proposed by a master in the field of Chinese nuclear physics. To explain it simply, it involves placing deuterium and tritium, two fusion materials, into a sturdy container, then finding a way to increase the temperature and pressure to create the conditions for nuclear fusion ignition, allowing the two gases to continuously explode within the container, generating substantial heat energy. To put this theory into practice, the fusion occurrence space must be strong enough to withstand the high temperatures, pressures, and explosion forces generated, while also controlling and guiding the energy produced from the explosions. The energy lines would perfectly achieve this. The only thing needed is to find a sufficiently robust material to carry the energy patterns. Boy, I have to admit I just made a mistake. I seriously underestimated the significance of this new discovery. An overwhelming thrill and shiver rushed through Tony Stark's body, brought on by the potential for groundbreaking scientific progress. This little thing is not just an accessory to the Quafu project. It will make one of the 3 existing theories of controlled nuclear fusion a reality. From the Quafu project to energy lines, the world will remember 2010 as a milestone year in nuclear physics research. So, are you, or Stark Industries, ready to dive into this grand and milestone project?
Xiang Qian made the invitation.
When Tony was in a clear state of mind, he was the most outstanding inventor and the most successful businessman, and he immediately saw through Xiang Qian's scheming.
Are you planning to take Tony along on your war chariot and declare war on energy companies and energy exporting nations around the world?
Xiang Qian admitted candidly, of course, the opportunity cannot be missed. Our opponents may be formidable, but our allies are even stronger. The Quafu project has evolved from the East device, which is part of the ITER project. Think about who the members of ITER are: the US, Russia, China, the EU, India, Japan, South Korea, the the permanent members of the UN Security Council and nearly all advanced industrial nations are involved. Tony was genuinely intrigued, beginning to contemplate the potential rewards and risks involved. However, with so many participants, most of the profits will be divided up. According to S.H.I.E.L.D's cooperation agreement, the controlled nuclear fusion technology developed under this agreement will be jointly shared by all participating countries. Anticipating Tony's skepticism, S.H.I.E.L.D smugly replied, "That's true, the controlled nuclear fusion technology is shared among all participants, but what is shared is only the technology they jointly developed."
Tony instantly understood, "You have exclusive patents." Correct answer, honor student. S.H.I.E.L.D snapped his fingers.
The super tokamak device requires superconducting materials to achieve stable electromagnetic field confinement. At the same time, high-performance heat-resistant conductive materials are needed to collect fusion energy.
Tony immediately got excited, "And you possess exclusive patents for those materials, which aren't part of the ITER agreement."
Ha ha! I should have thought of that.
Developing new materials is your specialty.
Exactly, the world's first room-temperature superconducting material capable of industrial application, and heat-conducting materials that break existing thermal limits. Controlled nuclear fusion technology can be shared, but to industrialize fusion devices, they will have to come to me.
Tony then asked, "How long do you think your technological advantage can last?" S.H.I.E.L.D smiled with arrogance and confidence, 20 years, that's the most conservative estimate.
Of course, out of respect for the world's other peers, fine, give them 15 years, and they'll catch up to where I am today. This wasn't just S.H.I.E.L.D being arrogant, he understood deeply the importance of talent in scientific research, but talent is also constrained by real-world conditions, unless there exists another person in this world who can rely on a complete universe as he does.
S.H.I.E.L.D felt he was already quite restrained. If another person controlled a complete universe, they would likely be even more arrogant. "So, what do you think, bro? Are you willing to participate in this war?" Tony still didn't immediately agree and asked, "Now that you have all the patent technologies, what does Stark Industries need to do?"
"I need your influence," S.H.I.E.L.D replied honestly. "Nuclear fusion technology has great prospects, but it also requires massive upfront investments.
All fossil fuel-dependent industrial systems will gradually collapse, and Stark Industries can significantly accelerate that process.
Especially your accumulated technology in applied electronic engineering can quickly launch various practical products based on electric power and new thermal energy. Energy lines combined with your application technology will allow for quicker economic benefits from nuclear fusion technology." Tony understood: electric vehicles, new aerospace engines, marine engines, various heavy industrial power equipment. Once the energy type changes, the entire industrial system, including some household products, will face an upgrade demand, and we will be among the first to start.
Ready for battle?
An economic war sparked by a completely new industrial revolution.
S.H.I.E.L.D raised his glass towards Tony.
With a broad smile, Tony raised his glass in response.
Ding! Side by side. Let's win!
Of course, cooperation between two global business giants would not be so simple. It wouldn't be as easy as a handshake over a bet on a cover girl. More detailed cooperation agreements would need further discussion with negotiation teams, but since the two titans had already reached a cooperative intent, it was much easier to handle the finer details. "Next week, I need to head to Afghanistan or Iraq, probably one of those two places," Tony relaxed and said while sipping his drink.
"Once that's done, I'll check out your Kwafu project. According to my understanding, what you'll present publicly should already be verified and mature, right?"
S.H.I.E.L.D remained non-committal, merely giving a look that said you'll figure it out yourself. Tony reciprocated with a knowing look, perfect, by then, if nothing else important comes up, we can quickly formalize the cooperation agreement.
Are you still going to keep being your salesman? S.H.I.E.L.D teased, even when you're about to grasp the future of global industrial development?
Tony sighed, old Stan is a tough nut to crack, especially when our cooperation agreement needs him to fully help. He'll do his utmost to demand returns from me. Ha, everyone on Earth knows that behind Tony Stark's success stands not just a woman, but also a man.
Shit, you're giving me goosebumps. Do you want me to puke on the floor? After the big deal was struck, S.H.I.E.L.D and Tony returned to their carefree playboy personas, though they hadn't really been serious even during the serious discussions.
S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly remembered the matter that Fat Wang had mentioned and excitedly went to find Pepper.
Is there a singer named Taylor on our invitation list? Taylor? Taylor Swift? Pepper looked on guard. What do you want? I want to get a signed new album from her. What's with that expression? Xiang said, exasperated. Pepper pretended to be casual. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my expression? Anyone would react this way when they hear you asking about a young and pretty female star. I thought you would bring one of the Hilton sisters to the party yesterday. I thought this was a family gathering. What do they have to do with it?
Xiang quickly decided to clarify, I'm not interested in that little singer, it's just that I have a friend who likes her songs. Pepper nodded as if it were a matter of course. Alright, although she herself has declined to attend the party, I can ask her manager. I should be able to get a signed album. Besides, I'm on the internet, and I know the most common excuse used online is, I have a friend.
She's not coming? That's really a pity.
One sentence from Xiang exposed his true intentions. The truth was that after Fat Wang pressed him, he curiously searched for news about Taylor and saw her photos. Pepper looked at Xiang as if she were looking at a much younger, yet equally frivolous Tony Stark. I think refusing to attend this party is a good decision for a young girl. She's the smartest girl I've seen in the entertainment industry. Xiang futilely tried to salvage his image. I already said, my friend likes her songs.
I can guarantee that's not an excuse. That friend's last name is Wang, and I can introduce you to him right now. Wang, as in old Wang from next door? Xiang stared in disbelief. Pepper, you not only go online, but you also browse Chinese websites?
At the party hosted by Tony Stark, James Zion was regarded as the guest of honor, and it took place in Stark's luxurious villa. Such an invitation was nearly impossible to refuse. Although the party was set for the following evening, the paparazzi surrounding the villa had already doubled in size by noon. Every actress entering the villa was surrounded by a flurry of flashing lights, making it feel as though they were walking down the Oscars' red carpet. As the various actresses arrived one after another, the sky gradually darkened, and the party officially began. Xiang flitted through the crowd like a butterfly, indulging himself without a care, completely shedding the cautious, meticulous, and ambitious capitalist persona he had in the laboratory. The paparazzi outside were also in peak working mode. Due to the distance, various long-lens cameras were set up. With Stark and Zion together, it was as if a gossip-generating machine capable of supporting two-thirds of America's tabloid newspapers was on the move, providing a golden opportunity for 3 years in just one operation. Among the many paparazzi, a few unusual individuals had quietly blended in. Inside a van disguised as a broadcast vehicle, 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were intently monitoring several surveillance screens. The images on the screens varied: an aerial view of Stark's villa, a front view of the villa's entrance monitored with a long lens, and a shaky first-person perspective shot, as if someone was weaving through the guests. The agents occasionally issued directives, most of which were directed at S.H.I.E.L.D's newly promoted Level 5 female agent, Barbara Morse, who had successfully infiltrated the party. I've spotted the target. I think I can strike up a conversation with him. That guy has been throwing flirtatious glances at every woman passing by him, came Barbara's hushed voice over the earpiece. Proceed as planned, Mockingbird. No direct contact with the target, came the stern response.
What am I even doing here then?
Barbara grumbled, clearly not the type to follow orders without question. Reiterating, no direct contact with the target.
This is an indirect surveillance operation, and we must eliminate any actions that could arouse the target's suspicion. The command from the van remained calm and composed. Your 2 o'clock position, that's Tony Stark's bodyguard, Happy Hogan. He might have some information about the target.
Soon, Happy's round face appeared in the first-person perspective view on the monitor.
It was far too easy for a Level 5 female agent to flirt with an ordinary wealthy bodyguard. A few sweet words had Happy all ears.
Yeah, that's right, James and Tony are tight. I'm not too sure how they became friends, but Miss Potts has mentioned that James stayed at the Stark house for a while when he was a kid. That was a long time ago, back when Mr. Howard was still alive, and James was just a little kid. You probably wouldn't guess, would you? If it weren't for their different skin tones, anyone would think they were brothers.
Did you know?
I've always wanted to invest in making a movie. My biggest dream is to become a producer.
Tony really supports my ideas.
Minutes later, Barbara found an excuse to withdraw and, when she reached the edge of the crowd, angrily complained in the communication channel, "That damn fat guy rambled on for ages about things that are already public knowledge, not one useful thing came out of it." Mockingbird, control your emotions. The voice delivering orders remained calm and steady. Your current emotional state poses a risk of exposure.
Barbara, however, showed no signs of restraint. Control my emotions? Do you know what that fat guy just told me? He actually invited me to San Fernando Valley to make a movie, and he wants me to be the female lead.
The agents in the live van exchanged glances. They had all heard what Happy said, and for a respectable woman, it was indeed pretty infuriating. Although agents are tools, they are still human, with their own joys and frustrations. That Barbara could hold her anger until she was away from the crowd demonstrated her professionalism. Attention, Mockingbird, the target is currently engaged in a lively conversation with a young woman, one of her colleagues in the live van suggested, perhaps thinking that focusing on the task would distract her and calm her anger. Barbara turned her body towards Xiang Qian, and the concealed camera pinned to her chest captured the conversation between a man and a woman. Maintain the angle, we need to verify that woman's identity. I can get a bit closer and hear what they're saying, Barbara coaxed. Continue to maintain distance, Mockingbird, I must emphasize again, maintain distance. The target may have undergone professional training and is likely carrying counter-surveillance devices. Any behavior that approaches the target could lead to exposure of our operation.
Barbara asked in confusion, are you kidding? A billionaire on the rich list could be a spy? Which spy organization could afford his salary?
Having professional training doesn't mean he is a spy. Likewise, a professional spy doesn't necessarily mean they are competent. Barbara rolled her eyes, pretending not to hear her colleague's jab at her professionalism. After a while, a new directive suddenly came through her earpiece. Mockingbird, keep a close watch on the woman currently talking to the target. If she leaves the target's side, make contact with her for preliminary probing without attracting the target's attention.
What's going on?
We've verified the identity of that woman. She's not on the invitation list for the party, our system has no information on her.
Barbara sneered, so you're saying she could be one of our counterparts? CIA, FBI, MI6, FSB, or Mossad? There was only an echo in the earpiece, keep a close watch. What annoyed Barbara was that Xiang Qian seemed to be hitting it off with the mysterious woman more and more. In the end, that woman even wrapped one arm around Xiang Qian's neck and whispered in his ear. According to some behavioral logic of Americans at parties, such intimate actions between a man and a woman carried an obvious implication. That woman was likely Xiang Qian's first prey of the night.
Of course, from another perspective, perhaps that woman was the real hunter. For those eager to fame young starlets, catching a guy like Xiang Qian or Stark, even if just for one night, could bring tremendous media coverage and popularity. Barbara had heard the low muttering of bitch more than once nearby. No one knew what the woman whispered in Xiang Qian's ear, nor did anyone know how shocked Xiang Qian was when he heard that phrase. That whispered phrase, as if spoken under the influence of alcohol, I bring you the greetings of the King of Hell. At the party, a man and a woman ignored the gazes of others, tightly embracing each other and whispering intimate words. The young woman, whose youthful charm was little known to many, had now become the envy of several young female stars present. That unfamiliar face was certainly not that of a renowned person. Perhaps she was merely an emerging model, yet she effortlessly captivated one of the two biggest catches of the night. However, if anyone were to overhear the content of their quiet conversation, they would likely be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws, even suggesting that they should both be sent to a mental hospital. There are many who claim to be kings in hell. I just met one a few days ago.
Which king of hell are you referring to?
He gently swayed the girl's waist as if dancing gracefully to the music.
Lucifer? Beelzebub? Or Samael?
The young girl subtly raised her head, her delicate face filled with a mocking smile in the shadows where others could not see. In hell, even the most brutal and arrogant demons do not dare to casually mention the names of those great lords. Compared to demons, you humans are the true non-believers. Those who are not afraid of hell will certainly not be devout to God. Whether it's God or the devil, heaven or hell, I will acknowledge their objective existence, but I will never believe in them. He masked the true intentions of their dialogue with a gentle smile, presenting himself as the perfect playboy. The young girl did not continue to argue about matters of faith. Her task was not to engage in that. My lord is Belasco, and I am here on a mission to invite you to meet my master.
Sorry, who are you talking about?
He was baffled. The title of King of Hell combined with the name Belasco caused even his strong memory to momentarily stall. It was as if he could never find the correct answer with an incorrect directory index.
After a while, he hesitantly asked, the Belasco you're talking about, is it the one from the border of hell?
Of course. The young girl replied.
Oh, he sighed meaningfully.
As the manager and guardian of the dimensional barrier, Comitage had been dedicated to combating the invading dimensional demons since its inception, leaving behind a vast amount of records. However, even after searching through all of Comitage's texts,
he could not find any records linking the name Belasco with the title of King of Hell. Not only did Kamataj not have such records, but it was likely that the entire Hell Dimension and all organizations and civilizations aware of the details of the Hell Dimension would not have such a record either. Because not only was Belasco not the King of Hell, but even the border of Hell he ruled did not completely belong to Hell. It was a desolate area wedged between the Hell Dimension and the main material plane, a typical no man's land. It was only after Belasco occupied that area, connecting and binding his soul to that space, that he began to call himself the King of the Border of Hell. This approach was quite similar to how the Great Lords ruled Hell. At the same time, Belasco was unwaveringly determined to attain a status equal to that of other Lords of Hell. But the Border of Hell was indeed difficult to support a Lord of Hell's power, so the other party's purpose for seeking him was evident. He couldn't help but scoff. In a place like Hell, can something like a grassroots king even emerge? In his eyes, Belasco's actions were akin to those historical rebel leaders. They would declare themselves generals or marshals after claiming a hill. If they captured a small county, they would dare to call themselves lords. If they took a few more counties, just wait, and they would proclaim themselves kings, donning dragon robes. This Belasco certainly had that kind of vibe. He quickly pushed the thought of the hellish grassroots king aside and found himself more attracted to the young girl in front of him. Although I enjoy this position, it's really inconvenient to talk. He whispered softly in the girl's ear, then intentionally raised his volume. Beautiful miss, would you like to accompany me for a stroll by the beach? He extended his arm to the young girl. His action did not arouse any suspicion from those around them, as this was the demeanor expected of a playboy, always graceful, gentle, and considerate towards beautiful women. In America, the term playboy often carries little negative connotation. Those who rush towards attractive women with crude intentions do not deserve the title of playboy. The young girl intimately entwined her arm with his, leisurely strolling away from the crowd under the jealous gazes of onlookers. You are not a spirit. His words were gentle, as if he were whispering sweet nothings to a lover. Though your soul is damaged, it remains pure and perfectly aligns with your body. I have not sensed any discordant soul fluctuations from you, hence, you are not someone who has had their soul taken and parasitized by another. So, I am curious, as a normal human, why do you willingly serve a demon? Are you a follower of Belasco, or have you made some sort of deal with him? The young girl smiled lightly and shook her head. Neither. I have always lived at the border of Hell, directly obeying Belasco's orders. I am both his subordinate and his apprentice. So you can freely traverse the dimensional barrier because you are human. The dimensional barrier will not reject your soul and body from entering the main material plane. He elegantly bowed his head. I apologize for my rudeness. I have yet to ask for the beautiful Mrs. name? The young girl's smile held a hint of caution. Mr. Zion, your questions seem a bit too many? Please forgive me, as a suddenly invited guest who has never dealt with the inviter, I want to learn more about this unfamiliar master, which seems quite natural, doesn't it? His eyes were filled with sincerity. The young girl met his gaze for a long time, and after a while, she softly said her name, Liana. Miss Liana, may I ask where Belasco intends to meet me? He shifted to the main topic. As far as I know, due to the uniqueness of the border of Hell, Belasco is one of the few great demons capable of actively sending real power to the main material plane. Does he intend to come to Earth to meet me personally? As he asked this, he had already made up his mind. If the other party answered yes, he would immediately agree. At the moment they met, he would bring many of his brothers from Kamataj, perhaps even his teacher, along to warmly welcome that hellish grassroots king. Even if it was just to destroy that small portion of power sent over, it would be enough to keep that grassroots king at peace for several centuries. Under his eager gaze, the young girl chuckled softly. Of course not. The king of the border invites you to his territory. As they walked side by side, the crowd around them gradually thinned, and Liana's voice grew colder. I'm truly sorry, but my schedule is quite full. If you want to invite me, you must make an appointment in advance. Miss Liana can contact the secretary's office of the Wuda Group. Liana's expression was stern, her previously feigned warmth now replaced with a cold, sharp gaze, like a predator fixated on its prey. I am not asking for your opinion. The invitation from the King of Hell is not to be refused. Liana's hand remained linked to his arm, and as a bright light sparkled in her eyes, the surroundings shifted dramatically for him. The beach, once cloaked in night, instantly transformed into a wasteland of flowing lava, the lights of distant coastal villas becoming blurred and mysterious. The sound of waves crashing on the beach was replaced by the explosive sounds of lava erupting, and a wave of intense heat washed over him, making him feel as if he were submerged in a thick liquid, being pushed and pulled in another direction by a force. Liana's gaze sharpened, and a cruel smile appeared at the corners of her mouth.
reminiscent of a successful hunter. However, he merely smiled back slightly, and the strange phenomena around them dissipated instantly. The lava, wasteland, explosive sounds, and intense heat vanished, leaving behind a warm beach, the lively crowd of the party, and twinkling lights. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing Liana's slightly panicked expression, he smiled gently. Spatial teleportation, so this is the secret of your free movement between hell and earth. How is that possible? What did you do? Liana asked, momentarily stunned. When someone encounters failure in their area of expertise, it's natural to feel flustered. He shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, what a coincidence, I also know a little trick or two about spatial abilities. As the direct disciple of a supreme mage, his mastery in the field of spatial magic ranked among the top even in Kamatage. He might not be able to open a portal to the border of hell alone, but disrupting Liana's teleportation process was not difficult at all. He had merely disoriented the young girl's sense of direction in the spatial dimension. There were still more methods he hadn't even had the chance to use. What power do you use for your spatial teleportation? Is it magic, or some kind of superpower like a mutant? He asked curiously, having taken control of the situation. I didn't sense any magical energy earlier, though perhaps I'm just ignorant and haven't encountered the magic of the hell dimension. Liana didn't respond. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she realized she had been too reckless, blinded by his playboy facade, treating him as just an ordinary person. She tried to pull away, but her left hand, which was linked to his arm, was firmly held in place, unable to move. Miss Liana, have I done something inappropriate? The playboy feigned confusion. Liana remained silent, her right hand suddenly sweeping out, a silver blade of light slicing through the air in a graceful arc, aimed diagonally at his neck. His reaction shocked Liana again. His movement was swift and decisive. Almost at the moment the blade of light appeared, he pushed off with his feet, not retreating, but instead boldly advancing, crashing into Liana. The blade in her hand, which resembled an ancient knight's sword, was long and wide. Such a sword required space for both slashing and thrusting. After his brave charge, the two were nearly face to face, their chests and stomachs pressed together, eliminating any space for attack. The blade that was originally aimed at his neck now sliced through the air behind him, and before Liana could retract her hand, she felt a tight grip on her right wrist, as if it were bound by iron. Not only did her spatial teleportation ability fail, but her combat skills also crumbled. Everything that happened in those 10 seconds brought Liana to the brink of psychological collapse. Just when she was ready to make a final struggle, her ankle was tripped by him, causing her to fall backward involuntarily. He took the opportunity to lean forward, pinning the young girl down on the beach. For their own reasons, the brief and intense struggle they had just experienced hadn't made much noise. At that moment, their posture continued to carry an ambiguous meaning, appearing to the distant party crowd as if they were a pair of flirtatious lovers, engaging in playful banter. Liana lay on the sand, still unwilling to give in, but the strength of his hold clearly exceeded her expectations. Despite her prolonged struggles, she achieved nothing and was forced to stop, panting heavily as she glared angrily at the playboy above her. He looked down at Liana, her youthful face filled with defiance and frustration, striking a chord within him. It seems our conversation has taken a turn for the worse, the man, who held the upper hand, said smoothly. Liana, is that your real name? What is your full name? Liana, puffing in anger, took a while to respond. Liana Rasputin. Unlike the previous search for Belasco, with no erroneous index to interfere, he immediately found a memory related to the name. He was surprised to discover that he actually remembered it. The steelman of X Academy's real name was Pyotr Rasputin, and during one of his visits to X Academy, he learned in casual conversation that Pyotr had a sister who had gone missing since childhood, Liana Rasputin. From that moment on, the name lingered in the recesses of his memory. Though Western names often overlap, he didn't believe this was mere coincidence because the steelman had once asked the professor for help using a brainwave device to find his sister, but to no avail. If even the professor, with his powerful mental abilities, couldn't find her, at that time, the steelman himself had thought that his sister must be in grave danger. However, if Liana had been taken away from Earth to another dimension, that would make sense. How did you end up at the border of hell? He asked indirectly. I can't imagine a living person would enjoy a place like the border of hell. Liana turned her face away, refusing to speak. Come on, lady, maintaining this position for too long will attract attention. He leaned down slowly, and before she could object, he gently pecked her cheek. You? Liana was so furious she could barely speak. I said, staying in this fixed position for too long is too noticeable, I must take some action. He shamelessly replied, you can continue to keep silent, but then we'll just have to stay like this, won't we? As he spoke, he pretended to lean in closer to the young girl. I was kidnapped when I was a child, Liana said, filled with grief and anger. Although she spoke, she turned her face away, refusing to look at him. He felt no guilt for taking advantage of the young girl. Instead, he continued to lean closer, whispering in her ear, do you remember your home on Earth? Do you have any family left? I can help you. No! Liana shouted resolutely, don't go looking for them, Velasco will only bring disaster to them. So, you do remember your family? This time, Liana simply shut her eyes, determined not to speak again, regardless of what he planned to do. Liana Rasputin quietly left. To the onlookers, it seemed she and Xiang Qian had been together on the beach for a long time, but in reality, they had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior. One reason was her identity as the Steelman's sister, and another was the gentleman's agreement made between Xiang Qian and her. If Velasco takes any action against me, be sure to notify me, was the request Xiang Qian made before letting her go. If you encounter any trouble on Earth, you can come to me. The energy I possess in the main material plane is far more powerful than that of a hellish grassroots king. Xiang Qian did not blindly trust Liana's integrity. Through the earlier interrogation, he had concluded that this young girl was certainly not genuinely obedient to Velasco. She cared more about her family on Earth and was filled with suspicion towards the ruler of the Hell Border. So this is the competitor who makes Mephisto eager to lower his prices? Seems a bit unqualified, Xiang Qian thought to himself. Velasco was ambitious but lacked self-awareness, acting recklessly and impatiently. If it weren't for the deliberately fabricated facade, how could such a person qualify as a rival to Mephisto? However, considering that Velasco had taken the initiative to approach him, it seemed Mephisto's earlier information was likely true. The secret of his soul universe was no longer a secret among the strong in the Hell dimension. Xiang Qian stood on the beach, lost in thought for a long time, completely unaware of the passage of time, until he heard a chorus of giggles behind him. He turned around to see several women, indistinguishable as models, young actresses, or singers, arriving in groups, swaying their bodies as they walked towards the beach. He instantly understood. Seeing Liana, the first fisher to catch a prize, leave, the others could no longer hold back and wanted to cast their hooks to catch their own big fish. Xiang Qian gathered his thoughts, reappearing with a gentle and suggestive smile, and stepped towards the group of enthusiastic and attractive women. However, as soon as he took a step, he abruptly stopped. Crevices began to form in the air, as if a shattered glass mirror had suddenly appeared before him. The cracks spread rapidly in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, Xiang Qian found himself surrounded by a mass of shattered glass. He showed no signs of surprise and made no further movements, instead observing the nearby beauties through the shattered glass with great interest. This was the effect of Kamataj's spatial slicing spell, the prototype of the maze spell he had used to toy with the Nightwalker on Demon Island. The shattered glass enclosed a separate subspace, and when he saw the figures of the women walking towards the beach outside the subspace almost frozen in place, he recognized the identity of the newcomers. Master Gui. Xiang Qian turned to look at the portal that had appeared behind him. A middle-aged woman in a robe, serene like the night sky, stepped out of the portal. The most striking feature of this woman was her prominent bald head. Gui wore an ancient pendant around her neck, from which a faint green light leaked. The time stone was in operation. John, I heard Mordo say you specifically sought me out? Gui's voice was calm and steady, like water from an ancient well. Xiang Qian nodded, but I didn't expect you to come so swiftly, Master. Because I know that the questions you want to ask are also unexpected for me, right? You already know what I want to ask? Xiang Qian looked at the Eye of Agamotto with curiosity. Did you use the gem to observe the future? Gui gently shook her head. No, but I have learned some news circulating in other dimensions. This news is closely related to you and is the source of many of your questions. Then can you answer my questions? Why has the secret of my soul universe become widely circulated gossip in the Hell dimension? It seems like every demon should know about it. Gui did not directly answer this question, instead asking, why do you think you can get an answer from me? Because I have discovered that from the moment the soul universe exploded to the point when I first absorbed its energy to strengthen my physical body in reality, and later converted the cosmic energy to practice Kunlun Chi and use the white magic of Vishanti, at almost every key moment related to the soul universe, you have been secretly monitoring me. Xiang Qian gazed deeply at Gui. Of course, this includes the moment I actively divided the soul universe. you have been watching the changes in the soul universe all along, so I naturally believe you must know some things I do not. Gui smiled knowingly, seemingly pleased with her disciple's meticulous thinking. You are correct, I do know some things. Or rather, a great existence has informed me of the secrets of the soul universe. Xiang Qian couldn't help but frown. A great existence? I'm starting to have a bad feeling about this. Anything related to great often doesn't end well. Do you know of the eternal creator? Gui bypassed Xiang Qian's murmuring and directly provided an answer. Of course, I've read all the books in the Kamatage library, including the vague records about the eternal creator. Eternal, infinite, death, annihilation, their existence as creator deities was born alongside the multiverse, each representing a basic rule of the universe, such as eternity representing time and infinity representing space. They are the embodiment of the fundamental rules of the universe, transcending all metaphysical and physical existence. Even the names eternal and infinite are imposed by intelligent life for convenience in worship and explanation, thus shaping a persona that is easier to understand. Was it eternity that allowed you to monitor my soul universe? Gui nodded slightly. When you first focused on the cosmic singularity within your soul, eternity noticed you as well. Should I feel honored for this? After all, that is the god of creation, Xiang Qian thought inwardly, though he did not appear as calm as he seemed on the surface. Then did he say why there is a universe in the depths of my soul? No, he did not mention that. Compared to Xiang Qian's casual demeanor, Gui's attitude towards the deity was much more solemn and rigorous. Xiang Qian noted that Gui used the phrase did not mention rather than he did not know. He deeply etched this wording in his mind. Did eternity know the reason? Or did Master Gui believe eternity should know the reason? Since the moment the soul universe was born, Xiang Qian had tirelessly searched for answers. Today, it seemed he had gained a potential clue. Xiang Qian was still puzzled by Gui's mention of eternity. Did eternity leak the information to those lords of hell? Could that even happen? He asked in confusion, why do you mention eternity? What connection does he have with what's happening in the hell dimension? After pondering for a moment, Xiang Qian suddenly realized, death? I recall from the texts that death often appears in a female form. She represents the final resting place of all life in the multiverse. The hell dimension is shrouded by the rules of death, and the power of the lords of hell and all hellish beings derives from her. He cautiously asked, are you saying that the one spreading news about the soul universe in hell is the creator god of death? Gui replied slowly, if eternity has taken notice of you, then death may also have noticed you. Since eternity influences you through me, it's certainly possible for death to influence you through the powers of hell. While we cannot be certain, it is one of the major possibilities. After all, being able to influence the thoughts of powerful beings in the hell dimension on such a large scale is not something just anyone can achieve. Xiang Qian chuckled bitterly, a universe that lies between reality and illusion and is hard to control, does it truly hold such great allure for creator deities? Gui's expression remained calm. The thoughts of the divine are not easily fathomed by mortals like us. The fact that they are paying attention to you signifies that there is something about you worth their concern. Ha! Eternity is watching me, and death is watching me. I can't rule out whether infinity and annihilation are also watching me, Xiang Qian said with self-deprecation. Oh, and Vishanti, because I can use white magic without a contract, has already started paying attention to me. I really seem to attract quite a few eyes, and they are all beings I cannot afford to offend. Gui thought for a moment and comforted him, even though Vishanti is watching you, I'm certain he means no harm, it's merely curiosity. Oh, that's the only good news I've heard today. I should celebrate with a few drinks later. Xiang Qian laughed self-deprecatingly. The news that Gui brought not only answered some questions that had been buried in Xiang Qian's heart since childhood but also brought him more confusion. Before the Supreme Mage prepared to leave, Xiang Qian shared his guesses with her. Judging by Mephisto's eagerness to lower prices, it seemed likely that more than one Belasco would attempt to infiltrate Earth to cause trouble for him in the future. Although those lords of hell cannot break through the dimensional barriers, their subordinates may have people like Liana. For instance, Mephisto has long had one of his henchmen roaming on Earth, Xiang Qian reminded his teacher. In fact, this was the true reason Xiang Qian was eager to communicate with Gui. As a somewhat irresponsible disciple of Kamatage, he was genuinely concerned about the safety of the dimensional barriers. If more lords of hell turned their attention to Earth, the pressure on the dimensional barriers would rapidly increase. Those who have truly witnessed the terrifying aspects of dimensional demons would never be as careless about evil powers as ignorant thrill-seekers who worship or attempt to summon demons. I will notify the guardians of the sanctuary to closely monitor any abnormalities at the barriers, Gui said. But you also need to be cautious of your words and actions. Not everyone serving demons is as harmless as that young girl.
Did the teacher just see that, Liana?
Gui replied, yes, I arrived a bit earlier.
How much earlier is a bit?
About, when you kissed that girl. The Supreme Mage's voice was as calm as ever, and from her expression, it seemed she was not intentionally trying to mock the playboy. Xiangqian scratched his nose, feeling not the slightest bit embarrassed. He believed that was merely a psychological tactic, a necessary means to obtain the information he needed more effectively. Everyone should view the situation from a professional perspective. As the Supreme Mage departed, the mirror subspace vanished. When Xiangqian returned to the real space, those alluring beauties regained their mobility and moved closer to him, completely unaware of what had just transpired. The Supreme Mage did not restrict or control anyone around, she merely changed the flow of time within the mirrored space. After she and Xiangqian completed all their conversations in the subspace and left calmly, only a second had passed in reality. To others, the process of Xiangqian disappearing into the subspace and reappearing in the real space seemed like a flash of light. Even if someone had seen him disappear in that brief moment, they would just think they had imagined it. Xiangqian forced himself to shake off the psychological pressure of being watched by so many powerful beings, maintaining an indifferent demeanor as he approached the group of beauties, continuing to play his role as a charming playboy. However, outside the venue, some people noticed something unusual about Xiangqian. Did you see that? The target really disappeared for at least 0.5 seconds. I can't be seeing things, right? Someone in the disguised broadcast vehicle said uncertainly.
Let's check the surveillance footage to be clear, another voice responded. A half-second of flickering could deceive the senses but not the emotionless machines.
On the monitoring screen, the process of Xiangqian disappearing and reappearing was clearly visible, that brief flash appearing as if the image had stuttered, only the character had stuttered. Record it and save it, report it to the director immediately, a voice said. Before the people in the broadcast vehicle could process Xiangqian's monitoring record, they heard Barbara Morse's urgent voice in their earpieces. That girl has vanished. Imitate the bird, give details, the people in the vehicle responded. It's the young girl who just interacted with the target, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. Barbara's voice grew even more urgent.
The people in the vehicle asked, are you saying you lost her?
This situation was within their expectations, as they thought that girl should also be a professional agent.
Not lost, she genuinely vanished. Barbara retorted anxiously.
She was always in my line of sight, but the next second she suddenly disappeared without a trace. I searched the area multiple times, there were no blind spots, no secret passages, not even an obstruction.
It's as if she was magically made to disappear, vanishing into thin air.
The people in the broadcast vehicle exchanged glances, all recalling the half-second during which Xiangqian had vanished. Sir, how should we write our report? After a long silence, someone in the vehicle finally spoke up.
How to write it?
Everything we saw and happened today is related to James Zion. I think we should add a line in the report, recommend that James Zion be classified as an Object 084.
Xiangqian was about to embark on his journey back home.
After spending a night filled with absurdity and indulgence at the Stark Villa, he finalized plans for strategic cooperation talks set to begin in 2 weeks.
He then boarded the long-awaited Bombardier Global Express.
With such a celebrity traveling, it was naturally not a quiet affair. Many media outlets reported on Xiangqian's departure. More serious news outlets might report, the renowned billionaire, outstanding inventor, president of Wuda Group, chief engineer of the Five Elements Laboratory, honorary vice president of the Sino-American Friendship Association's Business Cooperation Committee, and director of the Cultural Tourism Cooperation Committee, James Zion, has concluded his 6-day, 7-night trip in the United States and departed this morning on his private jet back to his homeland. Such reports were usually placed in less conspicuous positions, as there were countless political news stories occurring worldwide every day, unless under special circumstances, the itinerary of a billionaire was unlikely to make the front page, let alone a more prominent spot. However, in the realm of gossip tabloids, Xiangqian was treated very differently. Even if he wasn't on the front page, he would undoubtedly be featured prominently.
A typical example was the headline on the Sun's website, which boldly read, "The Playboy ends his American seduction tour, will beauties and alcohol heal his investment wounds? Which will he prefer, the elite sisters or the ambitious young models?" Xiangqian chuckled as he read the gossip about himself, and in his spare time, he actually began to ponder the question posed in the news. Would it be the wild and uninhibited carnivorous sisters, or the ambitious young starlets?
I think you should pay more attention to social news, a greasy, hoarse voice suddenly spoke up.
This was the bombardier's bar cabin, Xiangqian's private space, who was speaking.
Almost as soon as the voice finished, someone outside the cabin slammed the door open, pointing a Type 06 assault rifle at the source of the voice. A man wearing a round-top hat, an old suit, and a silver chain pocket watch appeared. The Lord of Hell, Mephisto, had quietly materialized, reclining comfortably on the sofa. Xiangqian shook his head at the red star at the cabin door, signaling for him to withdraw. Once the door closed, he carefully scrutinized Mephisto and noticed some subtle differences from their last meeting. There was a flicker of dark fire burning in his seemingly murky old eyes. You have gained the true power of your essence, Xiangqian noted, his guard heightened. It seems your work efficiency is quite high, you've acquired a new contract in just 2 or 3 days. Mephisto rubbed his eyes as if deflated. Damn, you notice so easily, using projections to manipulate power is truly difficult, it's always hard to fully contain it. In fact, compared to the Middle Ages, signing contracts is much harder now, many people often think of me as a madman.
The era of scientific progress is not entirely without its benefits.
Xiangqian didn't rush to inquire about the old devil's intentions, it was a habit he had developed over the years dealing with him. Mephisto snorted derisively, this has nothing to do with science, nor with the wisdom of the people. The vast majority refuse contracts not because of wisdom but due to distrust.
They simply don't believe I can do what I claim.
Once I prove I can give them everything they want, they'll sell everything without hesitation, not just their souls. After all, for mortals, believing in the devil is often more practical than believing in God, Mephisto boasted in his greasy voice. I wonder how many pathetic souls have fallen into the abyss, Xiangqian casually remarked. Mephisto smiled mysteriously, gossip and scandal are a pure waste of time, why don't you check the social section of the news instead? It seems you've accomplished something quite remarkable.
Are you hoping for praise from me? Xiangqian said while opening a news search.
Soon, a piece of news closely related to him came into view. Warren Worthington II, chairman of Worthington Corporation, commits suicide, suspected to be due to the company nearing bankruptcy because of the Demon Island riot.
Was it Worthington II who signed a contract with you?
Mephisto made a gesture as if it were obvious. I'm relieving you of your troubles, no need to thank me.
Xiangqian narrowed his eyes at the computer screen, ignoring the old devil.
Mephisto was right, he had indeed alleviated one of Xiangqian's worries. Completely bringing down Worthington Corporation was Xiangqian's established goal, but achieving this through legal and economic means was not easy. A long-established giant corporation was like a centipede. If Worthington II chose to stubbornly resist, it would inevitably cost Xiangqian a great deal of time and money. Now that the man was dead, it certainly saved Xiangqian a significant amount of effort.
What did you promise Worthington II? Xiangqian asked cautiously.
The true power brought by the contract would be prioritized for those and things related to the contract. This was a binding force rooted in the soul. Mephisto lightly tapped his temple with a finger, feigning thoughtfulness. First, he wanted me to protect his son.
To ask a devil to protect an angel?
Xiangqian was at a loss for words. He poured himself a drink and took a sip, reflecting on the insanity of this world and the madness of Worthington II. Those who have fallen into despair cannot have overly high expectations of their reason. Mephisto shook his head, as if reciting Shakespeare's lines. At the same time, he hoped I could realize his original dream, allowing the mutant gene serum to one day reclaim its value and redeem him.
Wow, Xiangqian chuckled, internally mocking Worthington II. How to put it? Was this a martyrdom of an idealist?
The mutant gene serum would inevitably reappear in the world and play its role, to resolve the social conflicts brought by mutants, as well as any potential internal conflicts among mutants. The gene serum was indispensable. Xiangqian had taken Jimmy precisely to control this serum himself. One day, he and his Wuda group, along with the Spear Bureau behind them, would inevitably push for the serum's reproduction. In other words, even if Mephisto did nothing and quietly waited for a few years, he could fulfill his contract with Worthington II. That old white man had foolishly sold his soul.
It seems you already know a lot. Xiangqian felt for the first time that this old devil was a bit annoying. It seemed that his secretive actions, like taking Jimmy and planning for the future production of the mutant gene serum, had all been known to the old devil.
Mephisto smiled smugly. I have existed in this world for millions of years, and hell is formed by the gathering of dark, malicious, vile, and shameless souls. Who in this world has seen more schemes than I? Of course, the key is, I know you, James Zion, are involved in this matter.
Xiangqian looked confused. What about me? What about you?
Mephisto sneered, "Come on, James, don't put on an act in front of me. My hell has hosted businessmen who committed suicide due to bankruptcy from competitive failure, venture capitalists who died due to being framed and ostracized, and FBI agents who mysteriously disappeared while trying to investigate your company. They all unanimously claimed that James Zion was the culprit behind their deaths." Mephisto wore a cold smile. "You and I both know you're not a good person, James."
Hearing the old devil's musings, S.H.I.E.L.D nearly burst out laughing.
To hear a judgment of good and evil from your devilish lips is quite a rarity.
The playboy even thoughtfully poured a glass of wine for Mephisto.
Mephisto swirled the wine in his glass, discreetly sizing up S.H.I.E.L.D, and realized that this young man truly had a remarkable composure. Mephisto well understood how difficult this playboy could be. Aside from their first encounter when he was 17, he had never truly gained an advantage over him. The plane began to taxi down the runway, soon to take off into the sky. The old devil knew that this little fox would never speak first. The other appeared to be extremely patient, whether genuinely patient or merely feigning it, seeming capable of chatting for hours, all the way back to his territory.
"James, do you need a soul?"
Mephisto suddenly posed this shocking question.
S.H.I.E.L.D looked astonished. "What would I need a soul for?" Among his surprise, a small part was genuine. "James, I think we should be frank with each other."
S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly became intrigued. While he indeed did not need a soul, Mephisto's question certainly wasn't without purpose.
Why did Mephisto think he needed a soul?
In an instant, S.H.I.E.L.D reviewed all the knowledge he had learned about souls. Among both normal and forbidden studies, he knew that the strength of each person's soul played a decisive role in wielding magical power. Where there are benefits, there is fertile ground for evil. From the lords of hell down to many beings in hell and some practitioners of dark magic, there existed a need to consume the souls of others to fulfill their own requirements. Ordinary dark magicians had relatively low demands. A common person's soul was a great supplement for them.
In contrast, higher hellish beings, like the lords of hell, required higher quality souls.
Just like this old devil before him, who had left legends like the Sandvang contract in history, entire villages' souls, even for a lord of hell, represented an extraordinarily rich gain.
"I've always been honest with my friends," S.H.I.E.L.D praised himself unabashedly.
"When you first came to me, you promised me endless wealth. The second time, you promised me the most beautiful women. The third time was unmatched fame, and the fourth time, power that surpasses the world." S.H.I.E.L.D deliberately mentioned past events to buy himself some time to think. "Every time, my answer has been the same: I can obtain these things through my own abilities."
"See? I've done it."
"You are indeed the most difficult customer I've ever encountered," Mephisto retorted impatiently. "So I have to suspect that your offers lack sincerity."
"Are you planning to rely on yourself to acquire souls?" Mephisto coldly asked. S.H.I.E.L.D remained non-committal. Throughout history, while most dark magic that deprives souls has mostly disappeared, some records still remain.
"I believe my learning ability is quite good, and people die every day in this world."
"Even if it comes at a cost?"
"I can't believe the Supreme Mage would allow you to walk down a dark path." S.H.I.E.L.D scoffed. "From what I've learned about history and my limited personal experience, the cost of dark magic, no matter how great, will never surpass that of signing a devil's contract." Mephisto fell silent again, carefully assessing the truth behind S.H.I.E.L.D's words. In the old devil's eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D did not appear to be fully assured, but rather displayed a determination of choosing the lesser of two evils. This attitude did not exceed Mephisto's expectations, so he shifted to a more persuasive tone.
"James, you're an excellent businessman. Why don't we handle this matter through business logic? It's a fair deal."
S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head. "Business transactions require honesty, and your credibility here is basically negative." "I have faithfully fulfilled the contract every time," the old devil defended himself. "That's because you've set traps in the contract terms each time," S.H.I.E.L.D sneered. "The secular legends about the devil's cunning are less than a tenth of the reality. The magical world records a much more detailed history, all filled with deception and greed concerning devils." S.H.I.E.L.D rejected again, but Mephisto, with years of negotiation and manipulation experience, sensed a slight softening in S.H.I.E.L.D's attitude.
"I can let you write the contract yourself," Mephisto offered again, making a concession.
"I'll dictate the basic terms, and you can add any constraints you feel necessary." S.H.I.E.L.D coldly laughed and lowered his head to continue drinking. However, Mephisto was overjoyed, for the other had not continued to refuse. "Listen to my terms, James," the old devil coaxed. "I can provide you with a fixed number of human souls daily, with the only condition being that I have a link between the dimension I rule and this universe through a soul passage. I could even just ask for priority rights and give up exclusive rights.
Xiang Qian still remained silent, but his gaze on the wine glass flickered slightly, as if he was wavering.
Think about it, James, this is merely an investment. Mephisto seized the opportunity. I pay the cost up front, and when life is born in the universe, I reap the rewards. You incur no loss. Any world needs a realm of the dead, and I cannot invade the main material plane.
The only potential loss would be to the indigenous hellish nation that could have originally been born in that universe.
Xiang Qian was silent for a long time, until Mephisto was about to lose patience when he finally spoke slowly. I need to think it over.
Mephisto exclaimed in anger, James, I've already shown enough sincerity. Not every devil is as easy to negotiate with as I am. Are you referring to Belasco?
It seems you know he also sent someone to find me, Xiang Qian teased casually. But no matter how I look at it, he's not qualified to be your competitor. Mephisto sneered dismissively, who cares about that self-aggrandizing guy?
So there are other competitors, real lords of hell, Xiang Qian pressed on.
Mephisto's expression darkened, realizing he had let something slip.
Xiang Qian smiled leisurely and clinked glasses with the old devil. Don't rush, I said I still need to think it over.
Mephisto's face fell. You will soon understand that no one can be more generous than I am or offer better terms. Perhaps, Xiang Qian shrugged, showing no concern for the old devil's declaration. We have a saying in our country, good things come to those who wait. Waiting a bit longer gives others a chance to make offers.
Fine, waste your time waiting.
But I must remind you, carrying a world on a soul is not an easy task. I know this from experience. You don't have much time to waste. Xiang Qian seemed completely unfazed by the old devil's warning, politely raising his glass to him, his lips curling into a seemingly sincere yet genuinely hypocritical smile. Xiang Qian felt he had likely gleaned the information he wanted. Facing Mephisto's final advice, Xiang Qian remained unfazed, simply replying, I will think it over. Seeing Xiang Qian's impenetrable attitude, Mephisto couldn't help but inwardly grumble, I really wish I could drag that real estate tycoon who taught you extreme pressure straight to hell right now.
Xiang Qian chuckled, teasing, we both know you can't do that.
But I think you should try signing a contract with him. As far as I know, he has dreams of becoming the President of the United States, but everyone understands that a person like him will never be elected. If you can help him achieve that wish, I believe he wouldn't mind selling you his soul, or even the souls of many others. The playboy didn't forget to remind the old devil, if you can't come to China for a face-to-face meeting, you should at least leave a phone number. Regardless of whether I accept your proposal, I will get back to you. I assume you know what a mobile phone is, right? Meanwhile, as Xiang Qian negotiated with Mephisto, Nick Fury sat at his desk, carefully listening to the task report submitted by Xiang Qian's dedicated surveillance team. We have new developments in the investigation of the abnormal situation on the highway. The convenience store cashier confirmed that an elderly man had contact with the monitoring target, and she witnessed them having a lengthy conversation after leaving the store. The surveillance cameras and stored data from the convenience store show no signs of being tampered with or compromised. We consulted experts from the research department, and it is initially suspected that the elderly man cleverly evaded being filmed through techniques like light wave refraction. From questioning the convenience store staff, the sketch artist has provided a portrait of the elderly man. As for the woman who interacted with the target at the Stark Villa, we have not yet uncovered any information about her identity. According to the report submitted by the mimic bird, she possesses optical invisibility technology or related abilities, making it possible that she is a mutant. Even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had not anticipated that merely 72 hours after issuing orders, they would gather such a wealth of intelligence. At first glance, these reports seemed like a pleasant surprise, yet upon closer inspection, most of the information lacked substantial value. The elderly man, the young woman, none of it contained any concrete substance. It was possible that the news of Worthington II's suicide would bring Xiang Qian additional trouble instead. The mutant gene serum had drawn countless forces' attention. Perhaps these two mysterious individuals, a man and a woman, an old and a young, were sent by some faction to make contact with Xiang Qian.
Is the target preparing to return home?
Nick Fury scrutinized the portrait of the old man drawn on A4 paper. The outdated fashion from decades ago gave an inexplicable sense of dissonance.
Yes, sir. Our team has been closely monitoring, and the target has boarded the plane, a subordinate reported. Do we need to take further action? On what grounds? Nick Fury retorted.
The subordinate fell silent. Without solid evidence or a court order, they could not take action against a billionaire with close ties to the White House.
S.H.I.E.L.D's domineering style could not be applied to someone like James Zion. Director Fury glanced at the surveillance snapshot of Xiang Qian embracing and conversing with the young woman at the party, his eyes growing deeper in thought. Just then, an urgent communication request came through to his desk phone, originating from Xiang Qian's dedicated surveillance team. Nick Fury furrowed his brow at the communication request signal. What was going on now? He quickly connected the call.
Sir, we have new discoveries. The unidentified mysterious person who had contact with the target on the highway has boarded the same plane as the target.
Can you confirm? Nick Fury perked up.
From a distance, we can only see his attire through binoculars, and it closely resembles the description in the data.
Director Fury erupted in anger. Binoculars? I equipped you with the most advanced surveillance equipment, and you only used binoculars? Sir, that's the situation I'm reporting.
Only the personnel who used binoculars for direct observation saw the mysterious person, while no one was detected in the high-definition surveillance footage at the same time.
All electronic devices failed to capture his presence. Is that mysterious person still on the plane? Nick Fury pressed. No, sir. The plane is taken off, but we spotted the mysterious person again in the terminal. He did not leave the US with the target. We don't even know when he left the plane. Nick Fury tentatively asked, are you continuing to monitor him? Or can you only observe him with the naked eye, as electronic devices still cannot capture his figure? Yes, sir. Continue to monitor closely.
Without further ado, Director Fury abruptly ended the call and decisively ordered, contact the nearest field operation team near the airport and have them head to the airport immediately. We must meet this mysterious visitor. That mysterious optical invisibility technology, or perhaps some special mutant ability, along with Xiang Qian's hidden secrets, filled Director Fury with intrigue. Meanwhile, Xiang Qian remained completely unaware of the series of actions undertaken by S.H.I.E.L.D. and was oblivious to the fact that a certain director was self-importantly planning to unearth more of his secrets. As he set off on his journey back home, his mind gradually relaxed. Just as Mephisto had said, that Eastern land contained a natural power that repelled devils. Not only Mephisto, but any dimensional demon from other planes would be affected. As long as he returned to his homeland, theoretically speaking, the Lords of Hell would no longer be able to exert direct influence over him. This mysterious protective force nearly perfectly compensated for any potential loopholes in the dimensional barriers, though its effective coverage was relatively limited. However, temporarily escaping the disturbances of Hell did not mean that Xiang Qian could rest easy. Upon returning home, there was an important matter awaiting him, the summary report of the Demon Island mission. Business must follow protocol. This mission was one he had applied for and was ordered from above. Now that the mission had concluded with commendable results, shouldn't he report back to his superiors? The adventurous storybook and 007 movie scenarios where missions ended with a carefree happy ending had nothing to do with Xiang Qian. Even if he was just a technical consultant, he was still a formal civil servant on duty. While still on the plane, he received orders sent in the name of the Spear Bureau Director. The flight would not head to Shanghai but would change course directly to Beijing, where the various bigwigs from the security department were eagerly waiting to hear his direct report. Zheng Xian personally welcomed Xiang Qian at the airport and solemnly warned him in the car, before you went, I gave assurances to the higher-ups, this really doesn't comply with security regulations. Now that you've completed your mission, it doesn't mean this matter is over. Now, your primary task is to clearly explain the necessity of your actions to the higher-ups. Think carefully about how to articulate it. Looking at Zheng Xian's obviously warning gaze, Xiang Qian instantly understood. No matter how it turned out, he had to help Uncle Zheng resolve this violation of security regulations situation, otherwise, regardless of misfortune or not, if he wanted another chance, that would be impossible. Activate the closed meeting room protocol, enable optical shielding, and initiate the electronic jamming system. With each command issued by Zhang Xian, the electronic lock on the conference room door quickly secured, and the originally bright floor-to-ceiling windows instantly turned pitch black. Meanwhile, metal barriers slowly descended from above, completely obscuring the windows from the inside. In an instant, the conference room was plunged into darkness, leaving only the electronic display device on the metallic table emitting a ghostly blue light. Zheng Xian stood at the front of the table. As the director of the Spear Bureau, he began by briefly outlining the progress and results of operations related to Demon Island, as well as the secret placement of the mutant boy, Jimmy. He then handed the podium over to Xiang Qian, the reporter. Leaders, I will now present the task summary report. First, let me briefly introduce the background of this mission. which can be described as a rather adventurous operation, Xiangqian earnestly began reading from his script at the metallic table. Below the podium, Zhang Xian had just taken his seat when a shadow completely blending into the darkness leaned in and whispered, "Why is this kid so well behaved today?
He's neither smooth-talking nor rambling."
Zhang Xian gestured subtly towards a corner in the shadows, indicating to his superior, "Look over there." In the dark shadow, one could barely discern a woman sitting upright, her posture as straight as a spear.
"You actually called Xiang Tian back?"
The figure in the shadows remarked, a hint of teasing mixed with surprise. Zhang Xian smiled proudly, "To keep that wild monkey in check, you need someone who can recite the incantation." The two shadows exchanged mischievous chuckles in the dark. At the front of the table, the ghostly blue projection light illuminated Xiang Qian's face as he gradually moved into the main topic of his report. To help everyone better understand the necessity of this mission, I must first explain the concept of target genes. Xiang Qian scanned the audience, where some were evaluation experts, but most were departmental officials who did not necessarily possess the relevant knowledge base. Simply put, target genes were first proposed during the development of gene therapy technologies. Throughout the treatment process, specific segments of a patient's genes are targeted for modification using drugs or gene editing technologies, in order to achieve therapeutic effects. The segments of genes that are specifically modified are called target genes. Since the emergence of mutants, countries around the world have launched a series of studies on gene mutations in mutants. It has been confirmed that a small fixed segment of genes is responsible for the mutations, which is referred to as the X gene.
To address the issue of mutants, countries are developing gene drugs targeting the X gene.
It should be noted that promising results have been achieved.
However, as research deepens, we have also discovered a severe problem.
Gene drugs only work on X genes that have not yet mutated. They are completely ineffective for those who have already mutated, that is, those who have become mutants. The room was filled only with Xiang Qian's steady and clear voice, and the audience sat in silence. Our research on mutant genes indicates that the X genes in different individuals are identical before being activated, which is the primary reason for the efficacy of gene drugs, and they do not differ based on ethnicity. From this, we can infer that all mutant genes in humans should originate from the same source. Of course, this is not directly related to what we are discussing today. While explaining, Xiang Qian activated the projection screen on the metallic table, displaying the double helix structure of human DNA. His fingers quickly and skillfully manipulated the double helix, causing a small segment of the gene to burst open. We regard the premutation X gene as a recessive gene, which does not exhibit any external characteristics before mutation. However, when stimulated to mutate, it alters part of the genome, producing a dominant gene, which manifests as the diverse abilities of mutants, of course, including changes in appearance and form. But for gene research, the issue with mutant gene mutations lies in the degree of change being too significant. As Xiang Qian continued, the projection screen displayed countless mutation patterns emerging from the gene helix, each pattern representing a different mutation. Currently, it has been observed that the X gene possesses a peculiar characteristic. After gene mutation, the recessive X gene segments still remain, yet at the same time, the dominant X genes produced in each individual are different. We have tested at least 10,000 mutants, but we cannot find a gene sequence that can cover all mutants as a minimal unit. All experimental data indicates that the results of mutant gene mutations are completely irregular. Even two mutants with similar superpowers may have different dominant mutant genes. This leads us to the conclusion that we cannot find a target gene that can be applied to all mutated mutants. Consequently, the development of gene drugs targeting mutants has basically come to a standstill.
As Xiang Qian spoke, the projection displayed a photo of the mutant boy, Jimmy.
This is why governments around the world have shown extraordinary interest in the mutant boy held by Worthington Corporation. Xiang Qian's gaze shifted back to the image of the boy dressed in a hospital gown with a bald head. From the analysis and inference of the data leaked from Worthington Corporation, we've confirmed that the hormonal substances within this boy suppress all mutant abilities, impartially inhibiting all mutant powers. This indicates that beyond the current research scope, there does exist some undiscovered commonality in mutant genes, and the key to finding this commonality lies within this boy, as he is the key to breaking the current research bottleneck and fully opening the door to mutant gene research.
That is why we must gain control over this young boy. As Xiang Qian concluded his report, questions began to arise from the audience. Could you elaborate further on Jimmy's value?
Xiang Qian clenched his teeth. The lengthy discourse had already consumed a significant portion of his patience, but seeing the indistinct yet clear figure in the corner, he decided to endure a bit longer. To date, the hormonal extracts from Jimmy are the only known substances capable of indiscriminately suppressing all mutant abilities. He is unique. Is there no other method to produce such a substance? Will we always have to extract it from this child? Another voice questioned. The hormonal substances in Jimmy are highly potent. Even the molecules that evaporate from his capillaries maintain a certain level of activity, causing any mutants within a 5-meter radius to lose their abilities.
Xiangqian carefully considered his wording. We have attempted to artificially synthesize similar substances.
In fact, from a usage standpoint, the related gene drugs do not require excessive potency, nor do they need to function through airborne transmission. As long as a muscle injection is effective for 3 to 5 hours, it holds significant value for mass production. Because from previous clinical trials, it has been shown that the primary function of the hormonal substances in Jimmy is to suppress the activity of the mutated X genes, but the effect is not permanent. It only temporarily eliminates dominant X genes.
As is well known, we already have mature drugs targeting recessive X genes.
Most attendees nodded in silent agreement. Such drugs could be used either on lower-level mutants who actively requested treatment or as weapons against out-of-control mutant criminals, as long as they were effective for 3 to 5 hours. Combined with drugs targeting recessive genes, they would sufficiently meet the majority of demands. Xiangqian's report received the approval of most attendees, and the meeting gradually shifted towards technical aspects. For instance, the development cycle for a synthetic drug to replace Jimmy's hormonal substances was estimated by Xiangqian to be 6 to 8 years, a rather conservative estimate. Regarding the limitations of Jimmy's physical condition on drug production, Xiangqian suggested diluting the extracted substances, which could potentially increase the yield by 30 to 50 times compared to what the lab currently produced. There were about 7 or 8 such inquiries in total. When the meeting concluded, Zheng Xian finally revealed a satisfied smile to Xiangqian, indicating that the feedback from the report meeting had been positive, marking a successful hurdle for both of them. After the report meeting, Xiangtian quietly left the venue, which made Xiangqian secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Through indirect inquiries, Xiangqian learned that Xiangtian actually had a mission at hand. He had come back specifically to attend this report meeting.
With that, Xiangqian understood completely. A supervisor from the security department and the director of the Spear Bureau, and yet you still need a woman to back you up?
Without his sister around, Xiangqian's knack for sarcasm was in full swing.
Walking ahead, Supervisor Duan from the security department did not look back and replied leisurely. Even Tang Sang had to learn the incantation from Guanyin Bodhisattva, who says I and old Zhang have the ability to press someone beneath the 5 elements mountain with a single palm like the Buddha Tathagata? Just afraid that Tang Sang learns the skills but doesn't do good deeds, like how the Monkey King beat the White Bone Demon but ended up with a bad reputation. Xiangqian retorted with an air of sarcasm. Supervisor Duan laughed in exasperation. You little rascal, can't take any loss, can you? You just have a mouth that's good at talking. The three turned a few corners and arrived at Supervisor Duan's office, one of the core areas for national intelligence affairs.
The mutant population falls under the category of supernatural affairs and has always been managed by your bureau.
Now that you've brought back this gene drug, do you have any new ideas or plans?
As soon as they sat down, Supervisor Duan directed his question at Zhang Xian, to which Xiangqian immediately reacted. You two leaders can discuss this matter amongst yourselves. I have other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. The playboy immediately attempted to exit. His actions on Demon Island were driven by the urgency of the situation at the time. Without a more comprehensive plan, he had to charge in headfirst. But now that the situation had stabilized, the next steps could be planned out slowly, causing Xiangqian to lose his enthusiasm for involvement and just wanting to take a break.
Sit down and behave yourself.
There are some technical issues that require your input, Zhang Xian said, holding onto Xiangqian's responsibilities firmly.
With no choice, Xiangqian reluctantly sat back down.
Zhang Xian had a clear idea of what he was going to discuss, as Xiangqian had provided substantial technical support in relevant work. Many of the underlying data were even more detailed than what the director of the Spear Bureau knew. The management of mutants in the country had been fully transferred to the Spear Bureau over the past decade. They had nearly completed the registration of all mutants and had initially established a management system. From this perspective alone, their progress was much faster than any other country in the world. Registration, evaluation, archiving, and discrete supervision of key individuals had resulted in a well-rounded management system.
The practices were similar to S.H.I.E.L.D's management of supernatural affairs but were exponentially more efficient than S.H.I.E.L.D's covert operations.
While America was still entangled in whether mutants should be registered, the nation across the Pacific had already entered the second phase of managing mutant affairs. In the next phase, we plan to establish a long-term detection system, Zheng Xian said. During the physical exams for all first-year middle school students, we will conduct unified tests for recessive X genes to identify carriers. Explain further, why target first-year middle school students? Zheng Xian turned to Xiang Qian. This is simply a plan proposed by our technical consultant, let him explain it himself. Xiang Qian sighed, knowing he couldn't evade the question and had to gather his thoughts. Based on existing data, the vast majority of mutants experience mutations between the ages of 12 and 20. Occurrences at younger or older ages are extremely rare and can be disregarded. If recessive gene carriers have not mutated by the age of 20, they will likely remain ordinary for life. First-year middle school students are mostly 12 to 13 years old, which aligns perfectly with the 12-year age marker. Furthermore, first-year middle school falls under compulsory education with enrollment requirements, which can maximize the chances of detection. Xiang Qian's voice was somewhat lackluster, appearing a bit perfunctory. Supervisor Duan continued to inquire, how much would this comprehensive testing cost? Xiang Qian glanced at Zheng Xian, who was looking expectantly at him, prompting him to roll his eyes and continue playing the role of the tool. Currently, gene testing technology has advanced significantly, and the cost has dropped. We are conducting partial segment tests, and the cost per person can be reduced to around 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan multiplied by the total population in that age group is not a small sum, Supervisor Duan noted. Xiang Qian nodded. Just for the testing costs, it would require about 20 billion yuan annually. Plus, the investment in psychological counseling for gene carriers, just for adolescent mutant gene carriers, would need an additional 30 billion. Compared to the annual budget, that's not a huge amount, is it? Supervisor Duan laughed at his response. Well, a billionaire certainly has a big mouth. 30 billion doesn't seem like much to you. 30 billion spread across the nation would be like scattering pepper, Xiang Qian retorted with a cold smile. With the current real estate boom, taking some of the money from land sales and investing it in the next generation is not a bad idea. Investing in the next generation is the most valuable investment. Supervisor Duan completely ignored Xiang Qian's sarcastic remarks and turned to Zheng Xian. Besides widespread testing, do you have any other plans? Guiding public opinion, Zheng Xian replied. This is something we've always been doing, aimed at resolving the conflicts between mutants and ordinary people and eliminating societal rejection of mutants, Zheng Xian said with a smile. We have a new public relations campaign plan aimed mainly at middle school students. Tell me what the plan is? Supervisor Duan asked, intrigued. Mutant mutations generally occur during the 6 years of middle school, with a few in the first 2 years of university. This age range coincides with the period when teenagers' thoughts and beliefs are gradually forming. We intend to start from the source to reduce ordinary people's fear and rejection of mutants. By making some new changes in the promotional materials, we aim to fully stimulate the curiosity and playful psychology of young people, transforming their attitudes towards mutants from fear and rejection to curiosity and interest. According to our vision, in the future, to most people, recessive X gene carriers will be seen as if they've won a lottery blind box. Whether they win something and what they might win all depends on luck. We will package the mutant transformation process as a kind of life lottery. After hearing Zheng Xian's elaborate discourse, Supervisor Duan was somewhat at a loss. What kind of ridiculous idea is this? Who came up with it? Zheng Xian's lips curled slightly as he glanced at the nearly sleeping playboy beside him. Xiang Qian suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a huge vortex during this period, where one wave of trouble had not yet calmed before another arrived. He had just painstakingly uncovered Mandarin's true identity and was about to launch a search and capture operation against this longtime enemy when the incident at Demon Island involving Worthington Corporation erupted unexpectedly. After he had finally dealt with the situation at Demon Island, he encountered Mephisto and Liana, and from Master Gui, he learned that several creator gods and the collective attention of the Hell Dimension were on him. Upon returning to his home country, the summary report of the Demon Island incident was still incomplete, and the follow-up work regarding mutants had yet to be initiated when suddenly, Tony Stark went missing. In the past half-month, the number of urgent incidents that had occurred was greater than the total from the previous year. Tony Stark's disappearance was so sudden that it carried a hint of absurdity. Just 10 hours prior, Xiang Qian had received a chat message from Tony, who seemed bored and eager to find someone to amuse, proudly declaring, "I'm right above you." Upon inquiry, S.H.I.E.L.D learned that Tony had chosen Afghanistan as the first stop for promoting the Jericho missile and had opted for a route crossing the Pacific, even applying for a flight path that went through Chinese airspace. When his plane entered Chinese airspace, he sent a chat message to S.H.I.E.L.D. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D had earnestly discussed how the Earth's rotation could reduce Tony's flight time, and they had bantered back and forth until Tony's private jet left Chinese airspace. Yet, less than 10 hours later, news broke that Tony Stark was missing in Afghanistan. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters has issued a cooperative investigation report. "Nick Fury just called me," Zhang Xian said in response to S.H.I.E.L.D's inquiry.
So far, neither party has obtained more precise information.
S.H.I.E.L.D has limited resources in Afghanistan. That area is primarily under CIA control. The United States actually had a strong grip on Afghanistan, and the most powerful intelligence agency there was naturally the CIA, which the US government could directly control. Although S.H.I.E.L.D was more powerful, it ultimately belonged to an international organization governed by the World Security Council.
Even though S.H.I.E.L.D often mocked S.H.I.E.L.D's title as an international organization as mere window dressing, in the eyes of the US government, S.H.I.E.L.D was indeed less trusted than core intelligence agencies like the CIA and FBI.
A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within S.H.I.E.L.D. Based on the information currently available, Tony had been missing for over 5 hours. During this time, a series of actions taken by the US government, military, and CIA seemed very strange, indicating that they had intentionally sought to suppress information regarding Tony's disappearance. However, Tony Stark was simply too well known for them to completely bury the news. Neither the local US military nor the CIA will provide us with any intelligence regarding this incident, and we can't just jump into this mess, Zhang Xian said.
We can only see if S.H.I.E.L.D can come up with something.
From the tone of Nick Fury's call, it's clear they are also very anxious.
S.H.I.E.L.D quickly left Zhang Xian's office, realizing that official channels would be of little help.
Luckily, he still had some private channels. A highly encrypted call rang through to the phone of a certain Air Force colonel who was busy and stressed in Afghanistan.
"Rhodey, Pepper told me you went to Afghanistan with Tony?" S.H.I.E.L.D spoke rapidly. "I need accurate information."
On the other end of the line was Colonel James Rhodes, one of Tony's few friends in the military. "There's no news, James," Colonel Rhodes responded, also familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D. "So far, no organization has come forward claiming responsibility, and we haven't received any ransom demands. We have no information at all."
S.H.I.E.L.D's tone grew heavy. "You know that's not what I'm asking.
What I need is intelligence on the circumstances of Tony's attack, all relevant details, and any clues that could help us find him." Rhodes hesitated. "James, I don't have the authority to disclose this information to outsiders, it's classified."
"Are you worried about confidentiality, or are you worried about Tony's safety?" S.H.I.E.L.D snapped. "Rhodey, you need to be careful. Don't you realize that some people in the US military or CIA are not very eager to find Tony? My instincts tell me that some do not want Tony to come back." Rhodes fell silent.
This Air Force colonel was not a mere puppet who would blindly follow orders. On the contrary, he was an excellent soldier with independent judgment and decisive action capabilities.
"Fine, give me a secure email address."
"I have a copy of the military's on-site investigation report," Rhodes quickly resolved. The investigation did uncover many anomalies, but once the CIA arrived, they sealed off the site, took over all operations, and took away all prior investigation reports.
"I'll write down as much as I can remember. Thank you, man." S.H.I.E.L.D hung up the phone and dialed another number. The call was answered by Pepper Potts.
From her voice, it was clear that the usually calm and strong Pepper was now in a state of panic.
"Calm down, Pepper, we will find Tony." S.H.I.E.L.D tried to keep his voice stable and soothing. "Right now, I need you to do something for me." "What is it?"
"I need you to go to the underground lab in the villa, open all external communication ports for JARVIS, S.H.I.E.L.D instructed. JARVIS manages all of Tony's private satellites. To find Tony, we need to make use of those satellites." Pepper, in a fluster, replied anxiously, "But I don't have authorization to use the satellites, only Tony knows the authorization codes and operational commands."
"Listen to me,
Pepper, just do as I say."
"I have the authority to activate the satellite." Pepper exclaimed in surprise. "Really? How is that possible?" S.H.I.E.L.D explained. "Indeed, Pepper. Tony left a hidden emergency protocol in the main control system of the lab.
If it's confirmed that he is in an emergency situation and unable to give JARVIS commands, I will automatically gain the highest authority in the main control system."
"Okay, I'll go now." Although Pepper was still worried, she decided to comply. Is there any special procedure for transferring authority? Just open JARVIS external ports as I instructed, there's no need for any other excessive steps. Soon, Xiang Qian successfully accessed the terminal in the underground lab of Stark Villa through remote operation. JARVIS, Tony is missing and currently unaccounted for.
I need to activate the emergency protocol for the main control system. I command you to immediately start verifying the preconditions for initiating the emergency protocol. JARVIS's monotone electronic voice resonated across the Pacific, sounding from Xiang Qian's tablet. Understood, Mr. Zion. I will now begin verifying Mr. Stark's true situation.
On the tablet's screen, a flurry of news reports about Tony Stark's disappearance fell like snowflakes. Meanwhile, JARVIS activated the communication system, repeatedly calling out Tony's personal communication signal. This was a necessary process to verify whether Tony Stark was in an emergency state and to determine whether Xiang Qian could take over control privileges of the main control system. At that moment, intelligence from Colonel Rhodes finally arrived, albeit a bit late.
As Jarvis successfully completed the verification work, the emergency procedure was officially initiated. Those satellites that were nominally launched by Stark Industries but actually belonged to Tony for private use were all activated. The satellites could not adjust their orbits at will. Although Xiang Qian was anxious, he had to patiently plan the operational sequence of the satellites, allowing them to enter the orbital area over Afghanistan in a specific order to ensure that at least one satellite could cover the area at any time of day. Since the CIA took over all investigative work, Xiang Qian was unable to obtain any actionable intelligence, which greatly troubled him in his search for Tony. Eyewitnesses at the scene, those who indirectly knew the inside story, and traces left by the kidnappers, all of these should have been the most valuable sources of intelligence during the search and rescue process, but Xiang Qian was unable to access any of them. Now, the only way was to use technical capabilities to compensate for the lack of intelligence. Once Xiang Qian obtained the highest authority for Tony's private terminal, the resources they both had were efficiently integrated and fully operated. The satellites continuously monitored the incident site and the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers, while also creating detailed topographic maps. The information provided by Colonel Rhodes allowed Xiang Qian to restore the specifics of all parties' actions at the time of the incident to the greatest extent, including the time when Tony's convoy sent out the first distress signal, the departure and arrival times of various rescue teams, and their routes and directions to the scene, etc. Each piece of information was systematically fed into the mathematical model that Xiang Qian had temporarily written. This was a mathematical model designed based on the method of exhaustive exclusion, which systematically eliminated action plans that the kidnappers were unlikely to take through formula calculations. By analyzing the marching routes of the reinforcement troops, certain possible retreat directions chosen by the attackers could be eliminated. By analyzing the equipment levels and search ranges of the rescue teams, some areas where the attackers might have hidden could also be ruled out. In fact, from the moment Xiang Qian saw the first piece of information sent by Rhodes, he was firmly convinced that there was a huge hidden agenda behind this incident. From the time the first distress signal was sent after the ambush to the time the rescue team arrived at the scene, minus the time required for the attackers to escape into the nearest mountainous area, Xiang Qian stared at the results calculated by the data model. The time left for the attackers to launch their attack would not exceed 5 minutes at most. In less than 5 minutes, to annihilate a fully motorized reinforced combat team? Moreover, these are elite troops that have been stationed in Afghanistan for years. Even with just the most basic military knowledge, one could easily see the numerous doubts that existed. From the extremely rough preliminary investigation report that Rhodes copied from memory, it was clear that the attackers had a significant advantage in heavy firepower, had a meticulous action plan prepared in advance, and exhibited very high tactical execution capabilities during the attack. If anti-American armed forces have such strength, then why has the Afghan war continued to this day? Xiang Qian sneered inwardly. To annihilate a reinforced combat team in 5 minutes, with the limited forces of the US military in Afghanistan, they would be able to keep killing for several years. The strength displayed by these attackers, even when compared horizontally among various military powers, could be considered elite forces, which was the most suspicious aspect of the entire incident. Rhodes was still doing everything possible to collect any clues he could find and relay them to Xiang Qian one by one. With the continuous increase in clues, the calculations of the data model became increasingly precise. However, for Xiang Qian, he still felt that the entire search and rescue process was progressing too slowly. Just then, the sudden ringing of the phone intensified his inner anxiety.
Who is it? Speak. This is Nick Fury. I don't have time for you right now.
Xiang Qian said as he was about to hang up the phone.
Wait, Mr. Zion, it was Director Zhang who asked me to contact you.
Nick Fury quickly played his trump card by bringing up Zhang Xian's name, successfully stopping Xiang Qian from hanging up.
Although Xiang Qian did not hang up the phone, his tone remained unfriendly. What's next? We are all trying to find a way to rescue Tony Stark, aren't we?
I just spoke with your director Zhang and obtained formal permission to contact you. Nick Fury took a lower stance, and his willingness to go through formal channels for help indicated that he was indeed putting in effort for Tony Stark's rescue. You can continue, Xiang Qian replied expressionlessly, his voice very cold. We just discovered that someone is controlling Tony Stark's private satellites, and his private server has become unusually active in the past hour.
Nick Fury asked in a deep voice, I want to know if this is your doing? Xiang Qian looked at the satellite images on the screen and casually replied, that's none of your business.
The lab and private terminal are Tony's private property, not even belonging to Stark Industries. Mr. Zion, we are all trying to save Stark. I am seeking your cooperation. The voice of the Black Director suddenly rose several decibels.
Xiang Qian remained unmoved and sneered, what does searching Stark's private lab have to do with rescuing him? He went missing in Afghanistan, not in the United States. Is this how you rescue people?
I suspect you're not looking through your eyes, rather, you're looking back at it with your butt. Nick Fury was silent for a while, and the anger in his one eye seemed about to burst. We have encountered significant obstacles in our investigation in Afghanistan.
Xiang Qian retorted, shouldn't you be looking for the CIA then? I am trying every possible method, and that includes you. Nick Fury couldn't help but raise his voice again, as if he was yelling into the microphone.
The Black Director did not give Xiang Qian a chance to continue his sarcasm and spoke continuously like a machine gun. We know that Colonel Rhodes is providing you with information. I want to know if you have any plans.
My plan has nothing to do with you.
Xiang Qian maintained his usual distrust of Nick Fury, or rather, he was skeptical of all foreign intelligence agencies.
Mr. Zion, do not reject our goodwill.
We are also working hard to rescue Stark. If it weren't for our help to cover up, Colonel Rhodes's actions would have long been discovered by the CIA.
Nick Fury was thoroughly enraged by Xiang Qian and said sternly.
Xiang Qian did not continue to provoke the Black Director, he silently assessed the credibility of the other party regarding rescuing Tony. However, Nick Fury did not stop speaking. I am sure you must have a plan, otherwise, you wouldn't have sought information from Colonel Rhodes.
The James Zion I know would not drag his friends down for no reason, right? You want to know my plan? Xiang Qian sneered at the other end of the phone, then what can you offer me? If you are truly here to rescue Tony, what can you do about it?
Although we have encountered significant obstacles, S.H.I.E.L.D. still retains some operational capability in Afghanistan. This is precisely what you lack. I believe this is the basis for our cooperation.
The operational capability of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Afghanistan was indeed crucial for Xiang Qian.
After all, that was a country under actual U.S. control, and with the CIA already involved, there was no reason for domestic official forces to intervene. After all, the missing Tony Stark was an American.
So, as long as you can find Tony's location, you have the capability to rescue him? Xiang Qian asked. Nick Fury countered, are you really able to find him? Why don't you ask the CIA and the local American troops? Xiang Qian sneered, I'm curious if Tony is indeed alive, and we find him and prepare a rescue operation, will we be obstructed by the US officials? Is that question really critical? The Black Director asked. What do you think?
I can smell the conspiracy from thousands of kilometers away, Xiang Qian said seriously. I have to consider all possible instability factors, such as who might obstruct us and how much power they have. Nick Fury thought for a moment. The attackers who ambushed Stark's convoy used a lot of American equipment, including some high-performance weapons produced by Stark Industries.
Rhodes has already told me that. Is there anything else? Xiang Qian replied.
The Black Director continued, there is a group within the U.S. military station in Afghanistan that is privately embezzling weapon stocks and smuggling these weapons to local black market dealers, and some CIA personnel are involved in this as well. Xiang Qian immediately became furious and said impatiently, Director Fury, this is not the time for your usual half-spoken style.
Do you take half an hour just to lick a sausage? Why can't you finish your sentence all at once?
The whole world knows that more than half of the terrorist organizations in Central Asia and the Middle East collaborate with the CIA. maybe one or two of the hijackers in the 9/11 incident were even trained by American intelligence agencies themselves.
You might as well directly say what the CIA personnel in Afghanistan are preparing to do. Nick Fury rolled his eyes.
They are conducting a purge of informants. Once American equipment was discovered at the scene of the Stark ambush, the internal cleansing operation of the smuggling group began. Everyone involved in the embezzlement and smuggling of weapon stocks is being silenced one by one to protect the masterminds above.
Xiang Qian pondered over Nick Fury's words. So, as long as it doesn't interfere with their internal cleansing operation, they won't directly sabotage our rescue effort?
This cleansing operation has already had a substantial impact on the investigation and rescue operations, Nick Fury said angrily. How to conduct internal restructuring is your business. I only care about finding the person now.
Xiang Qian stared at the map on his computer screen.
After continuously eliminating and filtering various possibilities, the red areas representing the possible hiding places of the attackers were gradually shrinking, but the speed of the reduction was slowing down. Roads could provide very little information, and even when S.H.I.E.L.D. later provided some, it was still far from enough. Just like solving a math problem, operating a mathematical model requires knowing enough necessary conditions. Right now, the conditions were insufficient to further accurately determine the hiding place of the attackers. It seemed that it was time to initiate the next step of the plan.
Xiang Qian started to call the 5 Elements Laboratory and the 5 Virtues Group one after another.
Send a portion of optical cloaking materials to my private lab. I will send you the specific quantity and specifications later. Immediately start modifying the new energy drone engine. I have sent the design drawings to your group's email.
How long will it take to complete? No, I can give you a maximum of 72 hours.
I want to see a finished prototype. Of course, it must be usable.
Has the ground-penetrating radar drone returned yet? Where is it now?
Send it back to my lab first. I need to modify it. The drone was borrowed by the Spear Bureau. You should have those mining groups go to their director to resolve this.
What qualifications does the Spear Bureau have to question this? Aren't they also borrowing it?
Just tell them the ground-penetrating radar still needs performance improvements. If they have any questions, let their director call me.
Xiang Qian impatiently interrupted his subordinate. In that godforsaken place in Afghanistan, S.H.I.E.L.D. could only discreetly send small teams to operate, and naturally, Xiang Qian couldn't send people there.
Not only could he not send people in, but even equipment was also difficult to move in easily.
The ground-penetrating radar drone that had just performed excellently in the anti-terror operation in Tajikistan required further improvements. First, a new type of engine was needed.
The drone would need to perform long-duration missions in the air once it entered Afghanistan, requiring a more efficient and durable power system.
The energy cube constructed using energy pathways could maximize the energy supply limit of the drone.
As long as the engine compatible with the energy cube could be modified in time, it could be put into use immediately.
This modification should not take too long.
The energy cube stores thermal energy, which structurally does not require too many changes compared to traditional combustion-based aviation engines. At most, it would just involve directly covering the original cylinder with energy pathways. Although it might look a bit rough, time was of the essence, and it would suffice for immediate use. The ground-penetrating radar itself did not need significant alterations, as its original performance was already quite sufficient. In the environment of Afghanistan, armed militants either hid among crowds or retreated into caves in the mountains, most of which were just natural caves. At most, they might do some simple camouflage and reinforcement.
Those rabble-rousers had no engineering capability to construct permanent underground fortifications.
Even if they did, they would have long been targeted and destroyed by the Americans. Finally, there was the issue of invisibility. Optical cloaking was, on one hand, to conceal the drone's obvious made-in-China appearance, and on the other hand, to avoid detection by armed militants. Of course, optical cloaking could not evade radar detection. The U.S. military stationed in Afghanistan was most likely to discover the drone. Whether it was fighter jets on aerial alert or ground-based radar, as soon as the drone entered Afghan airspace, it would inevitably be picked up by their radar.
At that point, it would require that black director to find a way.
About 3 or 4 days later, Xiang Qian, already accustomed to the lack of progress in the search and rescue operations by the U.S. military and the CIA, called Nick Fury again.
"Director, it seems we can only rely on ourselves now. We can't count on the CIA and the U.S. military anymore."
As Xiang Qian spoke, he looked at the red area on the electronic map that had not shrunk in quite a while.
"What do you need me to do?" Nick Fury estimated that he was also thoroughly disappointed with official forces. S.H.I.E.L.D casually input task instructions into the drone's onboard electronic system while asking the director of S.H.I.E.L.D on the other end of the phone in a very casual tone, "Can your S.H.I.E.L.D get the drone identification codes for the U.S. military's Afghan theater?" A drone carrying U.S. military operational identification codes quietly flew into Afghan airspace, passing through the winding walk-in corridor and boldly entering the heart of Afghanistan. The U.S. military's ground radar and airborne early warning aircraft quickly detected the presence of this drone. However, the return feedback was an absolutely accurate identification code, which caused all air defense departments to turn a blind eye to this blatant intruder. This operation to rescue Tony was a collaboration between the Five Virtues Group and Stark Industries, pooling the top technological resources from both sides. Previously, the calculations of the data model mainly relied on Tony's private satellites and their vast databases and powerful computing capabilities. Now, the radar search was the moment when the cutting-edge materials and manufacturing capabilities of the Five Elements laboratory could be fully displayed. Radar searches were perhaps the most tedious and lengthy phase of the entire rescue process. The areas where the attackers might be hiding, as eliminated by the data model calculations, still span hundreds of square kilometers, and these areas were scattered rather than forming a complete, continuous zone. Searching such a vast area, which was highly likely to contain underground caves, would require hundreds of hours even for a drone to skim over. This was undoubtedly a process that required immense patience and a bit of luck. Nearly a week had passed since Tony's disappearance, and S.H.I.E.L.D's anxious emotions had gradually eased. Currently, there was still no concrete news about Tony Stark's fate or whereabouts, and in some ways, the absence of news could temporarily be seen as good news. The only thing that puzzled S.H.I.E.L.D was what the attackers intended by capturing Tony. If they aimed to undermine the credibility of the U.S. government, they should have killed Tony and released related information long ago. If they sought to gain something, whether it was ransom or political demands, they should have announced it early as well. Yet, they remained silent. What were they really after? It couldn't just be about interrogating Tony for his bank card passwords, could it? Just then, the screen suddenly reacted, showing that the ground-penetrating radar had detected some signs. The shapes of underground caves were diverse. Not every cave was suitable for human habitation, nor could every cave be transformed into an armed base. This not only required consideration of the internal environment of the cave but also the surrounding roads, terrain, and concealment factors. S.H.I.E.L.D needed to carefully calculate the cave environments based on the feedback data to determine whether these caves were naturally formed or man-made and whether they were suitable for human long-term activities. Once a cave suitable for human habitation and activity was found, the ground-penetrating radar would immediately switch to infrared detection mode to search for signs of human activity around the cave. Simultaneously, satellites would monitor a larger surrounding area to look for traces of human activities. The computers in the Five Elements laboratory and Tony's private laboratory were processing massive data streams every moment. While S.H.I.E.L.D was fully focused on these data streams, another group was secretly keeping a close watch on him and the drone he was operating. In the office of S.H.I.E.L.D's Triquarters headquarters, Director Nick Fury listened expressionlessly to his subordinates' reports. "The target has been lingering in his private lab for an extended period. We cannot approach to conduct effective surveillance. The electronic data flow between the Five Elements laboratory and Stark's private lab is extraordinarily large, and they have set up multiple encryptions, so our progress in information analysis is exceedingly slow. The target's drone has been operating in the air for over 30 hours. Its body size is similar to that of the main reconnaissance and strike drones used by various countries. Theoretically, its fuel capacity shouldn't differ much, yet its airborne duration has already exceeded that of similar drones by more than half. We are still unclear about the radar capabilities of this drone, but just from its airborne duration, its power system has exceeded that of any drone currently in existence. It also possesses extremely advanced optical cloaking technology. In the past 30 hours, the areas the drone has flown over have included various weather conditions such as clear skies, clouds, and mist, yet it has seamlessly blended into the surrounding environment. Furthermore, its flight control system has strong anti-jamming capabilities. Without a doubt, this is currently the most advanced drone combat platform in the world." As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had more than just the rescue of Tony Stark on his agenda. Even though he shared a deep bond with Old Howard and Ms. Carter, he would not let emotions dictate his actions over a billionaire whose value was not yet clear. Nick Fury's willingness to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D in the search for Tony was, in part, to assist in the rescue, but it was also half aimed at gathering intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D. Without any concrete evidence, Nick Fury had already concluded that Xiang Qian was the mastermind behind the mutant uprising on Devil's Island and the biggest beneficiary.
The so-called cooperation was merely an opportunity for him to engage directly with Xiang Qian. Providing some assistance in the rescue of Tony was, on one hand, a way to maintain the friendship with the older generation of S.H.I.E.L.D. leaders, and on the other hand, it was an opportunity to investigate and probe Xiang Qian.
You see, didn't they just gain something? They discovered that Xiang Qian possessed the world's most advanced drone.
Director, a new report came in time. The target has sent several coordinates located within Afghanistan, requesting our personnel to conduct ground reconnaissance.
Did the other party specify what these coordinate points are? Nick Fury asked.
The target indicated that these coordinate points may be armed bases of terrorist organizations. After a moment of thought, Nick Fury replied, "We can agree to his request. However, sir, the reporter seemed to have significant concerns. The coordinates listed total 5, and we do not have that many operational personnel in Afghanistan. Moreover, the other party requests direct contact with our field operatives."
Nick Fury furrowed his brow slightly and immediately ordered, "Transfer the call to the other party."
Director Fury, according to our previous verbal agreement, it's time for you to send personnel into action. I need intelligence from the ground reconnaissance. Xiang Qian's voice came through as soon as the call connected.
Director Fury calmly responded, "We indeed do not have enough personnel in Afghanistan.
To conduct reconnaissance at 5 bases at once, and perhaps with subsequent targets, we are indeed somewhat overwhelmed. I am not asking you to attack those armed bases. I am simply requesting that you send people to these suspicious locations for close reconnaissance and report back to me with relevant intelligence." Xiang Qian's voice was deep and firm. "If you can't even spare 5 people, then I'll have to reconsider the necessity of our cooperation."
Nick Fury then realized he might have misunderstood something earlier and hesitantly asked, "You only want reconnaissance?"
"For now, just reconnaissance is needed," Xiang Qian said somewhat impatiently. "I don't care how many anti-American forces are there, the target I'm looking for is always the same, and that is the attackers.
Your personnel just need to check the coordinates I provided and give me accurate feedback.
By the way, I want to establish direct contact with them," Xiang Qian added.
"We must save time as much as possible."
This time, Director Fury did not hesitate any further and said, "I can introduce you to the commander of the operational team in Afghanistan. He will take your orders directly."
"What is his name?" "You can call him Hawkeye."
"Mr. Zion, I will follow your orders." Hawkeye's words sounded stiff and cold, clearly revealing his detachment, wariness, and a hint of anger. Despite sensing the strong hostility from Hawkeye, Xiang Qian remained calm and did not unleash his porcupine temper to retaliate. Right now, it was essential to have S.H.I.E.L.D's field agents conduct on-site reconnaissance, and deepening the conflict was unnecessary. Saving lives was always the most important thing. Until Tony was successfully rescued, Xiang Qian was willing to consciously hold back his sharpness and issued the reconnaissance instructions in a usual tone. If there are armed personnel at the coordinate points, the first task is to determine their level of weaponry, followed by their training and tactical capabilities, and finally assess their alertness. After a moment of thought, Xiang Qian felt it necessary to remind them, "Gentlemen, please be sure to conceal your movements. Your mission is solely reconnaissance." "We all understand the meaning of reconnaissance," Hawkeye replied. "My team consists of the most elite field personnel, and we know what to do. As a technician, Mr. Zion, you may not grasp the realities of fieldwork, but you should trust our professionalism."
Xiang Qian silently ground his back teeth. "Then please, Mr. Hawkeye, demonstrate your professional capabilities.
First, introduce your action plans and then estimate the time required for the operation."
"Temporary operations have too many unpredictable factors, we usually adapt on the fly." Hawkeye did not hide his dismissive attitude. "That's too bad, it seems I overestimated your professionalism. Let's keep it simple.
The first batch consists of 5 coordinate points. Based on approximate distance, I give you 6 hours to complete the reconnaissance and report back to me. Can you do that?"
Hawkeye remained silent for a moment but ultimately adhered to Nick Fury's orders to cooperate with Xiang Qian.
"Yes, we can do it." Xiang Qian's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Then good luck, gentlemen, this is just the first batch. If we don't find the target we're looking for, we will still have to deal with the second and third batches of locations."
"Are you planning to have us comb through all of Afghanistan?" Hawkeye questioned.
"If necessary, I will try to plan the quickest route for you."
Xiang Qian stared at the map of Afghanistan on the screen.
In the brief few minutes of verbal sparring with Hawkeye, 5 or 6 alternative targets had already been added to the map, all clustered near the first batch of coordinate points.
What are these Americans doing?
Afghanistan is crawling with anti-American forces. In such a small area, the potential armed bases are more numerous than ant hills.
Xiang Qian observed the densely packed suspicious targets on the map, unable to suppress his astonishment. Hawkeye and his team did not disappoint their professional self-proclamation.
Before the time limit set by Xiang Qian, they successfully completed the reconnaissance mission. However, the results were disappointing. They found nothing. Out of the 5 coordinate points, one was uninhabited, another was a makeshift shelter built by local villagers to escape the fighting. The remaining 3 points had unidentified armed personnel but were not the targets Xiang Qian was looking for. The armed groups that attacked and kidnapped Tony had 2 obvious characteristics: advanced weaponry and well-trained personnel. The primary task of ground reconnaissance was to find armed organizations that met these 2 criteria. Ideally, they would discover individuals equipped with Stark Industries' advanced weapons. Of course, there was another reference condition: the alertness level of each armed base should exceed normal levels. After all, anyone who captured a prominent billionaire like Tony Stark would surely pay significant attention, and the security at the holding location would inevitably be significantly heightened. The reconnaissance of the first batch of targets ended in failure. The red areas on the map were mostly located in remote mountainous regions. Even with satellite navigation and computer-planned scientific routes, the actions of the field agents, who could only proceed on foot, were still exceedingly slow. The reconnaissance of the second batch of 5 coordinate points took 3 hours, and similarly yielded no targets, leading to the inevitable emergence of a third batch of targets. A shadow loomed over Xiang Qian's heart. Field operatives could not execute missions in mountainous terrain for extended periods and at high intensity. Besides the harsh natural environment and difficult transportation conditions, the local populace's rejection and hostility towards outsiders posed significant obstacles to their operations. The field agents remained in a dangerous environment at all times. Fortunately, the reconnaissance of the third batch of coordinate points returned a thrilling piece of news. Hawkeye discovered a valley occupied by at least 50 armed militants, featuring intricate ground camouflage and a considerable amount of American equipment, with the most conspicuous being advanced weapons produced by Stark Industries. Outside the ground facilities, there was a cave at the valley's bottom, tightly protected by multiple guard posts.
Is there a way to conduct in-depth reconnaissance? Can we enter that cave? Xiang Qian asked. Hawkeye immediately rejected the idea. That's impossible.
Any outsider attempting to approach the cave entrance would be met with a fierce barrage from at least 20 automatic weapons, and would instantly be turned into Swiss cheese. From the alertness level, there should be something extremely important hidden in that cave. Even if it's not Tony Stark, it would be another significant target.
We got lucky. This time we've caught a big fish, Hawkeye said confidently.
Continue to monitor and wait for further instructions, Xiang Qian casually said while quickly typing on the keyboard. Not far away, the drone hovering in the air quietly approached the valley's overhead and slowly lowered its altitude. As Xiang Qian issued the command, the drone's belly quietly opened, and the spiders that had showcased their capabilities on Devil's Island emerged. They appeared in the subspecies form of the Central Asian region, with 6 spiders splitting up to act. 2 hid in the open ammunition storage area, taking cover in the gaps of the shell boxes. Another 2 concealed themselves in the corners of Stark Industries' weapons. Meanwhile, 2 others quietly approached the entrance of the cave from different directions.
The sounds of casual chatter were successfully captured by the drone and transmitted back.
The translation software quickly discerned the various Central Asian dialects appearing in the conversation. Soon, a familiar term emerged from the speakers and was mentioned multiple times. Despite the pronunciation being somewhat distorted in the militants' dialect, Xiang Qian still easily recognized it: Stark. In less than 10 minutes, Xiang Qian obtained the key information he wanted from the militants' idle chatter. Tony was inside this armed base and was being held in the deepest part of the cave. In addition to this crucial information, there were also some scattered bits of casual talk, such as mentions of manufacturing weapons, manufacturing missiles, etc. Someone also mentioned a hole in the chest, though it was unclear which unfortunate soul had met their demise in the battle. All these conversations were completely recorded, including the translated content, which was packaged and immediately sent to Nick Fury. Director Fury, we've located Tony. Xiang Qian's tone noticeably lightened. I want to know if your S.H.I.E.L.D. has the operational capability in Afghanistan to complete this rescue mission? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s field agents are the most professional individuals, and Hawkeye is among the best of them, Nick Fury replied.
Please be patient and give them some time.
Despite director Nick Fury's confidence in his field agents, S.H.I.E.L.D held reservations. Over the past week, aside from continuously searching for Tony's whereabouts, he had also revisited and analyzed many previously overlooked pieces of intelligence. For example, there was the testimony from Temujin. The unexpectedly leaked information from Temujin had deeply puzzled S.H.I.E.L.D and had secretly strengthened protective measures around projects and personnel related to Xiang Qian. It was only after Tony was attacked and went missing that Zhang Xian and S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence analysis team woke up to the gravity of the situation. If the attack on Tony was carried out by elite members of the Ten Rings gang, many previously raised questions might finally be resolved.
Given the combat capabilities of these seasoned terrorists, they indeed had the ability to execute the entire kidnapping operation.
However, based on his deep understanding of the Ten Rings gang, Xiang Qian was not optimistic about the upcoming rescue operation led by Hawkeye.
What reassured Xiang Qian somewhat was that Nick Fury had made more thorough preparations for the rescue operation.
As Hawkeye began further reconnaissance, a temporary team was hastily dispatched to provide reinforcements. From Shanghai, Xiang Qian could not directly participate in more actions. All he could mobilize was a drone and a few spider robots. The two spider robots that had been perched above the cave entrance slowly crawled into the cave. Due to the sparse light within the cave, large shadows provided excellent cover for the spider robots. As the spider robots ventured deeper into the cave, their electronic signals gradually weakened. To better receive the signals emitted from the spider robots deep within the cave, the drone had to lower itself to a rather dangerous altitude. Although optical cloaking technology could help the drone avoid visual tracking, the sound of the drone's engines was not silent. Fortunately, the internal environment of the cave was not complex, and there were no electronic jamming devices set up. After a careful search, one of the spider robots finally crawled into a cave that resembled a monitoring room and quietly lay in wait at the top, overlooking the armed militants below. The camera carried by the spider robot was aimed at a monitoring screen in the cave, which displayed an image that Xiang Qian was very familiar with. It was Tony Stark. However, what puzzled Xiang Qian was what Tony was currently doing. From the screen, it appeared he was fiddling with a bellows. Why was he hanging an LED light on his chest? Was it for illumination? Through the blurry image on the monitoring screen, Xiang Qian strained to decipher the environment around Tony. What were those strange items? Why were there iron plates and hammers? Okay, this guy is actually starting to forge. What on earth are these Ten Rings people thinking? They went to such lengths to kidnap a billionaire, and after more than a week of silence, they just want Tony Stark to be their blacksmith? If the footage showed Tony being held, interrogated, or even tortured, Xiang Qian wouldn't find it odd, but the scene on the monitoring screen was far beyond his understanding. The armed militants in front of the monitoring screen were chattering away, and the translation software faithfully translated their words onto the screen. This looks like the tail of a missile, right? It doesn't seem right to me. You should turn it upside down, wouldn't that make it correct? Xiang Qian struggled to piece together the context from a jumble of nonsensical chatter. He felt a surge of frustration building inside him, as if a knot had lodged in his throat. They actually thought they could manually forge Jericho missiles in a blacksmith shop. Do they have any concept of precision machining or high-precision industrial products? Anything that can be made by hand with a hammer cannot possibly be a missile. At best, it might be a firecracker or something like that. What kind of bizarre mindset could lead to such a ludicrous idea? Truly a bunch of weirdos. Despite his head full of complaints, Xiang Qian did not forget what he needed to do. The topographical map of the cave that the spider robots were mapping was being transmitted to Hawkeye on the front line. Tony is being held in the deepest part of the cave, behind a heavy iron door about 10 centimeters thick. Xiang Qian detailed the specifics of the cave. There are always at least 2 guards in front of the door, and there's an observation window on the door. Are the guards armed with automatic weapons? Hawkeye asked. Yes, there are 2 guards per shift, and at least one of them is armed with automatic firepower, such as an AK-74 or 16 Malawian Quachas. If they come under attack, they may fire through the observation window, endangering the hostage's life. Hawkeye said expressionlessly, then we can only hope that the playboy has good luck. When will Nick Fury's reinforcements arrive? About 6 more hours, Hawkeye replied. Xiang Qian's tone grew serious. These people are not easy to deal with. Some of them are elite combat personnel with professional training. Are you sure they are elite? Are you misunderstanding that term? They wiped out an entire U.S. reinforced combat team in less than 5 minutes.
Hawkeye scoffed, if it were my people, it would only take a minute to deal with them. As he listened to Hawkeye's sharp retorts, a sense of doubt welled up in Xiang Qian's heart. He understood that his relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. was not good, but Hawkeye's aggressive tone seemed to hide other issues. Just as Xiang Qian pondered Hawkeye's strange attitude, the phone in the lab suddenly rang. It was a call from the security office of the lab building. "Boss, a foreign girl suddenly burst into the building and injured several of our security personnel. She claims she wants to see you." Xiang Qian frowned slightly. "Who is she? Where is she now?" "She's in the lobby." Xiang Qian quickly brought up the surveillance footage and saw a slender figure moving around the lobby, engaging in a fierce struggle with over 10 surrounding security guards. She wielded a knight's sword that gleamed with white light, and wherever the blade flashed, the security guards' batons would instantly snap. Several injured guards lay on the floor, but from the footage, it was evident that they could still move and were not severely injured. "Rihanna?" Xiang Qian immediately recognized the girl causing the commotion. "Get that girl upstairs, and immediately send the injured to the hospital. Also, evacuate the surrounding crowd to avoid causing more disturbances." Xiang Qian did not blame the security for their inadequate response. After all, the domestic environment was relatively comfortable, and these guards stationed at the building truly could not compare to those he had working alongside him during his travels. "Mr. Zion, you must come with me right now," Rihanna said, not waiting for Xiang Qian to greet her as she grabbed his arm, attempting to teleport him to the border of hell. However, Xiang Qian remained unmoved. "While I would gladly accept an invitation from a beautiful girl, I really can't right now," Xiang Qian said with a smile. "I have more important matters to attend to." "But he threatened to kill my brother," Rihanna shouted. "If I can't bring you back, he'll kill my brother." Xiang Qian's expression darkened. "Velasco? He found your brother's whereabouts and is using that to threaten you?" "No, he has always known where my brother is. He was very angry after my last failure and ordered me to bring you back immediately, or he would kill Piotr." Rihanna's face contorted, and her voice trembled with suppressed tears. Facing a petite beauty whose face was filled with anxiety, panic, and a lack of security, Xiang Qian took on the responsibilities expected of a playboy. He slowly extended his arms and tightly embraced Rihanna, giving the young girl a warm hug. However, during the embrace, he did not let down his guard. He cleverly secured her arms within his own, effectively limiting her movements. The playboy was always willing to show his tenderness in front of beautiful women, but he would never joke with his own safety. Rihanna's knight's sword was summoned through her soul power, and if she suddenly turned hostile, he could easily find himself caught off guard. At this moment, Rihanna was in an emotionally charged state, and in her desperation to protect her brother, she might impulsively strike Xiang Qian with her sword, severely injuring him and rendering him unable to resist, before dragging him back to the hell border. Such a thing was not impossible for her. Although their previous encounters had been brief, as a playboy skilled at perceiving women's mindsets, Xiang Qian had roughly understood Rihanna's character and way of doing things. He knew that when it came time to act, this girl would definitely not show mercy. The playboy excelled at providing women with what they needed most at the right moment, and right now, Rihanna clearly had no resistance to his embrace. The fiery little horse who had struggled so fiercely at Stark's villa now seemed to have lost all strength, softly leaning against the man's chest. "Please, help me. I can't let anything happen to my brother. I'm willing to do anything." The girl's words made Xiang Qian ponder for a while. This girl seemed to have inquired a lot about his character, immediately presenting her most compelling bargaining chip to sway him. It seemed that his reputation was destined to reach the depths of hell. Indeed, after having dealt with Mephisto for 10 years, his reputation in hell was certainly not good, and adding 1 or 2 more young girls to that list was nothing significant. "Don't worry, Rihanna, your brother is safe," Xiang Qian gently patted her back, taking the chance to pull her a little closer. "Your brother is at the X Academy, where some of the most powerful people in the world are guarding him. As long as they stay vigilant, Velasco won't have a chance to harm him." But Rihanna still seemed a bit hesitant. "Trust me, Rihanna. Piotr is also my friend, I wouldn't intentionally put him in danger. Moreover, there are irreconcilable conflicts between the Lords of Hell and me, including Velasco. Even if you hadn't come to me, I would eventually go to settle the score with them when I have time." Xiang Qian leaned down, whispering comforting words into her ear, his warm and heavy breath brushing against her delicate earlobe. Feeling Rihanna gradually calm down, he finally let go of her, gently pushing her back a bit while nonchalantly stepping away a few paces to leave himself enough reaction distance. The playboy preferred to leisurely pick flowers in the garden rather than easily perish beneath the peonies.
At least give me some time, I need to finish dealing with things here first. Xiangqian took out his phone and said, if you're worried, you can contact Piotr first and have him strengthen his defenses. Velasco can't exert all his power in the main material plane, I bet he wouldn't even dare to approach the academy. Just when Rihanna was hesitantly preparing to take the phone, and Xiangqian was relieved to have successfully calmed the beauty, the monitoring screen that was tracking Hawkeye's team suddenly erupted with the sound of a violent explosion. Xiangqian jolted up, quickly turning to look at the screen. The images transmitted by the drone and satellite clearly displayed the chaos at the scene. Below the hill where Hawkeye's team was hidden, dozens of armed militants launched an attack under the dim morning light, taking on a semi-surrounding stance. Behind the encirclement, someone was preparing shoulder-fired missiles. S.H.I.E.L.D's rescue team had been exposed. Xiangqian immediately connected with Hawkeye.
Can't you wait a minute? I'm really busy right now.
On the screen, Hawkeye was quickly drawing his bow and shooting, killing approaching armed militants, but his voice remained calm and composed during the communication.
Xiangqian asked urgently, what on earth happened? Why were you exposed?
Those damn guys have thermal detection equipment, we were too careless. If I find out which bastard sent military thermal detection devices to the terrorists, I swear I'll turn him into a porcupine.
Hawkeye said angrily. Xiangqian silently cursed and couldn't help but retort, then I suggest you go check with the CIA at Langley.
It seems we have to retreat, their numbers exceed ours, and their firepower is stronger, Hawkeye said helplessly.
Are you going to give up the rescue operation? Xiangqian frowned tightly. Hawkeye lamented, we've already been exposed, continuing the operation offers no hope of success.
I'm sorry, it seems you can only pray for your friend now. Before Hawkeye could finish, the communication line suddenly burst with the terrified shouts of other team members.
Damn! What's going on? Hell, ah!
Oh my god, Chubb is down, repeat, Chubb is down.
What kind of weapons are they using? Xiangqian was equally shocked by this string of unexpected developments.
On the monitoring screen, two individuals were leading the charge at the front of the armed militants. They were using dirt, rocks, and other obstacles to dodge bullets from the S.H.I.E.L.D. action team while taking advantage of openings to counterattack. One of them was surrounded by flickering electric light, sending out bolts of lightning like dense whips toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. team's hiding places. The other was shrouded in mist, and wherever the white fog touched, it quickly froze. The S.H.I.E.L.D. action team, which had managed to hold out against the armed militants' assault, was now suffering casualties. In different positions, 3 people lay down, one covered head to toe in white frost, while the other 2 were charred black, their hair standing on end. Hawkeye's group was caught off guard and could only retreat step by step toward the other side of the hill, still unable to comprehend the enemy's mode of attack. The communication channel was still filled with shouts, the enemy seems to have mutants, repeat, possible mutants. Xiangqian watched the screen clearly, this was not a mutant or any superpower at all. The 2 armed militants' attacking postures were all too familiar to him, they were exactly like Temujin's movements when he manipulated fire.
Although the footage was not very clear, Xiangqian was certain that both of them wore rings resembling flame gems.
They were undoubtedly Mandarin's confidants.
Is this a trap? Did Mandarin prepare for this long ago, just waiting for the rescue team to take the bait?
A series of questions surged in Xiangqian's mind, but the situation at hand did not allow him much time to think. The unexpected exposure of the S.H.I.E.L.D. action team had completely disrupted the subsequent plans. If they couldn't rescue Tony today, whether the enemy killed him out of anger or transferred him to another location for imprisonment, it would become increasingly difficult to save him in the future.
In a flash, Xiangqian made a decision.
He turned to look at the still-stunned Rihanna and felt a sense of relief wash over him.
Rihanna, your teleportation ability has no restrictions on location, right?
Xiangqian's gaze grew intense as he looked at her. It doesn't matter if you've been to a place before, as long as you have a general idea of the location, you can teleport there.
Rihanna looked confused but nodded nonetheless.
Great. Before I help you resolve Piotr's danger, can you do me a favor first?
A sincere and gentle smile quickly appeared on Xiangqian's face.
The situation unfolded extremely suddenly, and Rihanna's teleportation superpower became the last lifeline Xiangqian could grasp in order to save Tony's life. The spatial magic of Camartage was incredibly sophisticated. In terms of the scale and distance of teleportation, it was undeniably powerful, but there was a small drawback. To achieve precise teleportation, the destination must be a place familiar to the spellcaster.
Xiangqian candidly admitted that he was not familiar with the terrorists and had never visited their territory.
Of course, if he had a deeper understanding of spatial magic, he could learn a shortcut method, using someone present at the destination as a teleportation coordinate. However, this method required relevant items from the target person, such as hair or blood. If those were unavailable, collecting similar genetic materials from the target's relatives could also work. Unfortunately, Xiang Qian had no foresight into the future and did not have the habit of keeping a man's hair or blood even if Tony was his best friend. As for relatives, that was even harder to come by. Tony Stark was the #1 golden bachelor in America, his parents long deceased, and he had no siblings or children. This was also the main reason why Xiang Qian had to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D, as he needed their field forces in Afghanistan. Although Xiang Qian had the financial means to hire the very best mercenaries, those forces were of little use in an urgent situation like this. Rihanna readily agreed to Xiang Qian's request. Her teleportation magic was based on the Hell border as a springboard, and theoretically, she could teleport to any location on Earth from there regardless of whether she had been there before. Time was of the essence, and Xiang Qian quickly grabbed his favorite P226 pistol, urging Rihanna to initiate the spatial magic. This time, he did not interfere, allowing the magic to successfully activate. Before his eyes, it seemed as if scenes of volcanic lava materialized, and the sensation of falling into a viscous liquid struck him again. Xiang Qian felt himself pulled out of the goo by Rihanna, and soon, he was back on solid ground. The heat radiating from below confirmed that he had stepped into the Hell border. In just a fleeting moment, he had crossed into another realm. It must be said that the spatial relationship between dimensions greatly differs from people's familiar understanding of three-dimensional space. The main material plane and the Hell dimension might only be separated by a wall or a window. This hellish place, Xiang Qian took a deep breath of the sulfurous air typical of Hell. Rihanna released his hand and quietly took 2 steps back. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to take me to Afghanistan?" Xiang Qian asked Rihanna. A hint of guilt flashed across the girl's face, but there was more determination. "No, you must first see Belasco." Rihanna changed to a resolute expression. Xiang Qian laughed in anger. "You're lying to me." "I'm sorry," Rihanna genuinely felt remorse. "You must see Belasco first. If you can still leave alive after that, I will take you to Afghanistan." Xiang Qian said angrily, "My friend is in danger." "I don't care. They're not my friends." Rihanna shouted excitedly, "I only care about Piotr. We have to resolve the issue between you and Belasco first before we can leave, if you even have the chance to leave." As he looked at the agitated Rihanna, Xiang Qian gradually suppressed his anger and said with a smirk, "Lying isn't something a good girl should do." "I never said I was a good girl." A smile returned to Xiang Qian's face. He didn't say much more, but raised his hand and gently drew a fiery red portal, opening it in Rihanna's surprised gaze. On the other side lay the laboratory he had just left. Kamartaj's dimensional barriers posed no hindrance to Rihanna as a human, nor did they block Xiang Qian's teleportation magic. For Xiang Qian, teleportation between dimensions might even be easier than performing long-distance teleportation in the main material plane. "While I can't go to Afghanistan, that doesn't mean I can't go back," Xiang Qian said with a smile. "Now you have to make a decision again, either take me to Afghanistan first, or I'll go back right now. If you come looking for me again next time, it won't be as easy." Rihanna looked at the open portal, unsure how to respond. "Don't think about stalling, Belasco can't find us for now," Xiang Qian pointed around, and Rihanna suddenly realized that at some point, they had entered the magical subspace. The ability to silently pull someone into subspace indicated that Xiang Qian had truly received the teachings of the Ancient One. The standoff between the two lasted less than 10 seconds. When Rihanna summoned her night sword, Xiang Qian immediately acted as if he were heading toward the portal. "Stop!" Rihanna shouted angrily. Xiang Qian turned to look at the transformed young swordswoman, but his feet continued to retreat step by step, and he was close to stepping into the portal. He made his decisive attitude clear with his steps. "Stop, I promised you." Rihanna shouted sharply, putting away her long sword and red-ripping Xiang Qian's arm again. "There might be slight deviations, I can't guarantee it." Her face was grim as she spoke, then activated the teleportation magic. This time, instead of volcanic lava, a desolate mountain landscape appeared before them. Xiang Qian glanced around, confirming it was typical terrain of the Central Asian mountains. Breathing a sigh of relief, he discreetly dissipated the magical energy he had originally prepared to interfere with the spatial magic. Faced with a girl who might lie, the playboy was fully on guard. Once again squeezing out of the viscous substance, Xiang Qian discovered that the teleportation destination was several mountain peaks away from the battlefield where Hawkeye and the others were engaged. The sounds of gunfire and explosions could be faintly heard, but the battlefield was obscured by the mountains, making it impossible to see.
He didn't know if this was a reasonable deviation or if Rihanna was intentionally causing trouble. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far.
The electronic wristband clearly displayed the drone's location, confirming the direction for Xiangqian. He looked up at the distant peak and, with a flick of his fingertip, opened a portal leading to the mountaintop. For a situation like watching the mountain while running to the end, it didn't exist for a mage capable of teleportation.
Xiangqian jumped toward the battlefield in a nearly straight line.
Rihanna closely followed behind, crossing one portal after another, afraid that if Xiangqian went, he might not return. The last portal opened at the mountaintop of the armed militants' base. The two sentries at the top were distracted by the battle on the opposite peak and didn't have time to react before Xiangqian snapped their necks. As Rihanna caught sight of the bodies on the ground, she realized for the first time Xiangqian's cold-blooded side, and an uncomfortable feeling surged within her. The battle between the armed militants and the S.H.I.E.L.D. field team was still fierce. Hawkeye and his team were retreating while fighting, appearing quite beleaguered, while the Ten Rings gang members pressed forward mercilessly. Xiangqian looked down at the valley from the mountaintop. Only a few people remained at the makeshift base, and almost all of their attention was drawn to the distant battle. He accessed the surveillance footage from the scouting spiders and discovered that there were not many armed militants left guarding the cave. It was clear that now was the best time when the Ten Rings gang's defenses were most lax. The cave entrance was directly below. At the highest point of the valley, this location also served as a critical outpost for the armed militants' base. From the lower vantage point, it was difficult to clearly discern the specifics of the mountaintop, but if the sentries lost contact for an extended period, it would undoubtedly raise alarms within the base.
Time was running short for Xiangqian. How do you plan to sneak in?
There are several sentries around the valley, and getting close to the cave is highly likely to get you spotted. Rihanna bent down, half squatting close to Xiangqian, her eyes filled with concern.
Is your friend really in the cave? Now that Xiangqian was certain of Tony's safety, he felt much more relaxed and even felt a bit playful. To sneak in means to enter quietly without being noticed. Conversely, if everyone who spots me ends up dead, wouldn't that be the same as successfully sneaking in?
As he spoke, Xiangqian slowly drew his gun, channeling magical energy into the weapon, which immediately ignited a dazzling crimson glow.
This is a magic rune, the pattern of spatial magic. Rihanna's eyes widened in astonishment.
You've inscribed the cutting and penetrating properties of spatial magic onto the gun's body.
How can it withstand the magical shock?
Xiangqian smiled slightly. Looks like you know your stuff. Indeed, as a master of teleportation, she quickly identified the source of the P-226 unique lethality. Camartage and the Hell Dimension had been in conflict for thousands of years, and they knew each other well. Unlike Magneto and his inept followers, who abused their gifts and repeatedly suffered setbacks without understanding what harmed them, Xiangqian was much more calculated. He gently pulled back the safety, chambering around. This is a top-tier product from the 5 Elements laboratory, refined through tens of thousands of comparisons to find the material with the highest magical carrying capacity. There's no choice. Camartage strictly prohibits magical materials from flowing into the mundane world.
You can't use magical materials but can still utilize magic? Rihanna clearly found it hard to believe Xiangqian's claims.
I'm one of the few special cases. In fact, I've been quite restrained when it comes to using magic. Rihanna glanced at the gun in the playboy's hand, recalling how he had previously used spatial magic and even interfered with teleportation. She huffed dismissively, thinking to herself that the playboy truly lived up to his reputation.
Are you staying here, or are you going with me? Xiangqian was already poised for action, ready to spring into action. Without a moment's hesitation, Rihanna declared, "Of course, I'm coming with you. I won't let you out of my sight."
What a joke!
If you rush into the cave, regardless of whether you succeed in saving someone, if you suddenly activate a teleportation portal and run off, wouldn't I have wasted my efforts? Am I supposed to make another trip to Shanghai or even Los Angeles?
Then keep close. Xiangqian glanced at the night sword Rihanna had summoned. Keep the sword away, you don't want to accidentally hurt yourself. Not giving Rihanna a chance to speak further, Xiangqian raised his gun and moved. Using the P-226, he methodically took out the armed militants stationed at the outposts, targeting them in descending order. The bullets, powered by magical energy, completely ignored the handgun's range limitations, and with the precision guidance of the auxiliary scope, each shot hit its target. This time, Xiangqian did not activate the magical explosive function, so there was no gruesome scene like when he had wounded Red Tank.
After finishing a magazine, the high ground was cleared of sentries.
Thanks to the silencer that had been specially added, the gunfire blended into the distant sounds of combat and did not draw the attention of anyone else.
Let's go!
Xiangqian quickly reloaded the magazine and called out before leaping off the mountaintop, racing down the steep slope.
Rihanna peered down, the nearly 80-degree slope making her heart race.
However, Xiangqian seemed to glide effortlessly, descending the slope with barely a pause. He pressed close to the mountainside, sending countless stones cascading down with him.
Whenever his speed got too high, he adeptly used the occasional protruding rocks on the slope to slow down, the powerful inertia appearing to have no effect on him.
What is going on? Rihanna was secretly astonished. She realized she had already revised her understanding of this playboy more than once, but still couldn't fully grasp his depth.
This was no joke.
The time Xiangqian spent studying Kunlun Chi was hardly any less than his time spent studying magic. For some special reason, the energy he drew from the soul universe was more easily converted into Kunlun Chi, which also allowed him to master martial arts at a much faster rate than magic. What he was displaying now was merely a basic mastery of balance typical of a martial arts expert. At the moment just before landing, Xiangqian pushed off with both feet, leaping into the air like an arrow released from a bow, firing his magical handgun in quick succession. The guards at the valley bottom, regardless of whether they noticed the stir on the hillside, were all shot dead without exception.
From the mountaintop to the valley floor, all the remaining armed militants met their demise.
Just as he had said to Rihanna, as long as he eliminated those who could see him, no one would discover his infiltration. While Xiangqian vigilantly scanned his surroundings to confirm there were no fish that had slipped through the net, he redirected his attention to the battle situation of the S.H.I.E.L.D. team.
Hawkeye's group had indeed lived up to their elite title. After the initial surprise, they quickly reacted.
They retreated from their hidden positions on the mountain, providing alternating cover as they moved down the valley. However, the Ten Rings gang continued to pursue relentlessly, willing to sacrifice 3 or 4 lives to chase down S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. With the support of the Lightning and Ice Rings, casualties were inevitable among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The original team of 10 was now down to just 5.
Xiangqian knew he had to act quickly.
Whether the S.H.I.E.L.D. action team ended up wiped out or managed to break through, his time was running out. Just as he was about to turn off the surveillance screen, a sudden scream pierced the air above, and a massive shadow seemed to crash down upon him. Rihanna also slid down the slope, but she lacked the solid footing and agile movements that Xiangqian possessed. When she first started sliding down from the mountaintop, she could still occasionally use the night sword to stab into the ground as a buffer, making her descent look graceful, but halfway down, she suddenly kicked a protruding rock and lost all control. First, her body jerked sideways, then she tumbled and rolled uncontrollably, her night sword slipping from her hand and disappearing into the air. She attempted to regain her balance, but misstepped. Instead of moving her body forward, she accidentally pushed off the ground, launching herself into the air. At that moment, she found herself nearly suspended in midair, and when the magic girl realized her body was soaring at a height of 30 or 40 meters with no place to land, an unprecedented wave of terror surged through her, racing from her heart to her throat, bursting forth from her cute little mouth. Ah! From Rihanna's perspective, the earth below came rushing up, and she instinctively closed her eyes. However, the next moment, her body abruptly transitioned from free fall to horizontal flight, and under the influence of inertia, she landed in a warm embrace.
Wow, what's wrong? Do you need a prince's kiss before you're willing to open your eyes?
A gentle voice sounded in her ear, familiar yet irritating. Rihanna slowly opened her eyes, still shaken, and instinctively clutched Xiangqian's collar tightly.
Alright, I wonder if your voice has enough allure for those terrorists. They probably haven't seen a woman in quite some time, Xiangqian teased.
Rihanna turned her head to see 2 horizontal and vertical portals slowly disappearing. Only then did she realize how she had been saved.
Can you stand steady?
We need to hurry, Xiangqian said, supporting the still trembling girl while vigilantly watching the cave entrance. Inside the cave was his friend, and possibly his enemy, if his suspicion was correct. Stay alert, Rihanna, there's a strong possibility of a powerful opponent lurking here. Despite having previously sent reconnaissance spiders to explore the cave and finding no signs of ambush or traps, Xiangqian still sensed the inherent danger through his intuition. This underground camp, built around the cave, was not overly complex. Emergency lights hung every 7 or 8 meters along the cave walls, and the faint hum of a diesel generator could be heard. In such a confined environment, the speed at which enemies could be detected and the accuracy of shots could directly determine the outcome of life and death. The only surveillance equipment the armed militants had installed in the cave was within Tony's cell, while Xiang Qian directed the spiders to provide alerts on both sides, thus gaining the upper hand on the battlefield. Thanks to the reconnaissance spiders, Xiang Qian was always able to sense enemy movements before they could detect him. Neither stationary sentries nor roaming enemies could escape his line of sight. Although the remaining armed militants quickly became alert due to the gunfire, under the near-cheating transparency of the battlefield, Xiang Qian managed to eliminate all the guards without incident, ultimately arriving at the iron door of Tony's cell. From behind the iron door, he could vaguely hear Tony shouting, "Hey, what's going on out there? Why do I hear so much gunfire? Are you under attack? If it's convenient, someone tell me what's happening." "Stop shouting, Tony. All those terrorists are dead. And even if there are any left, I highly doubt they can understand English," Xiang Qian called back loudly, but his feet remained planted a dozen steps away from the iron door, while he kept Rihanna safely behind him. His gaze remained fixed on a dark area at the cave ceiling, a lightless corner that the emergency lamps could not reach, where the crawling spider robots had just stopped at the edge of darkness.
"James, oh my god, I'm not hallucinating, am I? Is that really you, James?
How did you get here?" Tony's excited voice came from within the iron door.
Xiang Qian replied loudly, "I'm here to save my investment, Tony. Since you were kidnapped, Stark Industries stock has dropped 8% in a week. Do you know how much I've lost?"
Even while talking to Tony, Xiang Qian's gaze never shifted from the dark ceiling. "You won't lose a penny because you don't own a single share of Stark Industries. The free American government prohibits you from holding shares in any arms company in the US, Tony laughed from behind the door. "Alright, I believe you're James now, you always loved to use that joke to tease me." Xiang Qian smiled, "I also believed your brain should still be functioning normally, but seeing that LED light hanging on your chest had me worried about your sanity."
"How do you know?"
"Through the surveillance cameras in the cell. I have to say, you look quite convincing while forging."
Tony replied irritably, "This isn't an LED light, it's the greatest breakthrough in energy technology this century. Never mind what it is, what are you doing? Hurry up and open the door." "Not yet, Tony." Xiang Qian remained in place, "There's a very tricky enemy here that I need to deal with first." "An enemy? James, are you okay?" Tony continued to shout anxiously, but Xiang Qian did not respond further. "Still not coming out, Mandarin?" Xiang Qian's focus sharpened on the center of the dark area, never wavering.
"You surprise me, James Zion," a raspy yet authoritative voice emerged from the darkness. "You actually managed to see through the dark realm and find me."
Xiang Qian scoffed, "I didn't spot you before entering the cave, after all, the distance was a bit too far.
But at this range, your soul is more conspicuous than a streetlight at night. The fact that you can see souls is indeed something I did not anticipate." A gray silhouette emerged from the darkness, and a strange wind suddenly whipped through the cave, gently lowering the shadow from the ceiling. As the figure was illuminated by the emergency lights, a somewhat aging middle-aged face appeared before him.
"Dark Realm? And summoning winds? Another Ring's ability, right?" Xiang Qian's expression remained calm, as if he were not surprised by this sudden encounter. Mandarin stared intently at Xiang Qian, somewhat unexpectedly asking, "It seems you already knew I would appear here?"
"Humph, this is just a crude trap." Xiang Qian's eyes glinted with mockery. "A base of terrorists, after being discovered, would typically respond by organizing an immediate withdrawal, yet you have been exchanging fire with S.H.I.E.L.D for so long without any sign of preparing to retreat. Not leaving when you should means either you're waiting for death, or you're waiting for someone." Mandarin realized, then calmly smiled, "Indeed, I was waiting for you, and you did not disappoint me, you finally showed up."
"You kidnapped Tony just to draw me out?" "Of course not," Mandarin firmly denied. "Kidnapping Tony Stark is a collaborative project with a partner.
Before this, you were not on my radar. But now, I wouldn't mind using him to make a deal with you."
"What deal?" Xiang Qian feigned ignorance. Mandarin sneered, "Why act dumb? You know exactly what I want. Return my rings to me." "And then what?" "A trade for a trade, you get the rings, and you let Tony go?" "No."
Mandarin's expression twisted into a snarl. "Once I have the rings, I can temporarily spare his life. Tony Stark's fate will be decided by my partner."
"But that's not so bad, at least he'll get a few more days to live, right?" Xiang Qian laughed coldly, "It seems you think you have everything under control now? Isn't that so?"
Mandarin replied with a confident smile, "I admit your mental strength exceeded my expectations, but the power of magic isn't determined solely by mental strength, it also encompasses many other factors, such as weaponry. Mandarin raised both hands, and within just a few breaths, Xiangqian heard a sharp whistling sound behind him.
Two oddly shaped rings flew through the air and landed in Mandarin's hands.
Xiangqian remained unmoved, making no attempt to intercept.
You now have the remaining 9 rings. I'm curious, is your confidence built upon these few rings? Mandarin laughed coldly. Haven't you already witnessed the power of the flame ring?
Now, I have 9 rings of equal power.
Xiangqian chuckled mockingly, and his gaze gradually turned icy. You just proposed a deal, and I have a new one for you. You voluntarily surrender those 9 rings and surrender to me, and I might consider letting you leave with all your limbs intact.
Under Mandarin's suddenly darkening gaze, Xiangqian provocatively continued, It is said you have Eastern blood. I wonder if you can understand that leaving intact is already the highest treatment you can hope for, given your heinous crimes. From the moment he sensed Mandarin's presence, he clearly understood that this rescue operation had transformed into the direct confrontation with Mandarin he had longed for. At the same time, the success or failure of this rescue mission completely depended on the final outcome of the battle between him and Mandarin. At this moment, he was doing his utmost to provoke Mandarin's anger, whether it was from the professional training he had received in the past or the wealth of experience he had accumulated, all were driving him to take such actions. Because he understood that an enraged enemy is often easier to deal with than a calm and rational one.
However, Mandarin was not someone who could be easily tricked.
As a formidable figure who had been lurking for many years, adept at hiding and capable of evading counter-terrorism forces like the Godspear Bureau for over half a century, his mental resilience was unmatched. When Mandarin sensed the psychological offensive from Xiangqian, he immediately counterattacked, James Zion, you playboy and billionaire, 3 weeks ago, in my eyes, you were nothing but a drunken, ignorant fool, just another wealth myth shaped by this materialistic world. I have to admit, I was too careless before, which allowed you to find an opportunity in Tajikistan and deliver a sudden blow to me.
Mandarin slowly adjusted his lightning and ice rings back on.
I had to spend some time investigating your past.
Xiangqian remained calm and composed. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy suits your cunning nature well. So, you must also understand why I must kill you?
The grudge against my parents is one that cannot be shared with the heavens. For a moment, Mandarin was at a loss for words, secretly wondering why this opponent, who was at a youthful and impetuous stage, could remain so calm and even directly expose his psychological tactics. In this first round of psychological confrontation, the terrifying leader, who thought he had the upper hand, seemed to be at a disadvantage. The military attaché in the San Francisco consulate, Xiang Yang, and the counselor in the Los Angeles consulate, Min Yang, if it weren't for today's advanced information, I might never know these 2 names. The psychological clash continued, and Mandarin smiled coldly, as if he looked down on the mention of these 2 names.
I remember that should have been during the Spring Festival of 1991, right?
For our sacred mission, my disciples launched yet another operation in Los Angeles. In fact, your parents were not our targets, they were merely 2 insignificant little people. The smile on Xiangqian's face had disappeared, yet his gaze remained as calm as water, like a lake frozen over in winter. What's even more ridiculous is that the people they sacrificed their lives to save didn't live long either. Let me think, Howard Stark seems to have only lived an additional 10 months. Mandarin's second provocation was met with nothing but Xiangqian's icy response. Since you already understand the cause and effect of the matter, there's no need for me to say more. You should also understand that the trap you set for me is, for me, a long-desired opportunity.
Bluffing. Mandarin shouted sharply, are you trying to say that you are playing along, using this opportunity to take revenge for your parents?
Then you wouldn't have come here with just a little girl.
Xiangqian contemptuously shook his head, it seems you haven't truly understood my meaning.
What I mean by a long-desired opportunity is that it's just you and me, one-on-one, without any official forces intervening. Undeniably, your mind holds too much valuable information. If official forces get involved, they definitely won't kill you immediately. Even if you are ultimately sentenced to death, the various procedures would still take at least a year or 2.
A malicious smile appeared on Xiangqian's face.
If I couldn't find you for a long time, that would be another matter, but since I've found you, I won't have the patience to wait that long. Mandarin's expression instantly darkened, not due to Xiangqian's malice, but because of the other party's undisguised disdain and nearly arrogant confidence.
Young man, always thinking you are invincible.
Mandarin extended his left hand and made a gripping motion.
Boom, the mountains roared, and dust fell from the cave, as if it had suddenly experienced a strong earthquake.
Mandarin sneered, I've investigated everything about you, your career, your inventions, and your strength.
None of my subordinates can surpass you, which is why I came personally. You should feel honored that I'm doing this myself. The Kunlun is falsely called a holy land. Even if the Iron Fist came, it wouldn't be able to contend with me, let alone you. How powerful can mental strength be? I've seen the sorcerers of Kamartaj more than once. This terrifying leader, who had lived for nearly a century, indeed had a wide range of experiences. If I were to compete with a major power on my own, I know I wouldn't be able to match it, but dealing with you, a mere child, unless the supreme sorcerer personally arrives, otherwise you are destined to be powerless today. I might not be able to kill you, but don't think you can take Tony Stark with you. Mandarin said in a deep voice, still the same, hand over the ring, and I can allow your friend to live a few more days. S.H.I.E.L.D showed no concern for Mandarin's arrogant proclamation and turned to Liana, saying, I'm going to deal with that old thing soon, so help me guard this iron door, don't let anyone get close to Tony. There's only one way out, one exit, you should be able to manage that, right? Liana's expression darkened slightly, thinking to herself, I'm not your subordinate, why are you giving me orders so presumptuously? Seeing the displeasure on the little girl's face, S.H.I.E.L.D had to add, don't worry, once this is over, I will definitely take a trip to the edge of hell, I keep my word. Liana was full of reluctance, glared at S.H.I.E.L.D, and reluctantly nodded. James Zion. Mandarin on the other side grew even more impatient, don't think about stalling for time, even the closest US military would take an hour to arrive. S.H.I.E.L.D pretended to be relieved, that's great. Actually, I don't have full confidence in being able to take you down in a short time. I also need a little more time. Mandarin's eyes flashed with ferocity. In this psychological battle, it was ultimately the terrifying leader, who was more eager to retrieve the ring, who was at a disadvantage. Hand over the ring. Mandarin once again made a gripping motion with his left hand, but this time it did not trigger a violent tremor throughout the mountain. The impact was only felt in the small cave that held Tony. The heavy iron door let out a creaking sound as if it couldn't bear the strain. Behind the iron door, Tony's voice trembled with fear. What's going on? Another earthquake? I remember Afghanistan is on one of the earthquake belts. It seems your ring contains one that can create a gravity-like force field. S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to see through Mandarin's bluster. He knew that until he obtained the ring, the other party would not truly kill Tony. Just like a line from a movie S.H.I.E.L.D liked very much, a serious injury, dying is not that easy. S.H.I.E.L.D's carefree expression thoroughly enraged Mandarin. This formidable figure who had traversed for over half a century could not truly be threatened. He clenched his teeth in resentment, raised his left hand, and the force field created by the gravity ring suddenly intensified tenfold. Mandarin was convinced that this strike was enough to tear apart the mountain and completely destroy the cave structure. Likewise, there was a high probability it would bury Tony Stark for good. Tony Stark's life and death were not important to Mandarin. What mattered was that he wanted to showcase his attitude. In the realm of criminal psychology, there is a very simple principle. Kidnappers who are afraid to carry out the execution are unlikely to receive the ransom. Mandarin had originally hoped to use this furious strike to showcase his attitude, but it ended up being a strike into emptiness. The cave was now silent, as if time had frozen, with no movement whatsoever. In Mandarin's astonished gaze, everything in the cave began to change at an astonishing speed. The monotonous emergency lights on the cave walls, as if enchanted, rotated and refracted brilliant light like diamonds. The iron door, which was just within reach, seemed to be magically overlapped hundreds of times, instantly transforming into thousands of doors. The ceiling and ground of the cave suddenly flipped, a splendid rainbow light filled the air, and a prism shattered before him like broken glass into countless shards. In the brief moments that followed, it was as if he stood between two opposing mirrors, with images reflecting back and forth, interweaving countless lights and shadows in the air. It was only at this moment that Mandarin realized with terror that the little girl who had been following S.H.I.E.L.D had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. In this indistinguishable realm of light and shadow, only he and S.H.I.E.L.D remained. I do have a ring, but it's not the one you want, S.H.I.E.L.D said leisurely, slowly putting on the suspended ring as he spoke. Mandarin remained silent, his expression dark enough to drip water. He almost immediately understood that he had made a grave mistake. This playboy, famous for his technological developments, actually possessed such powerful magical abilities as well. Beneath his illustrious reputation in the scientific community, his magical prowess had been completely obscured. Mandarin waved his hands repeatedly, urging the power of the ring to its utmost, trying to destroy the very structure of the space. This old terror leader knew one principle well: one should avoid fighting in the opponent's home turf. A thick gravitational force field, like the hand of a demon, crushed the ground layer by layer, causing soil and stone to collapse, yet the mirrored space remained utterly unmoved.
the ground beneath his feet stacked higher and higher, as if it had no end. When he finally stopped, the ground instantly returned to its original state, as if the previous destruction had never occurred. Unwilling to admit defeat, Mandarin immediately activated the purple-black gem on his right thumb. An invisible wave of energy surged from the gem, radiating outward. This wave was quite peculiar. It could decompose matter at the molecular level, and wherever it reached, whether it was the emergency lights on the cave walls or the scattered supplies and weapons on the ground, even the rocks of the walls and floor, all began to rapidly disintegrate. However, until this wave of energy exhausted itself and completely vanished, the mirrored space remained entirely unscathed, and the decomposed materials almost instantly returned to their original state. Because in the mirrored space, everything was merely a reflection that had been cut out, they were tangible yet insubstantial, and the existence or destruction of things rested solely on the will of the space's creator. Mandarin's face darkened like a frozen lake, and for the first time, fear of failure surged from deep within him. Camartage may not be strictly regulated, but they do intend to hide themselves from the public eye, therefore, I have always been very restrained in using magic. Xiangqian slightly spread his fingers, and an invisible magical force surged out like a tide, instantly forming 2 rune shields. But today, I can make an exception. As Xiangqian finished speaking, a loud rumble suddenly echoed from deep underground, as if a platform measuring 20 to 30 meters square was being lifted by some mysterious force. The soil and rock at the cave's ceiling churned like rolling waves, and the entire mountain's body peeled away layer by layer from the bottom up, like an onion. In just a moment, the mountain split open like a clamshell, revealing the blue sky above. The platform, carrying both Xiangqian and Mandarin, slowly rose to the surface. This was a life-and-death battle, and in his own mirrored space, Xiangqian would not give Mandarin any opportunity. Mandarin also began his final desperate struggle, but in this mirrored space, the overwhelming power of his 10 rings proved to be futile. The fierce cutting beams crazily refracted within the folded space, but ultimately they seemed to be guided by an invisible force, reflecting back toward him, forcing him to awkwardly dodge. The fierce winds surged upward but always swirled violently around Xiangqian, as if an invisible barrier prevented them from touching him at all. The thick gravitational field ruthlessly destroyed the ground, yet in the next moment, the ground immediately returned to its original state, as if the previous destruction had never happened. The flashing electric lights, as if encountering an invisible insulator wall, were firmly confined within a limited area, unable to spread at will. Before the pervasive cold could dissipate, the fierce winds swirling around Xiangqian suddenly rolled back inexplicably, like a fierce python, rushing toward Mandarin himself, carrying with it the cold air. Among all the rings, it seemed that only the material reorganization ring on his right thumb deserved some attention. However, the energy wave capable of reorganizing matter at the particle level had no counter against magical energy. After Xiangqian raised the 2 thick magical shields, Mandarin found himself utterly powerless. In a completely disadvantaged position, Mandarin awkwardly dodged his own attacks. Beneath his feet and behind him, portals could open up at any moment, revealing hidden traps that controlled him, forcing him into a corner. In the mirrored space, Xiangqian recklessly cut through the space around Mandarin. These fragmented spaces were like sharp daggers, disrupting the attacks from the 10 rings and gradually compressing Mandarin's range of movement. It was like a noose tightly wrapped around his neck, slowly choking him. Even more terrifying was that the portals themselves were extremely lethal weapons. Portals capable of cutting through space could easily sever any tangible material when they opened and closed. Mandarin had already encountered the sudden closure of a portal trap more than once. Even if he surrounded himself with a gravitational field, it could only buy him a fleeting moment of escape. But like an insect caught in a spider's web, no matter how it struggled, the threads would only tighten more. As the creator of the mirrored space, Xiangqian was like a spider sitting at the center of the web. Even though he was certain that the bug caught in the net could no longer escape, he continued to thicken and weigh down the threads entangling his enemy. He watched his beleaguered foe, his eyes glinting with cold killing intent, showing no intention of holding back. The shadow of death had completely enveloped Mandarin's head. As Xiangqian exerted his power again, Mandarin suddenly found himself falling, head over heels, like an overturned onion, plummeting downward. Below him, the layered mountains looked very familiar, as they surrounded the armed base. In a moment of desperation, Mandarin swung his arm violently, and a whirlwind erupted from thin air, like an invisible hand, catching his falling body. But before he could stabilize himself, the mountains below seemed to come alive and actively collided toward him. At the same time, countless rocks emerged around him, with layers of space overlapping, coordinating with the mountains colliding from below, closing in from all directions, completely burying him beneath the soil and stone. In the mirrored space, the conversion between reality and illusion was merely a thought of the creator. At this moment, the soil and stone burying Mandarin were incredibly real, piling up layer upon layer, tight and dense, with immense pressure seemingly squeezing the last breath from his lungs. Mandarin understood that this was the final moment of life and death. He had only one last chance to fight back. Having only entered the mirrored space for a short 12 minutes, he was constantly on the brink of danger and had no time to consider a more reliable escape method. He had only a simple and crude thought. This terror leader forcibly stripped all his spiritual energy from the ring, completely giving up control over it. Every bit of his spiritual power was used to stimulate his own magical energy. Within his body, the magical power was continuously stimulated and compressed, the density of the magic increasing. It was as if matter was compressed to the extreme into a black hole. In the shortest time, Mandarin compressed his magical power into a dense sphere of magical energy. Just as he realized that his body could no longer withstand it and was about to be crushed by the soil and stone, the sphere of magical energy finally shot out from his heart. Whether it was Kamartaj's white magic or any other inherited black magic, the different forms of magic ultimately came down to different uses of magical energy. But the magical energy born from the souls of intelligent beings shared the same characteristics. Mandarin's idea was simple, and his method was crude. He restored all the magical energy in his body to its original state and triggered a powerful magical explosion in its most primitive form within the mirrored space. Since the mirrored space was constructed using magic, he would use magical energy to disrupt the magical balance of this very magic. This was an extremely dangerous approach. Not to mention how great the chance of success was. Even if everything unfolded as he anticipated, the disruption of the magical balance in spatial magic could likely trigger spatial chaos, leading to unpredictable dangers for those within the mirrored space. But for Mandarin at this moment, there was no other choice. He could only gamble everything on this last chance. The explosion of magical energy was fundamentally different from the explosion of gunpowder weapons. It did not emit any sound of explosion because magical energy, as a non-material form of energy, does not compress air when it erupts. However, both Xiang Qian and Mandarin clearly heard a sound. Crack, crack, crack. It sounded like glass shattering, but this sound was not heard through the ears. It felt more like it was emanating from deep within the heart. This was the sound produced when the mirrored space shattered, which could only be heard through the resonance of magical energy. It was akin to how the vibration of eardrums allows us to hear sounds in the real world. Xiang Qian heard that shattering sound and also heard the subsequent thunderous crash of destruction. In the depths of the soil and stone pile that had been pressing down on Mandarin, a void suddenly erupted. A breach was made in the mirrored space. An overwhelming force, like a raging torrent, propelled Mandarin from the breach in the space, as if he were spewed out like sewage, rolling across the ground. He fell into the real world, returning to the previous cave. His body, now in a state of extreme weakness after exhausting all his magical energy, crawled and rolled toward the exit he remembered. But before he could take 2 steps, a shining golden light, like a streak of lightning, slashed down upon him. He instinctively stepped back, crossing his hands to raise them, attempting to use the power of the ring to block this lethal attack, yet he completely forgot that he had just exhausted all his magical energy. The ring responded not at all, simply watching him quietly. With a crisp sound, the golden light sliced through Mandarin's wrist like a blade, severing both hands at the wrists. This once mighty terror leader let out the most heartbreaking scream of his life, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing like a spring from the wound, staining the ground. In front of the shrieking Mandarin stood Liana, wielding a knight's long sword. She had strictly followed Xiang Qian's instructions and remained steadfast at her post. When she saw the sinister old man suddenly appear and frantically attempt to escape, Liana did not hesitate for a moment and swung her sword at him. The previous scene of Mandarin unleashing a gravitational force that shook the earth had been too shocking, and Liana feared that if she delayed her attack, she would be countered. However, she never expected that her strike would directly sever both of his hands. After cutting off his hands, the young girl became flustered, unsure of what to do next. Just then, a fiery red portal opened at the right moment, and Xiang Qian stepped out quickly. Upon seeing Mandarin's pitiful state, he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Shining longsword, and those severed hands, are you paying tribute to the Empire Strikes Back or Revenge of the Sith? Xiang Qian walked around Mandarin, teasing, I heard the latest sequel is in the works, want to audition for the lead role? I have a few friends in Hollywood. These words were directed at Liana. She looked at Xiang Qian with a bewildered expression, full of confusion.
You've never seen Star Wars? Xiang Qian asked in astonishment.
Liana rolled her eyes, as if looking at a fool. I grew up in hell.
Do you think there are cinemas in hell? Oh, never mind then.
Xiang Qian shrugged helplessly, redirecting his attention back to Mandarin.
The once self-assured terrifying leader now appeared utterly miserable.
Not only were his hands severed, but his spirit was also flagging. The battle in the mirrored space, though it lasted only a few brief minutes, had drained his energy and morale. The piercing wails gradually diminished, leaving only muffled, hoarse groans from his throat. You were never a qualified mage, Xiang Qian commented disdainfully, bending down to pick up the bloody severed hands, unfazed by the nauseating smell of blood, and began to remove the 9 rings from his fingers one by one. The powerful capabilities of the rings gave you an illusory sense of strength, leading you to mistakenly believe you were truly powerful. Xiang Qian squatted down, locking eyes with Mandarin. You once sought the power of magic, but after acquiring the rings, that illusion of power made you cease further exploration of the essence of magic.
Xiang Qian toyed with the gemstone rings in front of Mandarin, testing their properties.
When I first encountered magic, my teacher told me that magic is the power derived from the soul. When a mage no longer seeks the source but relies on external objects, it signifies they have strayed from the path.
External objects are ultimately unreliable.
Your failure today is merely another practice of this assertion. Xiang Qian stood up. I should write about your failure in Kamartaj's teaching materials. It could be a way to immortalize your name, don't you think? Mandarin forced himself to endure the excruciating pain, panting heavily, his voice hoarse. I can cooperate with the God Spear Bureau. You cannot kill me. I know you are more valuable alive, but I do not care. Xiang Qian looked down at the kneeling failure, his eyes filled with indifference, as if gazing at a corpse. Killing me harms your country's interests, Mandarin roared, exerting all his strength to plead for a sliver of hope.
Ha ha, Xiang Qian burst into laughter. Look at you, this is your true nature. His mocking words flew out like a barrage. What holy war, what glorious cause, what exceptional leader, you are merely a coward afraid of death. By the way, didn't you initially learn magic to achieve immortality? It's in your nature. In fact, you know this deep down, don't you?
Xiang Qian met Mandarin's furious gaze without hiding his contempt.
Hiding for over half a century, afraid to see the light. You should have known what you were all along, a rat in the gutter. He kicked over the kneeling figure.
You've survived all these years not because you are powerful, but because you know how to hide.
Like the rat everyone wants to beat, the moment you show your face, you will be easily crushed.
You may not know how happy I was when I confiscated a gemstone ring from your son. I was certain that you would slip up because of that ring.
Just then, indistinct voices chattered outside the cave.
Xiang Qian called up the surveillance feed from the spider drones and drones, discovering that the armed members pursuing the S.H.I.E.L.D. action team had returned. These people had left the heavily wounded S.H.I.E.L.D. action team behind when recalling Mandarin to retrieve the lightning and ice rings, and they quickly made their way back. They climbed and traversed the mountains and returned to the base in just a few minutes. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. No one expected Mandarin to lose so quickly. Your men are back, perfect. I'll test the power of these rings. Xiang Qian donned a blue circular gemstone ring and casually waved toward the cave entrance. Instantly, a howling wind arose, and a fierce gale surged down the long corridor of the cave, sweeping everything in its path. Just like when he first captured the flame gem ring, the 10 rings in Xiang Qian's hands unleashed their tremendous power without obstruction. The roaring wind knocked down the armed members cautiously advancing into the cave, and the irresistible pressure propelled everything, people and objects alike, like straw scattered by the wind, flung out from the cave entrance.
Indeed, powerful.
No wonder you cast aside the essence of magic after acquiring the rings. Xiang Qian casually switched to a blue polyhedral gemstone ring.
Oh? This ring is actually used to influence and control the mind? Xiang Qian looked at Mandarin in astonishment. Is this your secret to keeping your appearance from being revealed? You use the ring to control minds, making everyone who has seen you forget your true appearance? Let's see what this ring can do.
An invisible wave of energy emanated from the gemstone, spreading out toward the cave entrance. All the armed members were struck by the wave one after another, suddenly freezing in place. Their gazes lost focus, and everyone maintained their frozen poses, as if they were statues.
The range of influence is quite large, Xiang Qian murmured, then gently rotated his fingers.
With that motion, the armed members outside the cave simultaneously raised their weapons, aiming at their comrades.
The gunfire rang out, clear even in the deepest part of the cave.
When the gunfire ceased, there were no living armed members left outside. Even those who still had a breath left continued to shoot at their companions until either they or their targets succumbed.
It's the final moments. Xiang Qian switched to a purple circular gemstone ring.
Actually, I am most interested in this ring that can decompose and reorganize matter. This is currently the only energy form I cannot comprehend.
The purple gemstone pressed against Mandarin's left leg, and with a light tap, his entire leg instantly disintegrated. Then it was his right leg, left arm, and right arm. In less than a minute, all of Mandarin's limbs had turned to ashes. When his legs disappeared, the terror leader could still emit a sound that was unclear whether it was a roar of anger or a wail of despair, but when his arms left him, he could only emit raspy gasps. Facing Mandarin's hateful and venomous gaze, Xiang Qian shrugged nonchalantly. I know you were very unwilling to set this trap. You specially sent an elite team to act as cannon fodder, unwilling to retreat even when exposed. You even allowed Tony Stark to pretend to work on iron there, deliberately not exposing him. But after making all these preparations, when the prey truly fell into the trap, you discovered that you had transformed from hunter to prey. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either. But what can I say? The gaze that Xiang Qian held with Mandarin was filled with enmity. Perhaps this is life? Just like that day back then. I never expected my parents would not return. As the words fell, Mandarin's last remnants were also reduced to ashes. A leader of a terrorist organization who had dominated the Central Asian region for over half a century quietly met his end in a dark cave in Afghanistan, dying in a remarkably decisive manner. This way of dying was even more thorough than the usual sense of being ground to dust. When all the noise subsided into silence, Xiang Qian remained half-kneeling on the ground, maintaining the pose he had taken when he delivered the final blow to Mandarin. The death of this terrorist leader felt like a heavy burden that had long accumulated in his chest was finally lifted, while also stirring up many buried memories from deep within his heart. He began to recall the last moments spent with his parents. He remembered his father's complaints. When we were back home, the whole family was always together. How come now that we're in America, we've started living apart? He remembered his mother's usual assertiveness. Xiao Qian will definitely come with me to Los Angeles. You lazy bum, you haven't washed your socks in 3 days. How can you take care of the child? He remembered the discussions his parents had regarding his illness. The radiation Xiao Qian suffered is likely related to the cosmic cube. We should find a chance to get a feel from Howard Stark. Intelligence shows he is the most likely person to have come in contact with it. He also vividly recalled his mother's last words to him. Today is our spring festival, Dad will come back tonight, and we'll make dumplings with Uncle and Aunt. Okay, then come back early. Goodbye, Mom. However, he would never see them again. The long-suppressed hatred surged forth like a flood from the deepest part of his heart, filling Xiang Qian's chest and making it nearly impossible for him to breathe normally. His chest and abdomen heaved violently, as though he were sobbing after a fit of grief, yet there were no tears in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide but could not produce a sound. His face gradually twisted in a grotesque manner, with only the sound of his rapid breathing echoing in the cave, making it hard to discern whether he was roaring or laughing. When Xiang Qian gradually regained his composure and stood up, he was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a girl cowering in the corner, looking at him in terror, her eyes filled with fear. Did I scare you? Xiang Qian said in a weary voice, I'm sorry. Liana frantically shook her head, like a rattle, but she was indeed frightened. During those seemingly centuries-long moments, she had even forgotten to breathe, relying on the cave wall to support her body. That man half-kneeling on the ground, trembling and appearing so fragile, had an expression on his face that seemed capable of tearing the world apart at any moment. Once, Liana had thought that Belasco was the most terrifying nightmare in her life, but at this moment, she realized she was wrong. Xiang Qian did not pay much attention to the little girl's feelings. Instead, he walked to the iron door of Tony's prison cell and opened it. The makeshift blacksmith had been shouting for quite a while behind the door. James, oh my God. I never expected to see you here. Tony leaped forward, giving Xiang Qian a big hug, one that came with a pungent smell of sweat. Xiang Qian let out a wail. Damn it, Tony, how many days has it been since you last bathed? Spare my nose. And your LED light is poking into me. I told you it's not an LED light, it's the greatest invention in the energy field of this century, Tony said proudly. Well, at least one of the greatest inventions. Xiang Qian couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Okay, I know, you achieved cold fusion, right? How did you know? I haven't said anything yet. Xiang Qian sighed helplessly. Anything that can be described as great by Tony Stark and new energy technology, I can't think of anything else. Did you miniaturize the arc reactor? Correct answer, honor student. Tony patted his chest. Your energy cube is no longer the best. Tony Stark is ahead again. So you created a cold fusion reactor in this cave. What's your plan? To power the LED light? Of course not. Can we stop talking about LED lights? This is for a big guy. Tony said in frustration, I have a genius design. Even if you didn't come, I would have a way to escape. Come on, let me show you the blueprints. Xiangqian stopped Tony, who was about to walk back into the cell. We'll look at those blueprints when we get back. Right now, there are more important things to deal with. Oh, right, we need to hurry and leave. Tony suddenly realized. No. I'm leaving, and you're staying here, waiting for the US military's rescue. Xiangqian denied Tony's idea once more, but before that, we need to coordinate our testimonies. What? Xiangqian spread his hands helplessly. I can't let anyone know that I killed all the terrorists here. I can't let anyone know that I opened that iron door. In short, I can't let anyone know I was here, especially not the CIA and the US military. Because, political disputes? Tony asked tentatively, well aware of the complexities of Xiangqian's semi-official background. That's just part of the reason. What's the other part? Tony pressed on. I remember telling you that the existence of magic must be kept secret. I have already violated at least 20 regulations today. Oh, I see. No one is going to pry your secrets out of me. Don't worry, Big Brother Tony is very good at handling interrogations. Tony patted the LED light on his chest for assurance. Xiangqian suppressed the urge to retort. After all, if someone regularly ends up at the police station for drunken antics, traffic violations, smoking weed, and other minor issues, they would likely become quite adept at handling interrogations. Of course, I certainly believe you, Xiangqian said dismissively, while noticing the middle-aged man who had been standing beside them all along. This is Dr. Ethan, he's the one who saved my life. Tony introduced simply, but Xiangqian could hear the solemnity behind it. I want to thank you, Doctor. You've prevented me from losing a friend. Xiangqian also expressed his gratitude to Dr. Ethan earnestly. Before Dr. Ethan could respond with pleasantries, Xiangqian abruptly changed the topic. But doctor, you can't stay here any longer, it's best to leave quickly. Why? Dr. Ethan looked confused. Xiangqian sneered, the ones coming to rescue you, besides the US military, include the CIA, you must know they are ruthless characters. They might not dare to take a hard line against Tony, but they certainly won't hesitate with you. Those people will think of all sorts of ways to extract information from you. Tony nodded in agreement. That's right, doctor. You should go to my house first. James will take you there, right, James? I can't go to your villa, it's already under surveillance. Xiangqian waved his hand, and a red sparklet portal suddenly appeared, dazzling in its brilliance, leaving Dr. Ethan dumbfounded. The magic you're talking about is actually real? Yes, doctor, this is the secret I need to protect. Xiangqian gestured for him to enter. You will help me keep this secret, won't you? Dr. Ethan smiled wryly. Even if I were to tell, who would believe me? By the way, doctor, don't worry about your family. Tony suddenly remembered something. I will arrange for someone to pick them up and take them to America. I promise I'll ensure their safe arrival. You can give me their contact information. Dr. Ethan's expression suddenly darkened. No, there's no need, Tony. My family, they are no longer here. Tony was stunned. Xiangqian couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. The US military entered Afghanistan to destroy the Taliban, and indeed, they had destroyed many things, but not just the Taliban. After Dr. Ethan left, he sent a message to the laboratory supervisor via his electronic wristband to arrange for the doctor's living accommodations. Once everything was settled, he noticed that Tony's expression seemed a bit unusual. What's wrong, Tony? Nothing, I'm just pondering. Tony's face darkened. Could the weapon that killed the doctor's family have been produced by Stark Industries? Xiangqian was puzzled. Can I ask what has made you so sentimental? This isn't sentimentality, James, not at all. Tony's tone turned serious. I've witnessed soldiers being slaughtered by Stark Industries weapons. Those weapons were supposed to protect them, yet the result was the exact opposite. Xiangqian realized, if you're questioning the origin of those weapons, I suggest you look into the CIA. They, and some people in the military have been siphoning off part of the weapons stockpiles from the US military and the Afghan government, selling them on the black market. After your disappearance, the puppet masters began cleaning up those in the know. Quite a few have already lost their lives, Xiangqian said indifferently. Of course, this kind of thing has always been happening and will be hard to eliminate in the future. a large portion of the CIA's overseas operational funding comes from such dirty money.
Tony was filled with righteous anger. This is the issue I need to solve. I can't allow myself to be a part of this dysfunctional system, likely the worst part of it.
Oh, K.
S.H.I.E.L.D elongated the syllable, seemingly buying time to assess Tony's true feelings. I feel obliged to remind you that an arms dealer overly burdened with conscience is not far from bankruptcy.
What if I said, I plan to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division? What do you think? Tony threw out a shocking question. S.H.I.E.L.D took a while to digest this statement.
I don't know what will happen to Stark Industries, but there are two things that are certain, he replied. First, if Stark Industries is no longer an arms company, perhaps I'll have a chance to hold its stock.
Ha, Tony rolled his eyes. And what's the second point? Second, old Stan will kill you. Ah, that's exactly what I think.
The two jokes dissipated the previous tension.
By the way, Tony,
there's something I must apologize to you for, S.H.I.E.L.D said seriously.
What?
Tony's expression suddenly changed. Don't tell me you leaked those phone numbers stored in the main control terminal to Pepper.
S.H.I.E.L.D.
In Tony's private laboratory's main control terminal, there were about 30 phone numbers, belonging to women with whom he had had brief romantic encounters. Those were the fine selections Tony had picked from hundreds of one-night stands, thinking he might have a chance to rekindle something.
This secret was known only to Tony himself and S.H.I.E.L.D.
At this moment, Tony was in a panic, his feelings akin to those men who, before dying, worry about their hard drives being destroyed. If someone were to die but leave behind a stain that could be discovered, it would indeed be embarrassing.
More embarrassing than that would be if the stain was discovered and the person still lived. Don't worry, Tony.
During the week you were missing, I was in control of the main control terminal, and I guarantee Pepper hasn't found out. S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but express his frustration. What's wrong with you?
You nearly died last week, and the worst thing you can think of is this? Tony let out a long breath. Do you think there could be something worse? S.H.I.E.L.D thought long and hard before deciding to abandon the topic with no clear answer.
What I wanted to say is that I could have found you faster, S.H.I.E.L.D explained. There's a method in magic that uses items related to the target for location tracking. I originally planned to search your house for something like your hair, which might have allowed me to pinpoint your location immediately, but I received the news too late. By the time I learned you were in trouble, at least 8 hours had passed. Your villa was likely already under surveillance by S.H.I.E.L.D. I was worried about leaking the secret of magic, so I gave up.
Tony burst out laughing. What's wrong with you, bro? You crossed thousands of miles to save me, and now you want to apologize? That's just lame. Also, what is S.H.I.E.L.D? S.H.I.E.L.D smiled in relief and explained, an international intelligence agency.
Once you go back this time, they will likely publicly disclose your contact with them.
S.H.I.E.L.D has been monitoring me all along? Tony picked up on the implications in S.H.I.E.L.D's words.
Yes, they call it protective monitoring.
Tony was furious. Who needs their protection? Who allowed them to monitor me?
Your father, Mr. Howard, and Ms. Carter. S.H.I.E.L.D provided an unexpected answer.
You must be joking. S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head. Of course not.
Among S.H.I.E.L.D's security protocols, there is a protective monitoring system for relatives of high-ranking officials. Mr. Howard and Ms. Carter are technically co-founders of S.H.I.E.L.D.
The security protocol was personally established by Ms. Carter. I never knew about this, Tony murmured.
Because this monitoring doesn't carry any related tasks, nor does it involve direct contact with the target.
Unless under special circumstances, you might never know someone has been silently watching over your safety. But my father has passed away, why are they still monitoring me? Tony asked, confused.
Howard is gone, but Ms. Carter is still around. Besides, Howard made quite a few enemies in his time. After your disappearance, S.H.I.E.L.D initiated an emergency response. When I took over your private satellite and main control terminal, I was almost immediately detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that in addition to shutting down the weapons division, there's another thing I need to do: upgrade my firewall. While the two were chatting, the drones returned with a new discovery. S.H.I.E.L.D opened the feed to see a convoy of U.S. military armored vehicles approaching, 20 kilometers away from the cave, with 2 Apache helicopters providing escort overhead. In the distant sky, 2 attack planes circled back and forth. The drone's high-definition camera captured a familiar face peering out from the vehicle window, one that both Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D recognized well.
Rhodey is here, you're safe.
I was worried that if the CIA came first, They might take action against you, Xiang Qian joked.
Tony kept hushing. I think you're overestimating their courage. No, it's you who are overestimating their bottom line.
Xiang Qian suddenly lowered his voice. Listen to me, Tony, the mastermind behind your kidnapping confessed to me that this abduction was not a matter of bad luck but premeditated. Someone leaked your whereabouts.
Tony's expression turned serious. I was just about to ask, was the mastermind behind the kidnapping the same guy who was screaming outside? Yes, Mandarin. Tony was taken aback. What, Mandarin? Isn't that? Yes, an enemy.
I just killed him, Xiang Qian nodded. But that's not the point, Tony. Returning home doesn't mean you're safe. Be careful. Of course, Tony feigned nonchalance.
I trust Happy will keep me safe.
The only thing I hope for from Happy is that he can keep himself safe, Xiang Qian retorted.
Hey, I'll tell Happy that. Guess what will happen the next time we meet? I bet he'll drag you into the boxing ring.
I could defeat him with a woman in the ring. Xiang Qian continued to joke, opening a portal with a wave of his hand. Take care of Dr. Ethan for me, I owe him.
Of course, I will.
But before heading back, I have another date, Xiang Qian said, extending his hand to the previously silent Liana. Wow, this date should at least warrant a 3-star Michelin restaurant and a 5-star hotel presidential suite, Tony teased, looking at Liana's lovely face.
Shut up.
The magical girl scolded sternly, brandishing her long sword at Tony's face, as if she were about to stab him at any moment.
Who do you think you are, you smelly old man?
Tony was startled by the shining sword, backing away while exclaiming, My God!
What is this? Are you a Jedi?
The one thing I always dreamed of having when I was young was my own lightsaber. Ma'am, your grace has completely moved me.
Just let me have some peace, Tony.
Xiang Qian had to intervene to stop the almost enraged Hell girl. Liana isn't a Jedi, she's a messenger from Hell. Our date isn't at a Michelin restaurant, but in Hell.
There are no cinemas in Hell, and she hasn't seen Star Wars. Tony's smile froze. While I'm sure people like us could never go to heaven, isn't it a bit early for that now?
The souls are destined for Hell, but not all who go to Hell are souls, Xiang Qian said, pulling Liana's hand and dragging her into the portal. But one thing you got right is that we indeed can't go to heaven. Heaven has ceased operations for 1,000 years, God is nowhere to be found, and angels have fallen asleep. As soon as he finished speaking, the portal closed with a whoosh. Oh, the amount of information I've taken in today is a bit overwhelming. Tony struggled to digest the shocking secrets conveyed in Xiang Qian's few words. But if the girls in Hell are this beautiful, I'm somewhat looking forward to life in Hell decades from now. Just as the portal was about to close, a lithe figure leaped onto the mountainside beside the armed base. The once vigilant stance suddenly froze the moment his feet touched the ground. This person had been prepared to clear out the terrorist sentries, but what lay before him were 2 corpses slumped over at their posts. He instinctively unfolded his compact longbow, crouched down, and peered toward the valley, only to be stunned by the sight of bodies sprawled all over the valley floor. The newcomer was none other than Hawkeye, who had just battled the 10 Rings gang. He had unexpectedly tracked back after they left, arriving less than 3 minutes after them. It must be said that this top field agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly skilled and bold. After confirming there were no living individuals around, he descended directly into the valley. Nick Fury quickly received Hawkeye's communication. Director, I've entered the terrorist base where Stark is being held, but there's a situation. It seems all the armed men are dead.
Who did it?
Unclear, but from the scene, I suspect they turned on each other.
Most of them died in crossfire.
Even though the evidence of gunfire left behind corroborated Hawkeye's theory, he still found it hard to believe.
Have you located Tony Stark?
Hawkeye glanced at the dark mouth of the cave. No, the target may be deeper inside the cave.
Do you want me to investigate further?
Nick Fury paused for a moment before replying, No need. The U.S. military is already close to the target, they will handle the rescue operation.
You are not to make contact with Stark.
Yes, sir.
When did the armed men's unusual actions begin? Nick Fury pressed. About 20 minutes ago. When did James Zion lose contact with you? Nick Fury asked again.
Around, before the armed men's actions became unusual.
Director, do you suspect Zion orchestrated all this? Haven't we confirmed he's still in whose city?
I can't be certain, but, Nick Fury's tone grew somber, James Zion is intelligent, and he has resources. Director, while it's uncertain, what's happening here probably isn't just a matter of money, Hawkeye said before cutting off the communication. Compared to field agents like Hawkeye, Nick Fury's thoughts were evidently more complicated. On the very first day after Tony Stark went missing, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in Europe and the Middle East began reporting that several renowned mercenary organizations in the mercenary world had received a large deposit. These mercenary groups were instructed by their employers to relocate to countries surrounding Afghanistan and remain on standby 24/7, ready to enter Afghanistan for a hostage rescue mission.
Coincidentally, at the same time Hawkeye discovered where Stark was being held, those monitoring the mercenary groups reported that the mercenaries were beginning to mobilize, and shortly after Hawkeye's whereabouts were exposed, the mercenary groups ceased their movements. Although the deposits paid to the mercenaries were all funneled through secret accounts in Swiss banks, a week was enough time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to trace the general direction of these funds, mostly originating from Asia. While they could not continue tracing beyond that point, the identity of the financier was already clear. Nick Fury had once believed that the Godspear Bureau was S.H.I.E.L.D's main competitor in Asia, and that only Zhang Xian could suppress S.H.I.E.L.D's expansion of influence in the region. As for Zhang Xian, he was seen more as an important supporting force beside Zhang Xian. At most, he was considered a key supporting character. That playboy was always lost in the neon lights, flitting between various women, although he possessed an exceptional mind and had built a solid network across America and the world with his financial power. Even having close ties to the X-Academy, he was ultimately an open book. According to Nick Fury's spy mentality, such open power belonged to controllable factors. However, the series of events surrounding the Devil's Island incident completely changed his perspective. When the King of Spies truly turned his gaze toward that playboy, he was horrified to discover that everything he had previously seen about Zhang Qian was merely the tip of the iceberg. Currently, within S.H.I.E.L.D's internal files, the attention on Zhang Qian was steadily rising, making him the second most observed figure after Zhang Xian in the Godspear Bureau. He was someone with sufficient power to disrupt the security situation of a region. What was even more terrifying was that he could accomplish all this without resorting to official power. In Nick Fury's conspiracy-laden thought process, this young man with a semi-official background, after years of lurking and amassing considerable strength, seemed prepared to wield his power to exert greater influence on the world. Nick Fury disliked such suddenly emerging uncontrollable factors. He was eager to find a way to turn Zhang Qian back into a controllable factor. What is James Zion doing right now?
The director pondered the reason behind Zhang Qian's sudden loss of communication with Hawkeye.
What was James Zion doing?
He was busy bantering with a little girl.
Last time you brought me here, I wanted to ask.
Zhang Qian strolled leisurely across the charred land at the edge of hell, with searing lava flowing beside him.
Why did you teleport me back to such a remote place?
He looked up at the dark castle in the distance again. It's over 10 miles from Belasco's castle.
Because I wanted to. What's the problem? Liana clearly didn't want to answer the question.
Zhang Qian scoffed, clearly not believing Liana's excuse. Even if you enjoy walking, it shouldn't be in a place like this. Standing here, I feel surrounded by piles of rotten eggs, and they've been baked by the sun. My nose is filled with the stench of sulfur.
You can open a portal yourself. Anywhere you can see, you can create a portal, right?
Just draw a circle and you'll be at the castle gate in one step.
Liana retorted irritably.
Zhang Qian shook his head repeatedly. That won't work. The combat experience summarized by the Kamartaj mages teaches me that it's best not to open portals into enemy territory. After all, no one can guarantee that the other side of the portal isn't a trap set by the enemy. Liana recalled the last time she brought this playboy through a portal. He had silently opened the mirrored space the moment they landed, clearly having been on guard against her.
She angrily shot back, then just shut up. Zhang Qian would never just fall silent.
He was more like a chatterbox in front of others.
No, it's not the same.
You can't casually open a portal in enemy territory, but it's different when going home. It's like how an ordinary person always gets off at the door or the nearest bus stop when returning home.
Liana snorted coldly, remaining silent.
Zhang Qian glanced at the girl's profile, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Unless, you don't consider this place home.
Liana whipped her head around, glaring at Zhang Qian, which normal person would consider hell their home.
In the moment just before those words were about to escape her lips, Liana felt a deep sense of regret. She quickly shut her mouth, no longer mentioning anything about her views on the hellish border. In that hellish dimension, a lord held absolute power over his territory. Within that realm, he was immortal and knew his subjects almost like the back of his hand.
The natural environment and physical rules of the territory were heavily influenced by the lord's will.
Consequently, the hellish dimension naturally developed a unique behavior and thought logic. Any dissatisfaction with a territory equated to dissatisfaction with the Lord himself.
For Liana, that earlier statement had already emitted a dangerous aura. She cleverly shifted the topic. Your longsword was summoned using soul power, right? I've seen records of this kind of magic in Kamartaj. Aha, Liana kept her lips tightly closed.
She continued, interestingly, the records in Kamartaj hold this magic in high regard and do not classify it entirely as black magic.
What's so strange about that? Perhaps feeling this topic posed no danger, Liana spoke again.
This magic was originally created by a knight during the Crusades, reinforcing his soul through pure faith, then summoning a longsword with that soul for battle. At that time, this magic was regarded as pure white magic. Liana was quite engaged, as the walk of over 10 miles could indeed be somewhat dull. The mages of Kamartaj, when engaging in close combat, often borrow the idea of the soul sword to create various weapons through magical transformation. However, the soul sword was later banned by Kamartaj.
Do you know why? Liana shook her head, curiosity rising within her.
Because someone modified the magic of the soul sword. The original soul sword relied entirely on the strength of one's own soul, but not everyone possesses the pure faith like that knight, and very few souls can reach his level of strength.
Liana couldn't help but laugh. So, you're not using this magic because it's not powerful enough?
It's those who modified the magic who think it's not powerful enough, Xiang corrected her thought. Some mages, some with ulterior motives, came up with an evil method using others' souls to enhance the power of the soul sword.
Liana's face suddenly turned pale. Xiang seemed to have anticipated this. You know about this method, don't you?
You've studied it. That was a definitive statement.
Liana didn't respond. Have you ever used it? Xiang asked with a hint of malice. Of course not.
Xiang chuckled softly. I can tell that the soul power on the sword you summoned is very pure and does not mix with others' souls. You must be very opposed to such selfish behavior. Perhaps this is also the reason you feel out of place in the hellish dimension?
Hurry up, there's still a long way to go, Liana said with a serious face.
This statement was like closing a door, completely severing any possibility of continuing their conversation. For trained individuals like Xiang and Liana, a trek of over 10 miles was hardly anything, even with the dangerous lava flows and acrid sulfur odor along the way. As they stepped onto the marble steps in front of the castle, the heavy door slowly opened with a creaking sound.
Walking into the castle, Xiang couldn't help but marvel. This castle blended various architectural and decorative styles.
On the outside, it exhibited a typical Gothic style, surrounded by a cluster of spires, yet upon entering, the first corridor presented sculptures and grand columns stemming from ancient Greek and Roman styles. The chaotic mix of styles created a sense of disorder, lacking any sense of beauty. The originally grand marble columns and athletic Greek sculptures were all shrouded in a layer of oppressive darkness. The existence of the sculptures and columns disrupted the solemnity and severity that Gothic architecture was supposed to embody. As they reached the end of the corridor, they were suddenly met with a vast hall capable of accommodating 1,000 people. Facing the entrance to the corridor was a platform 5 to 6 meters high, upon which sat a stone-carved high-backed chair. The back of the chair reached over 10 meters, with 2 armrests spaced at least 3 meters apart.
On that high-backed chair sat a 20-foot-tall demon.
Dark hues of black and bloody crimson surrounded him, and 2 sharp horns on his forehead radiated a bloody glow. His elongated, gaunt face bore no expression, and he held a long-handled axe reminiscent of ancient Roman fascists, streaked with blood. In summary, this demon seemed to exert every effort to showcase to visitors, I am a fearsome king of hell.
Yet, in Xiang's mind, an ancient idiom sprang to mind, a monkey dressed in a crown.
Sometimes one must admire the elegance of the ancients. They could scold without using foul language and could be cutting to the extreme. My king, in accordance with your will, I have brought back James Zion. For the next few minutes, Xiang felt as if he were in a theatrical performance, watching a live play of classical themes. Thank goodness you didn't break into song, or else it would have turned into an opera, Xiang murmured, his voice not concealing his disdain, perfectly audible to Belasco's ears.
James Zion, esteemed guest, welcome.
Xiang's cutting sarcasm was like a spring breeze to Belasco's ears. He paid it no mind. Xiang nodded dismissively. While the manner of your invitation is rather impolite, being able to visit the hellish border in person is indeed a novel experience. If my disciple has shown you any disrespect, I apologize, Belasco said indifferently.
Xiang felt he could no longer endure.
He could engage in light-hearted banter at Western high society banquets and enjoy traditional Chinese feasts, but this pretentious dialogue left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. This Belasco was the kind of person who didn't feel embarrassed himself but could make others feel awkward.
No need for that, Mr. Belasco, let's cut to the chase and finish the conversation quickly. Could you shrink a bit? Talking like this while looking up feels exhausting. Xiang Qian directly interrupted Belasco's dramatic speech.
Belasco's expression stiffened noticeably, and after a moment, he managed to respond with difficulty, "As you wish, esteemed guest." He stood up from the high-backed chair. His 20-foot height made his movements seem quite slow, but when he stood straight, his entire figure seemed to shrink to about 6 feet.
Though still taller than Xiang Qian by half a head, it was at least within a normal range. "This is much better," Xiang Qian said with satisfaction, letting out a sigh of relief. "Let's be straightforward, I'm not a fan of theater. While I occasionally invite beautiful actresses for further discussions offstage, I certainly don't like performing on stage. Especially when the scene partner is male?
I don't know if the demon race can be classified by gender."
Xiang Qian continued speaking to clarify his position. Belasco's eyes flashed with menace, seemingly struggling to maintain his originally indifferent and imposing demeanor.
"I invited Mr. Zion here to establish a mutually beneficial partnership," Belasco said. Xiang Qian looked at Belasco, his gaze revealing the expression of someone viewing a fanciful fool. "In business, I often collaborate with others, but I have somewhat high requirements for my partners."
"I'm afraid Mr. Belasco still doesn't meet the standard."
"Do not hastily reject my sincerity, Mr. Zion," Belasco asserted with an undeniable attitude. "The so-called sincerity you speak of is merely involving my friend, Steel Force, as leverage against his sister, thus threatening me."
"Is that what you call sincerity?" Belasco dismissed it lightly. "This is just to express my inner urgency, nothing more."
Xiang Qian responded with a nonchalant aha. He never held any expectations regarding the moral standards of demons. A being like Mephisto, who sets verbal traps in contracts yet adheres strictly to them, could be considered an upstanding gentleman among demons. "Since we're talking about sincerity, how about you answer me a question first, Mr. Belasco? Let's consider it a demonstration of your sincerity. Please, go ahead." "I will tell you everything I know," Belasco replied, making a gesture of invitation with a feigned elegance. Xiang Qian stared directly into Belasco's blood-red eyes, as if trying to pierce through and judge the truthfulness of his words.
"You seem so eager to find me, you must have received some information about me, right?"
Belasco smiled lightly. "If Mr. Zion refers to the abnormalities within your soul, then indeed, I do know."
"Then I want to know, where did you obtain this information?" Xiang Qian asked, voicing his most pressing concern.
Of course, this was only a secondary reason for his visit to the hellish border. His primary motive was still to protect Steel Force. After all, he was his friend. Belasco clearly found this question troublesome, pondering for a while before uncertainly answering. "It should come from some ghost within my territory."
"Should?" Such an ambiguous answer did not satisfy Xiang Qian. "Mr. Belasco, that doesn't sound like a sincere response." Xiang Qian criticized, "The Lord of Hell is nearly omniscient on his own territory, surely you wouldn't resort to using the word should?"
Belasco replied indifferently, "I do not intend to conceal anything, that is simply the truth. Mr. Zion is a disciple of Kamartaj and should have some understanding of the characteristics of the Hell dimension."
"I know a thing or two," Xiang Qian modestly replied.
This knowing a thing or two meant he had read through all the records of Kamartaj regarding the Hell dimension. To be precise, he had perused all publicly available texts from Kamartaj, and some unpublished knowledge he had also seen with the tacit consent of the Ancient One. One thing to clarify is that the Hell dimension is also a material world, though its material foundation is significantly different from the primary material plane.
Moreover, due to the differing preferences of various lords, the environments of different Hell territories vary greatly.
For example, some Hell territories lack air entirely, making them unsuitable for earthly life. Just like how Earth has a magnetic field, the Hell dimension also possesses special wave fields, the uniqueness of which lies in their resonance with the souls of intelligent beings.
This resonance results in two outcomes.
Firstly, some powerful Hell creatures merge their own souls with the Hell dimension, thus controlling parts of the territory within it, resulting in powerful Hell lords, with the most powerful among them being the Hell lords. As for how demons merge with Hell, opinions vary. Kamartaj does not provide a clear record, with some claiming demons directly become Hell itself, while others say they entrust part of their souls to the territory like a lich's phylactery. Secondly, when intelligent beings from the primary material plane die, their souls, detached from their bodies, resonate with the hell dimension, thus crossing the dimensional barrier into hell. Because of the soul fusion between hell lords and their territories, the resonance of intelligent beings' souls with the hell dimension essentially turns into resonance with the soul of the hell lord. In other words, every intelligent being that enters hell after death has their soul and thoughts fully exposed to the lord of the hell territory they find themselves in. This is also why, according to human legends, when someone descends into hell, they are thoroughly judged for their sins. Before the lord of hell, nothing about the souls can hide, nowhere to conceal themselves.
You believe you received this information from some ghost, yet you don't know which ghost? Belasco sneered. The hell dimension connects the entire universe and does not belong solely to Earth.
Every civilization has its own hell mythology. The various lords of hell have one name on Earth and another in other civilizations. They are all the same existence.
Considering the vastness of the universe, how many souls die daily? Even at the hell border, thousands of souls are received each day. How could I possibly distinguish them one by one?
Belasco said matter-of-factly. With this explanation, S.H.I.E.L.D found it understandable. No one could process thousands or tens of thousands of pieces of information every day. Even if a hell lord possessed powerful soul and cognitive abilities, it would be impossible to do so year after year. That kind of omniscience wasn't even that interesting. One soul might be concerned about how much money was left unspent, another might be worried about when their wife would remarry, yet another might think about how their family went broke after seeking treatment in the hospital. The vast majority were trivial matters, and there were thousands of them. No matter how voyeuristic a pervert might be, they wouldn't withstand doing this for hundreds or thousands of years.
You place such unwavering faith in an unverified source?
S.H.I.E.L.D pressed further.
Belasco appeared quite pleased with himself. No soul can deceive a lord of hell. Ha, that's true. S.H.I.E.L.D casually agreed.
It seemed that with such a careless hell lord, it would be difficult to extract any meaningful results, and S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Mephisto seemed to know something, but unfortunately, he was a millennia-old spirit who would never speak easily.
Even if he did, who could tell which of his words were true?
Mr. Zion, I have answered your question, now it's my turn to ask you. Belasco interrupted S.H.I.E.L.D's thoughts.
Do you accept my sincerity?
S.H.I.E.L.D shrugged, speaking frivolously. Well, that depends on how much sincerity you offer.
I wonder what kind of price you can put on the table. Price? Yes, in business, we should negotiate. S.H.I.E.L.D said with a forced smile. What kind of price is Mr. Belasco willing to offer for our collaboration?
Before Belasco could respond, S.H.I.E.L.D quickly added, let me remind you in advance, Lord Mephisto has already met with me multiple times, and the price he offered was quite high. Mephisto, that deceiving, tempting, and corrupting devil, is not someone you should trust, Belasco said loudly. I certainly know that. Mephisto commonly commits fraud through loopholes in contract terms, making him quite untrustworthy, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, feigning difficulty. But the price he offered was simply too high. If you had a bit more wisdom, you would know that I am the most generous lord of hell, Belasco declared confidently. S.H.I.E.L.D remained non-committal, simply huffing lightly. Perhaps, after all, Mephisto has said similar things. He's just a liar. The title of the King of Deception is universally recognized in the hell dimension, on Earth, and across many civilizations, Belasco retorted, his anger beginning to surface, flames flickering in his eyes. From the perspective of past credibility, Mephisto is indeed not a good partner to collaborate with, but one must look forward. However, his offer is simply too hard to refuse.
Belasco interrupted S.H.I.E.L.D impatiently.
No matter how high his offer, he will inevitably break the contract. Mephisto's verbal promises are worthless.
S.H.I.E.L.D scrutinized Belasco's expression, contemplating.
I can understand the mutual defamation between competitors, it's common in worldly business.
But are you perhaps being a bit too hasty? Are you worried you can't afford a high price?
Belasco certainly couldn't afford a high price. S.H.I.E.L.D's words felt like a knife stabbing directly into his heart, leaving him in agony. The hellish border was originally an ambiguous pocket universe, not naturally belonging to the hell dimension. It was only through Lord Belasco's mastery of dark magic, introducing one of the fundamental rules of the universe, death, that it gradually became part of hell.
However, in relation to the hell dimension, Belasco and the hellish border were merely outsiders.
The so-called border was mostly desolate, and the rule of death was not particularly evident. Not to mention, the number of souls received here was far fewer than those of other hell lords. Among all the various lords of hell, while Belasco's territory might not be the smallest, it was undoubtedly the poorest. Mortals, mind your tone, you are speaking to a king of hell.
Do not mistake my mercy as a ladder for your advancement.
Velasco roared, his eyes flashing with anger.
Xiangqian laughed heartily, now that's more like it.
To achieve cooperation, the most important thing is sincerity. A genuine attitude carries far more weight than any hypocritical niceties or pretentious elegance.
If you are attempting to provoke me, then you have succeeded.
Velasco slammed his long axe into the ground, his form swelling instantly.
His massive 20-foot frame brought an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a small mountain were pressing down on Xiangqian. Provoke you?
No, I simply don't want to waste time. Xiangqian tilted his head, meeting Velasco's imposing gaze without a shred of fear.
Since you can't offer a better price, why should I continue wasting time playing charades with you? Those pretentious words are truly nauseating.
I crossed thousands of miles today to rescue my friend, and just crossed dimensions to meet you. This day has been far too long for me.
I just want to finish this quickly and get back for a good night's sleep.
Velasco snorted coldly. Who told you that you can go back? I am the king of the hellish border, and here, the life and death of everyone can only be decided by me. With his towering height, Velasco's voice deepened, each word rolling from his mouth like distant thunder. As the lord of the hellish border spoke, the entire castle, no, the entire space of the hellish border, began to change. Although imperceptible to the naked eye, through the subtle sensations of magical energy flow, Xiangqian could clearly sense that the space of the hellish border was becoming more stable, with the walls at the edges of the space connecting to the outside gradually hardening. With just a word, or rather, a thought, Velasco sealed off the space of the hellish border, cutting off all spatial passages to the outside world.
As a dimensional lord, he was nearly omnipotent within his territory. Understood, this is kidnapping. Xiangqian deliberately glanced at Liana, who stood not far away.
Faced with a hostile lord of hell blocking his escape, he remained unfazed. Now that's more like your style, Velasco, it aligns perfectly with Kamartaj's records of you.
When I return, I must add this encounter to the footnotes in your relevant records.
Xiangqian spoke with composure, but his hands were quick, as he swiftly donned all 10 rings he had confiscated from Mandarin. Glancing at the peculiar rings adorning his fingers, he couldn't help but mock himself. I'm not even ready to get married, and yet here I am with all these rings.
Am I destined to marry 10 wives? Velasco sneered, seemingly mocking Xiangqian's naivety and fanciful thoughts. You think you can escape?
As he slammed his long axe into the ground again, the marble floor around Xiangqian suddenly warped, and towering walls rose around him, as if constructing a prison from the very ground itself.
I'm familiar with this trick. Xiangqian exclaimed with amusement.
Earlier in his battle with Mandarin, he had used a similar tactic, although Velasco was not using it with malice. His intention was merely to confine, while Xiangqian had sought to eliminate. Xiangqian chuckled as he spoke, his hands moving quickly, gently forming a fist to activate the powers of the rings. An invisible energy spread from his hand, and the surrounding walls of earth and stone crumbled away, disintegrating into a pile of dust.
Nice magical item, Velasco begrudgingly complimented, spreading his palm.
An inexplicable force began to pressurize around Xiangqian, as if the air had turned into thick, viscous mud, hindering his movements and becoming increasingly solid like drying cement. At the same time, a sinister blood-red light flared at Velasco's fingertips, and beams of ominous light shot towards Xiangqian. As the beams sped towards him, just as they were about to strike, Xiangqian suddenly vanished into an extreme darkness. A dark area appeared out of nowhere at the spot where he had been standing, as if someone had cut off all light in that small portion of space, creating an area akin to a black hole. The beams plunged into the darkness, disappearing without a sound. Velasco waved his hand, and a colossal pressure continued to compress toward the center of the dark area. Boom, 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 the air was compressed to the extreme, producing dull sounds, with some gas even condensing into droplets suspended in the air. At that moment, a torrent surged suddenly from within the darkness, and the nearly solidified air detached from Velasco's control, flowing violently. The wind howled around them, and at the center of the dark area, an unstoppable gale surged forth. Velasco finally showed signs of concern, his previously confident demeanor now tinged with seriousness. With a mere thought, the physical rules of the hellish border shifted, as the airflow and raging winds seemed to be pressed on pause, abruptly freezing in place without warning. The magic that had stirred the wind lost its target and support. After a loud bang, a dense wave of magic shot forth in all directions, leveling nearly all the decorations and furnishings in the hall. The dark area gradually faded, and Xiangqian's figure emerged from a shadow, becoming increasingly illuminated. I must admit, I underestimated you a bit. Velasco's gaze was fixed intently on the rings in Xiangqian's hands, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Indeed, those are impressive magical items. Xiangqian spread his hands, feigning a display. These are all my trophies.
Trophies? Not bad.
Velasco sneered. If you think you can contend with the Lord of Hell solely based on a few magical items, then you're quite foolish. Your trophies will soon become my trophies.
Not necessarily. I'm not the kind of fool who relies solely on external objects.
Xiangqian also wore a cold smile, spreading his arms wide, merging them together like a painting of Tai Chi.
A wall of shadows, vast enough to block out the sun, emerged from the void.
This wall's existence shattered the common understanding of space and matter. It seemed distant yet close at hand, tangible yet untouchable, appearing to hang in midair one moment and then standing right before him the next. Strange runes flickered in and out of visibility within the flowing light of the wall.
Familiar, isn't it? The dimensional barrier, Xiangqian said calmly. It's not just a barrier, it also serves as a guidepost. Do you really think that by sealing off the space of the hellish border, I can't get away? Can a world or dimension be completely isolated and sealed off?
The answer is no, at least not within the realms that Xiangqian has access to. It is impossible. Even the dimensional barrier crafted by Agamotto, one of the three titans of the Vishanti, is said to be capable of repelling the most powerful dimensional demon invasions, yet in reality, it still has some subtle flaws that can be exploited by dimensional invaders.
Mephisto's projections frequently traverse back and forth, and Dormammu's will has never strayed far away.
Powerful lords from other dimensions always find ways to bypass the barriers to exert influence over Earth, though, in most cases, such influence is weakened to the bare minimum by the barriers. To flawlessly seal off a space might only be achievable by one of the five gods, mentioned only briefly in sparse records, representing the infinity of cosmic space and existence.
Velasco, lacking the power to rival a creator deity, naturally does not possess the boundless abilities of infinity.
His blockade of the border of hell is not without flaws, despite the solid nature of the hell border making the casting of spatial magic more difficult, and although the dimensional pathways to the outside world are disturbed by Velasco's magic, losing their basic sense of direction, the dimensional barrier remains a glaring landmark. Among all the other dimensional realms, the hell dimension and the primary material plane are almost like twin entities. Velasco's border of hell is the location in the hell dimension closest to Earth, making it the easiest place to sense the dimensional barrier. If it were another dimension, such as the Crimson Universe of Sidorak or the Dark Dimension of Dormammu, Xiangqian might find it challenging to locate a landmark to guide him home. Agreeing to Liliana's request to rescue Tony was merely a pragmatic decision in a critical moment, but it doesn't mean Xiangqian lacks confidence. At the very least, if he wants to leave this place, he is sure he can do so.
Now, do you still want to continue the conversation? If not, I'll just head back.
Whenever you're ready, have that little girl come find me, Xiangqian said, pretending to leave.
Wait.
Velasco immediately called out to stop him. His towering form, which had been over 20 feet tall, returned to just over 6 feet. Faced with an opponent who could leave at any moment, Velasco felt he had no absolute confidence in winning and had lost control of the situation. Since they couldn't determine victory or defeat through battle, they had to resolve the issue through negotiation.
I'm willing to first hear the price Mephisto offered you.
Velasco maintained the demeanor of a lord of hell, showing he was willing to lower himself to listen. Xiangqian wore an expression that suggested this should have happened long ago. It's about time, straightforward and clear, no need to pretend or act elegant.
Velasco leaned his long-handled axe against the ground and let out a heavy sigh, pretending not to hear Xiangqian's sarcastic remarks.
Mephisto's price is quite simple. He is willing to provide me with a large batch of high-quality souls to help me strengthen my soul power. All he asks for is a priority right.
Xiangqian fabricated the offer, further lowering Mephisto's already reduced price. Priority right? Xiangqian nodded without hesitation.
Yes, priority right. Under equal conditions, he has the preferential right to cooperate with me, and upon receiving any other offers, he must be given a chance to match the quote.
This is impossible. Velasco refused to believe it, as this was a price he absolutely could not offer. Do not limit your imagination because of your poverty. For an old-school lord of hell like Mephisto, a batch of high-quality souls is nothing.
Perhaps you have also heard the story of the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, where he allowed a large number of high-quality fallen souls to roam the earth without any reaction. Xiangqian had quite a knack for striking at the poor. After all, he himself was a billionaire back on earth.
Velasco firmly stated, this is not about wealth.
A deceitful devil, no matter how rich he is, will not change his nature of cunning and plunder.
Maybe so. Xiang Qian replied noncommittally.
Perhaps Mephisto is indeed unchangeable, but nevertheless, his terms are the most favorable, worth the risk of getting tricked. I do need high-quality souls to make up for my shortcomings. As the Lord of the Border of Hell, you should understand the immense pressure of using souls to support a domain. I am just a mortal, lacking the naturally powerful soul of a Lord of Hell and the long accumulation of time like you possess. Xiang Qian seemingly spoke honestly about his difficult situation. Velasco fell silent, carefully calculating his own assets to see if he could compete with Mephisto. Xiang Qian did not rush him, instead taking an interest in surveying the castle hall, which had been damaged. Everything around was slowly returning to its original appearance, showcasing the Lord of Hell's power. Even without deliberate manipulation, everything in his domain would gradually transform into what he unconsciously desired. Oh, and there was also a little beauty who had been playing dead in silence since the beginning of the conversation and battle. After a long time, Velasco spoke again. If it's about the quantity of souls, I am aware that I can never compete with Mephisto.
So what? Xiang Qian detected the implication in his words and asked at the right moment. So, are you interested in things beyond souls? Xiang Qian smiled. In any commercial collaboration, I keep an open mind. It all depends on whether what you present can catch my interest. Velasco fixed his gaze on Xiang Qian, his eyes flashing with a hint of dangerous and mad light. I want to ask Mr. Xiang a question. How much do you know about the ancient gods?
Xiang Qian frowned. The era in which the ancient gods existed is far too distant. Information from before the dawn of time has nearly disappeared, and Camartage does not have much documentation.
Once again, Xiang Qian lied. Camartage possessed magical records left by Agamotto, and Agamotto's mother was one of the many ancient gods. While the information was scant, it did indeed exist. Among the ancient gods is a powerful being who is the source of black magic, possessing the most powerful black magic known in the world. He has, and continues to, erode the fabric of time and existence in the universe, Velasco described in a tone of fervent devotion. How coincidental, the one you speak of, I happen to know his name. Xiang Qian smiled calmly. Zysorn?
If it were about other ancient gods, Xiang Qian wouldn't mind continuing to play dumb, but when it came to Zysorn, he couldn't pretend to be ignorant. Zysorn, the god of black magic, one of the ancient gods most recorded in Camartage. After all, Agamotto was known as the source of white magic, making him a natural opposite to Zysorn, the god of black magic.
Why do you mention him?
I fear neither of us has the right to use this ancient god as a bargaining chip.
For the first time since entering the border of hell, Xiang Qian showed a touched expression. Velasco appeared quite pleased with himself. What if I could receive the blessings of the ancient god and be willing to share them with you?
I am a disciple of Camartage, and what I have learned is authentic white magic. Xiang Qian immediately stated his position.
Really? A white magician who was willing to trade with a lord of hell for souls? Black magic and white magic are clearly opposed just from their names. However, from the perspective of the practitioners, this opposition seems somewhat awkward.
The nature of magic can be distinctly defined, but human thoughts can never be entirely divided into black and white. No matter which school of magic one practices, as the practitioner travels further along the path of magic, they are increasingly likely to cross the boundary between black and white. The stones from other mountains can be used to carve jade. This saying holds true on the path of magical practice as well. The more top-tier a white magician is, the deeper their research into black magic becomes. Such examples have been common throughout history.
I need to see evidence.
Xiang Qian suddenly changed his tone, as if he were not the one who had just emphasized the perspective of white magicians. A small sense of pride surged in Velasco's heart, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile.
What kind of evidence do you want?
Xiang Qian extended his hand, adorned with rings, fingers raised. First, proof that you can summon the ancient god Zysorn. Second, proof that you will surely receive the blessings of the ancient god. Third, proof that facing the ancient god will not put us in danger. Summoning an ancient god is always an extremely dangerous thing, with enormous risks and uncertain rewards. If there's no solid guarantee, I will never participate.
At this moment, Xiang Qian put on a complete businessman's demeanor.
Velasco remained silent for a long time. The entire underworld knew that Velasco was a fanatical believer in ancient gods, obsessed with their immense power. Although he didn't care about others mocking him for being a fanatic, the methods and processes of summoning ancient gods were absolute secrets. Aside from those zealot followers, No one wanted to see the ancient gods return to the mortal realm, and many lords of hell were also unwilling to see someone gain the power of ancient gods. Once the method of summoning was leaked, it would inevitably attract the malicious schemes of others. But Xiang Qian's request was something Belasco could not refuse, as it was simply too reasonable. You say you have chips? Then show me. Just like when you say you want to invest in a business partnership, you have to let people verify your assets, right? I cannot tell you the specific method of summoning the ancient god. After a long while, Belasco slowly spoke. Before Xiang Qian could voice his doubts, the king of the border of hell added, "But I can prove to you that I have made ample preparations for this. Please continue." Belasco gently waved his hand toward Liliana, who was pushed forward by a powerful force, stumbling to stand between the two men in discussion. "You can check her soul for yourself," the king of the border of hell indicated to Xiang Qian. "I've already seen it the first time we met. Her soul is somewhat damaged." "So what does that prove?" Xiang Qian asked with a puzzled expression. Belasco smiled mysteriously. "You can take a closer look again. I suggest you observe more carefully." Liliana suddenly let out a piercing scream, clutching her head tightly with both hands, continuously banging her forehead with her palms, yet this did nothing to alleviate her suffering. The intense pain caused her vision to blur, and her body tilted, ultimately collapsing to the ground. From Xiang Qian's perspective of the soul, he saw a soul thread extending from Liliana, pulled by Belasco, and at the end of the thread was a blood-red gem. "You have controlled her soul," Belasco remarked nonchalantly. "This is merely a necessary measure. After all, she is the key to summoning the ancient god." Xiang Qian focused intently on Liliana and noticed something he hadn't seen before. A faint black magic mark emerged from the depths of the girl's soul. This mark could be found in the magical historical records of Comitege, and Xiang Qian was deeply impressed as it belonged uniquely to Zaisorn. The god of black magic has already left a mark on her. She is the signpost for guiding Zaisorn's descent? Xiang Qian frowned. "She is both a signpost and a sacrifice. Her body can also serve as a vessel," Belasco said smugly. "She is the perfect sacrifice I meticulously selected." Liliana struggled to lift her head, revealing a face devoid of color, her eyes filled with terror and despair. Xiang Qian, seemingly heartless, ignored the girl's expression of despair. "I thought you kidnapped this girl because you valued her magical talent and wanted to cultivate a powerful assistant for your use." "Assistant? I don't need one. What I desire most is the blessing of the ancient god." Belasco relaxed his hold on Liliana's soul. "She indeed possesses a unique magical talent, which makes her the most suitable sacrifice and vessel." Xiang Qian asked insidiously, "Aren't you afraid that by revealing this secret, she might retaliate against you?" "Her soul sword is an extremely powerful magic that can threaten the lives of all magical beings, even severely injuring the soul of a lord of hell. She has been diligently cultivating and enhancing her magical abilities. Her power has always been under my control," Belasco said confidently. "Right now, she hasn't harmed my abilities." "And in the future? In the future?" "After today, she will be forever imprisoned until the day we summon the ancient god," Belasco said. "I even went so far as to effect the grand undertaking of summoning the ancient god for the sake of our deal." "Isn't my sincerity enough?" I can indeed see your sincerity." Xiang Qian suddenly seemed to awaken his playboy nature, bending down to help Liliana up. In a short time, this magical girl had suffered dual traumas to her mind and soul. At this moment, her face was devoid of any color, her gaze vacant. "Poor girl, it seems your fate has long been predetermined," Xiang Qian sighed. "Many people will go to great lengths and spare no effort to seize the opportunity to change their fate. Perhaps you hope for such an opportunity as well." Xiang Qian held Liliana's hands, enveloping them in his broad palms as if mourning for her. "Unfortunately, fate does not wish to give you such an opportunity, even if you are willing to risk everything to seize it. Everyone, in the end, must face their own destiny," Xiang Qian concluded. Belasco felt extremely impatient with the playboy's seemingly deep feelings and urged, "It's indeed touching, but let's stop here, we have business to attend to." Xiang Qian timely released Liliana's hands, lowering his head into thought, remaining silent for a long time. Liliana, in a daze, retreated to the side. No one paid her any more attention, and she had no heart to focus on the negotiations between Belasco and Xiang Qian. The phrases echoed repeatedly in her mind. "After today, she will be forever imprisoned. Seize the opportunity to change fate. Perhaps you hope for such an opportunity as well. Fate does not wish to give you such an opportunity. Risk everything to seize. Everyone, in the end, must face their own destiny." These words resonated within her inner world like thunder, tearing open a terrible wound inside her, filled with thoughts she usually didn't dare to imagine. She instinctively raised her head to look at the contemplative Xiangqian, the playboy who had asked her not long ago, "You know the method of using someone else's soul to enhance the power of the soul sword, right?" Xiangqian fell into a long period of contemplation, a duration so lengthy that Belasco completely lost his patience. Is making a choice so difficult? The opportunity to gain the favor of an ancient god is not something everyone can have. You should feel fortunate and accept my proposal. Xiangqian shot a sideways glance at the king of the border of hell. This is a matter of destiny. I thought you would be more patient. As he spoke, he casually glanced at Liliana. You hold in your hands the chance to change your fate. I hope you can seize it, Belasco said with a fervent expression. Gaining the favor and blessings of the ancient god, you have the opportunity to become the most powerful dimensional sovereign. Xiangqian slightly raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about yourself? It's us, we will advance hand in hand. I will become the true king of hell, and you will become a supreme being in the primary material plane, Belasco coaxed. The god of black magic will aid us in achieving great things. Xiangqian couldn't help but laugh. Initially, it was just a light chuckle, but as his thoughts expanded, his laughter became increasingly uncontrollable. What are you laughing at? The king of the border of hell clearly sensed the other's disdain. Sorry. Xiangqian made an effort to suppress his laughter. It's just that as an ordinary person, I find it difficult to comprehend the thought process of a fanatic. Are you insulting the ancient god, or are you insulting me? Belasco roared in anger. Of course I'm insulting you, the one standing before me is not S.H.I.E.L.D. Xiangqian showed no fear in the face of the furious lord of hell. Under Belasco's wrathful gaze, this playboy brazenly wielded his sharp tongue. To fervently believe in S.H.I.E.L.D. is like a fish being lured by bait. No matter how enticing the temptation he offers you, in the end, you will only become the nourishment for the growth of black magic. You don't understand at all, you have given up a precious opportunity, Belasco said, dark red flames swirling around him, symbolizing his uncontrollable rage. The opportunity to become fertilizer? Sorry, I am well aware of magical history. The tragic endings of fanatics are not uncommon in the annals of magic. Xiangqian disregarded Belasco's fury. It's just that your greedy desires have blinded your eyes, making you forget the lessons of history. I've heard that fish have a memory of only 7 seconds. It seems you are similar. This time, Belasco did not display his 20-foot height, but the flames around him continued to spread both outward and upward. Driven by anger, he seemed determined to show no mercy. If you want to make a move, do it quickly, you won't have more chances. Xiangqian spread his arms, as if ready to sense the position of the dimensional barrier at any moment. The negotiation broke down again, and the ensuing battle was entirely different from the last. The massive axe symbolizing the authority of the king of the border of hell came crashing down, accompanied by Belasco's thunderous roar, "You will pay the price for despising the king of hell." In his rage, the king of the border of hell abandoned magical attacks and chose to engage in close combat with a cold weapon, the easiest method to disrupt the other's spatial magic. Xiangqian did not dodge or avoid, lifting his hands high to welcome the giant axe. Clang, the giant axe halted mid-air. It seemed as if the axe had struck something invisible. In reality, it was the powerful gravitational field generated from his ring that was applying an upward repulsion to the axe. At the same time, a wave of cold air emanated from his hands, merging with the surrounding flames. Ice and fire intertwined, and the flames gradually dissipated. Belasco exerted more force downwards. Aren't you planning to escape? Then let me show you what you have missed by refusing my offer. Xiangqian had a cold smile on his lips, a flicker of pride flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, fate must be controlled by oneself. Your fate is destined to be tragic. Belasco's shocked gaze dropped, revealing a sword tip protruding from his chest. He struggled to turn around and saw his disciple Liliana, her eyes filled with determination. The soul sword in Liliana's hand emitted a different kind of glow, though no longer as pure and dazzling as before. The slightly dim light contained a hint of dangerous shadow. At that moment, the soul sword exhibited power beyond Belasco's imagination, effortlessly tearing through his soul and delivering an unprecedented blow. He heard Xiangqian's voice nearby. "I'm sorry, but what I just said was not directed at you." The playboy's tone was laced with unmistakable schadenfreude. Ugh, ah! Belasco let out a piercing scream, instinctively raising his long-handled axe to strike at the betraying apprentice. In his fury, the king of the border of hell unleashed an unprecedented amount of power. Even as Xiangqian exerted gravitational force on the axe, it only delayed the inevitable for a brief moment. It was this moment of hesitation that allowed Liliana to abruptly retract her sword and leap back, narrowly avoiding the sweeping axe. The blade struck the ground as Belasco leaned on the axe to support his wavering body. In front of him, Liliana opened her palm and tossed out a soul magic sphere, drawing the last remnants of soul power into her hand. The soul sword possesses the power to severely injure a dimensional lord. You really shouldn't underestimate her. Xiangqian mocked coldly, yet his hands were relentless, unleashing gusts of wind, cold air, and cutting beams as if they were free-flowing, all pouring toward Belasco. In a critical moment, Belasco fully unleashed the powers of being the Lord of the Border of Hell. With almost just a thought, the wind ceased, the cold air evaporated, and the fierce cutting beams shattered, turning into specks of starlight. A lord in his own domain experiences a multiple enhancement of magical power. Although Belasco was severely injured and his magical energy reduced, he was still able to easily protect himself against magical attacks. You will regret this. Belasco bellowed, but instead of launching a counterattack, he prepared to teleport away using his lordly powers. The hellish beings have no sense of honor, and when it comes to adhering to the principle of a wise man doesn't suffer a loss at the hands of a fool, they are even more thorough than humans. The body of the king of the border of hell began to rapidly fade, almost turning into a wisp of shadow. When the shadow disappeared completely, it meant he had successfully left the battlefield. This process seemed slow, but in reality, it was incredibly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Belasco was left as an almost imperceptible shadow. But at that moment, the shadow began to flicker oddly, like a film image being interfered with, jumping uncontrollably. Finally, the shadow transformed from ethereal to solid, and the king of the border of hell stumbled out of the teleportation magic. "I'm sorry, but since I can't leave conveniently, you won't be able to escape either," Xiangqian said with a cold laugh. Whether casting spatial magic or interfering with spatial magic, these were the specialties of Camartage mages as long as you didn't slack off during Master Ancient One's lessons. Belasco roared, magical energy surging from him, forming a fierce and chaotic maelstrom of magic around his body. The magical maelstrom could disrupt the magical structure of all spells. Any magic encountering a magical maelstrom would go out of control and shatter, unless Xiangqian could completely suppress the opponent's magical intensity. This was clearly impossible. Belasco was, after all, the lord of the border of hell. Xiangqian furrowed his brow slightly, making a swift decision to change tactics. A rich magical energy surged from within him, swirling around his body. His 10 fingers quickly moved, channeling magical energy that instantly transformed into 2 ancient Tang-style sabers. The magically conjured sabers glimmered with a golden light, quite similar to the soul sword held by Liliana. Grasping the twin sabers that continuously absorbed magical energy, he successfully offset the effects of the magical maelstrom. The twin sabers danced, and the fierce offensive left Belasco in a state of disarray. Liliana timely joined the fray, and the deterrent power of the soul sword was even more formidable. Belasco swung his giant axe in a sweeping motion, and as he pushed Xiangqian back, he summoned the blood-red gem that controlled Liliana's soul. Liliana's reaction was equally swift, or rather, she had been on guard against this move all along. Almost at the moment the bloodstone appeared, the soul sword struck down fiercely, severing the connection to the light linked to her soul. Both the bloodstone and the soul light stemmed from Liliana's soul. This strike was almost equivalent to self-harm. The excruciating pain radiating from her soul instantly spread throughout her body. Liliana let out a muffled groan, her body swaying, nearly unable to stand. Xiangqian's twin sabers ensnared Belasco's long-handled axe once more, while he shouted to Liliana, "Girl, put in more effort. Let's chop this old guy a few more times." Before Belasco became the lord of the border of hell, he was a mage dedicated to the study of black magic. This meant he was not particularly skilled in close combat techniques. Not every mage is like Gandalf, who has merely invested in a flashy spell while putting all other talents into melee combat. Faced with Xiangqian's flashing twin sabers, Belasco's long-handled axe appeared clumsy. In nearly every exchange, he incurred new wounds. At this moment, Belasco could only use the most basic and rudimentary methods to channel his magical power. The turbulent magic swirling around him occasionally coalesced into a shield, attempting to block Xiangqian's increasingly rapid attacks. The soul injuries brought unbearable pain, making it difficult for Belasco to concentrate on casting complex spells. It is important to note that the more powerful the magic, the more precise control a magician must exert to shape it. The teleportation spell Belasco attempted to use during his retreat failed, partly due to Xiangqian's interference and partly because of his lack of proficiency in controlling his magic. For the king of the border of hell, The most fortunate aspect of the situation was that he was in his own domain. The energy of the hell border continually flowed into him, allowing him to heal his wounds.
Even from Xiang Qian's perspective, he could see Belasco's soul injuries slowly recovering. In the border of hell, no one can kill me.
Despite being on the back foot and sustaining new injuries, the battered Belasco still let out a proud roar. This was the confidence possessed by a dimensional lord.
Xiang Qian understood very well that time was not on his side.
To counter the magical turbulence, his magical energy was depleting at an astonishing rate.
If the battle continued to drag on, there would inevitably come a moment when his magical energy ran out.
Although he could draw energy from the soul universe and convert it into magic, this conversion had limitations in both speed and quantity. The magical energy he had accumulated over the years, while vast, was not infinite.
Even if I can't kill you, I'll at least stab you a few more times to vent some frustration. Xiang Qian's twin sabers intertwined, skillfully catching the massive axe.
At the same time, Liliana, having recovered from her earlier self-harm state, let out a sharp shout and swung the soul sword down at Belasco.
Belasco hurriedly released his grip, discarding the axe, and quickly retreated.
However, Xiang Qian was quicker, stepping forward and reversing the grip on his left saber, stabbing it hard into Belasco's foot. The blade pierced through, driving into the ground beneath his foot. Belasco screamed in pain, and as he saw Liliana's sword coming down towards him, he instinctively turned his head, allowing the blade to strike his shoulder instead.
The soul sword's lethality was worlds apart from that of an ordinary magical weapon. The strike not only left a nearly 10-centimeter gash on Belasco's shoulder but also inflicted significant damage to his soul.
The soul sword is a nemesis to nearly all magical creations. It can easily destroy the structure of both magically created bodies and souls, causing irreversible harm.
Xiang Qian even suspected that if Liliana's soul continued to grow stronger, one day, she might directly wield her sword to eliminate Belasco's soul even while he was in his own territory.
Unfortunately, the learning and use of the soul sword come with a very high threshold. Not everyone can directly manifest soul power for combat without the guidance of spells and gestures. Even with Xiang Qian's current level of soul strength, it would be difficult to achieve. If he forced himself to learn, it would only yield poor results. Returning to the battle at hand, Belasco continued to suffer heavy blows, emitting piercing howls. The swirling magic around him quickly coalesced into a massive hemispherical barrier, pushing Xiang Qian and Liliana away. Xiang Qian reacted swiftly, bringing his hands together, and the twin sabers instantly transformed into a massive siege hammer, which he brought down heavily against the magical barrier. He poured almost all his remaining magical energy into the hammer, and with a single strike, the barrier shattered, causing the hammer to crumble in turn. The clash of their combined magical forces could be described as mutually destructive.
But Xiang Qian had a teammate.
Taking the opportunity, Liliana surged forward and thrust her sword through Belasco's chest. This strike also exhausted the last remnants of the Mandarin's soul she had absorbed, causing the brilliant sword light to dim instantly, vanishing without a trace.
If this had been an ordinary hellish creature, that strike would have been fatal. Even for a lord like Belasco, being struck by that sword was certainly not pleasant.
A spirit that was already powerful, filled with despair, intense unwillingness, and resentment, greatly enhanced the soul sword, resulting in the impressive outcome they witnessed at that moment.
Ugh ah! Belasco howled in pain. As he cried out, the entire environment of the border of hell underwent dramatic changes.
The ground rumbled, and the sky churned with dark clouds. Flashes of lightning flickered among the heavy sulfur-laden clouds. At that moment, Belasco's soul fluctuations harmonized perfectly with the wave field of the border of hell. This world was responding to its master. The power of the world was accelerating its gathering, both to protect its master and to strike against its enemies.
The enemies of the Lord were the enemies of this world.
Around the castle, various howls of different tones rose and fell, growing closer as if echoing their master. Creatures living in the border of hell were gathering, ready to fight for their lord. Liliana's face turned pale, not only because her soul power had been overexerted, but also due to the intense changes occurring in this world.
She tightly grasped Xiang Qian's hand, urgently saying, "Hurry, we need to leave.
We can't kill him, take this chance and get out." Liliana was about to activate her teleportation ability, so anxious that she didn't even have time to discern the direction of the teleportation. However, the teleportation failed again. Liliana looked at Xiang Qian in disbelief, sensing that he had just interfered with the space again using his magical power. Although his remaining magical energy was nearly depleted after the fierce battle, he was still able to cause enough disruption to Liliana, who was equally exhausted. "Give me one more minute," S.H.I.E.L.D said, disregarding the near rage in the girl's expression, still smiling.
Under Liliana's furious gaze, S.H.I.E.L.D closed his eyes.
The next moment, his spirit separated from his body. The soul that left the body immediately resonated with the world of the border of hell. S.H.I.E.L.D silently sensed the fluctuations of this world, clearly feeling its anger, shame, fear, and hatred. The world itself had no emotions, only its master could possess emotions. The souls of sentient beings resonate with the hell dimension, and the hell dimension is inherently one with its lord. Therefore, the resonance of the dead souls is, in essence, a resonance with the mind of the dimensional lord.
At this moment, what S.H.I.E.L.D could perceive was all of Belasco's emotions.
When Belasco's soul fluctuations harmonized perfectly with those of the border of hell, it signified that he had opened his soul to this world. This was the moment S.H.I.E.L.D had been waiting for. Letting the soul resonate with the world to maximize the gathering of power for self-protection and counterattack is Belasco's normal reaction after enduring multiple heavy blows, and it is also the last trump card of every Lord of Hell. Kamartaj's magical records detail this extensively, repeatedly warning disciples that entering a domain controlled by a dimensional lord and facing them in battle will put one at a highly passive disadvantage. To hope to completely defeat an opponent in their territory is an extremely foolish act. In other words, according to Kamartaj's traditional views, S.H.I.E.L.D's current actions are almost equivalent to an act of extreme folly. However, he indeed needed this opportunity to validate the suspicion in his heart. During his last meeting with S.H.I.E.L.D, Mephisto had once said, he had a deep understanding of the pressure a soul must bear when containing a world. At first glance, this statement seemed to express sympathy for the immense pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D's soul, but upon deeper reflection, this old devil seemingly unintentionally revealed the secret of how lords of hell control their domains. They do not immerse themselves in hell, nor do they entrust their souls to something like a lich's phylactery. Rather, like S.H.I.E.L.D, they incorporate their entire domain into their souls. If a lord's soul can grow stronger, then the territory they can sustain will gradually expand, which is also one of the main reasons hell lords occasionally engage in soul wars. The only question is whether Mephisto's words can be trusted. As a deceitful devil, even seemingly casual remarks could be elaborate traps. The truth of these words was something S.H.I.E.L.D needed to verify for himself, and Belasco was one of the most suitable subjects for this verification. Belasco was relatively weak among the Hell Lords, and the border of Hell was one of the closest territories to Earth. If things went awry, S.H.I.E.L.D could still escape. If he couldn't run, it would be easy to call for the Supreme Mage for help. After all, seeking assistance from a superior when facing overwhelming odds is nothing to be ashamed of. Considering all these factors, this led to the intense battle between S.H.I.E.L.D and Belasco at this moment. With his spirit separated, S.H.I.E.L.D resonated his soul with Belasco's soul fluctuations. During this process, he saw things that he couldn't perceive in his previous soul perspective, a vast soul domain that could only be shaped by a being of dimensional lord level. At the center of this domain, there was a faintly visible world. Seeing this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a surge of joy within. He knew his suspicion was likely correct. The world at the center of Belasco's soul domain was most likely the border of hell. However, what he did not yet know was whether this was merely a projection of the world within Belasco's soul or if it contained the actual will of the world itself. The verification work was only halfway complete, the remaining half needed to continue. In the next moment, S.H.I.E.L.D's soul directly contacted Belasco's soul domain and began to permeate and invade. Every sentient being's soul has its own defensive barrier, the strength of which depends on the individual's mental and soulful fortitude. True strong beings do not fear the Lord of Hell, while the weak crumble and decay at the slightest disturbance. For powerful beings like S.H.I.E.L.D or Belasco, whose souls are greatly strengthened, their soul barriers should be nearly impossible to breach. However, the current situation was different. By actively opening their souls to resonate with the world, it was tantamount to voluntarily lowering their protective barriers. Therefore, when S.H.I.E.L.D invaded, Belasco had no time to react and found himself penetrated at the core of his soul domain. Seizing the moment perfectly, S.H.I.E.L.D's invasion was smooth sailing. Almost with a mere shift of thought, he stepped into the center of Belasco's soul domain. Beneath his feet lay a charred land, with lava flowing around him, and the air was unbearably hot. Everything here mirrored the outer border of hell. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D set foot in this place, Belasco's figure suddenly flashed before him. S.H.I.E.L.D understood that, like his current state, the Belasco he faced was also a projection of thought. At this moment, the states of both were akin to when he had met the phoenix in his own soul domain. However, facing this grotesque hellish demon, Xiangqian had no interest in conversation. Before Belasco's thought could speak, Xiangqian waved his hand and said, "No more nonsense, I'm going to conduct an experiment, and it won't take long."
Without needing any extraneous movements, guided solely by his thoughts, Xiangqian began summoning his own soul domain at the center of Belasco's soul domain. The spaces of the two domains rapidly overlapped. In the fearful gaze of Belasco, stars began to appear overhead. In the blink of an eye, a vast starry sky enveloped the entire border of hell. Belasco instinctively sensed the danger. The border of hell within his soul domain reacted immediately. The land beneath Xiangqian began to collapse in large sections, as if intending to bury him. However, without the support of the land, Xiangqian still stood suspended in mid-air, completely unaffected. Following that, the lava below began to churn violently, erupting from beneath Xiangqian's feet, and a scorching pillar of lava instantly engulfed his figure. But in the next moment, Xiangqian found himself soaring high above, suspended in the air, looking down at the minuscule Belasco below, who resembled an ant. "Your turn, huh? Let's start with a meteor shower."
As soon as Xiangqian finished speaking, a rain of small asteroids descended from the void like raindrops, each one the size of a small hill in the border of hell. The asteroids slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, triggering massive earthquakes and lava eruptions.
In Belasco's soul domain, thunderous explosions echoed, reminiscent of nuclear bombs detonating in rapid succession.
The ground first cracked open with enormous fissures, and soon after, magma surged up from beneath these cracks, filling them and gradually evolving into rivers of flowing lava. The rivers of lava did not last long. As the earth further crumbled, these rivers began to intersect, first forming lakes and then turning into oceans. Eventually, in the distance that Xiangqian could see, there was no longer a hint of solid ground. On the sea of lava, Belasco's figure remained unmoved. What appeared here were merely the thought projections of both parties and would not be harmed by the meteor shower. However, Xiangqian could feel that as the border of hell world within the soul domain was being destroyed, Belasco's soul strength was significantly diminished. At the same time, he also sensed that as the destruction in the soul domain progressed, changes were occurring in the real border of hell. The world power that had been gathering around Belasco as the center suddenly began to dissipate. A sense of clarity surged within Xiangqian. The world of the border of hell within Belasco's soul domain was not merely a simple projection, it was the will of this world itself. In other words, through this attempt, Xiangqian had come to understand the truth of how Hell Lords merge with the Hell dimension. Hell Lords fuse the world's will into their own souls. The world will itself does not possess independent thought, but when the Lords merge their souls with the world will, they also steal the rule power of this world, thus controlling the entire realm. Mephisto did not lie, or rather, he had unwittingly revealed this truth. Xiangqian looked down at the furious Belasco, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he spoke coldly. "Belasco, I just discovered that it seems I have the ability to kill you." Xiangqian's words had barely left his lips, leaving no opportunity for Belasco to respond. As soon as he finished speaking, the stars in the void suddenly became even more dazzling. Among the brilliant starry river, an ultramassive star, much larger than the sun of the real world, plummeted rapidly toward the border of hell. In the soul domain, the star completely broke through the physical limitations of distance. One moment it was in the endless void, and in the blink of an eye, it was right before them. Before the star could collide with the border of hell, its immense gravitational force had already begun to trigger the collapse of the hell border world. It is important to note that the border of hell in the soul domain is not a real material entity. The concepts of physical gravity and space do not apply here. The collapsing scene presented at this moment was merely a manifestation of conceptualization. In reality, what truly collapsed was the world rule imprinted within Belasco's soul. As a powerful dimensional lord, Belasco had tightly fused the metaphysical and physical operational rules of the border of hell, a pocket universe, into his soul, leaving a deep imprint of rules within his own soul domain. Now, this imprint, representing the world's will, was under violent assault. In the soul domain, the collision between the ultramassive star and the border of hell happened almost instantaneously. The tremendous impact was earth-shattering. Everything within the border of hell was first shattered in the collision and then completely dissolved by the star's horrific heat. The border of hell was merely a pocket universe, and among the many territories in the hell dimension, its rule power was inherently weak. It could not withstand the impact of an ultramassive star in the material world, and the same was true in the soul domain. The imprint representing the world will of the border of hell was completely erased from Belasco's soul in an instant. He lost control over the world of the border of hell. In other words, from this moment on, he lost his powers as a dimensional lord. Until he could reshape the imprint of the world will, he was no longer the lofty king of the border of hell. Of course, unless a world is completely destroyed on a material level, even if its physical rules momentarily fall into a state of chaos, it will eventually restore itself. But unfortunately for Belasco, he would not live to see that day. With the collapse of the world will of the border of hell, Belasco's soul suffered unprecedented damage. His once mighty soul domain now teetered on the brink of total collapse.
This blow shouldn't have happened. Even hell lords far more powerful than Belasco, such as Mephisto, could never break through Belasco's soul barrier within the border of hell. However, Liliana's unexpected betrayal, combined with the soul sword's unique lethality, had unexpectedly inflicted severe wounds on Belasco.
Moreover, the vast magical energy S.H.I.E.L.D had accumulated over more than a decade from drawing and converting energy from the soul universe not only repelled Belasco's counterattacks but also created an excellent opportunity for Liliana to land a second devastating blow on her opponent. If Belasco had not been so arrogant, so eager, he would not have stumbled in his own territory. Dimensional lords are nearly omniscient and omnipotent within their own domains, but that does not mean they are immortal. They can indeed be killed. The moment Belasco lost the world will imprint and thus lost his lordly powers, he became merely an ordinary black magician. Although his magical prowess remained formidable, his level of existence had already fallen from a higher plane. More importantly, at this moment, both his body and soul had suffered severe injuries and were riddled with wounds. How could this be possible? Where does your power come from? Having lost his lordly powers, Belasco could no longer gather the world's primal energy to heal himself. Even as the soul domain approached collapse, all his existing injuries were worsening.
S.H.I.E.L.D detached from Belasco's soul domain, returning directly to his own physical body.
Only at this moment, with victory in hand, did he finally relax and have the leisure to engage in conversation with his enemy.
Do you know why I repeatedly refused Mephisto's offers, yet he still treats me politely? S.H.I.E.L.D's mocking expression was akin to that of someone observing an ignorant nouveau riche. Because Mephisto knows that when it comes to comparing soul strength, there is no difference between me and the Hell Lords. That's why he is willing to engage in dialogue with me on equal terms.
After saying this, S.H.I.E.L.D turned to look at Liliana, who stood nearby in a daze. The rapid changes had left her fuming, unable to put away her anger. It's important to understand that in the soul domain, the perception of time for thought forms is completely different from that in the real world. Time flows there at a rate hundreds or even thousands of times faster. It was like how a regular person might feel as though they have experienced a day, a month, or even years in a dream, but in reality, just a few minutes had passed in the real world. From the moment S.H.I.E.L.D began the soul resonance with Belasco to his ultimate victory and return to his body, the entire process seemed incredibly lengthy, but in real time, it was merely a fleeting instant.
Liliana witnessed the entire process and was still in a state of shock.
She could clearly see S.H.I.E.L.D's spirit separating, as well as the contact between his soul and Belasco's, followed by an explosion of blinding light in their respective soul domains.
When Liliana opened her eyes again, she found that Belasco's soul domain had begun to collapse. How much time had passed since S.H.I.E.L.D said, "Give me a minute"? 5 seconds? 3 seconds? The entire environment of the border of hell had undergone drastic changes. Violent earthquakes swept across the world like a tidal wave, and many places were submerged by vast lakes of lava, just as seen in S.H.I.E.L.D's soul domain. The castle that Belasco had painstakingly built over the years began to gradually collapse, and the hall they were in shook violently with the sound of the earthquake. The monstrous howls that had previously echoed around them had turned into terrified wails as creatures scattered in panic. "Hey, girl, do you still have the strength?" S.H.I.E.L.D's flippant voice rang in Liliana's ears.
"Use your soul sword to give that guy a couple more strikes, and you can finally say goodbye to your childhood nightmare." Liliana's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She examined Belasco closely and realized that he was now in an unprecedented state of weakness. The soul sword was summoned once more. Without the soul of the mandarins to fuel it, the sword light became significantly dimmer. But even so, it was already sufficient. The arrogance and fury that once adorned Belasco's face were now replaced by a fear he had never shown before: fear of death. If he were still the high and mighty lord of the border of hell, or a primordial demon of hell, when his physical body died, his soul would still have the chance to return to the source of death to seek rebirth. But now, he was merely an ordinary black magician and a converted demon. Years of practicing black magic and undergoing the transformation into a demon had saturated both his body and soul with magical energy, rendering him a de facto magical creature. And Liliana's soul sword was precisely the nemesis of beings like him. Liliana Rasputin, do not forget that it was I who raised you and granted you power. Velasco wailed in despair. No, you kidnapped me, robbed me of my childhood, and sought to completely destroy my life. Liliana, wielding the soul sword, stepped closer with each passing moment. I am your teacher, it was I who made you. What you pursue is merely a vessel for an ancient god. Velasco stumbled backward, attempting to evade Liliana's attack. At this moment, the sound of her relentless footsteps was far more terrifying to him than the violent shaking of the earth. The stones from the ceiling continued to fall, as if signaling the end of this castle's life, just like its master. The sword light flickered, and the soul sword struck toward Velasco's neck like a flash of lightning. At this point, he was already on the verge of collapse from his severe injuries and had no way to avoid it. The once mighty king of the border of hell fell at last. As Velasco's head was severed by the soul sword, the once trembling world of the border of hell began to gradually quiet down. Xiangqian closely monitored the entire process through his soul perspective, ensuring that the arrogant demon was completely vanquished. Velasco's death unfolded without any surprises. Both his physical body and soul were thoroughly obliterated by the soul sword. However, at that moment, another unexpected situation arose. The rules of the border of hell began to restore themselves at an astonishing speed. When Xiangqian sensed this change, another shocking event followed. The world will of the border of hell actively resonated with his soul fluctuations. When had the world will ever acted on its own? It was merely an aggregation of fundamental rules, operating solely according to those rules. It had always been the sentient beings who sought it out, never the other way around. Recalling the world fluctuations he had felt during his previous soul separation, Xiangqian cautiously tested his connection, as if quietly broadcasting his own signal. To his surprise, the seemingly trivial action provoked a strong reaction from the world will of the border of hell. It was as if he had suddenly opened the floodgates of a reservoir. Various metaphysical rule concepts of the border of hell surged into Xiangqian's soul domain like a flood. A massive influx of world information overwhelmed him, both in terms of sheer quantity and the inherent evil pollution within the rules, enough to instantly crush an ordinary person's thoughts and will. A brand new imprint of the world will rapidly form deep within Xiangqian's soul domain. If this continued, within a few minutes, Xiangqian would become the new master of the border of hell, thereby joining the ranks of the Hell Lords. With his constantly growing soul strength, he could even potentially become a brand new Lord of Hell, something Velasco had yearned for but never achieved in his lifetime. However, such abnormal circumstances must surely signal something amiss. Xiangqian quickly focused his mind and plunged into his soul domain. As his thought form appeared in that vast void, the voice that had continually tormented him before sounded right next to him. Have you finally decided to accept the authority of the world's ruler? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiangqian's tone was filled with displeasure. He sensed that something was quietly occurring beyond his understanding. This universe is gradually becoming whole, and outside the primary material plane, the rules of each dimension are also being perfected, the voice in the void said slowly. You should understand that the more complete the universe becomes, the clearer the authority of the rulers is. A sense of inexplicable horror surged within Xiangqian, and he instinctively directed his thoughts to one corner of the soul domain. That was where the imprint of the world will of the border of hell had been left behind. A deep and vast spiritual power emanated from the imprint. As Xiangqian made contact with this power, he immediately furrowed his brow. This spiritual power carried a profound sense of deadness, and even with all of humanity's descriptive capabilities, it would be impossible to convey even a fraction of its characteristics. Even among the Hell Lords Xiangqian had encountered, including the likes of Mephisto, their souls, while filled with destruction and death, had never exuded such pure emptiness. There were no signs of life within this aura. Even the native creatures of the hell dimension could not be accepted by this presence. From Xiangqian's understanding, this aura could only originate from the death goddess herself. It should be a strand of death rules that Velasco had actively introduced into the border of hell's world, and it was precisely because of this death rule that the border of hell was regarded as a part of the hell dimension. But why had the death rules of the border of hell become so active? When Velasco was alive, these death rules were extremely subtle compared to other hell territories, merely maintaining the existence of the border of hell.
Before Xiang Qian could ponder the reasoning, the death power emanating from the imprint suddenly spread outward at an alarming speed, rapidly saturating his soul domain.
The voice in the void sounded again, this time filled with fear and anger. Why have you introduced other rules powers? You already had the opportunity to become the ruler of this universe. Why invite the invasion of rules from other worlds?
Shut up!
Xiang Qian shouted angrily, and barriers sprang up around him in an attempt to block the death power from further spreading. However, the powers from the 5 creator deities were not so easily controlled. The death power was only blocked by the barriers for a moment before the barriers themselves began to be tainted. You brainless fool, what have you done? The voice in the void cursed furiously.
I said shut up! Xiang Qian roared, his face twisted in rage. If you don't want to become a puppet of some deity, then hurry up and help me. What can I do to help you?
Xiang Qian gritted his teeth and replied, just stop causing trouble, and that would be a huge help. He reached out his hand to the side, and ripples began to form in the previously empty void. He penetrated an invisible and intangible barrier, one he had set up years ago to balance his soul universe. On the other side of the barrier lay all the spaces, energies, and thoughts that he could not control, alongside what he needed the most at that moment.
The power of the phoenix.
Xiang Qian withdrew his hand from the other side of the barrier, grasping a blazing ball of pure golden red flame. This was the only thing he could find that could counter the death rule's power. The amount of phoenix power he drew was not much, it was the limit he could fully control, but it was enough to handle the current situation. The flames, symbolizing life and emotion, erupted suddenly, transforming from a small ball into a blazing sea that blotted out the sky. The fire destroyed the barriers that were blocking the death power, spreading across all the domain spaces saturated with death energy. Light and darkness intertwined in the void, as the forces of life and death engaged in a fierce struggle within Xiang Qian's soul domain.
Xiang Qian watched the consumption of both sides with tension, occasionally drawing in a bit more phoenix power to supplement the fight.
Gradually, the flames of light gained the upper hand, burning away the nearly formed imprint of the will of the border of hell. The power of death retreated like a tide, leaving Xiang Qian's soul domain. From the void came a proud and victorious cry of a phoenix, and at the same time, Xiang Qian seemed to hear a nearly imperceptible sigh filled with resentment. Upon hearing this sigh, even in the non-material realm, Xiang Qian felt an inexplicable chill running down his spine. He cautiously returned the phoenix power to the domain on the other side of the barrier before his thought form returned to the real world. Just like the battle with Belasco in the soul domain, only a few seconds had passed in reality.
Liliana anxiously complained, "What are you dawdling for?
We need to get out of here, this castle is about to collapse." At that moment, Xiang Qian was still shaken, unusually silent as he silently walked toward the exit.
"Why aren't you opening a teleportation portal?" Liliana asked in confusion. With Belasco dead, no one was blocking the space, so couldn't they just open a portal to return to Earth?
Xiang Qian glanced back at her as if looking at a fool, saying, "My magical energy is almost exhausted, and the rules of the border of hell, including the spatial rules, are in chaos and have not yet fully returned to normal."
"Aren't you afraid that if you teleport, only half your body will make it? Do you want to send your upper half or your lower half?" Liliana's fair face instantly turned crimson.
Her teleportation ability stemmed from Remutation Awakening, and her knowledge of spatial magic was indeed lacking, which was why Xiang Qian could always interfere with her spatial teleportation. As he spoke, Xiang Qian continued to move forward while secretly sensing the world fluctuations of the border of hell. The will imprint that had been burned away by the phoenix power had suffered 2 severe blows in a very short time. However, the restoration speed of the rule power was still extraordinarily fast.
Was the death goddess still unwilling to give up? Xiang Qian remained alert in his heart.
After a period of ongoing repairs to the rules of the hell border world, the speed gradually slowed down and eventually returned to a normal state. This situation felt as if someone was deliberately trying to compensate for the damage caused by its second devastating blow, restoring it to its original condition. However, Xiang Qian remained highly vigilant, not daring to relax for a moment, resolutely guarding against any opportunities for the enemy, leaving not even the slightest gap for a soul or spirit.
Mad.
The taste of burning his own soul realm with the phoenix fire was no pleasant experience. It was akin to a self-inflicted wound while attempting to harm the enemy, far more severe than the 7 wounds fist from martial arts novels. He was not the chosen host of the phoenix power. His actions resembled forcibly kidnapping and confining a portion of the phoenix power. Fortunately, the suppression of the soul universe was quite effective, otherwise, the phoenix consciousness would have revolted long ago. Just after leaving the castle, Xiangqian suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and halted his steps.
A black shadow slowly emerged not far ahead of him.
The figure wore a top hat and an old suit, a shining pocket watch in hand, looking like a true antique.
Mephisto?
Xiangqian squinted, a strong sense of danger surging in his heart. He knew clearly that this Mephisto before him was merely a projection, yet it contained the real power from the essence of the Hell Lord.
The spatial state here hasn't fully stabilized, and you came so impatiently? Xiangqian pondered aloud, or have you been secretly monitoring every move of the Hellboarder? Mephisto casually waved his hand, indifferent as he said, I couldn't care less about that fool Belasco. The one I've been keeping an eye on is you, James Zion. When did you start targeting me, Afghanistan? Xiangqian asked with a serious expression.
A smug smile appeared on Mephisto's face.
You should be able to guess, right? You really shouldn't have left your homeland.
Once you lose the protection of your country, the outside world is filled with danger. Xiangqian carefully examined the composed old devil while silently checking his own condition. He found that his magical power was gradually recovering, supported by the energy of the soul universe, and his recovery speed was several times faster than that of an ordinary mage. Yet even so, his current magical reserves were still insufficient. He understood that Mephisto was not a Hell Lord like Belasco, who was a mere novice. Even just a projection of Mephisto, with only partial real power, required him to go all out to counter, and the outcome was unpredictable.
Looking at Mephisto's sinister smile, Xiangqian suddenly realized, that statement, you said it deliberately for my sake, didn't you? What statement?
The old devil feigned confusion. It's the one you told me during our last negotiation. A Hell Lord carries a world with a soul, you said it intentionally for me. Mephisto seemed to suddenly remember, oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten, how terrible, I actually leaked the greatest secret of the Hell Lords.
He wore a false smile, would you believe me if I said it was unintentional? Xiangqian curled his lip, disdainfully saying, believe a Hell Lord, the king of deceit? I'm not an idiot.
Mephisto said proudly, you're indeed not stupid, in fact, you're quite clever.
But after all these years of contact, I've still discovered your weakness, anxiety, and curiosity.
He spoke eloquently, it's precisely the anxiety caused by the existence of the soul universe and the inherent curiosity of youth. When these two combine, they prompt you to make some reckless decisions. Mephisto had reason to be smug. This was the first time he had met Xiangqian in the Hell Dimension. Previously, he had been restrained by the dimensional barriers and was at a loss when facing Xiangqian on Earth. Now, the roles had completely reversed. The space here is still extremely unstable, you can't leave. Why not temporarily accept my invitation and be my guest in my territory? Mephisto suggested. You've done all this just to make me visit the Hell Dimension? Even risking angering Karma TG, does the soul universe hold that much attraction for you? Xiangqian questioned. Mephisto raised a black light in each hand, ready to strike at any moment, while not forgetting to answer Xiangqian's question, after everything that has happened, do you still not understand that I act on the will of death? Xiangqian gathered the little magical power he had left, forming a magical shield, standing ready. At the same time, he couldn't help but mock, even a Hell Lord sometimes willingly becomes a pawn to be used? Mephisto pressed forward, the power of Hell originates from the goddess of death. Strictly speaking, we native demons born of the Hell Dimension are all offspring of death. She is our only master we serve. With a flash of black light in Mephisto's hand, it transformed into a sharp spear, striking towards Xiangqian's magical shield at lightning speed. Another turned into a long cord like a snake, ready to bind the opponent. He had seen through Xiangqian's vulnerable state early on. The spear struck the shield with a crack, and under this determined attack, Xiangqian's dull magical shield surprisingly remained unscathed. At the same time, radiant rings of magical power appeared out of thin air, with magical characters flowing within them. Meanwhile, a massive rune array emerged beneath Mephisto's feet. The array and the magical power rings connected, and a huge cage was about to take shape. Mephisto in the cage let out an angry roar, the true power of the Hell Lord bursting forth, and just before the cage fully closed, he finally broke through a gap and escaped. At this point, the old devil no longer possessed his previous elegance and composure. He looked around the void with gritted teeth. Ancient One. In Mephisto's wary and furious shout, a firelight streaked across the void, and a portal appeared in response. The supreme mage Ancient One had finally arrived at the Hell border. In the astonished gaze of the old devil, Xiangqian smiled as he put away the magical shield, saying, just as I said, only a fool would believe the king of deceit in hell.
Mephisto glared at Xiang Qian and the Ancient One. You were prepared all along? Xiang Qian shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it obvious?
You've been watching me, and I guessed you were watching me. I asked my teacher to help keep an eye on you, and you didn't know the teacher was watching you. This is called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Listening to Xiang Qian's convoluted words, the Ancient One spoke calmly and coolly.
Mephisto, retreat. Even if your true form descends, you won't succeed today.
Only the Supreme Mage has the audacity to claim that they can confront the true form of a Hell Lord in today's world.
Ancient One, are you planning to wage war against me in the Hell Dimension, hoping to reignite the flames of war between Hell and Karma Tiji?
Mephisto's face darkened, his tone laced with a hint of threat. The Ancient One maintained her almost perpetually calm demeanor and replied slowly, I only want to take my disciple away. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Supreme Mage. Your disciple has just killed a Hell Lord, which is a blatant provocation to Hell. Mephisto revealed a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. You should understand that the current peaceful state between the Hell Dimension and Earth is not solely due to a dimensional barrier. Your disciple has just broken this balance, which may very well become the catalyst for reigniting war between the two sides.
The dimensional barrier is indeed powerful, capable of isolating the true powers of dimensional demons, but it cannot prevent various low-level demons from secretly infiltrating. If high-level demons are willing to risk losing a small portion of their power, they can send avatars to Earth.
Among the many magical historical records preserved by Karma Tiji, there have been countless incidents of dimensional invasions, both big and small. The most famous ones, such as the St. Vanken contract and the Ghost Rider, are all remnants left by such invasion events. What has kept the demons of the Hell Dimension restrained has never been just a dimensional barrier but rather an unspoken understanding based on the powerful strength of the Supreme Mage. If the Supreme Mage does not come, the Hell demons will not easily invade. The relationship between the Hell Dimension and the main material plane is too close. Both sides have means to harm each other and have concerns about the consequences of doing so. This has led to the current situation of small matters continuously occurring, while major conflicts are avoided.
However, now, Xiang Qian's actions have disrupted this balance.
A Hell Lord, whether authentic or not, has been killed in his own territory by a disciple of Karma Tiji, regardless of whether they are officially recognized. The unspoken understanding that maintained the balance has been shattered, and the clouds of war begin to gather between the Hell Dimension and Earth. What happened today is an isolated incident. Velasco tried to imprison Xiang Qian, and my disciple merely responded in self-defense, the Ancient One said, her voice calm and unhurried, completely unfazed by Mephisto's threat of all-out war. The old devil chuckled ominously, saying, I cannot be certain that your mundane notion of self-defense will be accepted in the Hell Dimension. What I know is that your disciple, as a guest of the Lord, has killed the Master. We both know this is just your excuse to provoke war.
So what?
Those who wish to incite war only need an excuse.
Listening to the verbal sparring between his teacher and the old devil, Xiang Qian felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, he took a step back, and while the two big shots were distracted, he quietly took the hand of the girl beside him. Liana instinctively tried to pull away, but when she looked up, she saw him making a silence gesture mysteriously. Trust me, Liana, Xiang Qian whispered, open your heart, release your soul, and accept my guidance. Liana was filled with suspicion and uncertainty.
Trust me, Xiang Qian emphasized again, let's address the aftermath of this incident, otherwise, that old devil won't stop.
What do you want to do? Liana asked in a low voice. Xiang Qian flashed a charming smile. Do you wish to control your own fate from now on, no longer being constrained by anyone?
His soft words carried an inexplicable allure, stirring the girl's heart and plunging her into contemplation. For Liana, who had just learned the truth about her fate and severed her past shackles, the temptation of fully controlling her destiny was irresistible.
Can you do that? How? Without much thought, Liana impulsively made her choice.
Xiang Qian's smile grew warmer. I want to crown a queen, open your heart and soul, and accept my guidance. Liana made an effort to relax. She soon sensed a powerful soul fluctuation. Though she was still unfamiliar with controlling such fluctuations, she had Xiang Qian's guidance. As a charmer with a strong soul realm since childhood, he was undoubtedly a master in this area. Everything in reality began to fade away in Liana's eyes. In a daze, she felt as if she was in an expansive void, surrounded by stars.
This is, Liana showed a look of astonishment.
My soul realm, Xiang Qian's figure appeared before her. Right now, you are merely a thought entity. Don't worry, the flow of time in the soul realm can largely be controlled by me, and outsiders won't immediately notice our actions.
Now, you need to concentrate. I will guide you, do not resist. Guide what? Liana asked. Your mind, your thoughts, and your soul. Xiangqian's words were gentle, his inherent charm nearly acting on its own.
He extended his hands, gently cradling the sides of the girl's head, subtly influencing her thoughts and soul to synchronize with him. A vast world's illusion unfolded before the girl's eyes.
This is the hell border? Liana exclaimed in surprise.
Xiangqian's voice came at the right moment. Calm your mind, sense the will of this world. It hasn't fully recovered yet, which is perfect for you to gradually accept it, so as not to create too much pressure immediately. Under Xiangqian's guidance, Liana's soul fluctuations gradually synchronized with the will of the world. In an instant, a flood of rule information surged into her soul, exceeding the capacity of the girl's spirit. Although the holders of the soul sword are all beings with strong souls, Liana was still too young and had not yet reached a level capable of bearing a world. The immense pressure threatened to tear the girl's soul apart, and in reality, Liana couldn't help but let out a scream. The scream startled the two big shots still arguing. In reality, only a few seconds had passed, they had barely exchanged a few words before noticing a change in the situation. Mephisto, furious and alarmed, saw Xiangqian's previously shut eyes suddenly crack open slightly, a devious smile playing on his lips. The old devil instinctively launched an attack, his magic stirring up the ground, which surged towards Xiangqian like waves. The supreme mage almost simultaneously reacted, lightly stomping her foot, and the ground waves instantly calmed, a sharply defined crystal wall appearing between the old devil and Xiangqian. Stop, Mephisto, everything is fated. We just need to wait for the results. In peak form, the supreme mage had no difficulty suppressing a projection of a Hell Lord. The two big shots tacitly stopped after just one exchange. The disparity in strength made the outcome of the battle predetermined before it even began, and Mephisto wouldn't seek out humiliation. Behind the protection of the crystal wall, both Liana's thought entity in the soul realm and her physical body in reality were enduring extraordinary and intense pain. In the soul realm, Xiangqian looked at Liana's soul, which was on the brink of collapse, his expression grave as he made another move. His hands enveloped the top of the girl's head, carefully yet decisively awakening a dark mark from the depths of her soul. It was the beacon mark belonging to the god of dark magic, S.H.I.E.L.D, firmly attached to Liana's soul, as if it had taken root and become part of her essence. Xiangqian had no intention of eliminating the mark, he didn't possess that capability, at least not yet. The black mark was pushed and guided by him toward the world will that was continuously flooding into Liana's soul. The two quickly fused together. The rule information that Liana couldn't bear was trivial to S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if this mark only carried a hint of S.H.I.E.L.D's subconscious thought, it could still communicate with the soul power of that dark magic god. The immense pressure brought by the worlds will rapidly diminished, and the soul realm for bearing that will begin to take initial shape, though it was still not stable enough. Under Xiangqian's guidance, Liana's initially fragile soul realm seemed like a glass cup filled with cracks, ready to shatter under the pressure of the world will's mark. Xiangqian had no choice but to lay a thin layer of barrier around the world will's mark, just like the barrier he used to separate the soul universe. Only after confirming that Liana's soul realm had basic protection did Xiangqian cautiously push her consciousness out. The two almost simultaneously awoke. Liana immediately cried out in pain, the aftermath of the previous soul agony left her dizzy, but thankfully Xiangqian supported her swaying body. Facing the concern